At the tender age of 10, he effortlessly vanquished the Demon King, the Sky Devourer, as an unparalleled prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Wang Ling must conceal his extraordinary abilities while navigating the mundane life of ordinary cultivation students. Unlike typical individuals who yearn for wealth, supernatural powers, magical artifacts, and fame, this young man remains indifferent to such pursuits. Neither the infatuation of the affluent heiress Sun Rong, the lethal pursuits of top assassins, nor the incessant prattle of his parents can deter him from his singular obsession with instant noodles. Whether he is indulging in a bowl of them or en route to the convenience store to procure some, his focus remains unwavering that in the face of adversity, will Wang Ling choose to crush his foes or adopt a low-profile stance and feign defeat. Chapter 1. The Combatant in a Golden Spoon. In this world, individuals born with a silver spoon in their mouths are not uncommon, and Wang Ling is one of them. Yet, his origins resemble a combatant nestled within a golden spoon, poised to upend the very civilization and order of the cultivation world. In a quaint villa on the eastern outskirts of Shanghai City, Mr. and Mrs. Wang gently rocked a baby carriage, their faces radiating warmth and affection. "I never imagined our little treasure would grow up so quickly," mused Mrs. Wang. "Indeed, today marks our Ling Ling's birthday," Mr. Wang chimed in. "My dear, have you prepared any gifts?" "Of course. Behold, a Chanel flying sword," Mr. Wang declared with pride. "I saved for half a year to procure this for our Ling Ling. No one from the Wang family has ever reached the golden core stage, my dear. This sword embodies my hopes for him. In this world, where the realms of cultivation seamlessly intertwine with modern science, the hierarchy of cultivation has supplanted academic credentials, becoming the new standard for assessing one's intellectual stature. Regrettably, the Wang couple had yet to graduate from the body refinement stage, remaining ensnared in the preparatory class. This Chanel flying sword, a treasure from the golden core realm, was worth its weight in gold. Mr. Wang, fully aware of the imminent financial strain he would face in the days to come, gritted his teeth and made the purchase. However, the infant Wang Ling, still clutching his pacifier, merely cast a disdainful glance at the sword, his expression replete with distaste. Such an unsightly flying sword was unlike anything he had ever encountered. What was even more absurd was that this man intended to keep such an eyesore by his bedside, claiming it was to ward off evil spirits. Ward off what? We are in an era of scientific cultivation. What archaic remnants is this fellow clinging to? With a look of incredulity, Wang Ling extended his tiny hand, no larger than a quarter of Mr. Wang's palm, and with a decisive snap, he effortlessly shattered the ugly flying sword. That year, Wang Ling had just turned 1. In the wake of that incident, where a mere infant had crushed a formidable sword, the Wang couple promptly lodged a complaint with the Quality Inspection Bureau, denouncing unscrupulous merchants for peddling counterfeit goods. How could an infant possibly break a flying sword of the golden core stage with bare hands? In a moment of realization, Mr. and Mrs. Wang concluded that they must have purchased a fake Chanel sword. It was only when Wang Ling turned 3 that they witnessed their son masterfully wielding a small wooden sword, soaring through the room with remarkable skill, that they came to the profound understanding that they had not acquired a counterfeit sword. They had, quite evidently, given birth to a prodigious child. As longtime outsiders in the cultivation world, Mr. and Mrs. Wang could scarcely fathom how they had produced Wang Ling. Was it a genetic mutation? Or had they inadvertently skipped a crucial step in the creation of humanity? Such musings became irrelevant. For compared to these speculations, Mr. and Mrs. Wang firmly believed that Wang Ling was a divine gift bestowed upon their family, the chosen one. Perhaps he was the protagonist of a grand narrative. It was fortunate that Mr. and Mrs. Wang possessed a certain degree of obliviousness, allowing Wang Ling to navigate his early years from 0 to 5 with relative tranquility. Under normal circumstances, Wang Ling mused, he might have already been dispatched to a human research facility for dissection. Perhaps he could even have made an appearance on a well-known science program. In truth, from the moment of his birth, Mr. Wang had already begun crafting a new novel, for he was a web novelist, and nothing could inspire him more than the arrival of his son. There were no dramatic upheavals, nor were there any exaggerated celestial phenomena. Wang Ling simply discovered that his cultivation level progressed alongside his age. On average, he would ascend one tier every 2 years, leaving him perplexed as to the underlying cause. To avoid revealing his true essence, he painstakingly inscribed a talisman on his right arm, drawing from ancient texts, and for years he relied on this talisman to conceal his cultivation energy, managing to maintain a semblance of normalcy. This year, Wang Ling is 16. High school arrived sooner than he had anticipated. To maintain a thought of normalcy, he consistently practiced a low-profile demeanor in his daily life. He did not aspire to attend prestigious institutions. Instead, he enrolled in a public ordinary high school Songhai City, Peiyuan District, number 60 Middle School. Dressed in a plain white shirt and jeans, Wang Ling arrived at school, surveying the surroundings, aside from the stone sculpture at the main entrance. Now indistinguishable in detail and a few sparse palm trees, the school appeared even more unremarkable than he had envisioned. That it is known that in a genuine key city school, every tree on campus would be a spirit-gathering tree, and beneath the foundation of the teaching buildings, a massive spirit-gathering array would be established, enabling students to remain focused and alert during their studies. However, for Wang Ling, these spirit-gathering arrays held little value. Due to the vast disparity in cultivation levels, he not only could not perceive the subtle spiritual energy bestowed by the arrays, but was also prone to disrupting the entire magnetic field of the spirit-gathering array due to his own presence. Wang Ling did not wish for his existence to hinder the futures of others. Thus, he opted for a relatively ordinary high school. Although the environment was modest, he felt quite satisfied. At the very least, it was conducive to concealing his true cultivation level. This day marked the newcomer's orientation at number 60 Middle School, effectively a preliminary assessment. Before the new students formally enrolled, the school needed to assess each student's academic performance to appropriately allocate them into classes: elite class, core class, ordinary class, and effort class. Standing before a liquid crystal display, Wang Ling searched for his designated interview class according to the on-screen prompts. True to his usual inclination, he would never set foot in the elite class, as it would significantly heighten the risk of exposing his cultivation level. Conversely, the effort class seemed beneath his dignity. Upon weighing the options, he deemed the core class and ordinary class as the optimal choices. "Excuse me, do you know how to get a class 3 year one?" Suddenly, a sweet voice emerged from behind Wang Ling. He froze for a moment. Although he had sensed her presence the instant she entered the school, he had not anticipated that she would engage him in conversation. Casting a subtle glance, he observed a rather attractive young woman. "Are you here to report today too?" Noticing Wang Ling's silence, the unfamiliar girl continued her inquiries with a sense of familiarity. She wore a fitted white t-shirt paired with jeans and casual shoes. Her long hair flowed gracefully, and her complexion was fair. With a slight use of spiritual energy to sense her, Wang Ling quickly deduced that this girl was undoubtedly suited for the elite class, destined to be a classmate he could not share. However, by a stroke of coincidence, Wang Ling discovered that his interview class was, in fact, the very class 3 that the girl had mentioned. Silently, Wang Ling gestured towards a classroom not far away. Class 3 of the first year was situated there. Subsequently, he casually strolled over, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of leisure. P.S. The only koi in the cultivation world can be read as an epilogue to the daily life of the Immortal King, containing numerous Easter eggs related to the tales of the Immortal King, as well as the story of the protagonist's younger sister, Wang Wan. Chapter 2. The Huagua Water Curtain Group. In my memory, it was the first time Sun Rong took the initiative to strike up a conversation. She always felt that this boy, dressed in a crisp white shirt with a fresh black fringe, possessed a style that was utterly distinct from the flamboyant individuals she had encountered previously. Not exactly aloof, but rather imbued with an intriguing depth and a profound sense of mystery. "Are you also going to interview for class 3 of the first year? What is your surname?" Along the way, Sun Rong made a concerted effort to bridge the gap between herself and Wang Ling, yet he remained as impassive as ever, entirely disregarding her attempts. The situation was undeniably awkward. It was also the first time Wang Ling had actively directed someone. Had it not been for the coincidence that Sun Rong was headed to class 3 as well, he wouldn't have even bothered to raise his arm. He harbored a profound aversion to social interaction, much like Sun Rong, who outwardly seemed eager to draw closer, yet Wang Ling was acutely aware of her true intentions. This awareness stemmed from an incident at the age of 7, when he woke from a dream having learned the art of heart communication. The girl was simply unwilling to accept her circumstances. Frankly speaking, Wang Ling felt that with Sun Rong's capabilities, attending the 61st high school was somewhat beneath her. With such prowess, she would undoubtedly be among the elite students at any prestigious school. The reason Sun Rong chose this place, however, was in stark contrast to Wang Ling's own objectives. While he sought to conceal his identity, she was intent on making her presence known. Of course, there might be deeper motivations at play, perhaps even a fateful entanglement. Amidst the abundance of top-tier students at prestigious high schools, making oneself stand out was no easy feat. However, in the ordinary environment of the 61st high school, Sun Rong felt she could navigate with ease. Little did she expect that upon her arrival, she would be so brazenly ignored by a boy like Wang Ling. How could this person possibly be emotionally distant? Conversely, Wang Ling had not anticipated that he would attract the attention of a girl so immediately. What a stroke of misfortune. At this moment, both individuals walking side by side sighed involuntarily. The entrance examinations now served a purpose akin to the entrance tests popular centuries ago. They aimed to help each student find their place within the school's broader environment. There was no underlying discrimination, after all. Students who could attend the 61st high school were already foundational cultivators, albeit of varying ranks. The difference between late and early foundational stages, though seemingly slight, resulted in a significant disparity in overall strength, inevitably precluding the possibility of harmonious interaction in the same class. In a relatively small classroom, 3 interviewers sat in succession. At this moment, several boys and girls had already gathered for their interviews. Wang Ling walked into the classroom and quietly chose the most inconspicuous seat. In stark contrast, Sun Rong, with her star-like appearance, instantly captivated the attention of dozens of boys and girls, as well as all 3 interviewers, the moment she stepped inside. The men, both young and old, found their faces flushed upon seeing her, and even a few girls shyly lowered their heads. I am Sun Rong, as we will all be classmates. I look forward to your guidance, she declared, exuding charm that appealed to both genders. Sun Rong relished this moment, gracefully bowing and tossing her flowing hair, revealing a bright and confident smile. The only source of her discontent was Wang Ling, who remained expressionless as ever. How could there possibly be a man she, Sun Rong, could not win over? As she contemplated her strategy to captivate Wang Ling, the 3 interviewers exchanged glances, their minds stirred. Sunday. Sun Rong. One male examiner expressed incredulity. Which Sun Rong? It can't be that Sun Rong, can it? Another quickly rifled through the candidate files, unable to suppress an exclamation of astonishment. No way. The eldest daughter of the Huagua Water Curtain Group. Sun Rong? This is a company that specializes in elixirs and ranks among the world's top 500 enterprises. Meanwhile, the taciturn Wang Ling overheard their conversation, his brow furrowing tightly. Although he had anticipated that Sun Rong's background would be remarkable, he had not expected her family to wield such immense power. He had initially chosen a relatively ordinary high school in hopes of maintaining a low profile, but now, before the school year had even commenced, he found himself entangled in a significant predicament. Wang Ling watched as Sun Rong, with a beaming smile, approached him, pulling out a chair beside him before taking a seat. He found himself at a loss for words. What business did the daughter of a top 500 company have seeking attention at this shabby high school? Was it that the new generation of affluent heirs preferred to go incognito? Wang Ling closed his eyes, resolutely ignoring the various flirtatious glances Sun Rong cast in his direction. After all, if he remained vigilant during the evaluations and allowed just a hint of leniency, he should be able to extricate himself from this bothersome situation. He had no desire for a lovesick admirer in his classroom. Moments later, the voice of the examiner resonated from the podium. The interview is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. For the uniformly foundational high school students, the entry examinations were not as complex as anticipated, primarily involving strength-related assessments. Scientific research indicated that the foundational stage was not as arduous to cultivate as one might think. With sufficient nutritional supplements during childhood, coupled with a modicum of talent, achieving the foundational stage was quite feasible. Of course, there were exceptional individuals whose realms did not necessitate medicinal assistance, progressing naturally with age. In Wang Ling's contemporary era, the circumstances were far superior to those of the past, when the Wang couple struggled with nutrition. Almost all children in urban settings had access to various cultivation health products from a young age. Renowned brands such as Diamond Partners and Brain Gold provided nutrients that fortified the body and enhanced intelligence, all produced by the Huagua Water Curtain Group. However, The greatest challenge of relying on supplements to ascend to the foundational stage was the adage of shiny on the outside, rotten within. Although the threshold for entering the foundational stage had been lowered, the actual substance of the foundational stage was nebulous, leaving schools uncertain. This was precisely why high schools instituted entrance assessments, to gauge students' true potential. When Wang Ling's cohort graduated, the number of students who could transcend the foundational stage to become Golden Core experts would directly impact the school's reputation and serve as a crucial metric for the following year's applications to prestigious institutions. At the podium, a middle-aged examiner with a sharp visage spoke slowly. Our 61st high school has historically boasted a Golden Core conversion rate of 0.02, meaning that for every 10,000 students, 2 may graduate as the coveted Golden Core practitioners, pursuing their future aspirations of yuaning. He encouraged all students present to strive diligently over the next 3 years, working hard to become qualified successors of the cultivation path. This 0.02 statistic might seem disheartening at first glance, especially considering the school only admitted about 300 students annually. Yet, Wang Ling understood that this figure was not overly dismal. Some inferior institutions boasted a Golden Core conversion rate of less than 0.0002. Now, we will commence with the strength assessments. Students whose names have been called, please come to the podium and don the virtual goggles to begin the first phase of testing. On the other side, an examiner holding a roster cleared his throat and called out, first up, Sun Rong. Chapter 3. The Devouring Toad. The year is 4396 in the realm of cultivation. Virtual reality technology has made significant strides, becoming an essential tool in major educational institutions. Furthermore, it has become a requisite apparatus for normal foundational high schools examination preparations. The internal spiritual energy sensing device can flawlessly relay the user's data regarding the wielding of spiritual power within a virtual environment, subsequently projecting this information back into that same realm. Naturally, for elite institutions, the equipment is even more sophisticated, employing a technology that merges holographic imagery with cultivation talismans, allowing instantaneous shifts in scene and the simulation of authentic environments, including sensations of pain. However, for Wang Ling, these advancements hold little significance. Regardless of the sophistication of the simulation technology, it ultimately only replicates the training environment of the foundational stage. Even if he were to stand there and allow the Demon King to pummel him repeatedly, he would feel not a trace of pain. For Wang Ling has long since attained a saintly physical body. At the age of 9, Wang Ling understood that the most critical aspect to master was the precise regulation of his aura. Otherwise, the immense spiritual energy magnetic field generated by the considerable disparity in cultivation levels would directly interfere with the virtual goggles, causing them to malfunction. In preparation for the entrance examination, Wang Ling had diligently practiced at home over the past few days, inadvertently damaging hundreds of devices in the process. At this moment, Sun Rong had already donned her virtual goggles, allowing the others to clearly observe the scenario she was confronting through the adjacent screens. Sun Rong was tasked with facing a virtual beast, a gigantic toad. This toad's design was inspired by the legendary Devouring Toad from the Demon Beast Frenzy 6 years prior. The individual who had vanquished this Demon King back then was none other than the prodigious Zhuyi, a graduate of the 61st Academy. He was perhaps the most formidable figure cultivated by the institution in its millennium-long history, emerging from a humble background, yet showcasing extraordinary talent. Recognized by the principal of the 61st Academy at a tender age, he was taken on as an apprentice and directly enrolled in the institution. By the time of his graduation at the age of 18, he had already established himself as an unparalleled master at the late Golden Core stage. Subsequently, Zhuyi joined the Supreme Cultivation Council, assuming the role of deputy director and becoming the youngest administrator in the council's history. Nevertheless, during that time, Zhuyi's fame was confined to a particular region. His true rise to prominence occurred during the Demon Beast Frenzy 6 years ago, where he achieved notoriety for dispatching the Devouring Toad from 1,000 miles away with a single finger of qi, piercing it through the dimensional gate that had allowed it to infiltrate the city. Following the battle, he became a household name. Since then, the 61st Academy has included the Devouring Toad in its examinations, both to honor Zhuyi's accomplishments and to inspire all students to emulate his legendary journey. Consequently, the visage of this toad has become a ubiquitous presence in nearly all assessments. Following a system upgrade this year, it was rumored that the difficulty level of the Devouring Toad had been significantly enhanced. Indeed, after Zhuyi's remarkable feat, the toad's primordial spirit had been captured by him. Unfortunately, the school's equipment at that time was inadequate to integrate the primordial spirit into the system. However, with the recent technological advancements, the Toad's primordial spirit has been perfectly simulated as core data input into the system. One examiner gazed at the colossal azure creature on the virtual battlefield. Furrowing his brow in concern, it seems that even Sun Rong may find it a formidable challenge. Although the institution had made numerous adjustments to the Toad's configuration, the current system was fundamentally based on the primordial spirit's data, resulting in a simulation of a more authentic environment, thereby increasing the difficulty compared to previous years. The present state of this devouring toad remained at the mid-foundational stage. Without immediate insight into its vulnerabilities and a successful critical strike, the results may prove less than satisfactory. All eyes were fixed intently on Sun Rong, except for Wang Ling, who yawned deeply at the unfolding scene. To inflict sufficient damage on the devouring toad, one must not only possess a foundational level of cultivation but also genuine skill. Wang Ling's perceptual abilities far exceeded those of scientific instruments. His gaze resembled a mobile radiographic machine, capable of discerning the degree of meridian development among all present in a single glance. Within the foundational stage, there are a total of 256 meridians to be opened. Sun Rong's meridian development rate had already reached 70%. Even if fortune did not favor her and she failed to achieve a critical hit, her performance would not be deemed inadequate. Under the scrutiny of the audience, Sun Rong stared at the enormous beast before her, inhaled deeply, and clenched her fists tightly. With a sudden lunge forward, she unleashed a powerful strike, landing squarely on the devouring toad's abdomen, precisely its vital point, akin to the location where Zhuai had struck during his remarkable encounter. Upon impact, wisps of azure smoke lingered around Sun Rong's fist, a testament to the intense friction between her fist and the air, evidencing that she had poured all her strength into that blow. In a matter of moments, the virtual environment displayed a colossal letter S in the vast expanse. Sun Rong's strike had astonishingly achieved an S-level ranking. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd, while the three examiners exchanged glances, sweating profusely. Clearly, their previous concerns regarding Sun Rong were unfounded. To achieve an S directly, it was evident that she was destined to be the successor of the Huagua Water Curtain Group, demonstrating an extraordinary prowess in the examination akin to that of a drug-fueled performance. Following the system upgrade, statistical data indicated that the likelihood of attaining an S rating was a mere 1%, an A rating 5%, a B rating 10%, with the remaining classifications divided among C, D, and F. The chances of achieving higher ratings, such as SS or SSS, were so minuscule as to be virtually negligible. The examiners recorded Sun Rong's data and then glanced at the roster, calling out, "Next, Wang Ling, please step forward for your assessment." Wang Ling, feeling rather indifferent, raised his head in surprise that his turn had arrived so swiftly. Ignoring Sun Rong's smile as she left the stage, he cautiously donned the virtual goggles, maximizing his spiritual energy restraint to prevent the machine from malfunctioning upon contact. Fortunately, drawing from the experience of having broken numerous devices the previous day, he managed to navigate this challenge without incident. Yet, the true trouble lay ahead. As he focused on the immense azure toad before him, Wang Ling felt a sense of unexpected familiarity, for it was this very devouring toad, renowned in the annals of history from the demon beast frenzy 6 years ago, that he had casually dispatched while passing by a small convenience store when he was merely 10 years old. Chapter 4. The unparalleled aura of sovereignty. 6 years ago, the beast tide was a significant calamity that had rarely occurred since the establishment of the Huaxiao kingdom. The inability to accurately control the surging demonic energy led to its pollution, which disrupted the entire spatial structure, tearing through the spatial barrier and allowing the interdimensional gate connecting to the beast realm to open unbidden. That year, the beast tide struck with ferocity, causing the Huaxiao kingdom to lose over 100 billion in national wealth overnight. However, unexpectedly, the beast tide came and went swiftly. Within just a few days, several heroic cultivators were honored with the title of top cultivators on the Huaxiao Kingdom's annual honor roll. Among them was Zhuai, who struck down the 5th-level beast, the devouring toad, from a distance. Wang Ling remembered that there were 9 others who received this title, though their names had faded from his memory. He recalled that day as one that was supposed to be bright and clear. He was walking alone on the street. His home was a small villa located about 30,000 miles from the heart of Songhai City, precariously situated at the city's edge. However, despite the distance, it took him merely 5 minutes to jog to the city center. The area was quiet, as Wang's father preferred a serene environment for work. The purpose of his journey to Songhai City was simply to purchase a limited edition of crispy noodles. Wang Ling remembered that day was the launch of the limited edition Xiaohuan Yuan crispy noodles collector's cards, sold exclusively within the confines of Xingyu City. If one could draw the limited edition raccoon flash card, they would be entitled to 200 years' worth of free crispy noodles. This was an irresistible temptation for Wang Ling. In his memory, the status of crispy noodles had always been exalted, even surpassing the value of rare celestial artifacts on the market. No matter how precious or rare the celestial artifacts were, they would invariably shatter within minutes in Wang Ling's hands. Yet, crispy noodles were different, even if crushed. They could still be savored, satisfying one's cravings. Wang Ling had always felt that the inventor of crispy noodles deserved an award. Just as he hurried to the venerable Xiaohuan Yuan crispy noodle flagship store, which had been in operation for over 800 years, the sky suddenly erupted with a deafening roar as the interdimensional gate opened without warning. In that instant, Wang Ling felt a moment he would never forget, the powerful tremors. Accompanied by invisible gravitational waves, ripped through the air above the store, reducing the grand establishment to rubble in an instant. He no longer recalled his emotions at that moment. He only remembered his fury and the urgent desire to vent it. In the next moment, a colossal creature descended from the sky, with an enormous, robust azure body radiating an air of invincibility. The creature landed before Wang Ling. Its terrifying eyes, as large as a compass, sparkled with an eerie gleam. It was a massive azure frog, perhaps the largest beast Wang Ling had ever encountered in his life. The 30-zhang long body stirred up dust for 50 miles upon landing. Unfortunately for the devouring toad, it was ill-fated, for it encountered Wang Ling. Who could fathom what had transpired? Before the creature could even let out a complete croak, its belly was punctured by Wang Ling's fist. It wasn't until it lay on the ground, its spirit forced from its body, that the devouring toad glimpsed the assailant who had dealt it its fatal blow, a mere 10-year-old child. At that moment, the creature's mind raced with disbelief. What on earth was happening on this planet? The devouring toad expended its last ounce of spiritual energy to warn the beasts on the other side of the interdimensional gate, urging them to stay away. Thus, the swift retreat of the beast tide 6 years prior was undeniably linked to Wang Ling. However, the subsequent accolades and the connection to Zhuo Yi for defeating the devouring toad remained a mystery to him. He only remembered grieving for the century-old crispy noodle flagship store that had vanished so abruptly. Now, standing once more before the now reclassified and resized devouring toad, Wang Ling felt a surge of mixed emotions. He anticipated that the 61st Middle School would undoubtedly capitalize on Zhuo Yi's illustrious feat of slaying the devouring toad. Yet, he never expected that they had even acquired the spirit of the toad and integrated it into the system database, making the simulation appear all the more authentic, truly capturing the essence of the blow that had vanquished it, even in its diminished state. The devouring toad would never forget the presence of its conqueror. Despite the passage of 6 years, it recognized Wang Ling the moment he appeared before it, instantly petrifying in fear. No beast desired to face such a prodigy twice. Who knew if that punch would shatter its remaining spirit? Faced once more with the devouring toad, Wang Ling was at a loss for how to proceed. Just as he hesitated, the toad unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. And then, there was silence. Wang Ling, the devouring toad, lay on its back, rolling its eyes in agony. The system quickly issued a rating. SSS. Gasps filled the room. What was happening? Wang Ling hadn't even thrown a punch yet. Could it be a system error? One proctor's jaw dropped in disbelief. Surely, that couldn't be the case. Just yesterday, all equipment had been thoroughly tested without any issues. Then another proctor exclaimed in realization. Could it be the legendary I-Kill? Wang Ling, devouring toad. It seemed to be the only explanation. A third proctor solemnly remarked. It is indeed said that certain extraordinary individuals possess such traits, utilizing their gaze to induce dizziness in beasts, as mentioned in the Encyclopedia of Cultivation, the Conqueror's Hockey. At that moment, all 3 proctors inhaled sharply, tears of excitement streaming down their faces. Yes, it must be so. This was the only way to explain why Wang Ling could incapacitate the toad with just a glance. While Wang Ling stood in bewilderment, one proctor stepped forward and grasped his hand tightly. Wang Ling, you are the future hope of our 61st Middle School. According to regulations, you will be directly admitted into our elite class. Let us all applaud Wang Ling as we anticipate even greater achievements from him at our school. As the sun set, casting long shadows, Wang Ling walked home rather solitary. He glanced at the elite class admission certificate personally awarded by the director of the 61st Middle School. In that moment, a thought crossed his mind, unutterable yet poignant. Chapter 5. The Children of Others. Throughout his life, Wang Ling has always been remarkably low-key, undertaking tasks without any ostentation. Of course, there are exceptions, such as during the recent entrance examination. Prior to the formal assessment, he meticulously researched how to manage his own magnetic field to prevent the examination apparatus from malfunctioning due to its influence. Yet, despite Wang Ling's earnest efforts to maintain a low profile, he still managed to secure a place in the elite class. How did this come to pass? During dinner, Wang Ling absent-mindedly pushed a spoonful of rice into his mouth, letting out a profound sigh. In this day and age, how difficult it is to be a poor student. He had long ceased to hope that his parents could understand his plight. The lively couple, fixated on the elite class certificate personally signed by the principal, scrutinized it with wide, startled eyes, as if fearing they might miss a single word. After a moment, the middle-aged man with slicked-back hair and a small mustache, whose features were rather distinguished, removed his black-rimmed glasses, resting his chin on his hands as he gazed at Wang Ling. Wang Ling, my boy, we need to talk. Though reluctant to acknowledge that this man, who had yet to reach foundational cultivation, was indeed his father, Wang Ling obediently set down his utensils. He could already predict his father's opening line. I am very disappointed in you. As expected, his father confirmed his suspicions. I am very disappointed in you. Wang Ling's father sighed deeply, pinching his mustache as he continued, could you not perform a little worse? You always do so well. It puts your mother and me in quite an awkward position. Wang Ling rolled his eyes in exasperation. It was not as if he had intended to excel. Today's circumstances were entirely beyond his control. You must understand, your mother and I have yet to achieve foundational cultivation. Yet, look at your performance. The rumors circulating outside. Here, Wang Ling's father covered his face, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Not only do people say you are adopted, but they even accuse me of wearing a green hat. Wang Ling sighed. Listen, next time just aim for a mediocre performance. Or better yet, submit a blank paper. Do not heed your mother's talk of moderation. It is sheer nonsense. Wang Ling felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. It seemed he always managed to perform well by sheer chance. His father sighed again, warning, if you keep this up, I might just spank you. At this, Wang Ling's expression darkened, and he snapped his chopsticks in half. His father jumped at the sound. Damn it, I just bought these exquisite chopsticks. And now you've broken another pair. Forget it, forget it. Wang Ling, you just can't help it, he muttered, swiftly changing the subject. Unlike his father, his mother's approach to the situation was always one of laissez-faire, leaving Wang Ling feeling quite embarrassed in the middle. What's more important is teaching Wang Ling to control his strength and eat properly. Look, you've broken another pair. The quality of today's products is truly unreliable. She lamented, realizing that household expenses would take another hit. Since childhood, Wang Ling's strength had been extraordinary. After he accidentally broke a treasured sword at the age of 1, his parents had replaced nearly all the furniture in their home with materials like mystic jade, mystic iron, or even mystic diamonds, fearing he might inadvertently damage something. Looking at the broken mystic iron chopsticks, his parents felt a wave of nostalgia. They had discarded countless pairs in their efforts to teach Wang Ling to use chopsticks properly. In short, the situation could be summed up in one word: painful. However, the pain had accompanied Wang Ling throughout his growth, and as he would say, after enduring it, one becomes accustomed to it. What does one gain from possessing the transcendent abilities that others covet? Perhaps one could perform on the street and earn a fortune? Indeed, Wang Ling could shatter mountains with ease, but in reality, there were not enough mountains in the world for him to demolish. Each corner of society is filled with protected resources, and vandalizing them could lead to severe consequences, years in prison, or even worse. Absolute power? The ambition to dominate the planet? Wang Ling possessed such strength, yet he preferred to stay at home, indulging in comics. Boundless magical energy? The ability to manipulate time and space? While Wang Ling could theoretically create a time tunnel with his powers, should he be apprehended by the time regulators, his family's modest resources would be swiftly depleted by fines. Thus, having supreme mastery is not as effortless as it may seem. Even as a cultivator, one still must meticulously navigate the trivialities of daily life, all to remain discreet before their mundane parents, lest they attract trouble. As Wang Ling surveyed the table laden with food, he swallowed the last morsel of rice, feeling a weighty sigh escape his lips. I am so exhausted. Given his current level of cultivation, theoretically, he could draw upon the earth's spiritual energy daily and suffer no ill effects from abstaining from food and drink. For him, eating had become merely a formality. As night fell and he returned to his room, Wang Ling's favorite pastime was to lie on his small bed, gazing through the skylight at the vast expanse of stars. Only in these moments did his surroundings feel somewhat tranquil, although he still sensed whispers that echoed in his mind. The nighttime ambience was a welcome respite from the chaos of daylight. At times, he pondered whether he truly belonged to this world. However, the unyielding evidence of his lineage dispelled any doubts. The mundane couple outside, who displayed their affection daily, were indeed his biological parents. The most terrifying reality is not that one continually progresses and evolves, but rather that the magnitude of that progress seems perpetually unchanged. In his youth, Wang Ling sought to discover the limits of his abilities, only to realize as he matured that he had none. The unyielding nature of his growth, with intervals of 2 years, left him uncertain of where his journey would ultimately lead, filling him with unease. Yet what haunted him more than anything was the impending high school experience. Who knew what lay ahead? He had intended to enter quietly, but instead found himself in the elite class, compounded by the presence of Sun Rong, certainly a troublesome individual. Wang Ling had no desire to become entangled with her, yet trouble now loomed before him. Sitting upright in bed, he rubbed his temples in frustration and reached into his drawer to retrieve a bag of snacks. Regardless of what tomorrow might hold, at this moment, Wang Ling resolved to calm his nerves with a bag of crispy noodles. Chapter 6. The first day of school today marks the inaugural day of the 60 middle school's academic year. More precisely, it is the day when foundational universities across the nation commence their sessions. The Huaxiao Kingdom has long upheld the educational tenet that order is essential for harmony, and the cultural heritage amassed over millennia is certainly not mere ornamentation. Fixed school hours, morning classes, designated lunch breaks, and uniform requirements, these regulations, enshrined in historical texts for centuries, remain intact to this day. The uniforms, which had been delivered to Wang Ling's home via spatial transmission while he was enjoying instant noodles last night, are styled in blue and white athletic fashion, prominently emblazoned with a large character for elite on the back. Despite being mentally prepared, the design of the uniform elicited an involuntary gasp from Wang Ling. He understood the reasoning behind it, promoting national culture and the weight of thousands of years of tradition, but the elite character on the back was perplexing. Upon closer inspection, he could not shake the impression that the design had drawn inspiration from the garb of ancient condemned prisoners, who typically bore the character for death on their clothing. However, there was an improvement. Nearly all pockets on the uniform served as storage spaces, remarkably spacious and practically inexhaustible. This truly embodied the Huaxiao Kingdom's long-standing policy aimed at alleviating burdens in education. Setting off from his family's villa in the urban-rural fringe, Wang Ling faced a journey of 10,000 li to reach the 60 middle school. He dashed through the fields and streets, arriving at the school gates in less than 2 minutes. Given his childhood experience of traveling 30,000 li for instant noodles, this 10,000 li trek was a mere trifle, leaving him unperturbed and breathless. As it was the first day of school, Director Shi and several school leaders were present at the entrance to welcome the new students. Coincidentally, just as Wang Ling rounded the corner, he overheard their conversation. "I heard a new student received an SSS rating yesterday?" "Indeed. His name is Wang Ling, and he has already been assigned to the elite class." It seems the student is destined for great achievements." Director Chen's face lit up with delight. "The male students today are exceptionally perceptive. Our 60 middle school has long been renowned for its balance, and it appears the current dynamics remain under control." Director Chen is astute. The group of educators, led by Director Shi, nodded in agreement. Wang Ling remained silent. Adjusting his uniform, Wang Ling calmly entered the school gates, bowing respectfully, unnoticed by anyone. The reason was simple. During his sprint to the 60 middle school, he had employed one of the 3,000 divine arts, the Great Transformation Technique. Unlike ordinary disguises, this powerful technique could completely alter his appearance, including fingerprints and even DNA structure, rendering him undetectable by the most advanced scientific methods. In contrast, traditional disguises based on makeup could easily be detected by any surveillance device on the streets. Thus, Wang Ling successfully evaded the scrutiny of the school leaders at the entrance and enrolled without incident. Although the process was somewhat arduous, he deemed it all worthwhile. The cheers and applause were superfluous to him. What Wang Ling had always yearned for was a tranquil environment conducive to focused study, a wish that had remained unfulfilled throughout his life. Some say when God closes a door, he opens a window. Yet, Wang Ling's situation was even more poignant. Not only had God opened both door and window, but he had also unleashed a fierce sandstorm outside. Class 3 of the first year is located on the first floor of the teaching building at 60 Middle School. Geographically, The girls' restroom is just outside the front door, while the boys' restroom is at the back, making it the closest class to the cafeteria. Each lunch break, one can witness a throng of elites brandishing their utensils, racing towards the dining hall, a sight to behold. The current school environment has evolved significantly from the past. The curriculum is streamlined, yet the class hours are extensive, strictly aligned with the trends of the contemporary cultivation era. Physical training is just the beginning. Courses on talisman crafting, spirit water production, and fire control for alchemy abound. Such foundational subjects occupy Wang Ling's entire first year. Though Wang Ling had an innate understanding of these concepts from an early age, he feigned ignorance, diligently attending every class while secretly aiming to moderate the class average. Indeed, all of Wang Ling's examinations were calculated to align precisely with the class average. The thought of such matters often left him feeling exasperated. Socializing had always been a weak point for him. 60 Middle School had 2 elite classes, with Wang Ling's consisting of 15 students. After a morning of selecting class officers and fostering camaraderie, the students had grown quite familiar with one another. But a few individuals left a particularly strong impression on Wang Ling. The first was Guahao, the representative for ideological education. His family had run a pet store for generations, evolving into a spirit beast business by the time it reached his great-grandfather. He often brought along a parrot named Dan to perform comedic duets, critiquing societal issues while expressing concern for the nation, earning him the moniker Master Dan. Next was Sun Rong, who was elected class president by unanimous vote. The daughter of the Huaguo Water Curtain Group, she prided herself on embodying the modern standard of beauty, graceful, poised, and charming. However, beneath this seemingly flawless exterior lay a complex psyche capable of weaving an intricate family drama that could rival any historical tale. Upon their first encounter, Wang Ling sensed a dark aura surrounding her brow, foreboding potential misfortune, leading him to decide it prudent to maintain a distance from her. Lastly, there was Chen Chao, the physical education committee member, who was also the class's labor representative. At the pinnacle of his cultivation, he was one of the most promising candidates for advancement to the golden course stage. Fluent in the local dialect, he hailed from a family of martial artists, displaying both calmness and vigor. He was also an avid fitness enthusiast, likely the most energetic individual in the school. These 3 were the individuals Wang Ling resolved to keep a watchful eye on. As class ended, the room erupted with laughter and chatter. Wang Ling glanced around the chaotic environment and sighed inwardly. Concealing his identity in such a tumultuous setting was an arduous task. Checking the time, he retrieved a book titled One Talisman, One Seal from the spatial pocket of his uniform and placed it on his desk. Just as the bell rang, a middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses and a ponytail burst through the door, striding to the front of the class. With a resounding thud, she set down her blue attendance book. I was in my office, and all I could hear was your raucous noise in the hallway. You are the school's elites. What kind of behavior is this? This middle-aged woman, named Pan Shengtsong, was the homeroom teacher for the elite class 3, and she was another individual Wang Ling deemed worthy of caution. Chapter 7. The Remarkable Teacher Pan. Regarding the illustrious achievements of Teacher Pan Shengtsong, Wang Ling had long been aware. A distinguished educator at the prestigious 60 Middle School, he had once nurtured numerous students with remarkable potential for advancement. Regrettably, despite being on the brink of their breakthrough, these students failed to ascend to the golden course stage by the time of their graduation. However, this was by no means a reflection of Teacher Pan's capabilities. As the saying goes, a mentor can only guide one to the threshold. The journey of cultivation relies on the individual's effort. Without diligence in their pursuits, one is left to lament their unfulfilled aspirations. Despite the multitude of unsuccessful cases, on the very year of his retirement, Teacher Pan seized a glimmer of hope in the form of the legendary figure Zhuyi, a graduate of 60 Middle School who had gained fame through his triumph over the Devouring Toad. Indeed, Zhuyi was once a student of Teacher Pan. This connection garnered Teacher Pan the unwavering trust of the school leadership, making him the lowest-ranked yet most privileged retired teacher in the history of 60 Middle School. Wang Ling, however, had no desire to delve into the murky societal undercurrents at play. He merely hoped that Teacher Pan would be a discerning individual who would refrain from creating unnecessary trouble for him, as he aspired to remain inconspicuous. Like all homeroom teachers, Teacher Pan possessed a keen eye for observation and an attentive ear for listening. For instance, even from his office, he could hear the raucous laughter of students from afar. Passing through the hallway, he noticed the neighboring class engrossed in their studies while his own class descended into chaos. Enraged, he stormed into the room, slamming the attendance book onto the podium as a declaration of his dissatisfaction. This marks my 80th year teaching at 60 middle school, having guided 10 elite classes. And you are the 10th. The worst cohort I have ever encountered. His words momentarily stunned all present, as they felt an eerie familiarity with his declaration. Yet, as the most formidable female teacher in the school's history, none dared provoke Teacher Pan on the first day of school, except for Sun Rong, who, undeterred, was willing to challenge him. However, Teacher Pan was no fool. He would not unnecessarily antagonize Sun Rong without cause. The other students were strangers to him. So in this context, he quickly identified a target to exemplify his authority as a homeroom teacher. Which one of you is Wang Ling? Wang Ling was taken aback as the collective gaze of the class turned towards him. Teacher Pan continued, "It is you. I heard your voice echoing in the hallway." Wang Ling remained silent. "Regardless of how you arrived here, by luck or merit, since you are now in my class, I expect all of you elites to take heed. No tardiness, no early departures, and no loud talking. If you choose to oppose me, I shall have no choice but to contact your parents." These were standard protocols before class commenced. As the quietest student in the room, Wang Ling had often found himself caught in the crossfire of blame. He recalled the most severe incident during his preparatory training, when he had inadvertently summoned a meteor to crash onto the schoolyard, resulting in a 3-day suspension for the entire school. Fortunately, Wang Ling had since learned to manage his emotions. Otherwise, his own outbursts would terrify him. Teacher Pan's primary subject was talisman crafting, where he taught not only the basics of talisman creation, but also advanced content tailored for the elite class. The 4 fundamental materials, vermilion, yellow talismans, spirit water, and brush, were introduced. For the elite class, the foundational content was minimal, and the pace of lessons was brisk. In the very first class, Teacher Pan gathered the 4 materials and commenced the tutorial. "I do not know if any of you have ever drawn talismans before, but in my class, we shall start from scratch. Today, I will teach you to draw the spirit summoning talisman." The spirit summoning talisman, as its name suggests, is a type of talisman used to summon spirits. It falls under the category of summoning talismans. In contrast to offensive, defensive, functional, and sealing talismans, the spirit summoning talisman, while it may sound daunting, is one of the simplest to create among the foundational talismans. Even a novice has a high success rate. As he spoke, Teacher Pan mixed vermilion with spirit water, unfolded the yellow talisman, and lifted the brush. "Now, I will show you how to draw the spirit summoning talisman." All eyes were riveted on Teacher Pan as he deftly maneuvered the brush across the yellow talisman, seemingly scribbling haphazardly, yet producing a standard talisman in no time. The next step involved gathering spiritual energy and forcefully throwing the spirit summoning talisman into the air. And thus, the moment of witnessing a miracle arrived. The talisman, suspended in the void, abruptly froze and, moments later, emitted a faint glow. Everyone could see a transparent outline materializing in the air. This was the so-called spirit. Teacher Pan pointed to the grayish-blue apparition and explained, "I have controlled the output of spiritual energy. What you see is merely the weakest form of spirit, a floating spirit, which possesses no harmful capabilities. Beginners often fail to control their spiritual energy, resulting in the summoning of more potent malevolent spirits. But fret not, if any unforeseen circumstances arise. I will handle it personally. Now that we have summoned a floating spirit, let me briefly explain the method for dispelling spirits." As he spoke, Teacher Pan dipped his finger into the vermilion mixed with spirit water, took a small amount, and swiftly pointed it at the floating spirit's brow. The spirit let out a cry and instantly split in two, dissipating into a wisp of smoke. The brow is a common weak point for spirits. When combined with the spirit water-infused vermilion and a touch of spiritual energy, a cultivator can effortlessly dispel spirits. As for the folk methods involving salt, urine, or chicken blood, none of these should be trusted. With a wave of his hand, Teacher Pan distributed the 4 essential talisman materials to each student's desk. "Now, you may follow the steps I just demonstrated." And then, chaos erupted in the classroom as summoned spirits appeared in a myriad of forms. Sun Rong summoned a floating spirit of a female student who had tragically fallen from the rooftop of 60 middle school. Technically, she was their senior. Chen Chao conjured an ancient executioner, whose head was adorned with 9 knives, having met his demise during a botched execution. Guo Hao, the class's dog enthusiast, summoned a dog devoid of any flesh, leaving only bones. The animal lovers in the class expressed their outrage. There is a saying that those with pure hearts are more susceptible to attracting malevolent entities. This was exemplified by the class representative Xiao Washing, who summoned something that corroborated this notion. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "How extraordinary!" Almost the entire class successfully utilized the materials at hand for summoning. Yet, only Wang Ling remained unmoved. The techniques that he had unconsciously mastered since birth posed no challenge for him. Wang Ling likely knew more about talismans than all the teachers in the school combined. However, the most challenging aspect lay in his inability to accurately control the output of spiritual energy. Staring at the 4 materials on his desk, Wang Ling fell into deep contemplation. Who knows what he might summon? Chapter 8. The mysterious legends of the school from childhood to adulthood. Nearly everyone has heard a similar legend about their school, that it was once a burial ground. Wang Ling could not accurately verify the truth of this legend. But the reality is that the very soil beneath his feet was indeed once a graveyard. Burial grounds have always been inexpensive, and it was not until 600 years ago that this land was acquired by the government's educational institution, ultimately giving rise to the 60 Middle School. In hindsight, it is undeniably eerie. It is worth noting that the playground of 60 Middle School was originally part of the cemetery. Each morning, students energetically performing the 250th set of calisthenics on the playground are, in a way, dancing on graves. It is precisely for this reason that one can observe various peculiar phenomena during the talisman class today. In summary, Wang Ling's concerns are not unfounded. He cannot accurately control his spiritual energy output, and considering that 60 Middle School was originally a burial site. The combination of these two critical factors raises the possibility of inadvertently summoning a bizarre spirit that even Teacher Pan would struggle to handle. Seeing Wang Ling hesitate to take action, Teacher Pan approached him, hands clasped behind her back, strolling leisurely. In her opinion, Wang Ling's admission into the elite class was either due to sheer luck or a glitch in the system. He was, in fact, an underachiever. Why wasn't he this student drawing talismans? Did he fail to comprehend something just moments ago? The teacher could guide him step by step. Not understanding? That would be an affront to her intelligence. Silently rolling his eyes at Teacher Pan, Wang Ling thought, this could lead to disaster. Do you understand? Yet, the current situation left no room for him to act independently. While maintaining a low profile is indeed crucial, Wang Ling did not wish to be perceived as a hapless individual who had merely stumbled into the elite class by luck. Fixating intently on the yellow talisman before him, Wang Ling exhaled deeply and picked up the brush. For now, he could only strive to control his spiritual energy output. The moment the talisman was completed, Wang Ling held his breath. The surrounding classmates wore expressions of excitement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Following the same procedure as everyone else, the yellow talisman floated momentarily in the air before emitting a blinding light. Then, a somewhat large cyan figure manifested before them. In the next instant, Teacher Pan was petrified. The surrounding students were frozen in shock. Even Wang Ling himself was momentarily immobilized. The sky-devouring frog never expected to encounter the very embodiment of his childhood trauma for the 3rd time in such a manner. Given Wang Ling's abilities, if he failed to control his spiritual energy, the spirit he summoned would most likely be of a formidable level. In this 60 Middle School, the most powerful spirit was, in fact, himself. After his primordial spirit was sealed, the sky-devouring frog had painstakingly managed to separate a fragment of its soul to escape the confinement, only to find itself summoned back by Wang Ling. At this moment, the frog felt utterly defeated. As it looked at Wang Ling, cold sweat poured down its form. Croak. In that instant, the frog felt like crying without tears. It sensed Wang Ling's murderous intent, should it display even the slightest hint of suspicion. It had no doubt Wang Ling would annihilate it without hesitation. Thus, to preserve the last remnants of its fragmented soul, the sky-devouring frog swallowed an unprecedented humiliation. With a croak that epitomized simplicity, it sought to demonstrate that it posed no threat. Who could have imagined that a former 5th-level beast would find itself reduced to such a desperate state, relying on a fade of ignorance to prove its harmlessness? Wang Ling was astonished to reunite with the harbinger of his childhood woes in such a fashion. The very creature that had thwarted his plans for 200 years now appeared before him, pretending to be a pet to save its own skin. Where had the dignity of a once mighty beast gone? However, this pitiable demeanor stirred a sense of reluctance within Wang Ling to take action against it. Although this creature was merely a remnant of a 5th-level beast, many still perceived it as a fearsome entity. Yet, the sky-devouring frog was astute enough to redeem itself with just a single croak. Wang Ling and the frog shared an inexplicable bond. For 30 seconds after the frog's appearance, Teacher Pan remained in a state of bewilderment. She understood that, given her abilities, she might not be able to contend with such a creature. However, that croak provided her with a profound sense of reassurance. It turned out to be nothing more than a weakened creature incapable of coherent speech. With newfound confidence, she declared, "Fear not, students. This creature lacks the strength to resist. I shall seal it away." As she spoke, Teacher Pan swiftly executed a technique. Grasping the remnant soul of the sky-devouring frog in one hand and the spectral dog bones on the ground in the other, preparing to merge their spirits. The chemical reaction resulting from the fusion of a beast of royal lineage and a lower being was something Wang Ling understood all too well. The immense spiritual energy inherent in the royal beast would assist the little dog in reconstructing its physical form, and upon regeneration, the royal beast would also reclaim a corporeal body. This was a win-win situation, one that would both restrain the remnants of the sky-devouring frog and offer some semblance of closure to the unfortunate little dog that had been devoured. The sky-devouring frog realized that merging its soul with the skeletal dog meant a significant reduction in its spiritual power, and it would be irrevocably transformed into a dog. Oblivious to the dire situation, Wang Ling felt the frog's despair echoing in his mind. Teacher Pan, ever the diligent educator at 60 Middle School, executed her plan with remarkable fluidity and precision. "Students, I have successfully subdued this creature," she announced. Surprisingly, although its primordial spirit is sealed, it still managed to separate a remnant of its soul. However, there is no cause for concern. It is now physically constrained and can exert only minimal spiritual energy. Beaming with pride, she declared, "From now on, let us consider it our class mascot." As the light faded, the students beheld a newly manifested, greenish-haired puppy before them. "Ah, it's an Akita," Sun Rong exclaimed, her youthful heart aflame. "But why does this dog have such an unusual color?" She pondered. "Perhaps it's a result of merging with the sky-devouring frog," Master Erdan suggested, adjusting his glasses with a sigh. "In an era that values appearances, who cares what color their hair is?" Chen Chao, filled with pride, scooped up the Akita and playfully pinched its chubby cheeks. "Let us give this dog a name. How about Erha?" he proposed. Wang Ling. "Erha. Hey, why isn't it barking?" "You should know to bark now that you're a dog, not a frog," Wang Ling remarked. "Erha." Glancing at Wang Ling's indifferent expression, Erha suddenly realized that the most unfortunate fate for a frog was not to encounter Wang Ling 3 times, but to feel a surge of indignation while still striving to maintain a smile in his presence. Chapter 9. 2 hams and 2 eggs. Perhaps the most lamentable form of reincarnation in the world is being reborn into the wrong vessel. Following in the footsteps of Marshal Tianping Zhuwuning, the esteemed heir also succumbed to this fate. Clearly a once intelligent, first-generation demon king, he painstakingly separated a wisp of his remnant soul, only to be inexplicably summoned into a classroom and forcibly merged, reborn from a toad into a dog. This could be considered an epic miracle of reincarnation across species, nearly worthy of historical record. Since Heir's arrival, the atmosphere in the class has become markedly more jovial. Massaging Heir's chubby little face during breaks has become a habit for the students. Most importantly, Wang Ling noticed that Heir's presence significantly reduced his own visibility, a development with which he was quite pleased, thus tacitly accepting Heir's existence. In recent days, Guahao, the second egg master from a family of spirit pet experts, has taken on the role of a spirit pet trainer, dedicated to teaching Heir how to bark, embracing the principle of when in Rome, do as the Romans do. The earnest endeavor to train a toad-turned-dog to bark was quite peculiar, no matter how one considered it. Heir realized he had been utterly hoodwinked. These budding flowers of the motherland were actually forcing a toad to bark like a dog, a truly inhumane act. Subsequently, everyone witnessed the second egg master's fervent dog training process. The well-intentioned second egg master devoted nearly all his spare time to collecting various dog barking videos for Heir to watch. However, Heir remained largely uninterested, lounging lazily on the ground, lacking any ambition to strive for canine excellence in his reborn life. Later, the second egg master realized his teaching methods might be flawed. After all, Heir was once a formidable level 5 demon king. Asking a former demon king to learn to bark was, upon reflection, an extremely humiliating request. Thus, the second egg master, in a moment of inspiration, devised a novel approach. The following day, everyone saw the second egg master bringing a roll of posters to the class, which he then pinned to the back door. "What are you doing with a deification poster?" they wondered. The second egg master smiled triumphantly, brought Heir to the poster, and pointed to a corner. "See that? The god of dogs. Surely that's not beneath your dignity as a demon king, right? From now on, this is your role model. Heir. Everyone." Ultimately, it wasn't the second egg master who succeeded in getting Heir to abandon his dignity as a demon king and learn to bark, but rather the second egg master's parrot. Second egg, and a girl in the class named Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, a girl who only managed to garner Wang Ling's attention a full week after enrollment, was listed as the sixth person on his list of individuals to watch closely. Wang Ling even considered her more dangerous than Teacher Pan because she was a dedicated BL enthusiast. This was most evident in Lin Xiaoyu's success. During the second egg master's training of air, and pairing the parrot's second egg and air, two creatures of different species and structures, into a CP. Most surprisingly, air, who seemed to possess a strong dominant aura, was classified by Xiaoyu as the submissive. Naturally, air vehemently condemned this and lodged a stern protest. Whenever there was a break, Lin Xiaoyu would relentlessly try to bring them together, spouting her warped logic. Look, throughout history, cockcrow and dog thievery, odds and ends, petty theft. Worthless. Chickens and dogs have always been recognized as a CP. Air. Chicken your sister. That's clearly just a parrot. Such solemn nonsense actually provoked Air to bark. After all, his body was still a dog, and even though his soul was constantly restraining him from barking, his body's memory remained. Seeing that Air was finally provoked into barking, Lin Xiaoyu gave a slight, knowing smile. Heh. Air. Currently, Wang Ling had been enrolled for a full week. Although various unforeseen events had caused Wang Ling's high school life to deviate from his expectations. He had entered the wrong class and met a group of oddballs he shouldn't have, but overall, things had been relatively calm. At least, the attention he had garnered during the entrance exam had been greatly diminished by the overwhelming presence of the new CP, Air and second egg. However, this peace was not to last, as trouble soon came knocking. On the afternoon of Friday, Wang Ling detected an unusual aura in the air. Wang Ling realized he was being followed. A quick glance revealed the source of the ill-intentioned gaze. These individuals were highly skilled, using various advanced counter-surveillance devices and even employing talismans to create formations to conceal their presence. However, despite these means sufficient to deceive the heavens, they could not escape Wang Ling's perception. His eyes were tens of thousands of times more powerful than the world's most advanced laser scanners, and his ears were like a core listening device. Combined with his telepathy, he could instantly locate anyone on Earth if he so desired. After all, with his cultivation level, everything else was insignificant. Young master, the target has been seen leaving the school gate, beside a limited edition black supercar from Huaxiao Nation. A man in a black suit and sunglasses bowed respectfully to the half-open window. Continue tracking and find out his home address. Don't miss any clues. A cool, detached voice came from inside the car. Yes, young master. However, young master, just as I was reporting to you, news came from the front that the target has disappeared. Disappeared? What the hell? Flash? The man in the car sighed, wearing an expression that suggested the driver wouldn't understand. He had been searching for Wang Ling for 6 years, ever since the spirit beast surged that year. He had been inquiring about the boy's whereabouts, and only this year had he finally found a lead. Why do you want to find this person? The youth inside the car had difficulties to express. Because he is my master. What? Young master's master? The suited man beside him and the driver both looked astonished. If anyone were to see the youth inside the car, they would be shocked. This young man was none other than the deputy director of the Huaxiao Alliance of 100 Schools, a graduate of the 60th High School, and a rising legend. Judy. Chapter 10. The truth from 6 years ago regarding the beast frenzy that occurred 6 years prior. Wang Ling might not recall the details vividly. However, for Zhui, the memories remained crystal clear. In fact, by the time the reinforcements arrived at the coordinates of the otherworldly gate, the enormous greenish-blue frog had already been dealt with. A gaping wound marred its white belly, and it lay lifeless, feet up, a fifth-tier demon beast. A veritable demon king among its peers. Who could have done this? The arriving cultivators buzzed with speculation. Attention, fellow Taoists. I sense an unusual aura ahead. Suddenly, someone spotted a hazy figure amidst the smoke. In a flash, another individual performed a hand gesture, invoking a purification spell to disperse the fog. As the smoke cleared, they beheld a 10-year-old child trembling before the fallen beast, though it was merely anger that caused the shivering. Ah, it's just a child. Fellow Taoist. You are far too tense, exclaimed a nurturing female cultivator as she pulled the shaking Wang Ling into her embrace. The 10-year-old Wang Ling was simply adorable. Anyone would find it hard to resist. Don't be afraid, little one. Big sister will protect you. Wang Ling. Wang Ling could scarcely move. Having just unleashed his spiritual power, still in an unstable state, even a twitch of his finger could send her head spinning into the stratosphere. Salian Taoist. Please release the boy. He looks like he can't breathe. Ah, I'm so sorry. Salian, the female cultivator, hastily let go. Child. Tell big sister how this beast met its demise? Wang Ling, of course, could not admit that he was the one who had vanquished the creature. At that moment, he merely wished to escape this place of turmoil. Thus, he pointed at someone, a person who happened to emerge from the smoke, covered in dust, Shuai. Shuai recalled that he had merely been passing by when he was caught in the shockwave and buried beneath debris. When he finally emerged, he was inexplicably hailed as the hero who had slain the Demon King, burdened with honors that were not rightfully his. Shuai had spent years contemplating how to remain true to himself amidst the hollow accolades. He had been investigating the truth behind the events and finally pieced together the story last year. What a damn nuisance. No matter what, he had to catch that boy, and then force him to become his master. Wang Ling never anticipated that Shuai would investigate him. It seemed the years of experience at the 100 Schools Alliance had strengthened Shuai considerably. In truth, he had not left but had employed a grand invisibility spell to conceal his form and presence, standing not far from Shuai's luxurious vehicle. Using his heavenly eye to glimpse all the memories within Shuai's mind, Wang Ling could hardly remember the events of 6 years ago. But it was evident that this was a rather troublesome predicament. Moreover, Shuai's unilateral desire to take him as a disciple was quite vexing. Wang Ling felt he should seize an opportunity to resolve this matter promptly. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to greater troubles. Saturday morning was quieter than Wang Ling had anticipated, though it was merely the calm before the storm. As he gazed into the mirror, he noticed his right eyelid twitching. If one believed this was merely due to lack of sleep, they were sorely mistaken. Eyelid twitching was one of the omens of impending calamity. Each instance heralded misfortune. Wang Ling remembered that the night before the beast frenzy struck, his eyelid had twitched the entire night, yet he had not grasped the significance at the time. Fortunately, after freshening up, the frantic twitching finally ceased. Wang Ling calculated the duration. From the onset to the end, it had lasted no longer than 3 minutes. Disaster level, 2 stars. This was Wang Ling's classification system based on eyelid twitching duration. A twitch lasting under 5 minutes, disaster level 2 stars. 5 minutes to 1 hour, disaster level 3 stars. 1 hour to 6 hours, disaster level 4 stars. 7 hours to 24 hours, disaster level 5 stars. Over 24 hours, planetary explosion. Over 48 hours, cosmic annihilation. However, a 2-star disaster was still manageable for Wang Ling glancing at the peculiar pen and eraser on the desk. He remembered how he had infused them with spirit energy the night prior, and now they lay asleep in his pencil case, having tirelessly completed his weekend assignments. Everything felt so harmonious. Looking outside, he saw the sun shining brightly, the gentle breeze caressing the willows, the earth continuing its rotation, the universe in perpetual motion. He could hardly fathom what troubles this serene weekend might bring. Changing out of his giant rabbit pajamas, Wang Ling stepped into the kitchen where his mother had prepared breakfast, a perfectly cooked 7-minute egg alongside 2 fragrant black pepper sausages. "Come eat, dear." His mother appeared particularly cheerful that morning. To Wang Ling's surprise, his father handed him a gleaming fork with a mysterious air. "Handle it carefully, don't break it." Wang Ling nodded, exerting just the right amount of force as he grasped the fork. His father shot him a knowing glance and smirked. "Hurry up and eat. You have a date today, don't you?" "A date?" Wang Ling looked up. If not a date, then what was that Maserati parked downstairs? Astonished, he stepped onto the balcony and saw Sun Rong waving enthusiastically at him, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. What the heck? How did she know his address? Wang Ling felt that the severity of this impending disaster had been grossly underestimated. Returning to the dining table, his father beamed with paternal pride. "Son, no need to explain. Your father supports you." His father chuckled. "The girl downstairs seems quite considerate. She even brought your mother a limited edition L'Oreal Youth serum this morning. Look how happy it made her." "So you were won over by a serum?" Wang Ling retorted. "If I don't return tonight, be cautious." His father smiled knowingly. "Be mindful of all aspects of safety." Wang Ling. Then, with a mysterious flourish, his father produced a box of natural rubber products from his pocket and pushed it towards Wang Ling, wearing an expression of proud acknowledgement that his son had grown up. With a snap, Wang Ling realized that the fork in his hand had broken once more. Chapter 11. Date Battle in Contemporary Society. There exists a far greater openness compared to the past, advocating for the freedom of romantic relationships, rendering high school romance as a commonplace phenomenon. However, the foundation must still rest upon the principles of safety. Wang Ling firmly believes he would never engage in any transgressive behavior. Yet the dilemma lies in the fact that he has never expressed a desire to date Sun Rong. So what is the meaning of this unsolicited advance? A disaster level of 2 stars. Wang Ling can already foresee the repercussions of declining Sun Rong's invitation. Firstly, the news will undoubtedly spread like wildfire through the 6th high school, and Wang Ling will find himself drowning in an avalanche of ridicule, becoming the target of universal scorn. He despises the spotlight, yet this situation would draw attention from not only his classmates but also from neighboring schools. This presents a significant conundrum. A glance at his mother, Wang Ma, reveals that she views the affection shown by a girl towards her son as a positive development. Throughout his life, Wang Ling has had few true friends, and the interest from a girl suggests that her son possesses a certain charm. Moreover, the fact that the girl in question is a young lady from the Huagua Shui Lian group fills Wang Ma with an inexplicable sense of pride. Therefore, considering all these factors, her numerous admonitions culminate in a resounding decree: be safe while you are out. If you dare to refuse, you shall never see your beloved crispy noodles again. Wang Ling. When women unite, dictatorship always ensues. Observing the large rejuvenation pill in his mother's hand, Wang Ling feels a deep sense of regret for allowing Sun Rong to seize the initiative. In truth, whether he accepts the invitation or not, it will attract attention from the entire school and surrounding institutions. The only difference lies in the severity of the aftermath should he decline. Not only would he become a target for bullying, but he would also attract considerable scrutiny. Regardless of his choice, attention is inevitable. Thus, this matter transcends mere acceptance or rejection. The real challenge for Wang Ling is how to navigate this date discreetly. As Wang Ling entered the car, Sun Rong felt as if she were dreaming. For 5 long days since the start of school, she had endeavored to draw closer to Wang Ling. Yet this ethereal youth had remained seemingly indifferent to her. Now, as he sat in her car, Sun Rong felt that her visit was truly worthwhile. Conversely, Wang Ling felt he must be dreaming. If this were not a dream, then perhaps his mind had been abducted to accept such an invitation. The world-limited Maserati supercar, adorned with the Huagua Shui Lian group's insignia and accompanied by Sun Rong at his side, gave him the impression that the Huagua Shui Lian group was announcing to the world that they had acquired a son-in-law. Never mind. All of this was for the sake of his beloved crispy noodles, Wang Ling mused. In retrospect, considering the influence of the Huagua Shui Lian group in Huaxiao country, it would not be overly difficult for Sun Rong to investigate his family's whereabouts. Casting a sidelong glance at the increasingly distant Wang family villa, he contemplated whether he should employ the art of spatial manipulation to relocate the villa on the map upon his return. To think you would accept my invitation, Wang Ling. Sun Rong beamed brightly, genuinely delighted, her dimples adding an enchanting sweetness to her countenance. Wang Ling, at a loss for words, pursed his lips. Did he even have the right to refuse? What took Wang Ling by surprise was that Sun Rong had not worn any makeup. Her natural beauty alone surpassed that of most girls her age. She was indeed a quintessential beauty. He acknowledged that Sun Rong was strikingly attractive. Yet the unilateral approach to their date left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Where shall we go? Do you have a particular place in mind, Wang Ling? Sun Rong inquired. Wang Ling shook his head. Subsequently, Sun Rong took charge. Driver, take us to the Xiao family courtyard. Yes, miss, the driver replied courteously. The Xiao family courtyard is actually the name of a park established by the ancient cultivation family, the Xiao clan. Originally, this land housed the Xiao family's ancestral residence, which had belonged to them for a millennium. To adapt to modern construction, the Xiao family had, only a few years ago, utilized their mystical techniques to relocate the ancient structures and construct a new park on the grounds. Notably, the renowned Ethereal Flame Museum of Huaxiao Country is also situated within the Xiao family courtyard. Centuries ago, the Xiao family had gathered a plethora of ethereal flames from around the world. Today, this park has become a favored rendezvous spot for young couples. Every night at midnight, a fireworks display takes place over the central lake of the park, where members of the Xiao clan merge 2 or more ethereal flames to form a blossoming fire lotus that ascends into the sky. Following Sun Rong's instructions, the driver parked the car in a secluded corner of the park, then exited and opened the doors for both Wang Ling and Sun Rong, ultimately handing a black card to Sun Rong. This card represented shares in the Huagua Shui Lian group, granting her access to unparalleled privileges beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Wang Ling had not anticipated that even a newly established park like the Xiao family courtyard would have ties to the Huagua Shui Lian group. The implications were daunting. With the share card, there was no place in the world that Sun Rong could not access. However, in comparison to the aristocratic treatment promised by the card, Wang Ling was more concerned with whether it could be used to procure crispy noodles at the corner store. Indeed, Wang Ling was a person of rather modest aspirations. The Shao family courtyard was expansive, having been developed by the Shao clan over a millennium across 3 significant eras in the cultivation world. Initially constructed during the Great Doqi era, when the Shao clan was a leading force globally, subsequently, the world transitioned into the spirit power era, during which the clan experienced a decline. The emergence of cracks in the chaotic space drained all Doqi from the world, precipitating the arrival of the spirit power era. The current era, in which Wang Ling resides, is the 3rd era of spiritual informationization following the establishment of Huaxiao country, also known as the scientific cultivation era. Having survived the tumultuous transitions of these 3 eras, the Shao clan undoubtedly stands as an elder in this epoch. Although they faced setbacks during the spirit power era, their innate cultivation talents allowed them to continually reinvent themselves, leading to the emergence of the Shao clan in the realm of spiritual informationization. Today, the Shao clan remains among the top 10 powers in Huaxiao country, maintaining a formidable presence, even if they no longer wield the dominance they once did. Regrettably, the ethereal flames once amassed by the Shao clan have lost their explosive potency due to the disappearance of Doqi. Apart from the midnight displays of merged ethereal flames, they seem to hold little more utility. Thus, the Shao clan has transitioned from being a prestigious ancient lineage focused on cultivation to a modern entertainment enterprise. Chapter 12. Tourist attractions of the Shao family courtyard. The Shao family courtyard is indeed vast. Wang Ling made a rough estimate, concluding that it spans approximately the size of 1,000 small villas belonging to the Wang family. If one were to convert that into instant noodles, it could accommodate around 1 billion packets laid out flat. Long before the Shao family courtyard was completed, Wang Ling had yearned to visit. Yet the exorbitant ticket prices had always deterred him. In contrast, he would rather spend an equivalent sum on instant noodles. Although this unexpected outing was not originally his intention, Wang Ling found solace in the idea of occasionally escaping to refresh his mind. The courtyard boasts several attractions, most of which date back to the early Great Doqi era. The Shao family had expended tremendous resources to relocate these ancient structures to the courtyard, and now these edifices have gained worldwide acclaim as renowned landmarks. A park guide led Sun Rong and Wang Ling along a specially designated green pathway within the park. This passageway was exclusively reserved for high-tier shareholders, making it a seldom-trodden route for others. This arrangement provided Wang Ling, who was unaccustomed to public exposure, with considerable relief. The only awkwardness arose from their silence during the journey, leaving Sun Rong feeling somewhat helpless. The guide, having undergone professional training from the Shao clan, possessed an intricate understanding of the park's layout. Upon reaching a fork in the pathway, she paused, smiling at Wang Ling and Sun Rong. Esteemed Mr. Wang and Miss Sun, this fork leads to 3 attractions: the Qianquan Cave, the Duobao Cliff, and the Heart Demon Stone. Which would you prefer to visit first? Wang Ling, possessing self-awareness, refrained from speaking and quietly awaited Sun Rong's decision. Sun Rong seemed to have fully accepted Wang Ling's taciturn nature. She recognized that it would require considerable effort to break through his stoic exterior. Nevertheless, merely convincing Wang Ling to accompany her to the park was a significant first step in their journey. Regarding the Qianquan Cave, Duobao Cliff, and Heart Demon Stone, Sun Rong had heard of all 3 but had never visited them. Uncertain of their significance, she had researched them online prior to their trip. According to the internet's favorable reviews, the Qianquan Cave was particularly well regarded and quite popular among male visitors. Since it was a rare opportunity to invite Wang Ling, she resolved to make the most of it. Ultimately, to cater to Wang Ling, Sun Rong decided, let's go to the Qianquan Cave first. Very well, Miss Sun. The guide nodded. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ling and Sun Rong boarded a shuttle bus stationed at the fork in the road. Following the green pathway straight to the entrance of the attraction, the bus halted beside a stone tablet inscribed with the words Qianquan Cave. Sun Rong, puzzled, inquired, "Why is there no one here?" The guide chuckled. Today is actually a maintenance day for the Qianquan Cave. However, as Miss Sun holds a shareholder card, special privileges apply. I see. Sun Rong nodded in understanding. Following the guide's instructions, they traversed a mere 50 meters to arrive at the entrance of the so-called Qianquan Cave. Wang Ling scrutinized the cave, where a cool breeze occasionally whistled through, and noted the almost negligible spiritual energy within its commonplace structure. The cave, a relic from the Great Doqi era, bore weathered stone walls that had eroded over time. Other than its age, Wang Ling saw no particular distinction. He found it astonishing that such an ordinary cave could be deemed a national-level attraction. He wondered if the Huaxiao National Tourism Bureau was misguided or if there were indeed hidden agendas at play. The guide, with a smile, announced, "Allow me to share the legends surrounding the Qianquan cave." Both Wang Ling and Sun Rong nodded attentively, eager to listen. In the initial two eras of the cultivation realm, the well-known Great Duqi era and the subsequent spiritual energy era, the world was extremely tumultuous. The human, demon, and beast races coexisted until the dawn of the spiritual information era, when humanity opened the gateways to other realms, expelling the beasts. Prior to that, many cultivators sustained injuries in battle. The Qianquan cave served as a refuge for human cultivators during those times. The guide explained earnestly, in the Great Duqi era, the Qianquan cave was home to a unique herb known as Qianquan grass. This herb possessed remarkable healing properties. However, it also had certain stimulating effects. Many female cultivators mistakenly consumed Qianquan grass, leading to numerous unexpected unions among cultivators. Sun Rong's cheeks flushed crimson. So this is the primary reason for the Qianquan cave's acclaim? How absurd. It was evident that the Xiao clan had meticulously trained their guides to cater to esteemed guests. As this guide delivered such a serious explanation of the legend with practiced ease, even Wang Ling was taken aback. He had anticipated a rather serious tale but was unprepared for such a swift change in tone. Of course, the peculiar attractions of the Xiao family courtyard were not limited to the Qianquan cave. Subsequently, Wang Ling and Sun Rong explored Duobao Cliff, the Heart Demon Stone, and the historically renowned ancient auction house. These remnants of the cultivation classics, preserved for thousands of years, carried the weight of their predecessors' pasts. Duobao Cliff was said to grant ancient treasures to those who leaped from its precipice. Yet, modern scientific scrutiny revealed that those who claimed to have found such treasures were often suffering from severe mental disorders. The Heart Demon Stone served as a site for ancient cultivators to swear oaths against their inner demons. However, in the spiritual information era, the existence of such demons was entirely discredited. These were all dubious beliefs rooted in the cultivation mythos. The auction house, revered in both the Great Duqi era and the spiritual era, was a place where any notable cultivator had to have spent exorbitant sums. Yet, historical evidence suggested that these auction figures were grossly exaggerated, far from the legendary accounts. Additionally, the ancient texts that claimed a single elixir could elevate one to foundational cultivation were entirely fabricated, much like the deceptive names of various dishes. After traversing the expanse of the Xiao family courtyard, both Wang Ling and Sun Rong were left with profound reflections, finally gaining a semblance of understanding regarding the courtyard's attractions. What they had witnessed and experienced was not merely a collection of scenic views, but rather a tapestry woven from the shameful histories of the Huaxiao nation's cultivation practices spanning millennia. Chapter 13. The Fury of the Buddha and the Lotus of Humanity. The entire dating experience turned out to be far more harmonious than Wang Ling had anticipated. Overall, he was quite satisfied. All that remained was to return home after the fireworks display, and his task would be deemed a resounding success. However, Sun Rong's thoughts were in stark contrast to Wang Ling's. This date was even more silent than she had expected. Oh dear. She had finally managed to secure an outing with Wang Ling. Sun Rong felt she could not simply give up. With her beautiful eyes blinking at Wang Ling, she pondered. Should she perhaps arrange for something else after the fireworks? For instance, finding a secluded, dim spot where they could sit face to face and chat. At midnight, the fireworks show at the central fountain of the Xiao family estate attracted a multitude of men and women. Some were embracing, some were cuddling. Others were playfully seated on a giant flying sword, all reveling in the spectacle of the fireworks. Wang Ling and Sun Rong found a relatively quiet spot to sit together, patiently awaiting the commencement of the display. Yet, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Humans are peculiar creatures, despite only a thin veil of separation. Breaking through the barrier proved to be a challenge. Sun Rong felt embarrassed. This was a date she had meticulously planned, yet at this moment, she felt like a fool. Words bubbling to her lips only to be swallowed back. Wang Ling also felt the weight of awkwardness. In such situations, his typical response was to erase memories, thereby diminishing others' favorable impressions of him, allowing him to continue his low-profile existence. The young lady from the illustrious flower and fruit waterfall group was far too dazzling for someone like Wang Ling, who was accustomed to remaining in the shadows. As Wang Ling gazed at the night sky, contemplating the opportune moment to employ his abilities, his right eyelid suddenly twitched violently. This unexpected response startled him. A premonition of disaster? Why would there be a warning at such a time? Regardless, the twitch heightened his alertness. At that moment, the fireworks display officially commenced. The members of the Xiao clan stood on a platform, gradually merging two vibrant flames, which slowly transformed into a fiery lotus ascending into the void. The fire lotus rose gently, akin to a sky lantern, and soon, the colorful petals began to unfurl. With a bang, a brilliant light condensed into a point, trailing four sparkling embers, bursting in the air, and the dark night was instantly infused with a riot of colors. Just as everyone was entranced by the spectacle, Wang Ling's peripheral vision caught sight of two figures in black swiftly approaching them. His intuition screamed that these two were targeting Sun Rong. The pair hastened to position themselves behind Wang Ling and Sun Rong remained utterly unaware. By the time she sensed the chilling aura pressing against her back, it was already too late. One of the assailants gripped Sun Rong's shoulder, while the other pressed a cold gun against Wang Ling's back. "Who are you? What do you want?" Sun Rong was taken aback, but her overall reaction was far more composed than Wang Ling had anticipated. Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, impressed by Sun Rong's poise, a testament to her training as the future heir of the Flower and Fruit Waterfall Group, remaining unflustered even in a crisis. The void they yearned to flee, yet their bodies were ensnared by an overwhelming spiritual pressure, rendering them utterly immobile. Casually brushing the dust from his trousers, Wang Ling raised his gaze, calmly observing the two individuals before him. A gaze so ordinary, yet it evoked an almost hysterical tremor in the bodies of the assassins. Who are you?" A mere 16-year-old high school student exuded an aura far more potent than any adversary they had ever encountered in their lethal endeavors. It was as if they beheld a towering demon, a palpable aura of death constricting their throats. Wang Ling remained silent, merely grasping one of the assassins by the head. After all, it was unlikely that these two would betray their employer even in death. "What do you intend to do?" One of them stammered. "Nothing much. Just sending you to the heavens," Wang Ling thought in response. With ease, he lifted one of them as if they were mere chicks. Imitating the gestures of the Xiao clan from the high platform, he instantaneously disintegrated the two into granular particles, which gradually coalesced into a mass. With a surge of energy, it transformed into a stream of light, ascending into the most exquisite night sky. With a resounding boom, moments later, this celestial display erupted into a magnificent explosion against the backdrop of vibrant fireworks. The scattered sparks dazzled and glimmered, slowly drifting down like stars, ultimately dissolving into the void. Wang Li Chapter 14. The unreliable rumors memory replacement was the most plausible method Wang Ling could conceive to alleviate the repercussions of the event. Strictly speaking, this approach was less likely to raise suspicion than outright memory erasure. While erasing memories would create a noticeable gap, memory replacement, on the other hand, would not evoke a sense of void, nor would it inflict any psychological or physical harm. The only caveat was that the specifics of the memories to be replaced were beyond Wang Ling's control. After the process, even Sun Rong could not accurately recount the sequence of events. She had entirely forgotten the details of Wang Ling's direct intervention, and even the magnificent Buddha's wrath and human lotus had faded from her mind, replaced instead by a fabricated narrative of a peerless hero rescuing her in a moment of dire need. The identity of this savior remained an enigma, even to Sun Rong herself. Thus, in the early morning of the second week of school, Wang Ling was inundated with various gossip and rumors circulating in class. "Xiao Huasheng, I heard that Wang Ling and Sun Rong went on a date and encountered two villains. Qin Xiao, rumor has it that Wang Ling and Sun Rong engaged in a casual fling and were saved by a legendary hero from two nefarious individuals. Dan Dashi, word on the street is that Wang Ling and Sun Rong were on a date when they were spotted with a renowned hero watching cannons. Dan, I heard that during their rendezvous, two evildoers appeared, only to be blasted away by a formidable hero. Lin Xiaoyu, it is said that Wang Ling and Sun Rong encountered two foes while dating, only to be rescued by Wang Ling's friend, the legendary hero. Wang Ling, enough already." Thus, this legendary hero became a captivating mystery among the students of this cohort. Speaking of gossip, one cannot overlook the figure of Wang Zukong, the history and theory teacher. He has consistently been awarded the title of most popular teacher at the 60 middle school. Students hold this antiquarian in high regard for his teaching prowess. The moniker antiquarian stems from his extensive knowledge of the esoteric anecdotes from the history of cultivation, which often diverge from the formal content found in textbooks. This allure of the unknown, coupled with an innate curiosity for gossip, led students who attended his classes to prefer his captivating tales over the dry historical facts presented in textbooks. Over time, he earned the illustrious title of Gossip Immortal. For the students, these lesser-known historical anecdotes became the true focal points of their studies. The antiquarian relished the opportunity to share these tales during class, enlivening the atmosphere of learning. Consequently, the ambience in his classroom was always vibrant, leaving no room for drowsiness. Even those who struggled to stay awake would inevitably be roused by the laughter surrounding them. Regrettably, history and theory class was held only once a week. Thus, students from both regular and advanced classes cherished the opportunity to attend, especially the sessions taught by the antiquarian. Even before the preparatory bell rang, students would already be seated, eagerly awaiting the entrance of the portly figure swaying into the classroom. Having just begun the lesson on the rebroadcast and evolution of ancient Chinese television dramas, the antiquarian continued, "Those who have yet to have breakfast may discreetly take out your small pastries while I am not looking, if I catch you. Your pastries shall belong to me. As it happens, I have yet to eat breakfast myself." Upon hearing that the antiquarian had skipped breakfast for the sake of class, students were deeply moved and promptly offered their hidden snacks. "You are compelling me to err. This is a matter of principle. How can a teacher eat during class?" he exclaimed, yet he still accepted several bags of spicy strips from the front row, proclaiming, "This shall be the last time. I am merely being polite." A quintessential example of someone who professes restraint while indulging heartily. Munching on spicy strips while recounting tales, the scene was indeed delightful. Does anyone have questions regarding last week's content? The antiquarian leaned against the lectern, casually extracting a spicy strip, reminiscent of a cigarette, to chew on. "Teacher, the conclusion of last week's class felt rushed. Some of us did not catch all the key points you outlined." A hand was raised. "Very well, I understand. Let us quickly revisit the material. Everyone, please turn to page 10. The first focal point of this unit is the number of rebroadcasts of My Fair Princess and Journey to the West, which requires your careful memorization. On page 11, we will discuss romance dramas, tracing the evolution from recurring themes of abortion to the prohibition of kissing. Page 12 covers fantasy dramas, from the earnest portrayal of the legend of the swordsman to the serious depiction of killing the mat. Page 13 addresses palace intrigue dramas, exploring the schemes of 3,000 concubines and the plight of infertility. Page 14 delves into military dramas, reflecting on the spirit of Italian artillery and the transformation of battlefield valor. These are the vital knowledge points for this chapter. Please ensure you take diligent notes. By this point, the antiquarian had finished a packet of spicy strips, wiped his greasy fingers with a napkin, and continued, "Now, let us commence with the tale of My Fair Princess." The moment the antiquarian concluded his statement, resounding applause erupted from the audience, celebrating this extraordinary and inspiring lecture on history. This heroine, who managed to gather the 10 scattered chaos pearls single-handedly, truly exemplified the pinnacle of female strength in cultivation. The students were stirred, all expressing their admiration. Chapter 15. Gossip Hour of the Antiquarian. The lesson on the replays and evolution of ancient dramas in Huaxiao country is not an easy one to teach. Take My Fair Princess, for instance. At first glance, it appears to be a motivational tale of an underdog's rise in a fantasy world. However, it encompasses various cultural nuances from different eras and contains crucial historical dates that students must remember for their upcoming history exam. Although history classes are brief, they are indispensable, and failing more than twice can jeopardize one's graduation prospects. Consequently, even elite students like Sun Rong and Chen Chao secretly toil hard to grasp the material. In contrast, Wang Ling possesses an exceptional memory, allowing him to recall nearly every detail of Huaxiao's nearly 5,000-year history. Yet, he still eagerly attends the antiquarian's lectures, for indulging in his gossip is remarkably beneficial for the mind and spirit. The melodramatic plots of ancient dramas are, according to the antiquarian himself, beyond description. Even with all the unflattering words at his disposal, he finds it impossible to convey his frustrations fully. However, once the topic shifts to these vexing matters, the antiquarian's words flow endlessly, like a mighty river. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that there are many exemplary works among ancient dramas, such as the grand military film Italian Canon and the family saga Shao Family Courtyard. At this point, many students share knowing smiles, recognizing that the antiquarian's gossip hour has commenced. Rumor has it that 2 classmates encountered an ambush by a killer organization while strolling through the park. Everyone is aware of the recent events surrounding Shao Family Courtyard, particularly Wang Ling and Sun Rong's encounter with the assassins of the Shadow Flow. As the young lady of the Huagua Water Curtain Group, Sun Rong's kidnapping has drawn immense attention from the administration of 60 Middle School. Almost immediately following Sun Rong's assassination attempt, Principal Chun convened an emergency meeting, intensifying patrols in the school's open areas and corridors, with 2 to 3 teachers volunteering to form teams to prevent further harm to Sun Rong. Outside the school, the Huagua Water Curtain Group has also hired bodyguards to monitor the premises continuously, eliminating any suspicious individuals approaching the school gate. Although the initial mission of the Shadow Flow failed, the organization's long-standing practice is to pursue their objectives relentlessly. In the interest of ensuring the students' safety, the teachers at 60 Middle School find themselves exceedingly busy during this period. Renowned for his remarkable gossiping skills, the antiquarian stands unparalleled in this art, eclipsing even Master Erdan. The Shadow Flow is a mysterious organization, with its assassins exhibiting exceptional professionalism on an international scale. Huaxiao country has struggled to effectively curtail their activities. With a smile, the antiquarian announces the commencement of his gossip hour. However, what I know is that the mastermind behind the Shadow Flow actually resides domestically. A legendary alumnus of our school proposed a plan to eradicate the Shadow Flow's influence at the annual proposal conference of the 100 Schools General Administration. After the proposal was approved, the administration rallied over 100 formidable golden elixir practitioners. The students listen intently, and Chen Chao cannot restrain himself from asking, what was the outcome? Naturally, it ended in failure. The antiquarian sighs, shaking his head in disappointment. At that time, everyone agreed to the strategy of capturing the leader first. Once the assassination operation was confirmed, over 100 practitioners surged from all directions to launch a comprehensive assault on the apartment where the Shadow Flow's leader was believed to be. Alas, they ultimately let him escape. It was not due to a lack of valor among the practitioners, but rather the cunning of the enemy. The students are taken aback, astonished that the 100 Schools General Administration had attempted such a grand endeavor. True to his expertise, the antiquarian, with a literary flair that is anything but ordinary, recounts the details of the assassination attempt, embellishing the narrative with simple allusions and his exceptional storytelling skills, rendering the scene vividly cinematic. Indeed, he adds some gruesome details from his own imagination, eliciting gasps from several female classmates. In conclusion, the antiquarian lets out a prolonged sigh. Although the assassination attempt ultimately failed, it bore significance of its own. At least through this endeavor, Huaxiao's authorities finally discerned the gender of the leader of the Shadow Flow. The gender of the Shadow Flow leader? Surely, it can't be a burly fellow with a hairy chest. Chen Chao jests. Lin Xiaoyu quickly counters. It must be an ascetic with a wild hairstyle from the underworld. Master Erdan adjusts his glasses, adding, perhaps this enigmatic mastermind is a dog lover. Ultimately, the antiquarian reveals the answer. When the group of practitioners stormed the apartment, they found that the leader had already fled, likely blending in among the practitioners involved in the operation, as the leader is exceedingly skilled in transformation techniques. The main clue to discovering the true gender of the Shadow Flow leader came from the discovery of recently unsealed cosmetics in the apartment, along with, gentlemen, please let your imaginations run wild. We are in a proper classroom, and such thoughts are prohibited. The antiquarian glances at the time, tidying up his podium and unceremoniously pocketing the remaining spicy snacks. Well, that concludes today's lesson. There is no homework, but I encourage you all to preview the upcoming chapter on Journey to the West. Lastly, I must remind everyone to prioritize safety when out and about. If you encounter any malicious individuals, do not hesitate to inform your teacher. A piece of chalk can be lethal. With that, the antiquarian departs amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the class. The question of the Shadow Flow leader's gender has long been a topic of debate. But after hearing the antiquarian's gossip, the entire 60 Middle School buzzes with excitement about the revelation. The dedicated UC Shock division of 60 Middle School promptly publishes a sensational post on the school's public platform. Shocking. The mastermind behind the infamous foreign assassin organization, Shadow Flow, is allegedly a voluptuous 36D beauty. The power of gossip is formidable, and such headlines spread rapidly across various online platforms within mere hours. Following this, an unexpected and troublesome event unfolded. That afternoon, the school's security office received a declaration of war from the Shadow Flow. Chapter 16. The wind today is quite noisy in the principal's office. Principal Chun interlaced his fingers. resting his chin on them as he gazed intently at the challenge letter on his desk. Have we thoroughly investigated the situation? Principal Chun, the investigation is complete. The seal of Ingshur is quite distinctive. After verification by the Immortal Law Enforcement Bureau, it has been confirmed that this challenge letter indeed originates from Ingshur, replied Director Shur. Furrowing her brow, she honestly did not expect Ingshur to so brazenly issue a challenge to the academy, threatening to carry out an assassination of student Sun Rong within the school premises as retribution for the incident at the Shao family manor. It seems the situation has become troublesome, Principal Chun remarked, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. If Ingshur dispatches sufficiently powerful experts, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to curtail their activities with our current faculty strength. Sun Rong's circumstances are perilous. What is the directive from above? The higher-ups wish for us to implement protective measures for Sun Rong and additionally apply to the Bureau of Education for a comprehensive upgrade of our security protocols. Director Shur informed him. Does Director Shur know when the next interschool conference is scheduled? Approximately a month from now. There are 12 districts in Songhai City, housing 36 ordinary universities. Currently, we rank third among the 3 ordinary universities in the Peiyuan district, continued Director Shur. The 60 middle school consistently ranks at the bottom, which has become a regrettable norm, Principal Chin sighed. If we acquiesce to the higher-ups' recommendations, it would imply an admission of incompetence on our part. If the heads of the 58th and 59th middle schools decide to exploit this situation, our aspirations of becoming a key institution in the city will drift further from our grasp. So, what is the principal's intent? Though our overall faculty strength may be lacking, there are still a few exceptional individuals among us. Principal Chin contemplated for a moment before extinguishing his cigarette. I do not care what measures the Huawo Water Curtain Group or the Immortal Law Enforcement Bureau take to protect Sun Rong after she leaves the school. However, the security within our premises must be our sole responsibility, and it must be flawless. What shall we do now? We will decline the higher-up suggestion for her to leave school. Instead, we will move Sun Rong into an independent classroom and assign that individual to protect her. Inform the higher-ups that if a single hair on Sun Rong's head is harmed, I shall personally confront them. Principal Chin smirked coldly. They are merely a bunch of insignificant, shadowy figures. If they dare to come, we shall confront them head-on. Director Shur broke into a cold sweat, fully aware of whom Principal Chun referred to. However, sending that particular teacher into action seemed somewhat excessive. Shortly after the challenge letter from Ingshur was dispatched, the administration of 60 Middle School immediately instituted comprehensive protective measures for Sun Rong, relocating her desk to the teacher's office. Naturally, Sun Rong was most unwilling, as this arrangement prevented her from seeing Wang Ling. Yet, succumbing to the pressure exerted by the school and the Huawo Water Curtain Group, she ultimately relented. Wang Ling could scarcely anticipate that, following their rather unfortunate rendezvous at the Shao family manor, the alteration of memories had not diminished Sun Rong's affection for him. Rather, it had intensified. According to investigations by the Huawo Water Curtain Group, the assassination attempt at the Shao family manor had indeed been premeditated, and under Ingshur's original plan. Sun Rong would have had no means of escape. Unfortunately, an extraordinary variable had intervened. Sun Rong felt she had struck a stroke of fortune and assumed that this luck had been bestowed upon her by Wang Ling. Wang Ling, however, found himself quite exasperated by this self-strategizing, imaginative young lady. In the second week of the school semester, on a Friday, the time for Ingshur's assassination attempt arrived. Today, Ingshur would dispatch an elite assassin to directly eliminate Sun Rong within the school. All students were placed under lockdown for protection, even accompanied by teachers to the restroom. Wang Ling dispatched a clone to occupy his seat in class while his true self instantly transported to the rooftop of 60 Middle School, lazily basking in the sun. Leisurely, languid, calm, and unremarkable, this was the high school life Wang Ling desired. His gaze fell deeply upon the campus scenery outside. From this vantage point, he could view the old stone sculpture at the main entrance, with the gentle breeze rustling through the palm leaves. However, today the wind carried an unmistakable, unusual aura. Wang Ling couldn't help but sigh internally. High school life was not as tranquil as he had envisioned, with various troubles surfacing almost every few days. Yet, regarding the assassination letter from Ingshur, Wang Ling felt there was no need for him to intervene personally. He had discerned that 60 Middle School was not as simple as it appeared. Despite being merely an ordinary foundation-building high school, its faculty harbored exceptional talents. This was Wang Ling's latest realization since enrolling. Among them, he discovered that the closest expert to him was the elderly instructor of the history class. However, who could inform him about the sudden assembly of Ingshire assassins gathering beneath him? Were they truly oblivious to his presence? What a bunch of blind fools. On the rooftop of 60 Middle School, a group of black-clad assassins had gathered, their red sashes prominently indicating their elite status within Ingshire. Leader, the wind today is rather tumultuous, one whispered. Leader, I believe the boss is exaggerating. She is merely a female student. Is it really necessary for us to take action? The target today is the young lady from the Huawo Water Curtain Group. According to intelligence, she is likely to be accompanied by top-tier experts for protection. Otherwise, the mission at the Shao family manor would have ended in failure, the commanding assassin stated. His sash adorned with golden threads, marking him as the operation's overall commander. What is the specific strength of this personal bodyguard? This remains under investigation, the leader admitted. Slightly embarrassed, the two black satin assassins dispatched that day had a 100 mission success rate, and had it not been for this task, they would have been promoted to red forging. Yet, we couldn't even recover their bodies. They were likely obliterated along with their golden core. What? No remains? Several red forging assassins broke into a cold sweat. Thus, this battle should not be underestimated. Furthermore, remember, our target is solely Sun Rong. Upon locating her, we must execute the assassination and withdraw immediately, avoiding unnecessary complications. With a swift motion, the leader signaled, and the black-clad assassins dispersed silently. As the overall commander of this operation, ranked 13th on the global assassin leaderboard, he had previously executed numerous terrifying missions. He had traversed through countless perilous situations, stepping over the corpses of the fallen to reach this point. To his surprise, his final task before promotion would be so simple. Once I successfully complete this mission, I shall ascend to the golden forging management tier of Ingshire. Su Ying stood in the shadows of the rooftop, surveying the small and somewhat dilapidated campus below. He chuckled softly. After all, it was merely an ordinary high school, lacking even a gathering spirit formation. Even with the security team dispatched by the Huawo Water Curtain Group, facing the elite assassins of Ingshire, could the teachers and campus security truly stand a chance? With a self-deprecating smile, Su Ying meticulously adjusted his mask. This was likely to be his final mission. As a Virgo, despite the apparent lack of challenge in this last task, Su Ying resolved to execute it with the same finesse as always. Today, the wind was exceedingly boisterous. Suddenly, a soft sigh drifted down from above Su Ying's head. Taken aback at first, Su Ying's eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to look, only to discover a boy clad in the uniform of the 60th Middle School, his black bangs framing his face, leisurely basking in the sun atop the rooftop. Prior to ascending to the terrace, Su Ying had distinctly surveyed the area, convinced that no one was present. Thus, a perplexing question arose. From whence did this individual emerge? Chapter 17. This Timo is merely an ordinary high school. Perhaps, this is not the crux of the matter. The true question lies in how long this individual has been here and how much information he has absorbed. As a formidable cultivator at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, how could he not sense the presence of a mere foundation establishment high school student nearby? Su Ying found this utterly illogical. How long have you been here? Beneath the dark mask, cold sweat trickled down Su Ying's brow. Wang Ling leaped down from the roof of the single-story building, dusting off his trousers, and scrutinized Su Ying intently. Since that remark about today's noisy winds, Wang Ling's icy voice resonated in Su Ying's mind, echoing with an almost enchanting quality. Once again, Su Ying was taken aback. A foundation establishment high school student was directly communicating through mental transmission? Su Ying thought to himself, I must unearth and eliminate this pretentious literary youth. He narrowed his eyes at Wang Ling, who appeared to be an utterly ordinary high school student, yet inexplicably quickened Su Ying's breath. In moments of tension, adrenaline surges rapidly, and cultivators typically release spiritual pressure as a warning, employing the clash of their spiritual essences to gauge each other's latent strength. This was merely a foundation establishment high school student, incapable of withstanding his oppressive aura. Su Ying repeatedly reassured himself. Buzz. Su Ying unleashed all his spiritual pressure, directing it forcefully at Wang Ling. Tremble, young one. Kneel and submit. In the midst of silence, time ticked away, second by second. Wang Ling merely lifted his eyelids indifferently, casting a glance at Su Ying. Su Ying was astonished. All his spiritual pressure bore down on this youth, yet it appeared to have no effect whatsoever. Not only was there no clash, but even friction was absent. Su Ying, who had taken countless lives, had amassed a mountain of corpses. Yet he never anticipated that his first truly formidable opponent would be a mere high school student. At that moment, Su Ying's gaze remained fixed on Wang Ling, drenched in cold sweat. This was simply a foundation establishment student, yet he instilled profound unease in Su Ying. In a flash, Su Ying darted forward, clenching his fist to strike. Whoosh! A tremendous gust of wind swept Wang Ling's short hair backward. Combat, after all, is the ultimate test of strength. Perhaps some individuals are inherently less sensitive to spiritual pressure, but this punch was genuine and solid. Any foundation establishment cultivator would surely perish from it, let alone this untrained high school student. Wang Ling, an ordinary blossom of the nation's future, had yet to truly savor life, witness the beauty of his homeland, or experience romance. And here he was, on the brink of demise for meddling in affairs that did not concern him. With a sigh of lament, Su Ying unleashed his punch directly at Wang Ling's chest. Wang Ling's expression remained as impassive as ever. Frankly, he felt a twinge of pity for Su Ying. After all, he was merely a cultivator who had yet to reach the transformation stage. He had not yet relished the transformative experience of the nascent soul stage, the profound enlightenment of the transformation stage, or the ecstatic sensation of ascending to immortality during the tribulation stage. And now, he was on the verge of becoming disabled for throwing a punch at him. Boom! The punch struck Wang Ling's chest like a resounding bell, unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, the rooftop trembled as if the very earth had quaked. Wang Ling stood firm, unyielding. Then, with a resounding crash, Su Ying, the assassin team leader, was struck as if by lightning, blood erupting from his mouth like a fountain, propelled backward like a jet. His 7 orifices bled as he collapsed, gasping for air, the sheer agony contorting his expression as his bones shattered in an instant. What just happened? Su Ying felt as though his fist had struck an impenetrable iron wall. It was a complete mismatch, like striking a stone with an egg. At the moment of impact, his knuckles began to splinter. How could this mere high school student possess such formidable physical resilience? This is utterly preposterous. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed him, the assassin team leader thought to himself, the red-forged assassins of the S. Chapter 18, Chief of Campus Security, Old Man Li. After many years, Wang Ling finally realized that among all the educational principles imparted by his parents throughout his life, there was indeed one truth. Knowledge is power. He was astonished to discover that he lacked even the most fundamental understanding of physics, specifically, the concept that the effects of force are reciprocal. Wang Ling believed that the world of assassins could benefit from a touch of cultural enlightenment. However, he underestimated the harm caused by the backlash from his own physical body. At this moment, Su Ying was completely dead. Previously, he had merely fainted, but the backlash was too powerful, inflicting severe damage to the golden core within Su Ying. Wang Ling employed his spiritual sense to investigate, only to find that the golden core had lost all its luster, its color darker than that of maltose, and its shape had disintegrated into a chaotic mess within the dantian. Normally, the rooftop was entirely sealed off. If Su Ying's body were to be discovered there, it could easily spark rumors of yet another bizarre incident on campus. To avoid complications, Wang Ling deemed it necessary to relocate the body to a more conspicuous location. The shade beneath the playground trees seemed a suitable spot. He gently placed Su Ying's body down, the entire process taking no more than 5 seconds, and was about to teleport back. However, a rather abrupt voice called out from behind, "Who goes there?" Wang Ling felt a burning gaze fixated upon him, making him uncomfortable, and he refrained from turning around. The voice belonged to someone he knew all too well, the distinctive tone of Chief Li, the campus security head. Rough yet tinged with a hint of weariness. Wang Ling's heart sank. This was precisely the person he had sought to avoid. Li's rank even surpassed that of their homeroom teacher, Mr. Pan, in the infamous Lin Xiaoyu. Wang Ling had previously remarked that the 60 Middle School was a place where hidden talents thrived, and Old Man Li was indeed formidable. "Are you a student at our school?" Li queried, scrutinizing Wang Ling in his school uniform with a frown, adopting an interrogative tone. This was a result of his profession. Before retiring to become the chief of campus security, Li had been the captain of the 7-star Special Forces. Seeing that Wang Ling remained silent, Li's gaze shifted to the body Wang Ling had placed down. "Did you kill this person?" Wang Ling hesitated to admit it. Truthfully, this individual had committed suicide. After striking his own body, he had perished from the backlash. How could he take the blame for that? He absolutely could not accept such a charge. Li remained unconvinced. Despite only having seen Wang Ling's back, His intuition told him that this was indeed the work of the young man before him. "Turn around," Li commanded, his voice laced with warning. Wang Ling felt a strong urge to knock the old man unconscious, but feared he might inadvertently kill him instead. "Turn around, quickly," Li insisted for a second time. Reluctantly, Wang Ling turned a fraction of his body, his pale profile reminiscent of someone shyly holding a pipa, partially obscured. "Turn all the way around." Li's words were deliberate, displaying growing impatience. Finally, Wang Ling turned his body fully, but he obscured his face with his hand. The casting time for his great change technique was exceedingly lengthy, and now he felt utterly out of options. "Lower your hand," Li exclaimed, exasperated. "I've interrogated countless ruthless criminals, and never has anyone made me repeat myself thrice." Wang Ling sighed internally, resigning himself to the situation and finally lowering his hand, having completely given up on resistance. Perhaps this was simply fate. Upon seeing Wang Ling's true appearance, Li couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? Wang Guan?" Recognizing the excitement in the old man's eyes, Wang Ling realized that Li had indeed recognized him. Li rubbed his eyes, scanning Wang Ling meticulously, confirming that the person before him was none other than the specially appointed magical consultant to the 7-Star Special Forces 3 years prior. Wang Ling remained silent, reflecting that perhaps taking on the role of a temporary magical consultant for just 2 days was the most foolish decision he had ever made. The most frustrating part was that this seemingly forgettable old man not only remembered him, but had also coincidentally retired and joined the same school. What could possibly motivate a formidable nascent soul master to become a campus security officer? What rationale could lead such an unparalleled powerhouse to attend an ordinary high school? 3 years had passed, and as the two stood face to face once more, they shared an unspoken understanding of their thoughts. After a moment of enigmatic silence, Li's gaze fell weakly upon the corpse, realizing that this infamous assassin, known internationally as Su Ying, the grave love young master, had met a horrific end. Upon using his spiritual sense to examine the remains, Li's heart sank. Damn it, this is too tragic. The entire body, from the skull to the toes, was utterly shattered, nearly all bones reduced to fragments. Yet, these injuries were not fatal. For a golden core cultivator, as long as the golden core remained intact, even with severed meridians and shattered bones, there was still a possibility of recovery. However, Su Ying's golden core had not him in today's world. Few individuals are aware of Wang Ling's true prowess, yet those who do are acquainted with him. Among them is the old man Li, who happens to be the one Wang Ling has overlooked. However, old man Li does not possess complete knowledge. He has long believed that Wang Ling merely appears youthful, mistaking him for an ancient entity. The truth, however, is that Wang Ling is, in fact, a mere 16 years old this year. Chapter 19. The most fearful silence in the air. Wang Ling had always harbored a profound trepidation at the prospect of encountering the old man Li. If he were to divulge his true age to Li, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a freak. Yet, should he choose to remain silent, allowing Li to persist in his misconceptions, he would surely be deemed a pervert, would he not? To Li, a figure who had transcended the confines of his own understanding, it was bewildering to find someone of such extraordinary prowess still languishing in a dilapidated high school. Drawing upon his years of experience, Li could surmise only 2 motivations for such an anomaly: either a clandestine visit to indulge in peculiar desires, or a yearning for a passionate romance amidst the throes of youth. Though Wang Ling had spent but a fleeting moment within the ranks of the 7-Star Special Forces, his demeanor was so unassuming that even the relentless teasing from his comrades had evoked no response from him, thus leading Li to dismiss the first motivation outright. Moreover, recalling the recent rumors about Wang Ling and Sun Rong at the Shao family estate, Li felt a sudden clarity wash over him. With a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very essence of reality, Li fixed his eyes upon Wang Ling, inquiring, "Might I ask, esteemed advisor Wang, whether the shadowy assassin who attempted to abduct Miss Sun Rong at the Shao estate was perhaps?" "Indeed," Wang Ling replied succinctly. Given his understanding of his own capabilities, it was hardly surprising that Li would arrive at this conclusion. Thus, there was little left to conceal. "And what of your relationship with classmate Sun Rong?" "Merely classmates," Wang Ling responded, as reticent as ever. Li's eyes widened in astonishment, his expression one of utter disbelief. Not a seeker of peculiar desires, nor a passionate youth. Could it be that Advisor Wang simply did not favor women? Wang Ling felt an overwhelming urge to silence the old man's fanciful speculations. What could possibly compel the captain of the 7-Star Special Forces to humble himself as a mere school guard after retirement? Wang Ling too was curious with Li's credentials. He could have easily been elevated to a position of command behind the scenes, a role that would suit his temperament far better than one requiring public exposure. Do you have hidden injuries? Wang Ling soon discerned an anomaly in Li's condition. His keen perception, even without the aid of heightened senses, far surpassed that of the most advanced instruments available today. Li offered a rueful smile. Upon my return from the gate of another world, a trivial matter exacerbated my internal injuries, which have yet to heal properly. What transpired? Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, instinctively communicating telepathically. Upon awakening, I was emerging from the shade of the trees. Old man Li ambled forth with his hands clasped behind his back, bearing the austere countenance of a seasoned cadre. Indeed, it is I, he affirmed. Upon recognizing him as the esteemed Director General, the campus guards promptly aligned themselves in a row, offering their respects with utmost deference. Old man Li acknowledged with a nod, before gesturing with composed nonchalance towards the corpse sprawled upon the ground. I have just dispatched a shadow stream assassin. Kindly see to the disposal of the body. Having issued these instructions, Old man Li departed without so much as a backward glance. The campus guards cautiously approached the remains, collectively exclaiming in astonished dismay, "Good heavens! The manner of his demise is exceedingly gruesome. His bones have been shattered into complete fragments. Truly a wretched pile of human debris." Chapter 20. The first killer hidden in the campus. Sun Rong recalled the last time she was under closed protection. It was during her early years in junior high. At that time, a group of unruly delinquents had provoked her, even threatening to kidnap her. The following day, the Huaguo Water Curtain Group had employed numerous formidable practitioners to eradicate all the criminal elements around the junior high, leaving no stone unturned. Not even expelling the elderly woman who had been scamming passers-by at the street corner. After that experience, all underground forces had marked Sun Rong as a top untouchable target, and no one dared to provoke her again. However, this situation was slightly different. The Shadow Stream was an internationally renowned assassination organization, far surpassing the local thugs. These cold-blooded assassins could very well strike during Sun Rong's journey home from school. Principal Chun had taken this into consideration when he rejected the higher-ups' opinions. This was perhaps the most rigorous protective measure since the establishment of the 60 high school, with layers of security, teachers and security personnel stationed in gardens, hallways, and even restrooms. Sun Rong was assigned to the innermost teacher's office on the first floor, where the exit was completely sealed off. The spacious office, however, contained only the old scholar. "Student Sun, you seem quite tense. Would you like some sweets to alleviate your anxiety?" the old scholar asked, while grading assignments and rummaging through a drawer he had designated for his snacks. Sun Rong merely glanced at the drawer's contents, astonished to find a stockpile of snacks that eclipsed that of any supermarket. With a sigh, she shook her head, her enthusiasm waning. Although this was not her first encounter with such a situation, it left her inexplicably irritated. The entire assassination incident stemmed from that awkward date at the Shao family estate, and the mere thought of it unsettled her, as if she had forgotten something crucial. Though ultimately rescued by a mysterious figure, she couldn't help but wonder who this protector was. "Ah, how fortunate for you, Wang Ling, that Sun Rong is so troubled by thoughts of you," the old scholar mused, aware of her inner turmoil. Sun Rong's face flushed, "But I do not know what Wang Ling likes. You could always ask me." The old scholar chuckled, retrieving a bag of snacks from the drawer. "Is that crispy noodles?" The old scholar nodded eagerly. "Yes. Wang Ling often comes to buy them from me." Sun Rong was utterly shocked. "Teacher Wang, you sell snacks?" With a sigh, the old scholar replied, "The educational authority strictly prohibits teachers from conducting tutoring classes, so I resort to selling snacks to earn a bit of extra income. Teaching alone simply does not suffice." Sun Rong stared at the bag of crispy noodles on the desk, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the assassination operation had officially commenced. In the boys' restroom on the first floor, a school guard was incapacitated by a remote injection of anesthetic. A man, having entered through the ventilation shaft, ruthlessly stripped the guard of his uniform, ensuring that he left him without even his underwear to prevent any chance of alerting others upon awakening. The art of substitution was a fundamental skill for assassins, and this man was evidently well-versed. Su Feng, the second of the three sons of Morning Love and ranked 16th among international assassins, was not a name to be taken lightly. Adjusting his uniform and tie in front of a mirror, Su Feng transformed his appearance to resemble that of the incapacitated guard, stepping out of the restroom with ease. Uncertain of the whereabouts of his companions, Su Ying and Su Jian, he noted that the mission's signal remained active. Surely, they were not entangled in some trouble? Without further thought, he proceeded toward the source of the target signal. Approaching the designated area, he found 3 teachers' offices. 2 of them were sealed off, leaving only the innermost office lit. The target was within, despite the external security being impenetrable. The corridor leading to the target's location was devoid of any guards. Su Feng smirked. Such a feigned vulnerability would have no effect on the shadow stream. Long before the mission was assigned to the 60 high school, the shadow stream had discreetly implanted a tracking device on Sun Rong, allowing them to monitor her every move. With his hands in his pockets, Su Feng arrived at the doorway of the illuminated office, extending his senses to gauge the atmosphere. Remarkably, aside from the target, only a single teacher was present for protection, an individual solely preoccupied with snacks. Su Feng felt that the entire shadow stream was being severely underestimated. What audacity for this mere high school to challenge an elite assassin organization. Standing at the door, Su Feng exhaled deeply. As a top-tier red-forged assassin within the shadow stream, he would demonstrate through action the consequences of such underestimations. With this thought, he pushed open the office door. Inside, the old scholar was engaged in a lively discussion about romance with Sun Rong, his demeanor shifting as he sensed Su Feng's chilling intent. In an instant, a flash of steel appeared as Su Feng drew a flying knife without uttering a word. "Teacher, watch out." The entire sequence unfolded like lightning. Unless he extended his hand, remarkably calm, his movements so deliberate that even Sun Rong could perceive them. Astonishingly, those 2 fingers managed to catch the bullet as effortlessly as swatting a fly. In the realm of martial arts, invulnerability exists. Only speed can render one impervious. Then, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Sun Rong was left speechless, utterly astounded, while Su Feng found himself once again petrified. Who on earth is this person? The shadow stream had fallen into decline over the years, producing practitioners increasingly inept. The old master, with a somber expression, let out a profound sigh. This tone, however, caused Su Feng to pause. Such a demeanor, such formidable prowess could only lead him to think of one individual. In the next moment, Su Feng was drenched in cold sweat. This was a figure he could not afford to provoke. "Senior, I apologize for any offense." Su Feng immediately bowed, intending to depart, to arrive at will and leave at will. Is this not an affront to my authority? The old master discarded the bullet into a trash bin, then casually picked up a piece of chalk from the blackboard tray. If one wishes to target my students, they must be prepared to pay a price. Su Feng instinctively sensed a threat of danger. What does the senior intend to do? Do? Nothing at all. The old master smiled faintly. I merely wish to impart a lesson. With that, a brilliant flash erupted from the tips of the old master's fingers. It's chapter 21. A canine and a chalk, a seemingly innocuous chalk piece, reputed to be the most lethal weapon concealed within the campus, unveiled its true potential to Sun Rong today. She realized that the potency of a concealed weapon isn't necessarily tied to its capacity to inflict harm, but rather to the wielder's skill. While shadow streams throwing knives and specialized spirit bullets could effortlessly pierce the human form, Su Feng could never have conceived the terrifying might a simple chalk fragment could unleash. With a deftness akin to flipping pancakes, the venerable antiquarian turned Su Feng's body over, nodding in satisfaction. The chalk had pierced directly through Su Feng's ventricle, ensuring his demise. The only slight imperfection was the excessive blood loss. Bending down, he pinched Su Feng's chin, pried open his mouth, and extracted a molar with his index finger. To Sun Rong's astonishment, the molar was of verdant hue. The antiquarian turned, a faint smile gracing his lips. Startled you, Sun Rong? Rather than fear, Sun Rong was utterly dumbfounded. She could scarcely believe that the ever-smiling, beloved history teacher possessed such formidable power, a decisive and ruthless streak that left even a top-tier shadow stream assassin defenseless. Mr. Wang, what is this? Sun Rong inquired, her gaze fixed on the molar in his hand. This is the last resort left to shadow stream assassins. It contains potent poison and dissolving powder, to be crushed between the teeth upon sensing mission failure, the antiquarian explained. Enlightenment dawned upon Sun Rong. Shadow Stream's international reputation hinged on the organization's unwavering credibility. Their operatives would never betray their employers or leave any trace. Though international records documented Shadow Stream mission failures, the assassins' bodies were invariably missing. The molar's poison and dissolving powder were key, ensuring both the assassin's silence and the prevention of any leads being traced back to Shadow Stream through their remains. Gazing at the molar in the antiquarian's grasp, Sun Rong was once again deeply impressed. As a first-rate red-forged assassin, Su Feng may have sensed his impending doom. But he could never have anticipated that the chalk's velocity would surpass his own in crushing the molar, inadvertently leaving behind his corpse. For Shadow Stream, true failure lay in leaving behind even the slightest clue that could lead back to them. A complete Shadow Stream assassin's body, which undoubtedly provided crucial intelligence to the Huaxiao nation's counterterrorism department. What kind of person was this antiquarian? Sun Rong stared, mouth slightly agape, at the amiable, portly figure before her. She finally understood why the school had entrusted her safety to him alone. With such strength, assassins who ventured here were simply walking into a trap. It's been too long since I last acted. My technique has become somewhat rusty, resulting in such excessive blood loss, the antiquarian murmured, frowning at the pool of blood on the ground. With sufficient speed, it's possible to achieve a bloodless strike. Sun Rong was aghast. Holy moly. The antiquarian produced a yellow talisman, which Sun Rong immediately recognized as a functional charm with purifying properties, surpassing even the most effective cleaning agents in its ability to eradicate stains without a trace. With a flash of spiritual light, the bloodstains vanished instantly. The antiquarian sighed again. This charm was terribly expensive. I'll have to get Principal Chun to reimburse me later. Sun Rong was speechless. I hope Sun Rong can keep today's events confidential, the antiquarian said with a smile, retrieving a package of spicy sticks from his drawer and handing it to Sun Rong. I am still the adorable, chubby figure you all know. Sun Rong remained silent. It was a blatant bribe. Seeing Sun Rong's lack of response, the antiquarian reluctantly pulled out another package from his pocket. Sun Rong, these are the last 2 packages of my vintage spicy sticks collection. Sun Rong was still speechless. This day was destined to be turbulent for the 60th high school. Though all the students were under the school's protection, basking in the sun in the school's small garden, still sensed the thick air of impending doom with its demon king soul. Despite lying in the sun, Air was wide awake. The school garden was behind the teaching building, a blind spot for campus surveillance. Over the years, countless 60th high school students had lost their first kisses in the garden. However, Air harbored no envy. Firstly, its essence was that of a toad, and a demon king-level toad at that, with no interest in mundane female dogs. Thus far, it had maintained its virginity. It was thanks to this self-discipline and aversion to trouble that it had avoided being dragged to Erden's clinic for forced sterilization. Air yawned lazily, preparing to shift its position when it detected a rustling sound emanating from the sewer cover beside the garden. Air froze instantly. With the 60th high school surrounded by layers of protection, it was impossible for a Super Mario to emerge from the sewer. The only explanation was that an assassin was attempting to enter the teaching building through the garden's surveillance blind spot. Though the fly had yet to emerge, it could not escape Air's spiritual perception. Despite the limitations imposed by its current form, severely restricting Air's spiritual power as a 5th-level demon king, it would not allow itself to be bullied by a mere golden core. Last time in the classroom, it had been unable to act due to Wang Ling's presence. But this time, Air chuckled inwardly. Just when it was bored, someone was eager to provide entertainment. It had been too long since its last fight. The last formal engagement being 6 years ago, when it was still a toad. Air wagged its tail, rose from the ground, and bared its teeth, entering a state of alert. It had been beaten to death upon arriving in the mortal realm, its primordial spirit collected. After 6 years of struggle to separate a wisp of its soul and escape, it had inadvertently transformed into a dog, constantly teased by the parrot in the classroom, its face pinched by students with impunity. The former glory of the 5th-level demon king was gone, but even reduced to this state, a mere watchdog in this dilapidated school, it could still handle them. At that moment, the sewer cover was pushed up and a head emerged. The person sensed an anomaly the moment they pried open the cover, immediately narrowing their eyes and extending their spiritual sense. The aura was fluctuating, sometimes intense, sometimes weak, sometimes present, sometimes absent. The intruders spent a considerable time pinpointing the target's location, only to discover, to their astonishment, that a dog was standing in the distance under the sun, glaring at them menacingly. Chapter 22. This dog has serious issues. A dog? And a green-haired Akita at that. Su Jian instantly recognized the breed of the dog before him, but he was perplexed by the fact that an Akita could possess consciousness. Typically, Akitas are not included among the breeds known for their spiritual awareness. Thus, Su Jian quickly deduced that this dog must be a mixed breed. Moreover, its striking green fur clearly indicated that it was no ordinary canine. Staring at the dog, Su Jian gently brushed aside his bangs. As one of the 3 young masters of the morning love and ranked 17th on the International Assassin Leaderboard, he would not be flustered by a mere hybrid spirit dog. What could an ordinary mixed breed possibly do? With just a slight show of intimidation, it would likely flee in terror. Therefore, Su Jian gradually unleashed his spiritual pressure. An invisible force descended from the air, crashing down upon the dog. However, the situation unfolded in a manner far beyond Su Jian's expectations. Under normal circumstances, he was confident that this spiritual pressure could easily transform pork into jerky. Yet, it had no effect on this dog whatsoever. Instead of running away, the dog released an aura that clashed with his own. Realization dawned upon Su Jian. The dog's presence here was no coincidence. It was placed by the school as a guard for the garden. To have such a mixed breed spirit dog as a guardian? Su Jian felt that the entire Shadow Flow organization had been gravely underestimated. What kind of attitude was this from a mere high school in the face of an international assassin organization? Very well. Facing this unexpected canine, Su Jian exhaled deeply. As a top-tier red-forged assassin within the Shadow Flow, he would take action to ensure that those who underestimated his organization would pay the price. Without further ado, in the next moment, a chilling glimmer sliced through the air. Another flying knife. To the ordinary eye, this knife moved at incredible speed. But to the dog, it appeared to be moving in slow motion. Before becoming a dog, it had captured flies in the realm of the otherworld at a much faster pace. Even now, transformed into a dog, the necessary dynamic vision had been perfectly retained. Did he think a broken knife could take his life? How naive. Without unnecessary motion, the dog merely tilted its head slightly, and the knife whizzed past, embedding itself firmly in a stone pillar behind it, the handle fully inserted, demonstrating its power. Su Jian was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a rapid response from a mixed-breed spirit dog. Just as he was caught off guard, the dog transformed into an afterimage, lunging at him with astonishing speed. It was so fast that he could hardly comprehend it. In a flash, Su Jian swiftly drew his dagger and swung it at the dazzling blur charging towards him. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking echoed. To his astonishment, the dagger had been bitten clean in half. The dog, with no hesitation, began to chew the fragments into pieces right before his eyes. Su Jian couldn't help but curse. What the hell? Even the spirit dogs trained by Shadow Flow are not a fraction as sharp as this mixed breed. At that moment, Su Jian's expression darkened. He had faced numerous challenging tasks in the past, but he never expected that his greatest adversary in life would turn out to be a dog. Assessing the dog's strength, he was shocked. This school actually has a late-stage golden elixir mixed breed guard dog? Though the voice was faint, the dog still heard it. So this fool not only lacks spiritual awareness, but is also a complete idiot. I am clearly a dashing, carefree, refined dog, who finds solace in the school garden. Realizing that this dog was formidable, Su Jian shouted, "Qing Lu, come forth." Instantly, a crimson spiritual sword materialized in his hand, adorned with a massive red hook. Having been on Earth for 6 years, the dog recognized the brand of the sword as a top-tier spiritual sword customized by Nike, usable only by those who had reached the golden elixir stage. The power of a top-tier spiritual sword? It could obliterate a golden elixir body and even pierce the golden elixir itself, causing irreparable damage. Had he still possessed his original body, he would have been impervious to harm, but in this feeble canine form, even a common kitchen knife could inflict severe injury, let alone a spiritual sword. However, the premise was that the sword needed to strike him. "Qing Lu, attack. Destroy it," Su Jian commanded. And the dog saw a surge of spiritual light erupt from the sword, projecting a faint figure into the void. It was a boy, not older than 10, embodying the spirit of the Qing Lu sword. With a hum, the little sword spirit raised its blade, poised for action, ready to unleash an endless barrage of sword energy. "Tremble, foolish dog. Kneel and submit." Su Jian envisioned the mixed-breed dog meeting a tragic end. Yet, as a battle-hardened demon king, the dog had encountered countless artifacts. Ultimately, it was merely a spiritual sword, and it dared to challenge him? How youthful. Gazing at the sword spirit before him, the dog looked upward at a 45-degree angle, then barked fiercely. Su Jian presumed the dog was about to unleash a powerful attack. But all he heard was a clear, resounding bark, leaving him utterly bewildered. What was happening? Though the bark seemed unremarkable to Su Jian, it sounded entirely different to the sword spirit. The spirit's senses were heightened beyond those of ordinary cultivators. Even the slightest nuance could be detected. The bark, laced with the dog king's ferocity, revealed the true nature of the canine. It perceived a colossal shadow of a demon king looming behind the dog. The immense presence engulfed the sword spirit, causing it to break into a cold sweat. The sword spirit instinctively grasped the overwhelming pressure that came from a demon king. What was this nonsense? This was not something it could contend with. Immediately, the spirit waved goodbye to Su Jian with a smile. Farewell. Then, without a moment's hesitation, the shameless sword spirit retreated into the sword, extinguishing the spiritual light as swiftly as a sudden blackout. The scene descended into an awkward silence. Su Jian subconsciously screamed that this dog was indeed a serious problem. He felt as though the dog was gazing at him as though he were prey. His feet trembled as he quickly retreated, attempting to create distance. But the dog was not about to let him escape. With the battle having built up momentum, the dog felt its spiritual energy reaching a saturation point, and a surge of azure spiritual light erupted from its body. Danger! Su Jian sensed a hint of peril. Yet it was too late. A tremendous pressure abruptly descended in that moment, rendering him completely immobilized. Then, he beheld a colossal shadow in the void, which now enveloped him, obscuring the bright sunlight that illuminated the small garden. Su Jian gazed in astonishment at this indistinct yet immense apparition, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Memories whirled rapidly. Suddenly, Su Jian recalled 6 years ago, when that formidable demon king, possessing the power to devour souls, emerged from the portal of another realm. Without the slightest mercy, the vast phantom of the demon king deftly extended its long tongue, ensnaring Su Jian's very soul. In that moment of soul consumption, despair flooded Su Jian's heart. Who could explain to him why this demon king had transformed into a dog? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Jian met a tragic end, his soul becoming a mere snack for Erha. As the clouds dispersed and the phantom vanished, sunlight warmly cascaded once more over the small garden. Erha let out a satisfied burp, found a comfortable spot, and, like a carefree dog, lazily basked in the sun. The raucous breeze swept through the garden, brushing against Erha's short, green fur. Chapter 23. A comedy of errors. The assassination incident involving the Shadow Stream concluded with the 60 high school suffering no casualties, while the entire Shadow Stream battalion was annihilated. A total of 12 red-forged assassins were involved, of whom 3 chose to self-destruct with poison, while the remaining 9 failed to even activate their poison sacs hidden within their molars before succumbing to their fate. This event stirred a significant uproar throughout the Huaxiao nation, gradually drawing international attention, fueled by sensationalist news coverage. The public assumed that the Bureau of Educational Institutions had meticulously orchestrated the operation, deploying top-tier experts, which led to the Shadow Stream's catastrophic defeat. Early in the morning, just as dawn broke and less than 12 hours had passed since the incident, the Bureau's office was inundated with calls. Principals from various schools sent congratulatory messages to Deputy Director Zhui, commending the success of the operation to safeguard their alma mater. This endeavor not only dealt a severe blow to the Shadow Stream, but also laid the groundwork for 60 high schools' candidacy as a key foundational high school in the upcoming year. Furthermore, it set an exemplary standard for other schools in their anti-terrorism efforts and amassed valuable experience. However, Zhuo felt a profound sense of injustice. He believed that he bore no responsibility for the incident, but the reports painted an inaccurate picture that he could not uphold. Although he had indeed arranged for numerous security patrols in the name of the Bureau for the safety of his school, they had all been operating outside the premises and had never even entered the gates of 60 High School. As he stared at the autopsy report on his desk, Zhuo fell into deep contemplation. This report had been placed before him just an hour prior. To begin with, the autopsy of the notorious 3 young masters of morning love was detailed as follows. Su Ying, male, identity, captain of the Shadow Stream's first red-forged assassin team. Peak stage of the Golden Core realm. Cause of death, shattered Golden Core. Su Feng, male, identity, member of the Shadow Stream's first red-forged assassin team. Peak stage of the Golden Core realm. Cause of death, pierced by a concealed weapon, heart chamber ruptured, chalk dust detected at the fatal wound site. Su Jian, male, identity, member of the Shadow St. Hadaleo. Chapter 24. The mascot Wang Ling. During the morning class, Teacher Pan appeared punctually at the podium, and an immediate hush fell over the classroom. I have 3 important announcements to make. Teacher Pan surveyed the class, cleared his throat, and began. The first matter concerns the assassination incident involving the Shadow Stream. As is widely known, this assassination attempt ended in a disastrous defeat for the Shadow Stream. In response, Their leader promptly issued a bounty of 100 million for the recruitment of elite assassins, intending to orchestrate a terror attack on our school as an act of revenge. The students held their breath in anticipation. Teacher Pan reassured them with a smile, however. There is no need for concern. According to reliable sources, this bounty was swiftly retracted after its announcement. Why is that? A student eagerly raised a hand to inquire. Teacher Pan shrugged. The elite assassins dispatched by the Shadow Stream were completely annihilated, with 3 of the top 20 assassins in the international rankings meeting their demise. Naturally, no one dares to come now. Furthermore, the government of Huaxiao Nation has obtained the bodies of 9 Shadow Stream assassins, significantly aiding in pinpointing the coordinates of their base. The second announcement I must make is, at this moment, Teacher Pan displayed a harmless smile. Due to the unfortunate passing of the internationally renowned assassin suing on the playground, the Xiaojin Police Department has decided to temporarily close the playground for evidence collection. During this period, the playground will be closed for 1 week. Physical education classes will be replaced with talisman classes, which I will teach. I trust that none of you have any objections? Almost all the students visibly flinched. Who would dare to object? Among them, the sports committee member Chen Chao appeared particularly dismayed. Having physical education classes frequently commandeered was a blatant disregard for his role as a class leader. The position of sports committee member seemed utterly futile as a seasoned educator who had guided countless students. Teacher Pan could read their expressions and decipher their silent calculations. I know some of you may not be pleased. Nevertheless, I hope you can cherish your high school years. Because of our school's exemplary response to this incident, city officials have decided to exceptionally nominate our 60 middle school as a candidate for next year's key high schools. Furthermore, the Huagua Water Curtain Group will invest in our school, aiming to enhance our spirit gathering array and upgrade our facilities to meet key city standards this year. Upon reaching this point, Teacher Pan could no longer contain his joy. Let us give a round of applause to classmate Sun Rong. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause, accompanied by a chorus of astonishment. A key city school. Our institution actually has the chance to be upgraded to a key city status and to establish a spirit gathering array. My mother will finally stop worrying about me dozing off in class. Applause was inevitable when choosing a high school. Who wouldn't he aspire to enter a key city school? Unfortunately, the scores fell short, landing them in an ordinary high school. Now, the 60 middle school had a chance to elevate its status to a key city high school. For this graduating class, they could proudly declare themselves as graduates of a key high school. Moreover, once the school transitions to key city status, facilities, benefits, and the environment would all improve, allowing everyone to experience the privileges of a genuine key city high school. The sudden applause caused Sun Rong to blush. Appearing somewhat bashful, I appreciate everyone's hard work during this time, and I apologize for any inconvenience caused. I hope to receive your guidance in the days to come. What is it like to have a wealthy classmate? At this moment, everyone present could empathize. It was simply exhilarating. Wealth brings with it a sense of freedom. Observing the scene, Teacher Pan nodded in satisfaction. With the elevation to key city status, her salary as a pioneering educator at 60 middle school was bound to rise significantly. This week, there would be an exchange event for students from candidate key schools. Our elite class will send 5 students for a 4-day learning experience at 59th Middle School, with all accommodations arranged by them. At this point, Teacher Pan paused and continued. Coincidentally, the school administration has allocated all the exchange slots to our elite class. Wait, what? For days. I've heard there are quite a few charming girls at 59th Middle School. I wonder how Teacher Pan intends to allocate these 5 spots. The school's decision to grant all slots to the elite class was undoubtedly due to Sun Rong's influence. The Huagua Water Curtain Group had provided such substantial funding to 60 Middle School. It would be foolish not to embrace such a valuable opportunity. As the embodiment of wealth, intellect, and beauty at 60 Middle School, Sun Rong was certain to secure one of those 5 spots. Who would receive the remaining 4 spots? As everyone engaged in speculation, Teacher Pan subtly curled the corners of her lips, her smile betraying a hint of cunning. The students whose names I call will receive a notification. Prepare the items listed on the notice tonight and join the WeChat group via the QR code. We will gather at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. All held their breath, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Sun Rong, Teacher Pan announced first. This name elicited no surprise. It was entirely expected. She was the most prominent representative of 60 Middle School, the undeniable campus belle. Sending Sun Rong would undoubtedly elevate the perception of the entire student representative team. Chen Chao. After all, representing the school's image, it was reasonable to send Chen Chao, especially considering there might be physical competitions. The third name is Guahao. This name, too, sparked no surprise among the classmates. In student exchanges, disputes and disagreements were inevitable, and a skilled negotiator was essential. Political representative Guahao was the perfect choice. Next, Lin Xiaoyu. One must sharpen their tools to accomplish a task well. Knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures success in 100 battles. Lin Xiaoyu, a top student with a keen understanding of social dynamics, would excel at infiltrating student organizations for intelligence gathering. Finally, only one spot remained. Those not called clenched their fists tightly, each bearing an expression of hopeful anticipation. However, Wang Ling alone seemed to foresee the outcome. As expected, Teacher Pan called out the last name, Wang Ling. Wang Ling, what is this nonsense? Average grades and no apparent talents. Some voiced their dissatisfaction. Naturally, the majority were not pleased with this result. Yet, Teacher Pan, as the seasoned educator of 60 middle school, adeptly defused the situation with a few well-chosen words. Wang Ling achieved a remarkable score of 3S on the entrance assessment, an unprecedented accomplishment. Upon hearing this, the boys fell silent, and the girls were left speechless. In terms of entrance assessment scores, Wang Ling's achievement was indeed awe-inspiring, unmatched by anyone. Given this rationale, no one present could refute the decision. Of course, the school administration might have considered luck played a role. Teacher Pan smiled. Thus, Wang Ling will be sent as our mascot. Oh, that makes sense. This explanation immediately garnered acceptance from everyone. Wang Ling, could you perhaps have a bit more conviction in your opinions? Chapter 25. Uninvited guest afterward. Wang Ling received a list detailing the items to be brought for a 4-day interschool exchange. In addition to basic school supplies and a change of clothes for the evening, the list specified the necessity of bringing a spiritual sword for flying sword communication activities. At the bottom of the list, a bold and conspicuous line proclaimed, "School uniforms are mandatory." Wang Ling was utterly exhausted by the issue of school uniforms, as the aesthetic standards for uniforms were unified nationwide. He found it hard to believe that the uniform from number 59 high school could be particularly appealing. The only concern at present was how to maintain a low profile during the 4-day exchange. Both the antiquated leader of the group and the other 4 participants were individuals whom Wang Ling regarded with utmost caution. Staring at the notification, Wang Ling sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, this situation would not be easy to navigate and required careful consideration. Any hint of suspicious behavior could potentially heighten the scrutiny and suspicion of others. The notification included several points that required parental review and signatures. That evening, upon returning home, Wang Ling tossed the notification to his father. Wang Dad promptly retrieved a fountain pen from his pocket and signed his name with a flourish. "Aren't you going to read it?" Wang Ling inquired, astonished. Typically, Wang Dad scrutinized school notices with greater diligence than the morning news. "It's just an extracurricular activity, safety guidelines and precautions. Nothing to concern yourself with. Who could possibly challenge you?" Wang Dad replied. Wang Dad adjusted his black-framed glasses and picked up the evening newspaper. "There's been quite a buzz about the shadow assassins being wiped out at your school recently. The one who died the most gruesomely was reportedly shattered to pieces, even his golden core reduced to dust. I hope you weren't involved?" Wang Ling remained silent, prompting Wang Dad to sigh deeply. "Given the exceptional circumstances this time, I'll let it slide, but do be more cautious in the future." Wang Ling shrugged, saying resignedly, "He attacked first. I didn't retaliate." Wang Dad set down the newspaper, sighed again, and looked earnestly at Wang Ling. "While he brought this upon himself, you still need to exercise some restraint. At least leave him with a complete corpse. Just think of the chapter 26. The daily life of the Pippy shrimp. The origin of the small wooden sword is quite extraordinary. It was acquired by Wang Ba at the flower and bird market for the price of 998. Wang Ling recalls the first moment he laid eyes on the small wooden sword when he was merely 3 years old. Throughout his life, the small wooden sword has accompanied Wang Ling's growth, and he has always harbored a unique affection for it. Now, at the age of 16, the small wooden sword has been a steadfast companion for a full 13 years, although it is merely a trinket purchased from a street vendor. The most remarkable aspect is that the sword's peachwood blade seems to harbor a mysterious substance that even Wang Ling cannot fully comprehend, playing a vital role in restraining his abilities. Thus, compared to the renowned spiritual swords crafted from invaluable materials available on the market, this seemingly ordinary small wooden sword proves to be the most resilient against Wang Ling's potential damage. Furthermore, 6 years ago, when the portal to another realm descended upon Earth, This small wooden sword miraculously gave birth to a sword spirit named Jingku. In the evening, Wang Ling rummaged through his room and finally located his smart wristwatch. He has always felt indifferent towards such electronic devices, as any lapse in emotional control could lead to the watch being affected by magnetic fields and rendered useless. Additionally, the watch holds significant sentimental value as it was personally crafted and gifted to him by Wang Ming. Unlike other smart products, anything touched by Wang Ming's hands is unlikely to be easily destroyed by Wang Ling. Although Wang Ming claims to have bestowed the watch upon him, Wang Ling perceives the underlying intentions behind Wang Ming's actions. This man has long harbored ambitions of surpassing him, thus embedding a monitoring software within the watch that transmits data regarding Wang Ling's daily activities back to Wang Ming. This is not merely a figment of Wang Ling's imagination, but rather a revelation he gleaned from Wang Ming's thoughts on his 15th birthday. Wang Ling gazed intently at the watch for a considerable time before finally donning it with a composed demeanor. If it were not for the upcoming outings, he would not have easily unsealed the watch's enchantment. Wang Ling was familiar with the fundamental operation of the wristwatch, as it functioned similarly to the once popular smartphones. Albeit with an integration of virtual space technology, the software was pre-installed, and as he observed the array of applications projected in midair, his gaze settled upon the green icon of WeChat. Soon, he entered the interface. This was not Wang Ling's first encounter with WeChat. Had it not been for his inherent conflict with electronic devices, he could have been considered an experienced user. After retrieving his previously registered account through memory recall, he logged in and followed the QR codes listed in the group invitation to join the WeChat group. Promptly, a system notification chimed. Userling has joined the WeChat group The Daily Life of Pippi Shrimp. This user is not friends with any group members. Please be cautious of property safety and false information. Wang Ling glanced at the group members and noticed that nearly everyone attending the exchange meeting tomorrow had already joined, with himself being the last one to enter. Sun Rong. Lin Xiaoyu? Ling? Could this be Wang Ling's WeChat? Chen Chao. The name exudes an aura of simplicity, truly reflective of Wang Ling's style. Wang Ling? Shall we say hello? Wang Ling observed the rapidly appearing messages and instinctively responded with a series of ellipses. Master Erden sent a funny face, ellipses detected, confirming it is indeed Wang Ling. Then, Wang Ling sent another string of ellipses, and the WeChat group quickly fell into a brief silence. After 2 weeks of interactions, most of the class had accepted Wang Ling's taciturn demeanor. However, Master Erden continued to feel awkward, as this aloof iceberg happened to be his deskmate. They had spent every day in close proximity, yet since the beginning of the semester, their conversations had scarcely exceeded 10 sentences. Now, even a casual chat online could lead to an awkward pause. What a predicament, my friend. Fortunately, Old Gu quickly took on the role of a social butterfly. Classmates, please gather promptly at the school gate at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Almost simultaneously, several participants sent out okay hand signals. Sun Rong. Has everyone prepared their spiritual swords? Old Gu responded with a facepalm emoji. Sun Rong has hit the nail on the head. Our school's spiritual sword exchange meeting is a major event. Leaders from various schools will be present, and even city officials will come to observe. I hope everyone is prepared with a suitable spiritual sword. Although it has only been less than 2 weeks since the start of the semester, and they have attended only 3 classes on spiritual swords, the education surrounding spiritual swords begins in childhood. A suitable spiritual sword requires a minimum of 5 years of nurturing after signing a contract to reach its optimal state. Furthermore, cultivating a sword spirit is an even more arduous task, necessitating enduring patience and meticulous care. Of course, the first-rate spiritual swords from renowned brands, such as Xianjian, possess sword spirits that are artificially cultivated. While their power is undeniable, they are far less attuned than those naturally nurtured. Before long, Chen Xiao shared a picture. In the image, he displayed the spiritual sword he currently uses. The bright red sheath unabashedly highlighted the wielder's fervent character, and the intricately carved character on the hilt had already begun to fade. Chen Xiao. It's called Li Chao, a birthday gift from my parents when I turned 10. It has been bound to me for 6 years old. Goose and a thumbs up. Li Chao? It certainly reflects Chen Xiao's character, just from the sheen of the sheath. One can tell how well Chen Xiao maintains his spiritual sword. You're too kind, teacher. Chen Xiao replied with a sigh emoji. Unfortunately, Li Chao has yet to give birth to a sword spirit. Cultivating a sword spirit is not an overnight endeavor. Chen Xiao, with such patience, I believe the day will come soon. After offering encouragement, Old Gu began his usual informative session. Patience is essential in cultivating a sword spirit. One must never easily give up unless absolutely necessary. Once a sword spirit is born, the sword gains a soul. And a sword with a soul can level up just like a regular cultivator. Naturally, this applies only to naturally cultivated sword spirits. Artificially created ones are predetermined and cannot be upgraded. Is that so? Please tell us more, teacher. Several classmates expressed great interest in the group chat. Old Gu, with heartfelt sincerity, sent a lengthy voice message, patiently explaining, your current spiritual sword classes are teaching you the fundamentals of sword care, while advanced classes on sword flight and spirit cultivation will only be gradually introduced in university. Your current task is to foster a bond with your spiritual sword, striving to cultivate a sword spirit before graduation. At this point, Old Gu sent a second voice message. Since Chen Chao has shared his spiritual sword, why don't other classmates also share photos? Let's all engage in a discussion. Chapter 27. The Cunning Principal Chun during the Lingjian Exchange Conference. Students from various schools showcase their affinity with the spiritual swords through a variety of competitions. This not only reflects the individual qualities of the students, but also subtly highlights the ethos and discipline of the schools, whether internally or externally. The Lingjian Exchange Conference is indispensable and has become a cherished tradition of the institution. Due to the Shadow Flow assassination incident, the 60 High School has exceptionally secured a nomination for the City Ski High School this year in this student council exchange event. Situated between two major universities in the Peiyuan district, appears to be a competition among students. In reality, it is a strategic contest between the two universities before city leaders. Clearly, the Lingjian Exchange Conference has emerged as a pivotal element in this contest. Thus, the training instructor selected by the 59th High School possesses extensive guidance experience in both Lingjian knowledge and practical application. When the old relic appeared on the list as the leading instructor for this exchange, the leaders of the 59th High School were left bewildered. What could the 60 High School be thinking by sending a history teacher? The principal of the 59th High School felt that the 60 High School had likely surrendered. Only Wang Ling and Sun Rong were acutely aware of the old relic's formidable strength, as they knew the man could eliminate a top-tier assassin from the shadow flow with merely the tip of a chalk. It can be said that the old relic harbors profound secrets, a man with a story, possessing experiences richer than any teacher from either school. Although Wang Ling remains unaware of the old relic's purpose for teaching at the 60 High School, he understands that the decision to send him as the team leader effectively solidifies the outcome of the Lingjian Exchange Conference. Thus, upon reviewing the situation, Wang Ling believed that Principal Chun of the 60 High School was the true master of cunning. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Wang Ling's WeChat group remained abuzz, with everyone showcasing their spiritual swords after Chen Chao, who had displayed his sword, Ghost Fang. According to Master Erdan, this sword was crafted by his grandfather, utilizing the fangs of a third-tier spirit beast, the Night Demon Tiger, as the primary material. After forging, the blade gleamed white as jade, with faint black threads resembling blood vessels intricately woven along the edge, giving it the name Ghost Fang. Master Erdan shared a short video demonstrating his fondness for his spiritual sword, which likely holds a position just below the parrot perched on his shoulder. After Gua Hao posted the video, he sent a message. This sword was entrusted to me by my father when I was 8, and we formed a contract. It has accompanied me for 8 years, yet no sword spirit has emerged. Chen Chao reacted with 3 exclamations of disbelief. What? 8 years with nothing? 8 years? What does that even mean? Lin Xiaoyu expressed her heartbreak and unveiled her prized sword. To everyone's astonishment, she wielded twin swords. Chen Chao inquired, twin swords? Lin Xiaoyu replied, they are the mother and son swords. I named them Wan Ming and Wang Ji. They have been with me for 9 years. A full 9 years. And still no sword spirit. And in 9 years. Chen Chao felt a flicker of despair. Seeing this, the old relic commenced his educational mode. The twin swords give rise to a dual spirit sword. The gestation period is indeed longer than that of ordinary spiritual swords. However, 9 years is rather prolonged. Lin Xiaoyu, do you not dedicate sufficient effort? Not dedicate effort? Impossible! Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, posting a frantic emoji. Teacher Wang, this is unjust. I interact with Wang Ming and Wang Ji daily, and after years of meticulous observation, I have even discerned their offensive and defensive attributes. How could I not be attentive? Master Erdan could no longer hold back and interjected. Sister, are you certain both swords are male? A mother and son sword. Isn't it typically a male and female pair? A Yuri pairing seems implausible. The old relic responded with a series of face-bombs. Misunderstanding the nature of spiritual swords can indeed lead to delays in sword spirit emergence. After reading the old relic's reply, Lin Xiaoyu typed a string of ellipses and then inquired, "What about Sun Rong's sword?" Chen Chao added, "I am eager to see Sun Rong's sword. It must be exceptional." The personal spiritual sword of the young lady from the Huagua Water Curtain Group undoubtedly involved considerable thought and expense. In contrast to the ostentatious wealthy second-generation students, Sun Rong led a more understated lifestyle, lacking the habit of flaunting her possessions. She believed such behavior to be rather lowly and detrimental to her image as a national beauty. Thus, she rarely shared photos unless prompted by others. Moments later, all the group members witnessed the photo shared by Sun Rong. "My sword is named Aohai. It was a brilliant blue spiritual sword, its blade translucent and flawless, emanating waves of blue light. Even through the photo, everyone could sense the vastness of the ocean." Master Erdan couldn't help but exclaim, "Aohai? What a majestic name. How long has it accompanied you, Sun Rong?" After a moment of contemplation, Sun Rong replied, "This sword has been with me since my birth. We forged a contract for a full 16 years. The reactions were palpable. Chen Chao, Lin Xiaoyu, and Master Erdan were taken aback. 16 years. Indeed, one could feel the envy. Even the old relic offered rare praise. The blue aura on the sword signifies the spirit's essence. It appears that Sun Rong has successfully nurtured a sword spirit. While family background plays a part, Sun Rong's sword gleams brilliantly, its quality evident. And the blade is transparent and radiant, suggesting meticulous care and effort to cultivate harmony with the sword. Truly commendable." Sun Rong replied with a humble fist emoji. "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Wang." As the sharing segment of the spiritual swords progressed, it finally dawned on someone that Wang Ling had yet to reveal his sword. Chen Chao sent a sequence of question marks. "Wang Ling? What about your sword? Are you going to show it off?" Wang Ling considered feigning ignorance to evade the spotlight. But witnessing everyone share their swords made him feel somewhat out of place if he continued to conceal his. Such peculiar behavior might draw even more attention, which was not his intent. After weighing the situation, Wang Ling ultimately decided to share a photo of his own. Then, a wooden sword, barely under a meter in length, boldly appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 28. Wang Ling's wooden sword. At this moment, Wang Ling's passive skill for creating an awkward silence activated once more, plunging the WeChat group into an enigmatic stillness. Even the old antique, upon seeing the photograph, was rendered speechless, a testament to the formidable impact of the image. As Wang Ling's deskmate, Master Erdan Guohao had long believed that Wang Ling's ability to create such silence rivaled that of weapons of mass destruction. It was truly terrifying. Clearly, everyone was astonished by this wooden sword, leading them to question their own lives. The old antique, being seasoned by life's tempests, eventually refocused his gaze after a prolonged 5 minutes, landing on the soft keyboard floating in the void. He typed out a few words, laden with disbelief. "Wang Ling, are you serious?" "Indeed," came Wang Ling's succinct reply, his words precious as gold. This left even the old antique utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the thoughts of several companions diverged. Chen Chao mused, "I never imagined Wang Ling's family circumstances were so dire. No wonder he is so low-key. It explains why Sun Rong cares for him so much. I must have overthought it. Wang Ling truly lacks affection." Master Erdan reflected. Who would have thought that beneath Wang Ling's aloof exterior lay such a resilient heart? It must have been quite a journey to arrive at this point. I must show him more concern in the future. Lin Xiaoyu remarked. It is time to find Wang Ling a boyfriend who can shower him with love. Sun Rong, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated whether to initiate a fundraising campaign under the auspices of the Huagua Water Curtain Group to procure a lovingly crafted pink sword for Wang Ling, who lived in the suburbs. Wang Ling interjected, "Enough already." The peachwood spiritual sword, perhaps once a trend a decade ago, had now become a relic of the past. With an influx of superior sword-making materials flooding the market, the peachwood sword had plummeted to a mere pittance. Only a handful of manufacturers still produce them annually, mainly supplying educational institutions for introductory classes on spiritual swords for kindergartens and elementary schools. Thus, upon witnessing Wang Ling's showcase of his wooden sword, the old antique couldn't help but feel that Wang Ling's childhood must have been quite unhappy. Normal parents would treat their child as first spiritual sword with utmost seriousness, a sentiment evident in the attitudes of Chen Chao, Sun Rong, and others. In contrast, The peachwood sword seemed to carry little value. One cannot impoverish a child, nor can one neglect education. What era is this, after all? Even malevolent spirits have evolved, yet one still resorts to a peachwood sword? It wouldn't ward off evil, even if hung above the bed. Gazing at the projection of the photograph, the old antique sighed inwardly. Concluding that it was time to report this matter to Teacher Pan and conduct a thorough home visit for Wang Ling Tuesday morning, the third week of school. At 8 o'clock, everyone gathered as scheduled at the school gate to board the bus for a 4-day student council exchange event at the 59th Middle School. The group traveled light, having already stowed their belongings in the pockets of their uniforms. Wang Ling boarded the bus and settled into a seat at the back. Erden and Chun Chao, watching Wang Ling take the last row, exchanged glances before positioning themselves on either side of him like sentinels. Wang Ling remained silent. After Wang Ling shared the image of his wooden sword the previous day, Chun Chao and the others unanimously agreed that showing care for Wang Ling must begin with small gestures, which left him genuinely apprehensive. His understated high school life had not unfolded as he had envisioned, greatly surpassing his expectations. It was worth noting that those currently seated beside him on the bus had once made his list of individuals to be wary of. He wondered if perhaps he had drawn the short straw this year. Glancing at Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu, who were seated together hand in hand, Wang Ling could discern, even without reading minds, that Lin Xiaoyu, a seasoned fan of the genre, was likely busy crafting romantic pairings for the three men. In the vast bus accommodating 50 passengers, 5 had huddled together in the back, leaving the old antique alone in the front with the driver. Fortunately, the old antique was unconcerned. As long as he ensured the student's safety, a little solitude was of no consequence. He had a stockpile of snacks in his pocket to enjoy at his leisure. For the first time, enveloped in such close proximity to a crowd, Wang Ling maintained his customary silence, quietly absorbing the discussions around him. Due to an inherent incompatibility with electronic devices, the real-time information he could glean was primarily through reading minds, ensuring he remained connected with the present. Master Erden and Chun Chao were engrossed in their conversation. Adjusting his glasses, Master Erden began, "Have you heard? Recently, an ancient tomb was discovered at a construction site. Experts believe it may belong to one of the formidable figures from ancient times, possibly a false tomb set by one of them." Upon hearing this, Wang Ling immediately recognized they were referring to the notorious cultivators Han Li and Wang Lin. Before the establishment of the Huaxiao nation, these two were legendary figures, with their exploits recorded even before the Great Duqi era, cementing their status as foundational figures in the realm of cultivation. Yet now, their illustrious deeds lay buried in obscurity, only to resurface as popular trivia in the old antiques history lectures. Han Li's cultivation theories and Wang Lin's grading algorithms had become the love-hate focal points of advanced mathematics for many students. Rumors had long circulated that both Han and Wang had not truly perished, as the ancient tombs unearthed across the nation were predominantly false. These false tombs were believed to be the smokescreens left by these living relics. However, such claims lacked substantiation. For historical records confirmed that both masters had indeed fallen while attempting to achieve immortality. This incident seemed to have garnered significant attention. Chun Chao nodded, acknowledging its importance, as he had already heard of it. "Indeed, it is significant. There are many questions surrounding this matter," Master Erden remarked mysteriously. "Experts have identified the tomb as belonging to Wang, but curiously, fragments of the heavenly vessel used by Han were found within it." "You know the heavenly vessel, right?" According to historical records, it was Han's prized possession, capable of rapidly maturing spiritual herbs. So why would it be found in Wang's false tomb? Sun Rong, intrigued by their discussion, couldn't help but ask, "So, what's the deal with this?" "It's quite peculiar," Master Erden replied, shrugging. "Currently, Han's fans claim that this false tomb actually belongs to him, while Wang's supporters dispute this, suggesting the shard may have been a fabrication by Wang to obfuscate the truth. But it's just a false tomb. What is there to argue about?" Lin Xiaoyu expressed her confusion. "I completely don't understand." Master Erden explained, "This is akin to the long-standing conflict between the salty and sweet factions of tofu pudding, a dispute that has persisted for over 1,000 years without resolution. Just as we see with Han's and Wang's supporters today, they know full well there is no end in sight. Yet they still engage in debates to gain attention for their idols, even if it's merely to boost their visibility." The group fell silent. Chapter 29. The Joy of Spring in the Treacherous Society. Even Wang Ling acknowledged the existence of two formidable factions that one must never provoke, the Han family army and the Wang family army. These fan clubs, devoted to ancient cultivators, are far more terrifying than the fans of first-tier celebrities in the realm of Huaxiao. Each fan club boasts tens of millions of followers, all of whom are cultivators without exception. The presidents of these two clubs are rumored to be exceptional experts in the cultivation world. Over the years, the Huaxiao government has been subtly repressing the influence of these two factions, instructing educational authorities across the nation to strictly prohibit students and teachers from joining such clubs. For the Huaxiao Federation, these are two uncontrollable variables that could potentially threaten the safety of cultivators at any moment. However, none of this concerned Wang Ling. As the saying goes, you may act as you wish, but I shall remain indifferent, as long as his quiet life remained undisturbed. Wang Ling could easily turn a blind eye. After all, with just a flick of his finger, he could make millions disappear without a trace. The bus traveled for a full hour, yet Master Erden showed no signs of stopping, discussing everything from astronomy to geography. They meandered from the latest news to significant national affairs, lamenting the hardships faced by the lower strata of society while imparting lessons on patriotism to the group. Although domestic instant noodles may lack exotic flavors, they ultimately prevail in their classic appeal. The bus sped along, navigating the congested roads of the morning rush hour. Finally, after 2 hours, the elderly gentleman in front, munching on spicy strips, announced, "Classmates, we have arrived. Please prepare to disembark." "Teacher, what time is it?" "It's 10:04. We will first register at number 59 middle school. We have our first meeting at 2 in the afternoon to finalize our itinerary for the next few days," replied the old gentleman. The group exited the bus, which sped away with the driver pressing the accelerator. Today, Center Supermarket is offering half-price chips. One wonders if the driver will make it back in time for the last half-price deal. They found themselves at the entrance of number 59 middle school across the street. Finally, they had arrived. The group cast envious glances at the newly renovated campus of number 59 middle school. Although it still remained a supplementary school, the environment and facilities met the standards of a key institution. The eye was drawn to the lush greenery of the central square, reminiscent of dense ancient forests. Leading the gaze down the shaded path towards the 8-story teaching building obscured by layers of tree shadows. In stark contrast, the dilapidated palm trees and old buildings at No. 60 middle school evoked a sense of melancholy among the group. "Wow, is this really number 59 middle school?" Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed. "I remember it being far worse than No. 60 when I passed by here 2 years ago. Have they struck gold?" "It must have been 2 years ago when they hit the jackpot," Chen Xiao interjected, furrowing his brow. That year, 6 students from number 59 successfully graduated, setting a record not seen in 200 years. They secured angel investment from a private hospital and were nominated as a key candidate by the city's educational authority the same year. The old gentleman nodded slightly. Chen Xiao had articulated what he intended to say. Chen Xiao's knowledge as a student was indeed extensive, but it was not surprising, given his participation in numerous inter-school sports competitions since childhood. Angel investment from a hospital? Why a hospital? And specifically a urology hospital? Have you heard of Jiuyang Men's Hospital? It was founded by the creator of Jiuyang Zhengjing. For this kind of gossip, it was ultimately Master Erden who took the lead, as the saying goes. The joy of spring brings swift hooves, and the top scorers are in high demand. The group was taken aback. A hospital that targets high school graduates for advertising. What a unique strategy. Rumor has it that with a diploma from number 59, one can enjoy complimentary services at this hospital. I wonder if I could borrow a diploma to take a couple of people along. Guahao mused. Wang Ling felt overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu both flushed crimson at the mention of such embarrassing topics, feeling somewhat shy. "If you can borrow a diploma, please take me along." The old gentleman sighed. "It's been nearly 600 years, yet I have never found the opportunity to liberate my true nature." Beside him, Wang Ling hesitated once more. He knew the old gentleman's speed. Realistically, Wang Ling believed that the old gentleman needed no hospital visit, as he could easily manage on his own. Although they envied the new environment of number 59, no one truly felt jealousy. Once the Huawo Water Curtain Group provided funding, the new environment at number 60 would undoubtedly surpass this one. The old gentleman led the group to the school gate, where they were promptly stopped by a security guard. The bright blue uniforms momentarily took the guard aback. "Who are you looking for?" After presenting their credentials, the guard deeply bowed to the old gentleman. "Ah, you are from number 60 middle school. The school leadership has already informed us. Please proceed to classroom 1001 on the first floor for accommodation registration." "Thank you very much," the old gentleman replied with a smile, his signature squint revealing itself. The group passed through the school gate without hindrance. To be frank, the relationship between No. 59 and number 60 has never been particularly cordial. The guard's respectful demeanor surprised the old gentleman somewhat. Of course, the perceptive old gentleman also noticed another issue regarding their arrival time. He was certain that number 59 had not publicly announced their visit to the students, otherwise. Given Sun Rong's influence, the shaded path would likely be crowded. Typically, the security office is equipped with devices that obscure spiritual perception, but such devices were utterly ineffective against Wang Ling. Not long after they left the school gate, Wang Ling's spiritual sense penetrated through. The previously smiling guard had completely lost his smile, his expression now serious as he dialed a number. Yes, Director Xie, number 60 has arrived. 3 boys, 2 girls, and a parrot? The leading teacher appears to be a rather plump man, seemingly innocuous. Yes, I received the information earlier. Just a history teacher. He probably lacks substantial strength, a relatively indifferent voice replied from the other end. After the call, Director Xie switched to the student council office, his voice darkening as he instructed, Xiaotang, they have arrived. Please ensure they are treated according to plan. Chapter 30. The Clash of Two Women. A certain demise in the annals of history, the rivalry between Director Shi of the 60 School and Director Xie of the 59th School is well known. Both alumni of a prestigious institution, the Normal University of Cultivation, which ranks just below the top-tier universities, they had once worked together at the 60 School after graduation. Eventually, Director Shi ascended to the role of educational supervisor, while Director Xie, facing exclusion, was compelled to transfer to the 59th School. Over the years, the 59th School flourished under Xie's leadership, and the grudge born from past grievances was bound to resurface. Thus, the enmity and rivalry between the two schools largely stemmed from the strife between these two directors. Friendships among women can be established with the swiftness of a Chanel sword. However, when conflict arises, the clash of swords inevitably leads to ruin. The relationship between the student councils of the two schools is equally discordant, inheriting the competitive spirit of their leaders. Nevertheless, Wang Ling has always believed that among the 3 ordinary universities in the Puan district, the 60 School has maintained a commendable ethos and discipline. As Wang Ling approached the entrance of the teaching building, he spotted a youth of similar age, clad in a rather unflattering deep brown uniform, sauntering out of the building, accompanied by 4 others. The leader among them was Tang Jingze, the president of the 59th School's Student Council, a seasoned figure well-versed in the social circles of various campuses, particularly knowledgeable about the dynamics of the 3 schools in the Puan district. Beside him stood Feng Huaqing, the vice president, a rather diminutive and fair-faced individual. The 3 others trailing behind were the Liang brothers, Liang Wei, Liang Zheng, and Liang Fei. Prior to the exchange meeting, the veteran had already briefed the group thoroughly. Although it was their first encounter, each member of the 60 School was well prepared. Tang Jingze greeted the veteran with a slight bow. I presume this is Teacher Wang? On behalf of the 59th School, I extend a warm welcome to you and your fellow students. I shall ensure your comfort during your stay over the next 4 days. Should there be any shortcomings in my hospitality, I kindly ask for your understanding. This seemingly cordial greeting, however, stirred an instinctive wariness within the hearts of the 60 School students. Everyone was acutely aware of the underlying tensions between the two institutions. Such overt displays of friendliness were often a harbinger of ulterior motives. Furthermore, it was noted that prior to this student council exchange event, the 58th School had similarly sought engagement with the 59th, yet their students had suffered a complete defeat in various exchanges, according to the veteran's intelligence. With an assertive gaze, Tang Jingze scrutinized each individual before him. He had done his homework and was intimately familiar with the details of the 60 School students. Sun Rong, the heiress of the Huawo Water Curtain Group, was perhaps the only student of note from the 60 School present. Following her were the team leader, the rotund Wang Zukong, the academic achiever Lin Xiaoyu, the sports representative Chen Chao, and the political representative Gua Hao. However, the final individual, standing at the back with dark bangs, left him perplexed. Who was this person? This unsettling feeling of uncertainty gnawed at Tang Jingze. Had he underestimated his preparations? No, he was confident he had come well equipped. Yet, the identity of this boy eluded him entirely. In truth, this was the result of Wang Ling's unique shielding technique, akin to a passive skill in a game. Ever since he mastered this technique at the age of 5, it had remained in effect, causing any information about him to vanish from memory before an in-person encounter. As a veteran of 2 years, Tang Jingze, accustomed to the campus social scene since elementary school, dismissed this lapse as a minor oversight. Soon, with a beaming smile, he clapped his hands, summoning tea service. Since you have graced the 59th school with your presence, you are our esteemed guests. In the spirit of local customs, I offer you this bowl of tea. Might one of the 60 school students be willing to represent and partake in this symbol of friendship? Upon seeing the tea's color, the veteran's eyelids twitched involuntarily. The brownish-green liquid emitted a foul odor reminiscent of unwashed undergarments mixed with sun-dried salted fish and a hint of canned herring juice. As a seasoned gourmand and notorious snack smuggler, the veteran's dismay was palpable, signaling to the others that the tea was likely toxic, a trap indeed. Tang Jingze, observing their reactions, smiled slyly. This tea is concocted from a 200-fold concentration of fruit and vegetable juice, renowned for its ability to strengthen bones and muscles. We reserve it for special occasions. Admittedly, the aroma is peculiar, but as a tradition of our school, shouldn't the 60 School S students demonstrate courage for their institution? Realization dawned upon the 60 school students. This concoction was notorious on campus. The fruit and vegetable juice powder was developed by the Huagua Water Curtain Group. Yet the commercial version was carefully calibrated to avoid being unpalatable. While Sun Rong acknowledged the taste was far from pleasant, it was not unbearable. Crucially, it did have the purported effects, if one could manage to drink every last drop without retching. Sun Rong was taken aback by this unexpected challenge, feeling as if her status was being undermined. A concentration of 10-fold was already difficult to swallow. 20-fold was nearly hellish. 200-fold was utterly lethal. Behind them, Fang Huaqing and Liang Wei could hardly contain their amusement, recalling how students from the 58th school had rushed to drink it, only to embarrass themselves in front of the teaching building. As the atmosphere grew tense, Tang Jingze noticed the previously silent boy step forward, closing the distance. He lifted the bowl of tea and, without hesitation, drank it all in one go. Chapter 31. The three-star formation banner in the astonished gaze of the crowd. Wang Ling boldly finished the bowl of tea, leaving not a single drop behind. He did not spit it out. Instead, he let out a long, satisfying belch that nearly made Tang Jingze and the others retch. Do not misunderstand. Wang Ling had no intention of playing the hero. He simply found it an utter waste of time to linger in such a place. To squander precious moments in this manner was undeniably shameful. By contrast, he would much rather dedicate that time to diligent study. Moreover, the primary reason was that after sitting in the bus for so long, he felt mentally exhausted. The journey from number 60 middle school to number 59 middle school could be covered in mere seconds by running. Thus, Wang Ling was unaccustomed to using public transport. Are you all right, Wang? Since Wang Ling had unveiled his wooden sword the previous night, the old relic had already experienced one shock. Little did he expect that the second shock of his life would come so swiftly. Chen Xiao and Master Erden's eyes nearly popped out. And even Erden lost a couple of pristine feathers in fright. A juice with 200 times the concentration of fruits and vegetables, surely. This was not meant for human consumption. Well, I've gotten used to it. Wang Ling calmly wiped his mouth and stated succinctly, showing utter indifference. He recalled that the body-refining liquid he had concocted in accordance with ancient methods was far more repulsive than this vegetable and fruit juice. Reflecting on how previous generations had to endure such loathsome concoctions for even the slightest advancement in cultivation, he found that this cup of juice, with its 200-fold concentration, was truly nothing in comparison. In fact, Wang Ling even thought it had a hint of sweetness to it. Used to it. Wang Ling's brief reply stirred an uncontrollable storm of emotions among the onlookers. The market price of vegetable and fruit juice was exceedingly low. It was essentially a nutritional supplement developed by the Flower and Fruit Water Curtain Group for the impoverished. For those less fortunate who harbored fervent hopes for their children, this juice was akin to a lifeline in a quagmire of despair. If even one family member succeeded in foundational cultivation, they could receive special provisions from the government of Huaxiao Nation, which would signify a transformative change for such impoverished households. Sun Rong had visited Wang Ling's home. She knew it was situated in the urban-rural fringe, right on the boundary of Xingyu City. However, she had always believed that Wang Ling's family was not truly poor, until she witnessed him summon the wooden sword and perform the remarkable feat of drinking the vegetable and fruit juice today. As a conscientious daughter of privilege, Sun Rong felt compelled to inquire into Wang Ling's life. What kind of boy could endure the taste of vegetable and fruit juice from childhood? Striving through his own efforts to achieve foundational cultivation and manage to enroll in a prestigious high school in the city center from a remote suburb, the group from No. 60 Middle School was completely stunned as they began to associate this cup of juice with Wang Ling's arduous life journey. Tears welled up in Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu's eyes. Even the rough men, Chen Chao and Gua Hao, were deeply moved. Wang Ling mused that if this trend continued, he would surely become the next top 10 influential figures in campus. This juice, purported to symbolize friendship, was undoubtedly a theatrical addition by Tang Jingze and his crew. Following this incident, Sun Rong and the others finally discerned the true nature of this student exchange meeting. What was ostensibly a cultural exchange between the two schools was more accurately a showcase of number 59 Middle School's ostentation. It served to satisfy their vanity while allowing them to revel in the misfortunes of the other school. Fortunately, Wang Ling was present. Otherwise, they would not have even passed the first hurdle. Sun Rong sighed inwardly. This was a contest of endurance, and they must persevere. They represented the entire image of No. 60 Middle School. They had to stand their ground. With a glare at the astonished Tang Jingze and his companions, Lin Xiaoyu indignantly stated, "This testament of friendship has our Wang Ling participating as well. May we enter now?" In truth, everyone from number 60 Middle School was acutely aware that, given the relationship between number 59 and number 60 Middle Schools, any notion of friendship was utterly nonsensical. This friendship boat had never even set sail. So, this person is named Wang Ling. Tang Jingze gazed at the composed Wang Ling, silent for a moment. He repeatedly muttered this name in his mind, realizing that this unexpectedly formidable individual would require vigilant scrutiny in the forthcoming rounds of plans. In mere seconds, Tang Jingze had contemplated numerous matters, including the subsequent rounds of special arrangements. After all, the vegetable and fruit juice was merely one aspect of the event. Dear esteemed guests from number 60 Middle School, after your long journey, you must be weary. Please follow me. I will promptly arrange your accommodation. Tang Jingze once again plastered a smile on his face. Ushering the group from number 60 inside, Wang Ling trailed at the rear of the line. Just as he stepped onto the staircase, he heard Tang Jingze begin to boast about the newly arranged spirit-gathering formation at number 59 Middle School, as you all may know. Under the vigorous efforts of our new school board, the teaching building at number 59 was successfully renovated last year. New school board? Master Erden smiled slightly. Is that the urologist who performs circumcisions? Haha. Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu could not contain their laughter. Their infectious mirth plunged Tang Jingze and his companions into a profound silence. Damn it. Something feels off about this situation. Shouldn't this group be seething with jealousy and resentment? Why did it seem like they had been shot with 2 arrows by the group from number 60? Gua. Please mind your words. The old relic feigned calmness as he cleared his throat, secretly reveling in the scene. Everyone has their youthful days, and watching young people squabble was the most entertaining. In fact, he preferred to watch 2 girls tugging each other's hair while rolling on the ground. That was truly exhilarating. Yes. Teacher, I apologize. Master Erden, true to his reputation, was known for his audacity even among number 60 students. He readily acknowledged his mistake without a hint of remorse. Oh, recognizing one's mistakes and correcting them is a virtue. In the future, please refrain from interrupting when others are speaking. The old relic nodded, then turned his gaze to Tang Jingze. Oh, right, what were you saying earlier? Please continue. Tang Jingze grimaced at the old relic's words. It was painful to realize that even his supervising teacher had dismissed his earlier remarks. He had to maintain his facade, even if it meant swallowing his pride. With a twitch of his lips, Tang Jingze suppressed his frustration and continued, as you all may know, under the vigorous efforts of our new school board. The teaching building at number 59 was successfully renovated last year. The 8-story teaching building now boasts 8 spirit-gathering formations, layered one after another. I wonder if you all feel the abundant spiritual energy enveloping you upon entering the building, making the air feel noticeably fresher? Is that so? Chen Chao concentrated to gather spiritual energy, running a complete cycle, then frowned. Strange, I don't feel anything at all. Tang Jingze initially thought it was mere jealousy and intended to retort, but then he saw Sun Rong shaking her head. I really don't feel anything. It seems no different from the spiritual energy outside. Fang Huaqing gently nudged Tang Jingze with her elbow. President, do you think there's a problem with the spirit-gathering formation? A problem? How could that be? The spirit-gathering formation is maintained daily. It can't easily malfunction. Perhaps it hasn't been activated? Go check it out. Tang Jingze nearly lost his composure as he shouted at Liang Wei and the others behind him. At this critical juncture, how could there be any mishap? The pretense had barely begun. Moments later, Liang Wei rushed back, panting. I report to the president. What on earth has happened? The teacher from the facilities department mentioned that, for reasons unknown, the core flag of the spirit gathering array had exploded. All 8 flags were utterly ruined. Upon hearing the news, Tang Jingze felt as though 1,000 alpacas had galloped through his mind. How could he have been thwarted by his own ostentatious plans not once, but twice? In that instant, Tang Jingze felt an extraordinary pain in his knees. Guohao laughed so hard he nearly lost his teeth. Ha ha ha. The core flag actually exploded? That's a first for me. It seems the quality of your flags leaves much to be desired. They couldn't possibly be from a third-rate manufacturer. Could they? The most excruciating experience in life is not merely enduring knee pain, but rather, when that pain becomes unbearable, and one is dealt a final blow by the master Erden. Crack. The audience seemed to faintly hear the sound of Tang Jingze's knee shattering. Wang Ling stood innocently at the back of the crowd, casting a forlorn glance at the grand 8-story teaching building of the 59th Middle School, and let out a deep sigh. It appeared that the power of the seals on his arm had significantly diminished. Previously, his spiritual energy would influence the magnetic field of the spirit gathering array, but it had never been enough to cause the core flag to explode. Now, as the strength of the seals waned, he felt increasingly out of control. Of course, Wang Ling was also making a concerted effort to restrain himself. However, releasing spiritual energy was akin to an uncontrollable surge of dominance, especially under the circumstances of weakened seals. He felt utterly helpless. Pity the school director who arranged for 8 consecutive spirit gathering arrays. That must have cost a fortune. Now, with everything obliterated, how many tons of skin would need to be sacrificed to recover the losses? Even Wang Ling found it impossible to calculate. Chapter 32. The mysterious power from the east. The dormitory of School 59 was also newly constructed, situated behind the teaching building. This 4-story square structure housed 4-person rooms, with each floor containing a shared restroom and 10 dormitories, accommodating a maximum of 160 students. Tang Jingze led the group from 60 school forward. The spirit gathering formation in the teaching building was malfunctioning, but that was of no concern. The new dormitory spirit gathering formation was recently established and mirrored that of the teaching building, featuring a circular formation across 4 levels, each stronger than the last. Regardless, it was imperative to demonstrate the power of the combined circular spirit gathering formation to this group of 60 school country bumpkins. As Tang Jingze pondered this, he stepped through the automatic door of the dormitory, swiftly channeling his spiritual energy and completing a full circuit. Soon, he exhaled a sigh of relief. He could distinctly sense the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. The formation was functioning normally. Excellent. This should prevent any further mishaps. Tang Jingze waved enthusiastically at the group from 60 school, unabashedly flaunting his triumph. At that moment, Wang Ling, who was trailing behind, entered the door. Simultaneously, a dull thud echoed from within the building. Then, the spirit gathering formation of School 59 exploded. At that instant, Tang Jingze felt an urge to curse, uncertain if it was appropriate to voice it. Tang Jingze returned to the student council office with the support of Liang Jia's 3rd young master, the president. Everyone had never seen Tang Jingze in such a disheveled state. A similar series of events had transpired with the group from School 58 a few weeks prior. On the very first day of their dormitory registration, 6 students and teachers from School 58 had been rendered incapable of self-care due to Tang Jingze's minor tricks. Yet now, the roles had completely reversed. Tang Jingze pounded the table in frustration. He was chiefly incensed because the school's spirit gathering formation was newly constructed. The predecessors who set up the formation had claimed it could last around 10 years. How could it possibly fail in less than a year? Feng Huaqing, Liang Wei, and others found this situation rather eerie. This group from 60 school seems to have some supernatural influence. President, perhaps we should just let it go? Liang Wei suggested quietly. Let it go? Tang Jingze scoffed. How could I possibly let this slide? Today, I have been humiliated 3 times. Once before the teaching building, once inside the teaching building, and once in the dormitory. Tang Jingze felt he had never been so humiliated in his life. From elementary to high school, he had always been the class leader, the president of the student council, a prominent figure in both campus and social circles. Just a bunch of country bumpkins. He had always found ways to deal with them. He reassured himself. Though the dormitory was newly built, the accommodation plan for School 59 would not truly commence until the following year. Currently, this vast 4-story dormitory housed only Wang Ling and 5 others. Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu were assigned to the room at the end of the corridor, while Wang Ling resided next door with the other 3. This was Wang Ling's first experience sharing a roof and space with others for 3 consecutive nights. Just the thought of it filled him with dread. Previously, he had always strived to avoid such situations to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Today's events were indeed peculiar. Was it merely coincidence? The dormitory beds were of the lofted design, and Chun Chao casually leaped onto his bed, swinging his dark legs over the edge, and asked, "What does Teacher Wang think?" Dan, the master, curiously glanced at the old antique beside him. "This matter is difficult to explain," the old antique replied, shaking his head. "Although we now live in an era of scientific cultivation, some phenomena remain beyond scientific understanding. Take today's incident. Who could have anticipated that the newly renovated campus of School 59 would have 12 spirit-gathering formations explode in unison? Moreover, the old antique did not perceive the spirit-gathering formation as a shoddy construction, as the government had recently intensified its crackdown on fraudulent practices. For instance, a renowned international brand had been heavily fined for failing to implement a cushioning system in their limited edition flying swords as advertised. Many enterprises specialized in installing spirit-gathering formations for schools. Compared to the cost of limited edition flying swords, the overall expense of spirit-gathering formations was relatively minor. Yet, should a fine be imposed, the old antique believed no company could withstand such a hefty penalty. Who would dare to provoke the government at such a critical time? "What does Wang Ling think?" the old antique inquired, turning to Wang Ling. Wang Ling had not expected the old antique to pass the question to him. He felt somewhat sheepish. In such circumstances, if he remained silent, it would appear awkward. Thus, after a moment of careful consideration, he uttered perhaps the longest sentence of his life. "Perhaps this is the mysterious power from the East." Then, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. In the third week of the semester, at 1:30 in the afternoon, Sun Rong gently knocked on the door of the adjacent dormitory, having come to notify them of a student council exchange event scheduled for 2 o'clock. As the supervising teacher, the old antique was primarily responsible for their safety in the important spirit sword exchange meeting, while all other matters were entrusted to Sun Rong, the class monitor. It must be said that Sun Rong's execution was remarkably strong. The arrangements were guaranteed to proceed without a hitch, which reassured everyone. "Is everyone resting?" Sun Rong asked softly. Outside the office, the old antique, contrary to his usual lethargy, was not napping but rather planning extensively for the upcoming spirit sword exchange meeting. The old antique gestured towards the three boys with closed eyes, signaling for silence. "If anything comes up, let me know. The student council exchange event is in classroom 2002. Starting at 2 o'clock, Sun Rong whispered. "All right, Sun Rong. I will wake them shortly," the old antique nodded. "Yes." Sun Rong blinked curiously at the boys' dormitory. The first bed upon entering was Wang Ling's. At that moment, Wang Ling lay reclined on his bed, resting his head on one arm, peacefully asleep. His long eyelashes, steady breathing, and slightly upturned lips suggested he was lost in a delightful dream. This was Sun Rong's first time witnessing Wang Ling in slumber, a stark contrast to his typically serious demeanor in class. Wang Ling is truly adorable, Sun Rong thought sweetly to herself. Chapter 33. The domain of Sun Rong. Not long after Sun Rong's departure, Wang Ling soon regained consciousness. He vowed that he had merely intended to rest his eyes, yet unexpectedly dozed off, truly an oversight. However, this incident prompted Wang Ling into profound contemplation. How long had it been since he last experienced genuine sleep? Upon rough calculation, it seemed that since the tender age of 5 or 6, he had perpetually existed in this state of alertness. At his current level of cultivation, sleep was entirely unnecessary. A brief meditation would suffice to rejuvenate him completely. To Wang Ling, the most familiar environment was undoubtedly the Wang family's quaint villa. After all, it was the place where he had resided for 16 years. Yet, even in such a familiar setting, he dared not succumb to slumber. Wang Ling prided himself on being exceptionally vigilant. But in this entirely unfamiliar environment, what could have lulled him into sleep? As his thoughts wandered, he recalled a scientific report he once encountered, which suggested that if one could swiftly fall asleep in an unfamiliar setting, it indicated the presence of warmth and security within that environment. Now, Wang Ling was almost certain that the report was a fabrication. What a jest! Those individuals had been placed on his list of utmost caution. He rubbed his face vigorously, silently relieved. Fortunately, his nap had not lasted long, nor had he entered a deep sleep. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Wang Ling was aware of his tendency to snore, and once he entered a deep slumber, the volume of his snores could rival that of a cruise missile. This reminded him of a childhood nursery rhyme. The sun shines bright, flowers smile at me. The little bird chirps. Why do you carry a bomb? I'm off to school. The teacher knows not. When I pull the line, I run, and with a bang, the school is gone. The crux of this rhyme lay in the last line. With a bang, the school is gone. To others, it might merely be a humorous ditty. But for Wang Ling, it was no laughing matter. In the afternoon, during the student exchange meeting, the old antiquarian led Wang Ling and the other two boys to the teaching building before departing. However, he did not venture far, as he was responsible for their safety. As the name suggests, the student exchange meeting was an event for students. Thus, aside from the old antiquarian, no teachers participated. The event was entirely student-driven, allowing for spontaneous discussions and the generation of intellectual sparks through engaging dialogue. Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu had arrived early, and as Wang Ling and his companions entered the classroom, they encountered the familiar faces from the morning. Tang Jingze, with an expression of discontent, Fang Huaqing, equally displeased, Liang Wei, and Liang Wei's two equally disgruntled lackeys, Liang Zheng and Liang Fei. After all, in less than half a day, they had collectively triggered 12 spirit-gathering arrays, which would darken anyone's countenance. In fact, prior to this student exchange meeting, Tang Jingze had already been summoned to the office by Director Xie, where he had endured a thorough reprimand for an entire hour. Freshly liberated from the office, he was now tasked with presiding over the meeting. Wang Ling felt it was rather unfair to him. In the 200-seat multimedia classroom, Tang Jingze occupied the podium, with Fang Huaqing seated nearby. The front row was reserved for students from the 60 middle school, while from the second row onward, students from the 59th middle school had arrived of their own volition. The meeting had yet to officially commence, but the 60 middle school group sat quietly, awaiting the proceedings. Subsequently, students continued to enter, filling the classroom to capacity, with numbers visibly swelling. Wang Ling observed many bringing small stools, encroaching upon the aisles, while others levitated in midair, using magical flying carpets. As the crowd surged to double the classroom's capacity, Tang Jingze's expression darkened further. He turned to Fang Huaqing. I asked Liang Wei to find some extras, not this many. We are holding a meeting, not a concert. This time, they truly came voluntarily. Fang Huaqing replied in a hushed tone, feeling rather awed. Voluntarily? For what reason? Tang Jingze found it hard to believe. When students from the 58th middle school had attended a few weeks prior, not a single soul had shown up. It had been so desolate that even Director Xie had been compelled to summon students from several classes to act as extras. Fang Huaqing sighed deeply, his gaze helplessly drifting to Sun Rong in the front row. What else could it be for? Naturally, they came to see Sun Rong, the young lady from the Huagua Water Curtain Group, the national school beauty. Such titles had circulated long before Sun Rong even arrived at the school. Had the school disclosed the exact time of the 60 middle school's visit, Fang Huaqing mused, Tang Jingze would likely have had no opportunity even to serve fruit juice. Thus, when news of the 60 middle school's arrival reached the 59th middle school, nearly every male student from the first to third year erupted in excitement. This led to the current spectacle before them. Sun Rong, I want to bear your children. Sun Rong, I wish to serenade you. One person. I drink to intoxication. Intoxicated, I find that beauty is a pair. My eyes are forever loyal. Only with Sun Rong shall I dwell together. Sun Rong. Damn it. Tang Jingze gritted his teeth. Drag that one shouting out of here. Fang Huaqing. Wang Ling. Likewise, Wang Ling, Chen Xiao, and their peers were astonished to discover the magnitude of Sun Rong's influence in other schools. While Sun Rong had always stood as a prominent figure in the realm of school beauties at the 60 middle school, her mere presence in any public space invariably sparked chaos. Master Erdan had even coined a term for this phenomenon, dubbing it the domain of Sun Rong. However, Wang Ling also noted that this domain effect did not resonate with everyone, yet its impact on bystanders was undeniably significant. Truly, Sun Rong was remarkable. The domain of Sun Rong was in full display, bringing them immense pride as her classmates. Everyone, please quiet down. As the commotion escalated, Tang Jingze could no longer endure the chaos and shouted into the microphone. His voice, amplified by the Hermes professional microphone, reached every corner of the 200-seat classroom. Yet, the tumult remained uncontrollable. Every male student from the 59th middle school was utterly immersed in fervent discussion centered around Sun Rong, unable to cease their chatter. Everyone, please be a bit quieter. Tang Jingze enunciated each word, his face now resembling a pickled cucumber. However, this effort yielded little effect. The noise not only persisted but escalated. Tang Jingze. Damn it. Everyone. Please, be quiet. Tang Jing's third appeal carried a tone of warning. This time, the authority of the student council president indeed brought about a slight reduction in noise. Yet, mere moments later, the cacophony surged beyond the previous limits, reaching a new zenith. Tang Jingza, I bought a watch last year. Dear esteemed individuals, I implore you, please be a little quieter. This marked his fourth plea. A desperate cry after 4 attempts to restore order. Wang Ling discerned from Tang Jingza's anguished and despairing shouts that he was likely on the brink of madness. Beside him, Chen Chao shook his head. How tragic. Utterly tragic. Guo could not help but let out a sigh. The nation is shattered. And its people are scattered. The once mighty landscape is no more. The dignified president of the student council now stands as a mere shadow of authority. What a profound sorrow. Lin Xiaoyu lightly clicked her tongue. Do you understand what it means to be a laughingstock? This is it. Sun Rong. Chapter 34. Sun Rong's aura continues to dominate as per the customary protocol of the number 59 high school student exchange, following Tang Jing's address. A representative from a visiting school is traditionally invited to encapsulate the essence of the conference. In reality, scarcely anyone gleaned the substance of Tang Jing's discourse. The assembly had descended into disarray for a full 50 minutes out of its allotted hour. Tang Jingza was afforded a mere 5 minutes to speak, and even then, the ambience was far from serene, with incessant murmurs pervading the air like the drone of flies. Under normal circumstances, Tang Jingza would have erupted in fury. However, given the presence of guests from other schools, he was compelled to suppress his ire, swallowing his pride to uphold the decorum expected of a student council president. With only 5 minutes remaining until adjournment, Tang Jingza glanced at his watch, realizing that his meticulously prepared oration had barely scratched the surface. He gritted his teeth, casting a gaze upon Sun Rong. Now, let us extend a round of applause to invite student Sun Rong, the representative from number 60 high school, to address us. A thunderous ovation ensued. Aware that Sun Rong was about to speak, the ardent male students of number 59 high school, after a polite show of applause, promptly fell into hushed anticipation. The auditorium became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. This spectacle nearly caused Tang Jingza to suffer a stroke. The composure he had painstakingly cultivated over 50 minutes was utterly eclipsed by the mere mention of Sun Rong's name. Tang Jingza rose, relocating to a position on the side, and swiftly activated the broadcast button, ensuring that Sun Rong's voice would resonate throughout every corner of the school. He hoped that any misstep on Sun Rong's part would be recorded and become fodder for student gossip. Only 5 minutes left. Let's see what you can conjure up. Sun Rong gracefully ascended the stage, smoothing her long hair, emanating a delicate fragrance that even Wang Ling could detect from afar. She offered a slight bow to the students below, exuding confidence. Then, with poise and grace, she settled into the seat vacated by Tang Jingza, adjusted her tone, and softly declared, Greetings, everyone. I am Sun Rong, the vice president of the student council at number 60 high school, and also the class monitor of class 3 in the first year. This tone was markedly different from Sun Rong's usual manner of speaking, betraying evidence of practice. Her gentle, melodious voice was imbued with a subtle broadcasting quality, each syllable articulated with precision and charm. Even her opening remarks possessed a soothing, almost imperceptible quality. Not only the students of number 59 high school, but even Wang Ling and his companions were momentarily taken aback. I never imagined that Sun Rong's voice could be so captivating when she's serious. As expected of the national school beauty, she's on par with a professional voice actress. Murmurs rippled through the audience of number 59 high school. Sun Rong smiled gently, continuing, It is a distinct honor for our delegation from No. 60 high school to be invited to participate in the student exchange at number 59 high school. Over the past 50 minutes, student Tang Jingza, as the student council president of number 59 high school, has exemplified excellent leadership. Tang Jingza and Feng Huaqing exchanged involuntary grimaces. This was simply too much. Chen Chao, Guo and Lin Xiaoyu could not suppress their snickers. Wang Ling maintained his stoic expression, although he conceded that Sun Rong's voice was indeed pleasing to the ear when she was earnest. Sun Rong proceeded unhurriedly, elaborating. Our representatives engaged in amicable and cordial discussions during the meeting, exchanging perspectives and fostering mutual understanding. The talks proved beneficial. We upheld the stance of No. 60 high school. Likewise, we respect the opinions of number 59 high school and commend student Tang Jingza for his contributions to the upkeep of the No. 59 high school campus environment. Outside the teaching building, the old antique, hearing Sun Rong's voice emanating from the school broadcast, chuckled inwardly, his eyes crinkling into slits. Truly, She is a successor groomed by the Huawo Water Curtain Group to deliver such veiled criticisms with such solemnity, subtly denouncing number 59 high school, is indeed masterful. Sun Rong had genuinely honed her broadcasting skills. It was a compulsory component of the Huawo Water Curtain Group's family business management curriculum. Sun Rong had been immersed in this form of corporate management education since a tender age. Moreover, Sun Rong had already obtained national-level language certifications in Huaxiao. Her voice was not only sweet and her cadence balanced, but her adaptability was also exceptional. Tang Jing's attempts to fluster Sun Rong in this arena were akin to a novice challenging a master. Every formidable broadcaster possesses an internal stopwatch, capable of precisely gauging time to accelerate or decelerate their delivery. Sun Rong was no exception, estimating that less than 30 seconds remained. Sun Rong offered a slight smile before swiftly transitioning into the concluding phase. Simultaneously, we express our profound regret regarding the 12 spirit-gathering arrays that were damaged at No. 59 High School within a single day. We hope that in the future, our two schools can engage in more interactions, fostering friendship and making greater contributions to the harmonious development of students from both institutions. The dismissal bell chimed, coinciding precisely with the end of the third period in the afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Sun Rong exhaled softly, straightened her posture, and offered another bow. Each movement executed with flawless precision, leaving no room for fault-finding. Subsequently, Tang Jingza was greeted by a resounding chorus of applause, echoing throughout the auditorium, even prompting teachers in their offices to applaud. Although the exact events within the assembly remained unclear, anyone who heard Sun Rong's address perceived the exchange conference as a resounding triumph. Within the assembly hall, nearly all the male students rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for Sun Rong. Although I don't fully grasp the meaning of what Sun Rong said, it feels incredibly impressive. Wow. In contrast, our president is simply a rustic bumpkin. Sun Rong's voice is simply divine. Why did we have to allocate so much time to Tang Jingza? It was a waste of precious moments. We strongly urge the goddess to grace number 59 High School with another conference. Such was the potency of Sun Rong's sustained aura. Once activated, her aura could exert influence over 95 of individuals within its radius. While not everyone was necessarily susceptible to Sun Rong's charms, Wang Ling believed that, in a sense, this ability to appeal to both genders could even be weighted in terms of cultivation realm. Such was its formidable nature. On one side, with Sun Rong as the epicenter, the assembly hall was bathed in radiant positivity. On the other side, dark clouds loomed over Tang Jingza and his cohorts. Wang Ling observed that his face had turned a ghastly shade of green, his complexion exceedingly unpleasant, akin to a piece of spoiled liver that had been trodden upon by a mudcake boot. This was ostensibly his own school, and as the student council president, he had allowed a representative from another school to steal the spotlight on his own turf. Tang Jingza gnashed his molars, vowing that he would make the interlopers from No. 60 High School pay back in spades for the embarrassment they had inflicted upon him. After all, this was merely the first day. There were still 3 days remaining. Tang Jingza refused to succumb to this misfortune. Chapter 35. The 60 Demolition Squad and the Fraudulent Gang. As dusk settled, Tang Jingza sat in the student council office. His expression one of deep frustration as he penned a report and a significant letter of apology addressing the grave missteps of the first day of the exchange meeting with 60 Middle School. The exchange report spanned 3,000 words, while the letter of apology required 5,000, and to his dismay, typing was not permitted. Everything had to be handwritten. He couldn't leave until it was completed. How infuriating. Throughout his years in school, he had never been detained by a teacher. In a fit of anger, he snapped the pen in his hand, ink splattering all over Fang Huaqing's face beside him. Fang Huaqing retrieved a wet tissue to dab his face, his expression one of resigned patience. Boss, this is the 32nd pen you've broken. There's really no need to take it out on the pens. These pens are the school's property, after all. They fall under the regulations governing campus property and public facilities. The antics of the 60 Middle School group were indeed bizarre. As Tang Jingza raged, Fang Huaqing shielded his face in exasperation. According to the school maintenance department's feedback, aside from the 12 ruined spirit-gathering arrays, various other public facilities on campus had suffered varying degrees of damage, from the newly installed loudspeakers to the advanced holographic projectors in the computer lab. While none were as utterly destroyed as the spirit-gathering arrays, they all experienced inexplicable blackouts and failures to power on. In just a single day of 60 Middle School's visit, the 59th school had sustained severe losses, with public facilities alone suffering a staggering 40% damage. Upon reading the damage report, Tang Jingze inhaled deeply. This isn't an exchange, it's a demolition. He even questioned whether the students from 60 Middle School had grown up in a demolition office. Beside him, Liang Wei furrowed his brow and remarked, I've heard they plan to roam around Student Street later. Should we find someone to retaliate against them? Retaliate? With what means? Tang Jingze rolled his eyes. Dealing with Sun Rong was manageable within school, but now that classes had ended, he realized he had no way to strike back. The young lady from the Huaguo Water Curtain Group had her bodyguards shadowing her, especially after the recent assassination incident involving the Xiao family. It was reasonable to assume that her guard had been reinforced and upgraded. It was clear that the dark guards following Sun Rong were as formidable as any elite. He doubted even a mosquito could approach her unnoticed. This was indeed a tough nut to crack, but there was no need to target Sun Rong alone. Liang Wei pondered aloud, based on the information we've gathered. Looking at the other individuals, the remaining one, Qin Chao, is also from a wealthy family. Guahao's family runs a pet shop, but it seems they have some political connections. Lin Xiaoyu is quite close with Sun Rong, which complicates matters. That leaves only. Upon hearing this, Tang Jingze gritted his teeth. That leaves the one who drinks vegetable juice, the pretty boy. Indeed. This vegetable juice drinker seemed to lack any significant background. He lived in the suburbs and appeared to be quite impoverished, having brought only a wooden sword to the spirit sword exchange. That's our target. Tang Jingze slammed the table. Among the five, he was the only soft target. It was obvious they needed to seek out an easy mark, rather than a prickly durian. Meanwhile, Wang Ling couldn't help but sneeze. In the evening, during their free activity time, the students from 60 Middle School, having dined in the cafeteria, planned to explore the vicinity of the 59th School Student Street. Due to the school buildings not yet being officially opened, the administrator, after handing the access cards to Sun Rong, hurried off to tend to his children. Wang Ling initially intended to decline, but just as he thought to do so, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably again. Ultimately, he dismissed the thought of refusing to go shopping, resigning himself to the inevitable. Well, shopping was unavoidable. When faced with indecision, Wang Ling often relied on the twitching of his eyelids as a barometer for whether his choices were correct. However, this method carried its own risks, as the eyelid twitching only indicated his current choice and could not foresee any incidents that might occur during the shopping trip. If any mishaps arose while shopping, he would be unable to predict them beforehand. Old Gu, being quite lazy, had no desire to join in the excitement. After escorting everyone to the school gate, he distributed a spirit talisman to each of them. Students, this is a summoning talisman. Should any danger arise, you can use it to call for me. Stay together under Sun Rong's leadership and try not to disperse. Please return promptly after your outing. Thank you, Teacher Wang. We're just going for a stroll and we'll be back soon, they replied, nodding in unison. Old Gu nodded, offering no further words. Just as the group had walked a mere few meters and Old Gu had turned his back, he slightly turned his head to whisper, Oh, by the way, I've heard that there's a gang in Student Street that specializes in fraudulent schemes. Everyone should be wary. A gang that engages in fraud? The group was momentarily taken aback. No matter how one interpreted it, Wang Ling felt this sounded like a bad omen. Indeed. Barely had Old Gu finished speaking when Wang Ling's eyelids began to twitch in perfect synchronization. Disaster level, 2 stars. Navigating life was challenging, but being discreet was even more arduous. Wang Ling had never aspired to be in the limelight or play the hero. For someone who faced various challenges and calamities, simply completing his studies was an accomplishment in itself. The 59th school was relatively close to Student Street, a 20-minute walk for a group of foundation building students. To avoid encountering malicious fraudsters, they refrained from riding the shared bikes lined along the street. As they strolled along the road, Guahao suddenly spoke up. Actually, I've heard a bit about the background of that fraudulent gang. Upon hearing this, Wang Ling silently pursed his lips, wearing an indifferent expression. What was there in this world that you, Master Erden, did not know? Most members of the fraud gang were elderly individuals, aged 70 to 80, who were unemployed and living on the fringes of society. Ever since the government imposed strict regulations prohibiting the occupation of public squares for dance gatherings, many elderly folks had been lured into joining the gang by unscrupulous elements. Wang Ling recalled the early days of the gang's formation when the local spiritual police had paid them little mind. They were primarily composed of elderly individuals, most of whom sought merely a thrill. Seeking thrills? The group was taken aback by this revelation. In an age where reckless youths engaged in extreme sports, it was surprising that these seniors, who should have been enjoying their retirement in nursing homes, had joined in the quest for excitement. The mischievous youths of yesteryear had transformed into the mischievous elders of today. Upon further reflection, Wang Ling found no fault in this assessment. Guahao continued, "They don't even care about the money. If they can swindle someone, they will. If not, they'll simply return the money and get released after a little education and detention." However, over the past 2 years, the gang has grown at an alarming rate. Almost on par with the Han and Wang clans, the branch of the fraudulent gang on Student Street seems to have been established recently. It was indeed the fault of those square dancers. As they reached the street corner, the vibrant lights of the bustling Student Street illuminated the lively avenue ahead, filled with food stalls, stationery shops, and even arcades, providing students with various recreational options. In Student Street, the fare at the food stalls was quite affordable, allowing one to indulge without spending much. Moreover, presenting a student ID granted discounts on over 90% of entertainment activities. The 3 schools near the Peiyuan district each had their own student streets, but the one near the 59th school was the largest. This place is nothing short of paradise. Chen Chao could hardly contain his inner excitement. Previously, he had set his sights on a pair of limited edition air-cushioned sneakers available only in the student district. Chen Chao believed that perhaps he could discover the style he adored here. Sun Rong simply wished to take a leisurely stroll to maintain her figure. Lin Xiaoyu was more concerned about whether a new volume of the daily life of a corrupt young man had been released. Calmly glancing at the bustling street, Master Erden confidently patted his chest and declared, "Rest assured, as long as we avoid using any mode of transportation, we shall encounter no issues." Wang Ling felt a twinge of anxiety. What peculiar omen was this? Almost as soon as Guahao finished speaking, Wang seemed to sense a hint of danger wafting through the air, emanating from an elderly lady. Chapter 36. The encounter with the scamming gang in Peiyuan district after being assigned by Liang Wei. The elderly woman from the scamming gang had been lurking behind a haystack for quite some time. The moment the crowd from the 60 high school approached, she locked her gaze onto Wang Ling amidst the throng. She appeared to be an ordinary old lady, devoid of any remarkable presence. Her aged skin sagged, and her heavily wrinkled eyelids drooped, obscuring much of her sight. Yet, this minor obstruction did not deter her from her intentions of scamming. Designated by the client as the target, the seasoned Granny Dong expertly employed her years of experience in deception. As one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Peiyuan district scamming gang, despite lacking any extraordinary abilities, Granny Dong had managed to ascend to this position over the years, gradually earning the respect of both the handsome elder and the beautiful matron within the gang. Her unique talents were evident. Firstly, Granny Dong possessed remarkably sharp eyesight. Even in her 70s, her vision was as precise as that of an eagle, a skill that instilled a sense of awe among the ordinary elderly who suffered from presbyopia. She could swiftly identify the designated target from the crowd and execute her retaliatory actions with precision. Secondly, in her youth, Granny Dong had been an academic standout. Though she modestly believed there was little to boast about, this very background had solidified her status as an elder. The instant Wang Ling came into view, Granny Dong calculated their respective speeds and distances. She discerned a gap of 20 meters between them, with Wang Ling strolling at 6 meters per second. She realized that if she dashed out from behind the tree at 4 meters per second, she could intercept him perfectly. Thus, 2 seconds later, the onlookers witnessed an old woman shuffling towards Wang Ling, her cane clattering to the ground as she seized his pant leg, convulsing in apparent agony. Wang Ling was taken aback to find himself embroiled in a scam. He recalled how, when he had entered the otherworldly portal to rescue old Li and his companions, all the beasts that crossed his path had been obliterated. However, his soon-to-expire sealing talisman limited much of his power, and given the old woman's frail state, he mused that had the talisman truly expired, she might have been reduced to dust in an instant. Naturally, Wang Ling had no intention of assisting her, as he was aware that his strength could be unpredictable. Moreover, with the old lady lacking any cultivation, a careless move might result in her arm being broken. "Are you all right, Grandma?" Sun Rong knelt beside her, speaking softly. Although everyone from 60 High understood the old woman's intentions, the social norms of their civilized society dictated that the weaker party was always in the right. In this era of spiritual information, quality education had permeated among cultivators. Before this age, who would dare to attempt a scam against a cultivator? They would be fortunate to escape with their lives. The old lady's performance was remarkably convincing. She writhed on the ground, seemingly unable to utter a word, resembling a person in the throes of an epileptic fit. After Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu repeatedly inquired about her well-being, the old woman finally managed to turn over, feebly pointing at Wang Ling. gasping for breath. You. Gua Hao and Chun Chao exchanged incredulous glances, both astonished by the audacity of her act. In this day and age, the art of scamming had indeed reached new heights, yet it seemed she lacked dedication. Traditionally, those who engaged in scams would go to great lengths to place themselves beneath the wheels of vehicles. Now, there was not even a bicycle in sight. And under the bright moonlight, she dared to accuse Wang Ling of scamming? Gua Hao scoffed. Grandma, let's be reasonable. We haven't used any vehicles. How can you claim my classmate scammed you? Had the scammer been an ordinary elder, perhaps Gua Hao's pointed questioning would have intimidated her into retreat. However, as an elder of the Peiyuan district scamming gang, Granny Dong was no ordinary woman. Even her scamming methods were distinct, reflecting her status within the gang. From her composed demeanor, the students of 60 High seemed to grasp her experience in the field. Faced with Gua Hao's resolute inquiry, Granny Dong, seated on the ground, slowly extended a finger, appearing frail as she pointed at Wang Ling, declaring, "It was him. He used his oppressive aura to violate me." The revelation struck the crowd like a bolt of lightning. What the hell? This is a new scam tactic. Gua Hao's side API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 37. In society, unscrupulous individuals often feign weakness to elicit sympathy and gain advantages. Clearly, the old woman, surnamed Dong, embodied this persona. There were numerous ways to deal with her. With Wang Ling's current cultivation level, he could launch her into the upper atmosphere in the blink of an eye, sending her through outer space to the Milky Way, where she could fraternize with the sun for the rest of her days. Or, more simply, he could activate his celestial eye, summon the inner flames of a star, and perform an on-the-spot cremation. However, Wang Ling preferred not to complicate matters. Aside from a few shadow stream assassins who disregarded human life, Wang Ling had never personally killed anyone. His parents had always taught him that a student should act like a student, avoid seeking the limelight, focus on studying, and, most importantly, uphold the core values of cultivation-based socialism. In this era of spiritual energy information, killing solves nothing in the context of scientific cultivation. In the end, old woman Dong departed, not taking a single cloud with her, but clutching a suitcase with contentment. She marveled at the generosity of the youth these days. Feeling ecstatic. 5 million. She could spend decades on the street, feigning injuries, and still not earn as much as she had in one night. Wang Ling watched her leave with an indifferent expression. While con artists might seem troublesome, they were no match for his mastery of grand illusion. Old woman Dong believed she was carrying a suitcase full of cash, but it was merely a heavy, worthless rock. Discretion and careful handling were paramount. Since this was a problem that could be solved with supernatural powers, Wang Ling's principle was always to avoid physical confrontation. Otherwise, the consequences could range from urban devastation to planetary annihilation, which he wished to avoid. This time, Wang Ling employed 2 supernatural abilities. The first was the grand illusion cast upon old woman Dong, and the second was the grand incantation cast upon the rock she carried. This art possessed immense brainwashing power. Once old woman Dong brought the rock back to the con artist gang, the core values of cultivation-based socialism inscribed upon it would immediately activate: prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and amity. At that point, all the con artists would be purified by the 24 tenets. Watching old woman Dong's figure disappear at the end of the road, Wang Ling couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For the sake of these multitudes, I'm just too damn virtuous. Huh? Why did that old woman leave with a rock? This scene puzzled his companions. Perhaps the square dancing ban, combined with unfilial children and an unhappy old age, has led to mental distress, Lin Xiaoyu analyzed earnestly. If the elderly had richer inner lives, who would deliberately feign injuries to seek thrills? Sun Rong added, shaking her head. Therefore, after a heated discussion, they reached a conclusion. Ultimately, it was the fault of the system, the fault of the world. Wednesday, the 3rd week of school, 8 in the morning. Liang Wei returned to the student council office with a swollen face, the result of being beaten by the old men and women of the con artist gang. The bumps on his head resembled a stack of small steamed buns. Even Tang Jingzhe was stunned for a moment. Excuse me, who are you looking for? Liang Wei. Fang Huaqing adjusted his glasses. Despite Liang Wei's pathetic appearance, adorned with a collection of steamed buns, Fang Huaqing still saw through the facade. Recognizing Liang Wei by his distinctive large lips, "What happened to you?" Liang Wei covered his face, on the verge of tears, and wailed in anguish. I got beaten up. What exactly happened? Tang Jingzi asked. Liang Wei pulled out a local morning newspaper and slammed it on the table. Tang Jingzi's eyes were drawn to the bold, enlarged headline on the front page. Peiyuan District con artist subdivision stage uprising last night. Elderly confess to crimes and sing praises of cultivation-based socialism. What is the reason? Tang Jingzi's mouth twitched. No one knew what madness had seized these old men and women. Under the leadership of Old Woman Dong, they had completed a dramatic defection overnight. Confessions were made, were paid. The entire Peiyuan District con artist branch, now led by Old Woman Dong, was even threatening to secede from the con artist headquarters and rename itself the Harmony Bureau. And thinking about what had happened last night, even Liang Wei, a grown man, couldn't help but feel wronged and tearful. As the employer, Liang Wei had not only hired Old Woman Dong yesterday, but had also arranged a meeting for this morning to personally inspect the results. But to his utter dismay, he was ambushed halfway there by Old Woman Dong and a group of muscular old men who cornered him. At this point, Old Woman Dong's demeanor was completely different from the night before. She wore a red sash on her arm, emblazoned with the word harmony, and glared fiercely at Liang Wei, muttering the 24 tenets. Liang Wei couldn't recall what Old Woman Dong had said at the time. He only remembered that after reciting the 24 tenets, Old Woman Dong pulled out a red booklet and began to proclaim loudly, in view of student Liang Wei's malicious employment of con artists and disruption of social order, the following verdict is announced. Then, with a wave of her hand, Old Woman Dong unceremoniously declared the crime, anti-cultivation-based socialism harmony crime. Immediately afterward, several muscular old men approached. Although Old Woman Dong was an ordinary person, it didn't mean there were no cultivators in the con artist gang. If it were just Old Woman Dong alone, Liang Wei could have handled it, but unfortunately, the 8 old men surrounding him were all at the foundation establishment stage. And then, there was no more. Liang Wei didn't even get to shout Yamit before he was brutally oppressed by the 8 old men in turn, returning to school with a bruised and swollen face. Tang Jingzi, Fang Huaqing. Now, Tang Jingzi and Fang Huaqing were truly feeling spooked. Ever since that group from number 60 high school arrived, there had been constant turmoil. Now, even this group of stubborn old con artists had undergone a sudden reversal overnight. What the hell was there to play? Tang Jingzi's heart was in turmoil. Their planned humiliation of their rivals had been thwarted at every turn, and even their retaliation plans had been undermined by some mysterious force. This was clearly their territory, number 59 high school, yet this group from no. 60 high school had not only entered boldly, but had also planted their flag on their turf. This was absolutely intolerable. Tang Jingzi gazed out the window, sighing inwardly. Now that things have come to this, it seems we can only ask that senior to take action. Him? Mentioning that senior, Fang Huaqing and Liang Wei suddenly understood. Because in this situation, they could only ask that senior to help, which was probably the only way for no. 59 high school to turn the tables. Every school has its share of troublemakers. Number 60 high school had them, and of course, no. 59 high school was no exception. With only 2 days left until the end of the exchange meeting, Tang Jingzi's humiliation plan against the group from no. 60 high school had not only failed to achieve any success, but had backfired, causing them to shoot themselves in the foot. Regardless of the circumstances, with merely 2 days remaining, Tang Jingzi felt it was imperative to regain his dignity. On that morning, along with the members of the student council from the esteemed number 59 middle school, sought out the infamous senior, He Buffong. The campus was rife with an unsettling breeze, a fitting metaphor for the stormy nature implied by He's name. Indeed, it perfectly aligned with his notorious reputation. Just by hearing his name, one could surmise that this senior was perpetually in pursuit of grand escapades, an exceedingly restless spirit. As for He Buffong's background, Tang Jingzi possessed only a fragmented understanding. He was aware that this senior bore the numerical code 8823, a sequence not indicative of a student ID nor a specific object, but rather the total score he had amassed across all subjects since his enrollment 3 years ago, a dismal record that marked a historic low for number 59 middle school. To put this into perspective, all examinations were uniformly graded on a scale of 1,000. From the onset of his studies, encompassing weekly and monthly assessments, his cumulative score had yet to breach the 10,000 mark, a revelation that was indeed shocking. This year marked He Buffong's 3rd attempt at his senior year. A sticky situation that even Director Xie found quite exasperating, were it not for Tang Jingzi feeling utterly at a loss. He would never have sought the intervention of such a notorious figure to rectify matters for the student council. That morning, utilizing the student records maintained by the student council, Tang Jingze procured the contact number of the delinquent senior and arranged a meeting place. The male restroom on the second floor of the teaching building was known to be he buffing's territory. Students well-versed in the unspoken rules seldom ventured there, lest they find themselves subjected to a rather humiliating experience. As the president of the student council, Tang Jingze had received numerous reports of misconduct. Yet his approach mirrored that of most teachers, turning a blind eye, largely due to He Buffer's formidable connections. He Buffer's grandfather was, after all, the influential figure behind the scenes at number 59 middle school. This relationship was the primary reason for the institution's reluctance to expel the troublesome senior. Upon arriving on the second floor, Tang Jingze and his companions were immediately accosted by a youth clad in a graffiti-styled vest. The young man, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, wore his school uniform with a distinct lack of propriety, tying the sleeves in a bow around his waist. Most striking, however, was his 10-centimeter tall, spiky hair, a peculiar sight that only accentuated his stature, rendering him a rare and formidable presence among the ranks of the Shamart subculture. Tang Jingze, Fang Huaqing, and Liang Wei collectively gasped at the sight, finding his appearance quite jarring. "Is the senior available?" Tang Jingze inquired softly, feeling a sense of trepidation despite his usual bravado. The Shamart youth scoffed, gesturing towards the restroom, and remarked, "The senior has been expecting you inside. Do enter." His brazen demeanor elicited involuntary twitches at the corners of Tang Jingze's mouth. Their gazes lingered on the tightly shut door of the restroom. The atmosphere thick with the anticipation of stepping into an enigmatic realm akin to Pandora's box. Chapter 38. The charm and essence of antiquities. The student exchange meeting between the two schools highlighted the significance of interactions not only among students but also among educators. Early that day, before 8 o'clock, the antiquarian, assuming the role of a leading teacher from the 60th school, was summoned for a meeting. As he surveyed the gathering, he realized that none of the teachers present were acquaintances. The whispers drifting through the air hinted at the opinions of other educators regarding him, labels such as bookworm of history and theory, and insinuations that he was merely a teacher without real competence. Throughout both his tenure as a teacher and his prior years as a student, those specializing in the disciplines of swordplay and talismans had perpetually criticized their peers in historical studies. Even now, as the antiquarian held the esteemed position of an educator, he sensed the underlying disdain from those instructing in swordplay and talismanic arts, who often regarded history teachers as somewhat dull, lacking in genuine expertise. He privately referred to this prejudice as a stereotype, which reminded him of his own student days. Having heard so many idle remarks over the years, he took the current gossip in stride, merely reflecting on the passage of time and the irretrievable beauty of his youthful years. The agenda of the faculty meeting was naturally dominated by the recent news about the disbandment of a notorious scam syndicate in the Peiyuan district. This development had been considerable, as the local spiritual police had long regarded this syndicate as a significant nuisance. News of its sudden disintegration spread swiftly among students and teachers alike. "Please, everyone, let us settle down. The meeting is about to commence." The host of the meeting was Director Xie from the 59th school. "I trust you all are aware of the recent events." This situation arose unexpectedly, although a small faction of the syndicate still lingers in Peiyuan district. We need not worry about our students falling victim to scams while they are out and about. The focus of today's meeting is to discuss the opinions regarding the reorganization of the Harmonious Bureau by the esteemed Madame Dong after the syndicate's collapse. Director Ste's words incited a lively discussion among the teachers, with whispers and exchanges of ideas filling the room. She noticed the antiquarian, a history teacher from another school, remaining unusually composed as he listened attentively to the opinions expressed by his colleagues, occasionally nodding with a gentle smile, an expression that, for some reason, made Director Xie feel somewhat flustered. Some teachers supported the existence of the Harmonious Bureau, believing it to be beneficial. One male teacher remarked, "Indeed, the scam syndicate has caused significant disruption, undermining social harmony and inflicting severe economic losses on nearby educators and students. Yet, the restructured Harmonious Bureau aims to combat such illicit activities. I find this commendable." A female teacher scoffed in dissent. "Commendable? It's merely a change in tactics for harassment. Just this morning, an elderly lady accused me of running a yellow light, holding me up and lecturing me for ages. It left my spirit sword drained of energy, nearly making me late for work." Another female teacher gasped in surprise. "Ms. Lin's spirit sword runs on electricity?" Indeed, I've been grading assignments late into the night and was utterly fatigued. This new Chanel electric spirit sword has been a lifesaver, conserving my spiritual energy and allowing me to face my duties with vigor each day. She proudly tousled her hair, extending her hand. The best part? Just 5 minutes of charging grants me 2 hours of sword control. I highly recommend it to all of you. Is that so? How marvelous. Where can I purchase it? They're available at Tianmiao and Jingxi. Wouldn't that be quite expensive? Tianmiao offers it through Huabei. Jingxi has Baijiao. These options are incredibly useful. Director Xie's expression darkened. These individuals were so reckless in maintaining decorum during a meeting with an outsider present. What a lack of propriety. Stealing a glance at the antiquarian, who seemed unfazed by the commotion, Director Xie's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, this external teacher refrained from speaking out. Otherwise, it would have been utterly embarrassing. Suppressing her irritation, Director Xie lowered her voice. I urge everyone to stay on topic. This is a direct directive from the 100 Schools General Administration, and I hope you will treat it with the seriousness it deserves. The authority in her voice led to a swift hush falling over the room. As several previously boisterous teachers quieted down, casting grateful glances at the antiquarian. It was only in the presence of this external teacher that Director Xie maintained her calm demeanor. Under ordinary circumstances, her temper would have erupted, overwhelming the room with her formidable presence. Before Wang Ling's involvement at the 59th school, the most fragile aspect of the faculty meetings was the table in the conference room. Whenever Director Xie became too incensed, the legs of the table would inevitably break. The rectangular table before the antiquarian had only recently been delivered. Seeing the atmosphere settle, Director Xie sighed in relief. Reflecting on the chaotic student exchange meeting led by Tangjings the day prior, she felt a wave of trepidation. After all, not everyone possessed the magnetic charm of Sun Rong, and the caliber of charisma exhibited by such a school beauty was something the antiquarian could not hope to replicate. Nonetheless, Wang Ling believed that the antiquarian, despite his portly frame, harbored a unique personal allure. Prior to the antiquarian's arrival at the 59th school, Director Xie had conducted a thorough investigation into the well-regarded educator from the 60th school, who had consistently received high praise over his decade of service. Despite her admiration for his unwavering kindness, she remained puzzled as to what captivated the students. The primary reason lay in the antiquarian's adept manipulation of two distinct personas. When interacting with students, he often adopted a gregarious and endearing demeanor, yet this did not imply he lacked dignity. During the faculty meeting, however, the antiquarian had switched to his second, more artistic persona. What defines an artistic youth? It is someone who engages in seemingly nonsensical dialogue and actions, maintaining a serene disposition while conveying profound insights succinctly. At first glance, this might appear trivial, but upon deeper contemplation, one realizes the wisdom embedded within. In truth, Wang Ling preferred the antiquarian's second persona, as it consistently offered him valuable insights. However, this contrasting side of the antiquarian was not easily discernible in everyday encounters. Thus, from the moment the antiquarian left the school building early that morning, Wang Ling had been observing him with keen interest. As Director Xie imposed order upon the meeting, all eyes shifted to the antiquarian, the external teacher, and the room fell silent, with no one daring to utter a word. The gentle morning breeze wafted through the window, brushing against the antiquarian's tousled hair, slightly lifting the neat fringe that framed his forehead. Director Xie momentarily lost her train of thought, feeling inexplicably drawn to the antiquarian. Perceiving him as rather handsome in that moment, the antiquarian, however, remained focused on the polished table, where Director Xie's reflection was mirrored. This sight caused Director Xie to become flustered once more. Why was he fixated on her? Reflection. Could it be that he harbored feelings for her? Why else would he gaze upon her so intently? The antiquarian remained impassive, fixated on the table, while Wang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Evidently, it was a matter of respect. Who would stare unremittingly at another's countenance during a meeting? Such behavior would be deemed discourteous. Wang Ling's emotions were a labyrinth as he confronted Director Xie Huaichuan, for it was abundantly clear that she was yet another self-enamored spinster. But why another? The antiquarian had always possessed an enduring appeal, a charm that only deepened with time. This, in Wang Ling's estimation, constituted personal charisma and substance. Substance. Do you comprehend? The substance of a bohemian spirit, an enigma to the masses. The antiquarian's substance transcended the imitative capabilities of Sun Rong. Their targets of affection differed. Sun Rong captivated the commoners, while the antiquarian, ensnared the matrons. Thus, 5 minutes elapsed. Director Skye remained silent. Her gaze fixed upon the antiquarian, her cheeks flushed with an increasing warmth, embodying the very essence of her name, a veritable maiden in the throes of infatuation. The antiquarian had been studying the tabletop for an extended duration, causing Director Skye considerable discomfiture. Rarely had she been subjected to such prolonged scrutiny by a man. And so, everyone present followed Director Skye's lead, observing the antiquarian in hushed anticipation. Certain astute female instructors detected a faint blush upon Director Skye's countenance. 10 minutes trickled by. Silence reigned supreme. The conference room was as hushed as a tomb. Subsequently, 20 minutes drifted into the ether. Wang Ling. The antiquarian's locks continued their impassioned dance in the gentle breeze. His gaze, imbued with a tender affection, met Director Skye's. Director Skye. Did you wish to pose a query to me? Director Skye, jolted by the resonant timbre of his voice, was momentarily taken aback. It was at that instant that she realized she had yet to address a single question to the antiquarian. A crimson tide surged across Director Skye's face, betraying the bashful demeanor of a woman past her prime. Oh, Teacher Wang, I do apologize. The assembled teachers were aghast. What had they witnessed? What had they heard? What manner of utterance was this koyo, tinged with breathless anticipation? A woman nearing middle age. A seasoned veteran of the professional arena, unflappable in the face of adversity, had actually apologized, had actually blushed, and, furthermore, had cast a besotted, infatuated gaze upon a portly history instructor. Good heavens! Was this the genesis of love at first sight? By Jove, the plot thickens in an unforeseen manner. Wang Ling was utterly dumbfounded. One could only conclude that the antiquarian was indeed a master of his craft, having conquered the most formidable bastion within the 59th high school. With unwavering composure, the antiquarian offered a curt nod, maintaining the aloofness of a true bohemian. In that moment, the antiquarian sensed that the opportune moment had arrived. Though the atmosphere was tinged with awkwardness, it was time for the bohemian to salvage the situation. With a subtle inclination of his head, the antiquarian cast a sidelong glance out the window. As the invigorating zephyr caressed his face, the antiquarian uttered a phrase that resonated with the very core of each individual present. The wind today is particularly dazzling. A collective shiver coursed through the assembled teachers within the conference room. Save for the antiquarian and Director Skye, who were enraptured by the bohemian atmosphere, the remaining teachers felt a palpable chill descend upon the already frigid conference room. Chapter 39. The perilous broadcast exercise. The identity of the antiquarian has always been an enigma. After he revealed his true prowess before Sun Rong, she discreetly dispatched individuals to investigate his background. Strangely, however, no information surfaced. If even someone of Sun Rong's stature could not uncover the truth, it would be exceedingly challenging for others to discern the antiquarian's genuine identity. Naturally, if one truly wished to investigate, Wang Ling possessed a multitude of methods at his disposal. The great remembrance technique among the myriad paths encompasses numerous abilities, including memory replacement, deletion, and retrieval. Previously, Wang Ling had probed into the antiquarian's memories, only to discover that a certain segment had been sealed away by the antiquarian himself. If he were to forcefully delve into it, it would inflict severe mental harm upon the antiquarian. Thus, despite his curiosity, Wang Ling ultimately chose to relent. Yet, there were other angles to explore, such as Principal Chun and Director Shi. As leaders of the 60 school, they might possess intimate knowledge of the antiquarian's origins. However, given the antiquarian's choice to remain incognito, Wang Ling felt it unnecessary to pry further. To Wang Ling, while the antiquarian's identity was indeed mysterious, stripped of that layer, he was merely a gossip-loving, whimsical yet artistic foodie. This was the persona the antiquarian had diligently crafted over the years in front of his students. It must be acknowledged that the antiquarian had concealed himself remarkably well. After the brief teachers' meeting that morning, Wang Ling found his understanding of the antiquarian deepening considerably. It turned out that in his artistic mode, the antiquarian possessed an almost innate ability to charm elderly women. Wang Ling even mused that the antiquarian ought to author a book titled Artistic Youth and Literary Maidens, wherein he could compile all the profound quotes he had amassed over the years while hiding behind his artistic facade. Wang Ling believed such a tome could undoubtedly captivate every middle-aged woman out there. Love, after all, is often a matter of mutual attraction. However, the dynamics between artistic youths and literary maidens left Wang Ling utterly perplexed. Such self-sufficient women could indeed be formidable. Whether or not spring had arrived for Director Skye and the antiquarian was of no concern to Wang Ling, but the spring broadcast exercises were about to commence. The early spring in Shanghai City still bore traces of lingering chill, due to its proximity to the frozen sea. The city often experienced a delayed onset of spring compared to other regions. Experts argue that the frigid air from the frozen sea could destabilize the foundations of nascent cultivators. Ultimately, for the sake of the students' foundational development, various universities had suspended the broadcast exercises shortly after the semester began. Wang Ling had naturally evaded this issue. Regrettably, today, Shanghai City unexpectedly warmed up. After 2 lessons with the students of the 59th school, the antiquarian had only just concluded the morning teachers' meeting. At precisely 9:30, the school SPA system crackled to life. Students lined up, stepping onto the playground under the guidance of the shorter representatives from each class. The 5 from the 60 school formed a distinct line at the back of the playground. Wang Ling opted to remain in the last position. Since the establishment of the Huaxiao nation, the broadcast exercises had evolved over several millennia, with ever more fantastical and relatable names. From the inaugural exercise The Rising Sun to Descendants of the Sun. From Eagle's Ascent to the Kunpeng spreading its wings. From Vibrancy of Youth to Passion of Foundation, from Dancing Youth to Martial Dynamics of the Universe. The nomenclature of the broadcast exercises had transitioned from the communal square to a fully fantastical cultivation style. They not only celebrated the flowers of the motherland, but also extolled the vigorous vitality of the younger generation of cultivators. Some believe that the naming of the broadcast exercises symbolizes the progress and development of the era, just as the now popular 250-second set of exercises, Perfect World, reflects the nation's boundless hope for a brighter future. Earlier, the PA system at the 59th school had been intentionally sabotaged by Wang Ling, but he had not anticipated that they would still manage to assemble a makeshift band. Several teachers from the 59th school's vocal department had spontaneously taken up instruments, creating a splendid spectacle as they drummed and rang gongs. Indeed, one cannot outsmart destiny. Witnessing this scene, Wang Ling gasped in astonishment. As the infectious rhythm of the music began to play, the introductory notes of the 250-second broadcast exercise echoed through the air. The physical education teacher, aided by the band, took to the podium, amplifying his voice as he led the exercise, calling out the beats. Follow my rhythm. Prepare for the 250-second broadcast exercise Perfect World. March in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4. Let us do it again. Although the name of the broadcast exercise had changed numerous times, the overall process had seen little modification. Once the preparatory section concluded, it was followed by stretching exercises and chest expansion movements. These kinds of actions, meant to limber the body, Wang Ling could somewhat tolerate. Though the movements were somewhat vigorous, they did not require excessive exertion. However, when it came to the kicking and jumping exercises, Wang Ling began to feel genuinely unsettled. Furthermore, this was under the condition of significantly reduced power due to the sealing of his talismans, whether it was the kicking or jumping exercises. If he were careless in controlling his strength, it could lead to irreversible consequences. Regional earthquakes, tectonic shifts, landslides, tsunamis, all were potential disasters. Thus, to avert such catastrophic events, Wang Ling had always adhered to a soft and gentle approach during the broadcast exercises, appearing weak and lacking in vigor, entirely hesitant to exert too much force. In the words of the physical education teacher, he was deemed a softy and effeminate. As a result, during physical education department meetings, Wang Ling was often singled out as a cautionary example. The teachers spared no effort in highlighting his shortcomings. Of course, Wang Ling could empathize with the teacher's sentiments. Especially as members of the physical education department, they undoubtedly yearned to see students marching confidently, heads held high, brimming with vitality on the playground. Yet, Wang Ling believed that should he take it seriously and a mishap occurred, who would bear the burden of that responsibility? Enduring the disapproving glances of the surrounding teachers, Wang Ling completed the entire set of broadcast exercises under immense pressure. All went well. The atmosphere remained calm, with no unforeseen incidents and certainly no casualties. In this day and age, even performing a simple broadcast exercise felt fraught with anxiety. Wang Ling mused, indeed, who could compare? In his youth, Wang Ling's strength was still manageable, within the realm of control. Yet, as he matured, his realms and attributes surged uncontrollably, leading him to feel increasingly burdened. The notion that even executing a broadcast exercise had become a source of trepidation was quite disheartening. Wang Ling concluded that it was imperative to alter the status quo. Perhaps, on the next full moon night, He could employ the Great Moon reading technique to conduct a mass reprogramming of the broadcast exercise system, transforming it into a format he could accept. Tai Chi might be a splendid alternative. Of course, PPAP could also be reluctantly entertained. Chapter 40. The aloof parrot Erden. After the morning calisthenics concluded, during the midday break, the venerable old antique sought out Wang Ling for a private conversation in a secluded corner. The topic at hand was the calisthenics once again. Wang Ling understood the importance of this, especially as they were representing the school, particularly in an external institution. The image and demeanor of the students were paramount. Most teachers believe that no matter how proficient one may be in wielding a spiritual sword or painting talismans, the humble calisthenics best exemplified the spirit of the students. This explains why, even in this era of scientific cultivation, major cultivation academies have yet to abolish calisthenics. Fortunately, Old Antique was a gentle soul. His amiable nature, coupled with the invigorating morning meeting in the external classroom, seemed to have rejuvenated him, and he was in remarkably high spirits. He merely advised Wang Ling to pay attention to the image of the students from the 60 middle school before he cheerfully skipped away. Lightly, Old Antique departed, just as he had arrived. Observing Old Antique's buoyant demeanor, Wang Ling couldn't help but contemplate a poetic line. A whimsical, love-struck youth. Indeed, those in love often exhibit peculiarities. For the first time, Wang Ling perceived Old Antique's jubilant antics as somewhat unusual. After this private exchange with Old Antique, Wang Ling formed a simple hypothesis. If it had been the more tempestuous teacher Pan who had sought him out in that corner, Wang Ling mused that, given Pan's temperament, he might have been unable to restrain himself from being physically imposing. This thought sent a shiver down Wang Ling's spine. The last individual who had forced physicality upon him, the lovesick Su Ying, likely had grass growing 3 meters high atop his grave by now. Regardless, out of responsibility towards teacher Pan and those around him, Wang Ling was further convinced of the necessity for a collective awakening on the night of the full moon. In the afternoon, Old Antique sent a WeChat message summoning everyone to the gymnasium of the 59th Middle School. With only 2 days left before the crucial spiritual sword exchange meeting, Old Antique deemed it essential to conduct a training session. The gymnasium of the 59th Middle School was vast. Most foundational high schools boasted expansive interiors, appearing modest from the outside, yet harboring a world of space within, enhanced by spatial expansion techniques. In fact, spatial expansion was quite commonplace. For instance, the storage pockets in uniforms or Old Antique's drawer overflowing with snacks akin to a supermarket stock. Such techniques of merely increasing spatial area have become quite refined and are now seamlessly integrated into daily life. The greatest benefit of this advancement has been a significant reduction in real estate prices, thwarting the nefarious schemes of those dreaded housing speculators. Strangely, where was Teacher Wan? The group had already been waiting for some time in their designated training areas within the gymnasium. Lin Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed. In everyone's memory, Old Antique had always been a punctual man. Let us wait a little longer, Sun Rong said, her brow furrowed in confusion. Typically, Old Antique would either arrive early or be precisely on time. Tardiness was not in his nature. Could he be encountering difficulties? Lin Xiaoyu speculated. Sun Rong fell silent for a moment. She had witnessed Old Antique's prowess firsthand. Moreover, his identity was shrouded in mystery. Even the Huawo Water Curtain Group could not uncover his background. Such a man would likely not trouble others. Wang Ling, too, remained silent, mulling over Lin Xiaoyu's remarks, conceding that her concerns were not unfounded. Indeed, Old Antique was in a predicament, if one could call being beset by romantic entanglements a predicament. As they pondered Old Antique's absence, fate intervened. Suddenly, a broad figure was reflected outside the gym. The glaring sunlight streaming through the door elongated this already sizable silhouette. Although the face remained obscured, the shadow cast upon the ground revealed the identity of the newcomer. In the next moment, the shadow on the ground began to leap with an almost surreal energy, leaving the onlookers momentarily dazed. Subsequently, amidst a silence of astonishment, a rotund figure bounded into view, leaving Chen Chao, Hua Hao, Sun Rong, and Lin Xiaoyu in a state of disbelief. It was evident to all, including Wang Ling, that Old Antique was decidedly uncharacteristic today. Old Antique's cherubic face was flushed, resembling a blooming peach blossom, radiating an aura of springtime exuberance. The group felt as though they could see sunlight spilling from Old Antique's beaming smile. It was truly a glorious spectacle. Had he won the lottery? Or perhaps achieved an exalted rank in a gaming competition? Chen Chao's lips twitched in confusion. He considered himself rather perceptive. Yet even he recognized something was amiss with old antique. This was not merely an issue, it was a significant one. Of course, the reason for old antique's elation was known only to Wang Ling among the students present. Regrettably, Wang Ling had no penchant for gossip. Thus remained tight-lipped about old antique's affairs. This left the parrot, Erdan, in a state of distress. As the renowned gossip oracle of the 60 middle school, the all-knowing master of fortune-telling, Guo Hao, felt an unsettling sense of impending doom. It seemed he did not know everything after all. Chen Chao feigned a teasing expression. Are you challenging me? Guo Hao raised an eyebrow. The notion that there were things he was unaware of was intolerable. He crossed his arms, and Erdan promptly hopped off Guo Hao's shoulder, preening its pristine feathers. While ordinary parrots often mimic speech, Erdan was a parrot of exceptional character. According to Guo Hao, Erdan only spoke when permitted, otherwise it would not utter a sound. The group evidently believed this assertion, bestowing upon Guo Hao the title of Master of Erdan. In their eyes, this parrot was the most remarkable familiar ever trained by Master Erdan in the realm of spirit companions. Even you are unaware of old antiques matters? What hope do you have of Erdan revealing anything? Chen Chao chuckled. Erdan, show this fool your talents. Don't embarrass our spirit companion guild, Guo Hao exclaimed, excitement causing him to spit as he spoke. The Spirit Companion Guild was merely the name of his family's ancestral spirit pet shop. Since the beginning of their studies, Wang Ling had suspected that Erdan was no ordinary parrot. He had privately nicknamed it ice sculpture due to its reticence, maintaining a demeanor of detachment, as if it had transcended worldly concerns. Even when Wang Ling activated his mental connection, he could glean no sentiments from Erdan, a testament to the parrot's aloof nature. Now, however, as Guo Hao's saliva landed on Erdan's immaculate feathers, patience wore thin. Disdainfully, Erdan rolled its eyes at Guo Hao, and Wang Ling distinctly heard it mentally exclaim, "Damn it, you fool. Do you not know I am a clean freak?" This revelation struck Wang Ling profoundly upon hearing Erdan's innermost thoughts for the first time. He had never anticipated that the parrot's taciturn nature would unravel under such circumstances due to its inherent fastidiousness. It appeared that Erdan was not merely a lofty avian, but also a parrot with a distinct temperament. Furthermore, from the unfiltered and unabashedly proud demeanor emanating from Erdan's psyche, Wang Ling surmised that perhaps, all along, the esteemed parrot trainer Guo Hao harbored a considerable misunderstanding of his own feathered companion. Chapter 41. The Prophecy of the Feather. The Great Blood Source Technique is one of the 3,000 paths mastered by Wang Ling, possessing a moderate level of proficiency. Among its branches lies a remarkable ability known as bloodline retrospection, which allows for the precise tracing of one's ancestral origins, essentially, a form of DNA identification. During the era of spiritual energy, many individuals relied heavily on bloodline inheritance to pass down their legacies. The Great Blood Source Technique was immensely popular at that time, with practitioners bravely venturing into the ancient tombs of elder cultivators in search of their heritage, hoping to gain significant powers in a short span of time. However, in the present day, the state has imposed strict prohibitions against such practices due to the considerable risks involved, including the potential contraction of bloodborne diseases. As a result, the Great Blood Source Technique has fallen into decline, becoming a forbidden art. In today's world, the number of individuals who can still wield this technique is exceedingly rare, with the exception of Wang Ling, who possesses an innate talent for it since birth. Currently, Wang Ling only occasionally employs this technique to assess the talents of those around him, as bloodlines are a manifestation of innate abilities. In his youth, Wang Ling always believed that there were others like him, born with a proverbial golden key. Yet, to this day, he has failed to discover any of his kind. Wang Ling first discerned the results of the bloodline retrospection concerning Erdan upon entering school. Erdan was no ordinary parrot, despite its adept concealment. Wang Ling uncovered that it was, in fact, a hybrid parrot with a multitude of noble bloodlines. Through the process of bloodline retrospection, he identified various species within Erdan's lineage: Kunpeng, Ghost Car, Chongming, Vermilion Bird, and Baifeng. And let us not forget a Bobo. Who knows what Erdan's parents experienced before its birth? Of course, Wang Ling had no desire to know. However, one thing was certain. After such a diverse mingling of bloodlines, Erdan had acquired a unique set of special abilities. Typically, Guo Hao would refrain from showcasing Erdan's talents publicly, lest it appear to be mere trickery. Yet, now that he had received Chen Chao's skepticism, Guo Hao felt compelled to demonstrate. He exchanged a conspiratorial wink with Erdan. The two had long established an understanding, maintaining a clear distinction between public and private matters. In the presence of onlookers, he must uphold his master's dignity. However, once they returned home, as a devoted caretaker, Gua Hao would have to relinquish the facade of Dan the master and face the consequences of their public display. This sense of unresolved affection between man and bird might escape the notice of others, but Wang Ling had already seen through it, choosing to remain silent. It is noteworthy that Dan is female. Thank you for your patience, everyone, the lively antiquarian exclaimed, bouncing towards the crowd. Before he could utter much more, the notification for an incoming call chimed from his wristwatch. Glancing at the caller ID, he immediately beamed at the group and waved. I'm terribly sorry. Please wait a moment. With that, he scampered off to answer the call. Such a vivacious antiquarian had exceeded the comprehension of those around him. Seizing the opportunity while the antiquarian was occupied, Gua Hao decided to investigate what was truly happening with him. There is nothing in this world that this master does not know. With that thought, he cautiously plucked a feather from Dan. The moment he tugged at it, Dan's pristine, slightly plump body visibly shuddered. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, puzzled. This is a technique of divination that requires Dan's feather as an auxiliary component. As long as I hold the feather and gaze at the seeker, then silently chant the seeker's name 3 times, the color change of the feather will reveal the results, Gua Hao replied mysteriously. Dan silently rolled her eyes at Gua Hao. You've already spit on my feather, and now you want me to assist you in your pretentiousness. Just wait until we get home. In truth, this was far from a genuine technique of divination. Gua Hao had embellished the description of this art. In layman's terms, it was merely fortune-telling. The key point is that this ability did not even belong to Gua Hao. It was Dan's inherent special ability. Although Wang Ling regarded this power formed from the bloodlines of several divine birds as somewhat trivial, it was generally accepted that the results of the divination would likely be accurate. At least, it was certainly preferable to the roadside charlatans who would declare, auspicious one, you bear a fatal omen, and calamity will befall you. With the feather in hand, Gua Hao chanted the antiquarian's true name 3 times, and soon the onlookers beheld the once spotless feather transform into a vibrant pink. Pink feather? Gua Hao stared at the feather, his expression one of astonishment. Sun Rong glanced at the pink feather and asked, what does a pink feather symbolize? Gua Hao had long since memorized the symbolic meanings of feather colors, but the appearance of such a hue on the antiquarian was unexpected. Considering the antiquarian's previous exuberance and the significance of this pivotal pink feather, the answer began to dawn. A pink feather symbolizes romantic fortune. The antiquarian is in love. The crowd initially sat in stunned silence before erupting into an uproar. What? In love? This antiquarian, who only knew how to indulge in spicy snacks, had begun to arrange flowers in his antique vase? Chen Chao, Sun Rong, and Lin Xiaoyu found it utterly unbelievable. Is your feather reliable? Chen Chao questioned once more. Come on, you don't believe me? Gua Hao retorted. I just think it's a bit too fantastical. The idea of feather divination seems unscientific, Chen Chao remarked. Wang Ling interjected. So, you believe that the color change of a feather is scientific? Chen Chao was a rather skeptical individual, particularly when it came to matters of superstition. In order to validate the authenticity of the feather divination, he unceremoniously plucked another feather from Dan. This time, Dan twitched painfully. The sensitive area where the feather was pulled caused its feathers to stand on end. Wang Ling even caught a glimpse of a crystalline tear forming at the corner of Dan's eye. Reluctantly, Gua Hao proceeded to perform the divination for Chen Chao, observing the feather shift to a deep blue hue. With a sigh, he said, you should steer clear of water for the next month. Chen Chao displayed an incredulous expression. It's remarkably accurate. Last week, Chen Chao recalled swimming at the pool when he suddenly suffered a cramp in his leg. Had it not been for the lifeguard's timely intervention, slicing through the water with a swift motion, Chen felt he was on the brink of disaster. Now you must believe it, right? Gua Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, the old relic returned, appearing even more radiant than before. Dear students, I have an announcement to make. The old relic declared, unabashedly expressing his elation. I have found you a mentor. The crowd responded with silence. Wang Ling pondered. So, what was the significance of plucking feathers earlier? Dan exclaimed. Are you out of your mind? I don't care about my dignity. Chapter 42. An antiquated educational philosophy. Wang Ling was taken aback by the alacrity with which the old-timer had made his announcement. While whirlwind weddings were not uncommon these days, such a swift courtship was quite unexpected. Wang Ling surmised that perhaps the old-timer's prolonged solitude had made him susceptible to the intoxicating allure of romance. Clearly, spring had arrived for the old codger. Conversely, Guo found himself plunged into a frigid winter. Erdan was no ordinary parrot, a fact underscored not only by its unique abilities derived from its mixed lineage but also by its metamorphic capabilities. Erdan possessed the ability to assume human form, albeit for a limited duration. However, this was more than sufficient to discipline a recalcitrant Guo, especially after Erdan witnessed a precious tuft of its pristine white feathers being unceremoniously plucked in service of that infernal fortune-telling scheme. Wang Ling could sense the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Guo's shoulders from afar. Moreover, he once again overheard Erdan's inner monologue. Whips, handcuffs, little candles hiss. Though merely a trio of terse nouns, they conjured a vivid tableau in Wang Ling's mind. Wang Ling was astonished that even a bird could have such stimulating tastes. The old-timer, enraptured by love, was even more affable than usual. This should have been a relaxed spiritual sword training session, yet Guo's countenance remained perpetually shadowed by Erdan's frosty aura, rendering him incapable of mustering any enthusiasm. This tale serves as a cautionary reminder that ostentation comes at a price. Those who flaunt their prowess in public will inevitably face avian-inflicted humiliation in private. Wang Ling considered this incident a compelling case study to further reinforce the merits of the understated approach to life, a principle instilled in him by his parents from a young age. As always, Wang Ling found the content of this spiritual sword training session rather tedious. The old-timer was imparting rudimentary, intra-level spiritual sword techniques. Theoretically, cultivators at the foundation establishment stage were fully capable of flight via spiritual sword. However, according to the current educational system, the Education Bureau of Huaxiao Nation had relegated the art of spiritual sword flight to the university curriculum. At the high school level, the vast majority of foundation establishment students were only exposed to basic spiritual sword maintenance and rudimentary sword manipulation. Granted, students in the elite class might encounter more advanced material, such as advanced swordsmanship and sword cultivation techniques. However, these instructional modules still posed no challenge whatsoever for Wang Ling. A true master, it is said, wields no sword, yet carries a sword in their heart, capable of cleaving stars and sundering moons with a mere blade of grass. This pinnacle of swordsmanship had been enshrined in the annals of history, though most dismissed it as mere legend. Yet Wang Ling suspected that, with his power unsealed, severing celestial bodies with a blade of grass would be well within his capabilities. The basic sword manipulation training primarily involved controlling one's spiritual sword to trace figure eights in the void. Wang Ling cautiously guided his small wooden sword, meticulously restraining his power, doing his utmost to hold back, lest he inadvertently tear the roof off the gymnasium. Ultimately, under the old-timer's rigorous evaluation, Wang Ling achieved a proficiency score that ranked 4th in the class. 4th out of 5 might seem mediocre, but Wang Ling was quite content with this ranking. The last-place finisher was Lin Xiaoyu. The dual swords were inherently more difficult to control, and the associated sword cultivation techniques and sword manipulation skills were twice as challenging as wielding a single sword. Moreover, Lin Xiaoyu had long harbored a gender-based misconception regarding her 2 spiritual swords, which had persistently hampered their rapport. "This won't do," the old-timer sighed, hands on his hips, a hint of frustration in his voice. Although the old-timer was somewhat distracted by his newfound romance, he had diligently gathered data from previous spiritual sword exchange events between the 59th and 58th high schools. On paper, the sword proficiency levels of the students from all 3 schools were roughly comparable. In fact, the 60th high school possessed a distinct advantage, as Sun Rong's arcane sea had already gestated a sword spirit. To invoke a glitch, a high school student who had nurtured a sword spirit was a rare and formidable prodigy, a truly terrifying existence. However, the spiritual sword exchange was a team-based event, employing a team scoring system. For the 60th high school to emerge victorious, in addition to stellar performances from Sun Rong and Qin Xiao, the other 3 participants needed to maintain at least an average score. Any single straggler would jeopardize their chances. It was worth noting that Wang Ling's 4th place ranking precisely coincided with the city's average proficiency level, a fact that the old-timer found rather intriguing. In a sense, the old-timer believed that those who scored 60 points were more capable than those who scored a perfect 100. Currently, only Lin Xiaoyu seemed to be lagging behind, and her score was far from promising, as her sword manipulation proficiency fell short of the city's average of 65. However, the old-timer was, after all, an old-timer. Principal Qin had entrusted the team to him, And even though this snack-loving plump man was currently smitten with love, his pedagogical prowess was beyond reproach. Afterward, everyone except Lin Xiaoyu departed the gymnasium, leaving 2 hours until dinner time. These 2 hours were initially designated as free time, but Lin Xiaoyu would now use them for intensive training. "Teacher, am I hopeless?" the self-confessed Fujoshi lamented, her head bowed in dejection. Lin Xiaoyu felt that sword manipulation had become the second greatest torment in her life, after the incineration of her treasured BL Doujinshi collection. Sensitive to the girl's embarrassment, the old-timer sought to tread lightly. Had this been Teacher Pan's approach, he would have already erupted in a tirade, lamenting her lack of potential and employing aggressive, motivational rhetoric to stimulate her adrenal glands. However, each teacher possessed their own unique pedagogical style. Such a method of exhortation and incitement was entirely unsuited to the old-timer's gentle disposition, especially now that he was in love. He would never berate a female student struggling with her studies. Instead of Teacher Pan's motivational harangues, the old-timer favored a more encouraging educational philosophy, one that was particularly adept at addressing specific needs. While the dual swords method was indeed more cumbersome than the single-handed technique, the underlying principles remained the same. It merely required memorizing a few additional formulas. For students in the elite class, rote memorization was never an obstacle, especially for an academic achiever like Lin Xiaoyu. Thus, the old-timer surmised that Lin Xiaoyu wasn't incapable of learning, rather, she was simply disengaged. Moreover, he sensed that Lin Xiaoyu was in low spirits. In fact, the recent conflagration of her cherished BL Doujinshi collection was the primary cause of her despondency. However, the old-timer was completely unaware of these circumstances, and could only rely on his years of experience and keen observation to make an informed judgment. Surreptitiously investigating a student's private life was, after all, a rather perverted undertaking. In such situations, the old-timer had a plethora of methods for addressing these perplexing issues, primarily through targeted incentives. With a flash of spiritual light, the old-timer conjured a book and presented it to Lin Xiaoyu. "I hope you'll give this a read, Lin Xiaoyu. The protagonist's name is quite similar to that of your dual swords." Intrigued, Lin Xiaoyu accepted the book, which bore the elegant title Grandmaster of Demonic Cultivation on its cover. In truth, even before this training session, the old-timer had meticulously prepared a gift for each student, in accordance with his incentive-based approach, for use in case of emergency. He meticulously compiled a list of Wang Ling's snack preferences for Sun Rong, prepared a weight-adjustable dumbbell, equipped with a gravity system for Chen Chao, gifted Gua Hao a small notebook, inscribed with student gossip known solely to the seasoned antiques, and for Wang Ling, he arranged a package of the latest innovation, crispy noodles flavored with stir-fried eel. Chapter 43. The Revenge of Senior He. The campus was rife with a chilling breeze, heralding tumultuous times. Senior He, with an aggregate score of 8,823 over 3 academic years, had become a figure of notoriety, dubbed the Notorious Senior, the Unruly Senior, the Tempestuous Senior. It was unclear when the legends surrounding He Buffing began circulating throughout the school. Even he himself could not pinpoint the moment he was branded as a delinquent. Perhaps it was after the fiery conclusion of his first love 3 years ago? He Buffing had long since forgotten and ceased to care. Since the world had cast him as a school tyrant, he found a peculiar sense of liberation in embracing this role, as if it were a form of self-redemption. After assuming the mantle of a delinquent, He Buffing discovered he could freely enter any restroom within the school, a privilege that made other students wait anxiously until he had finished. The cafeteria staff served him the most generous portions, and fear permeated the air around him. Even the teachers were apprehensive. Even the stern director Xie would retreat upon encountering him. Truth be told, He Buffing initially detested the life where everyone treated him like a pariah. Yet gradually, he began to relish it. To his surprise, this morning, Tang Jingzhe approached him. The very man who had once been at the helm of a disastrous exchange program with the affiliated school now came to him, humbly requesting assistance in addressing a group of unruly students from the 60 school. Were these the 4 individuals? In the designated men's restroom, He Buffing stubbed out his cigarette with a decisive stomp, his gaze fixed intently on the photograph and accompanying information that Tang Jingzhe had provided. Indeed, these were the ones. Tang Jingzhe replied weakly. Feng Huaqing and Liang Wei cowered behind Tang Jingzhe, scarcely daring to breathe. This delinquent senior was, as rumored, rather intimidating. I recall that the student delegation from the 60 school comprised 5 members. Have you excluded Sun Rong? Do you look down on me? Do you doubt my abilities? He Buffing chuckled as he scrutinized the documents in his hand. A simple inquiry made Tang Jing's flinch. "Oh, don't be afraid," Yu Buffeng reassured him, patting his shoulder. "After all, she is the young lady of the Huawo Water Curtain Group. Not everyone can provoke her." The senior's words resonated with wisdom. "However, my time is limited. I can only assist in disciplining one person." Yu Buffeng indicated the photograph. "Among these four, first, I have no inclination to bully women. This Lin Xiaoyu can be spared. Indeed, the senior possesses a certain elegance." Liang Wei flattered him. Next, Yu Buffeng pointed to Chen Xiao. "Secondly, this muscular fellow appears formidable. I'd rather not engage in a philosophical wrestling match with him. The information suggests he has some background. Perhaps it would be best to avoid him." Then, Yu Buffeng gestured towards the photo of Heir Dan. "And this one, while he may seem simple-minded, his family operates a pet shop. And I suspect that parrot of his could prove troublesome." Finally, Yu Buffeng's gaze fell upon Wang Ling. "From the dossier, this individual seems the most vulnerable. He shall be the one." "Senior, are you certain you do not wish to reconsider?" Upon exiting the gymnasium, Wang Ling found himself with free time to allocate as he pleased. Lin Xiaoyu was left behind by the old-fashioned instructor, engrossed in a book titled Imo Daozu Shi. Sun Rong seized the opportunity to ascend the rooftop, attempting to summon her sword spirit to enhance their rapport while the students from the 59th school remained in class. Chen Xiao and Gua Hao, two aimless fellows, rushed back to the dormitory to indulge in video games as soon as training concluded. Wang Ling neither required training nor often played games. Any device in his hands could easily become obsolete. Of course, the watch specially crafted for him by Wang Ming contained games, updated weekly to encompass nearly all the latest titles on the market. However, Wang Ling had never played a single game, as the metrics generated during gameplay could reveal insights into his reflexes and agility. He was reluctant to allow that data-obsessed individual to gather any clues about him. Wang Ling perceived himself as a rather tedious person, having traversed life in solitude since childhood. This was undoubtedly influenced by his parents' upbringing. Often, he pondered that if not for his formidable skills, he would merely be an ordinary individual. The heavens bestowed opportunities and equality upon all, yet the price paid for his unparalleled prowess was profoundly burdensome. Wang Ling could not enjoy games, lacked close friendships, could not share moments of joy with companions, and even the simplest acts, like sneezing or sleeping, required caution. At all times, he had to control his strength, vigilantly guarding against unforeseen harm. This was not only a responsibility towards himself but also towards others. In his youth, loneliness was likely Wang Ling's most profound childhood shadow. However, with the passage of time, he gradually acclimated to solitude. Although since arriving at 60 school, life had become notably more vibrant, especially during recent inter-school activities. The communal living experience was something he had never encountered before, leaving him feeling quite out of place and uneasy. Now, the free time presented a rare opportunity for Wang Ling to seek solitude and tranquility. What was that song? "Walk with me along the campus streets, woo-oh, woo-oh." Both the 59th school and the oft-whispered 58th school boasted areas akin to the Little Garden at 60 school. Following the expansion by a certain flamboyant school board member, the 59th school had not only renovated the broad tree-lined path in front, but also extended the grounds behind the school building. This area was a grove of cherry trees, now in full bloom, draping the space in a delicate pink hue. Immersed within, one could sense a hint of first love in the air. At the end of the school day, one could always spot couples exchanging sweet promises beneath the cherry blossoms. As a gentle breeze swept through, petals danced gracefully from the branches, landing softly on Wang Ling's hair and shoulders. The beautiful cherry blossoms and the serene youth created a scene of exquisite charm. Chapter 44. The encounter between cats and humans. Wang Ling gently plucked a petal, closing his eyes to inhale deeply, savoring the delicate fragrance emanating from the pale pink blossom. The scent of this season felt perfectly attuned to his senses. These were merely ordinary cherry blossom trees, devoid of any spiritual energy compared to the myriad of vibrant fruit trees cultivated from the seeds of mystical trees sold in the market. Yet, they remained an indispensable part of the campus's environmental ambience. This was the life he yearned for. Wang Ling relished this rare tranquility, standing still amidst the cherry blossom grove, enveloped by the pure aroma. With his eyes shut, it felt as though he were the sole inhabitant of the universe. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through him, a muscle spasm rather than a chill from the wind. His physical form was impervious to cold. His body, fortified by potent spiritual energy, disintegrated any virus before it could invade. Thus, throughout his life, he had never suffered from illness, not even knowing the sensation of a common cold. Occasionally, he would experience muscle spasms, often occurring during moments of serenity, emanating from within, unrelated to his physical being, but rather tied to his nervous system. Despite standing at the pinnacle of human cultivation, the isolation from such heights was not something everyone could comprehend. A celestial king is neither a frail old man reciting prayers in a dilapidated temple, nor a Taoist detached from the mortal realm. Ultimately, Wang Ling was just a 16-year-old boy capable of emotions. Although he professed to have grown accustomed to it, deep down, he was unwilling to admit his profound loneliness. As he tread softly on the velvety petals, a cool breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying faint sounds that drifted into his ears. Following the sounds, he glanced towards a nearby cherry blossom tree. Not far off, a few small cats frolicked joyously, leaping to catch the petals as they fell. These were ordinary feral kittens, ubiquitous in every campus. At times, Wang Ling envied these little creatures, carefree and unburdened, with campus caretakers always ready to feed them. After satisfying their hunger, they would huddle together to play, then lazily nap when tired. They bore no concerns about restraining their powers, living unconfined and free of limitations. Gazing at these adorable little beings, Wang Ling longed to scoop one up. Yet considering the waning effects of his seals, he ultimately withdrew his hand. Beneath the cherry blossom tree, a handsome youth and a few playfully frolicking cats painted a picture of harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. However, this harmony could sometimes be disrupted, especially when an individual possessed the ability to connect with the hearts of others. As Wang Ling observed the kittens, he distinctly heard their thoughts. The leading cat exclaimed, "Look, this person has been staring at us." The second cat remarked, "He might be a creep." The third cat urged, "Let us hurry and leave. It seemed he wanted to grab us." The fourth cat added, "I heard there's a weirdo who catches cats to make skewers. It's dangerous here." The leader cat concluded, "It's precisely 2 o'clock. Boss Zheng has a meeting to attend. Let us skedaddle." Wang Ling. Then, the kittens scattered in a particular direction. This awkwardness was something Wang Ling had experienced numerous times throughout his life, especially in this phase where his seals had weakened. His aura was significantly heavier than before, and animals, as well as insects, were typically far more sensitive to such dangerous energies than humans. However, not all creatures feared Wang Ling occasionally. A few oblivious dragonflies or butterflies would alight on his shoulders or hair. Continuing in the direction the kittens had fled, Wang Ling approached a small artificial lotus pond in the cherry blossom garden of number 59 middle school. The pond was modest in size, and he had previously heard about it through his heart connection when he entered the school. This little lotus pond had recently been renovated, but a minor incident had occurred when a sparrow accidentally drowned. Some mischievous students named the sparrow Xia Yuhua and erected a stone tablet nearby, dubbing the pond Xiaoming Lake. Worried about the little cats encountering misfortune, Wang Ling intended to check on them. These small creatures were still quite young. Even though the water in the pond barely reached his knees, it would be deep enough for them. However, it turned out that Wang Ling was overthinking. The kittens evidently had their secret hideout, for when he reached Xiaoming Lake, he found the vicinity eerily silent, devoid of any feline presence. Sighing, he prepared to leave when suddenly he heard a meow from the cherry blossom tree, followed by the sight of a dark shadow plunging into the lotus pond. With a splash, water erupted around him. Wang Ling was relatively close to the pond, and under normal circumstances, he would have been drenched if he hadn't reacted quickly. However, the splattering droplets froze mid-air before they could reach him. With a subtle motion of his fingers, the water returned to the pond as if receding tide. After completing this act, Wang Ling felt a sense of relief. Recently, his uncontrollable spiritual power had caused a myriad of mishaps at number 59 middle school. From grand spirit gathering arrays to electronic devices, guilt weighed on him. After all, the water in the pond was a communal asset of the school, and he felt his timely intervention was warranted. This was not a matter of time reversal, but rather a manifestation of the great gravitational technique, a skill renowned since the days of the former leader of the Shao clan. Of course, time reversal could achieve similar effects, but it would entail considerable consumption on Wang Ling's part. More importantly, such an act would cause a shift in the timeline. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Ling preferred not to employ this ability lightly. Standing by the edge of the lotus pond, Wang Ling searched for the dark shadow that had just fallen in. Though it had occurred in an instant, his formidable dynamic vision allowed him to discern that the shadow was likely a black cat. Clearly, this black cat was slightly taken aback. After all, it had intentionally jumped into the water to splash Wang Ling. Once in the water, The black cat swiftly darted to the side, hiding by the pond's edge to observe discreetly. It witnessed the entirety of Wang Ling's great gravitational technique in action. To its astonishment, this person wielded such advanced magic. What was meant to be a meticulously crafted prank had failed at the very first hurdle, a rather inauspicious start. Sidey Buffing, who had transformed into the black cat. He leaped onto a lotus leaf, as the pond was artificial, and the flowers and leaves were fabricated. Buoyant like swimming training boards, allowing Buffin to stand firmly atop the leaf. Having transformed into a cat before, Buffin was nimble enough. Though adjusting from 2 legs to 4 limbs was not without its challenges. Without significant practice, it was quite difficult to acclimate. Thus, the black cat officially entered Wang Ling's line of sight. After a brief standoff between the boy and the cat, Buffing leaped off the leaf, executing a full 360-degree spin before plunging into the water. He then began to thrash about frantically on the surface. Even without relying on his heart connection, Wang Ling knew this was deliberate mischief. Moreover, Wang Ling was now fully aware of the situation. He clearly understood that this black cat was, in fact, a human transformed, sent by Tangjingzi to orchestrate his downfall. In this predicament, if he were to intervene and offer assistance, it would undoubtedly lead to further schemes and conspiracies. Yet, should he choose to remain indifferent, he was certain that his adversary would accuse him of being a bystander, neglecting to save a life. Furthermore, this could potentially tarnish the reputation of the 60 high school. After all, as the old sage had stated, each individual who graced the halls of 59 high school represented the image of 60 high school. To save was, of course, imperative. However, a modicum of punishment should also be administered. Wang Ling gazed at the black cat struggling in the water, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a touch of benevolence. Chapter 45. The Black Cat Film Emperor. Ever since Wang Ling witnessed the passive skill of the antiquated literary ant, who came equipped with her own strategy under the old-fashioned artistic model, he began to reflect on his own passive abilities. For Wang Ling, the trouble he faced was not solely due to an overwhelming force. Sometimes, the very passive skills he possessed became the source of his predicaments. Thus, over the past few days, he quietly categorized his passive skills into 3 distinct groups: the practical series, the trivial series, and the useless series, making the classification simple and clear. Among the useless series, the one that left the most profound impression on Wang Ling was a passive branch technique derived from the Great Waves Palm, known as fish leaping. If Wang Ling clapped 32 times consecutively at a person, that individual would leap in place, resembling a fish king performing a water splash, devoid of any aggression. As for the trivial series, the name itself suggested skills that were neither delectable nor entirely dispensable. Some abilities appeared quite practical but held no value for Wang Ling. For instance, his passive branch technique, infinite devouring, which originated from the Great Devouring technique, allowed him to drop a tear on a certain type of food, causing it to rapidly multiply into several portions. However, the unfortunate truth was that Wang Ling was not a glutton. He merely had a fondness for crispy noodles. He recalled how, in his childhood, he had used this technique to replicate crispy noodles, resulting in an uncontrollable surge in quantity. Ultimately, he had to carve a tunnel to send the enchanted noodles into the vast cosmos. By now, those noodles might have formed an entire galaxy. Hence, although Wang Ling possessed numerous passive skills, their practicality was predominantly low. As for the practical series, despite its meager pool of skills, each ability was something Wang Ling deemed immensely valuable for navigating hidden realms. For instance, the previous Great Shield technique served as a passive skill that obstructed any nefarious individual from investigating him through alternative channels. Now, faced with the Black Cat Film Emperor splashing about in the Lotus Pond, Wang Ling's other passive skill activated unconsciously is Heavenly. I possess the power to discern truth from falsehood. To be frank, Wang Ling was astonished to discover that someone in such a foundational high school had a grasp of transformation techniques. This was a remarkably advanced form of magic. Although the Bureau of Schools did not prohibit the study of transformation techniques, the complexity of such arts rendered self-study impractical without the guidance of a masterminder. At this moment, the Black Cat Film Emperor had been frolicking in the Lotus Pond for a full 2 minutes. Faced with such a frail and pitiful little creature, the individual harbored not a shred of sympathy. Beaufort mused. He had long since stationed his flamboyant subordinate nearby. Should Wang Ling exhibit any behavior of neglecting to save, his subordinate would promptly document the evidence of inaction, subsequently flooding the school's forums and social media the following day. This minor news, paired with a touch of melancholic prose, would undoubtedly incite a fervor among cat owners, leading to a collective outcry. At that point, the 60 middle school would surely suffer a loss of face. Yet the success of this entire scheme hinged on the flawless execution of the transformation technique. The black cat continued to joyfully splash in the lotus pond. Wang Ling gazed at the feline, unnoticed by others, his deep, obsidian-like pupils radiating an unusual brilliance akin to a kaleidoscope. It must be noted that Feng's transformation technique was extraordinarily refined, capable of eluding the perception of most individuals within the same realm. Alas, such a mere transformation could hardly escape the scrutiny of the heavenly eye. Just as Feng was delighting in his splashes, he was taken aback to observe that the water splashes around him had significantly increased, and his perspective had undergone a dramatic shift. Even the black fur on his hands seemed to have vanished. Curious. Something feels amiss. Then, after a brief moment, Feng stood up from the lotus pond, his face a portrait of astonishment. What the hell? He never anticipated that he would revert to his human form. The most alarming revelation was that even his clothing had disappeared. Wang Ling covered his eyes, which were now stinging, as he too muttered a silent exclamation. Who could explain to him why even Feng's garments had vanished? This ability to discern truth from illusion had evidently gone a tad too far. It was quite the visual assault. Surely this was a glitch in the system. This scenario presented an unexpected embarrassment for Wang Ling. He found himself regretting it. The passive skill of the heavenly eye was not something he could control, while its ability to unveil numerous illusory facades was indeed beneficial. It was clear that such thorough restoration was not always advantageous. At that moment, Feng felt a surge of madness and despair, akin to the sensation of having his top-tier gear devoured by the system after consuming a transformation potion in a game. He buried his face in the lotus pond once more, feeling a level of shame he had never experienced before. With no one around, his flamboyant subordinate remained hidden at a distance, entirely unaware of the unfolding situation. Feng, nearly resolute, looked at Wang Ling with a hint of desperation and said, "Classmate, could you assist me in finding a piece of clothing?" Wang Ling paused for a moment, then removed his jacket and tossed it to the edge of the lotus pond. Subsequently, he lowered his head and silently turned away. After all, he was not Chen Xiao and would never develop an interest in someone who stood entirely unclothed. A melancholic youth, wandering through the cherry blossom grove, possessed an air of subtle melancholy. Feng watched Wang Ling's retreating figure, lost in thought, while seated in the cold lotus pond. He never imagined that his transformation technique would fail so swiftly, nor that the very individual he intended to embarrass would, at his most awkward moment, come to his rescue. Climbing out of the lotus pond, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Feng donned the blue jacket Wang Ling had offered. The sporty school uniform's length was just sufficient to cover his awkward areas. Thankfully, class had not yet concluded. Otherwise, with more people in the cherry blossom grove, he would have truly found himself in a compromising situation. "Boss, it's all recorded." His flamboyant subordinate suddenly jumped out from the side. "What the hell? Delete that immediately." Feng's face twitched as he recalled how he had been splashing joyfully in the pond upon his transformation back into human form. He felt utterly foolish. Such a video, how could it possibly remain? But this person, should we still mess with him? Such a principled student from another school deserves a warm welcome. If it weren't for him, I would have lost face entirely, Feng declared, while simultaneously stripping off his subordinate's pants to wear himself. The gentle breeze brushed against his bare thighs and sparse leg hair, leaving his flamboyant subordinate feeling slightly aggrieved. Turning back, Feng thought, I truly ought to express my gratitude to this classmate. He deeply sensed the stark contrast in student conduct between the two schools. Realizing he could no longer afford to languish in decline, the student council of 60 Middle School required serious reform. The two individuals gazed intently in the direction where Wang Ling had vanished for an extended period. Gradually, unbeknownst to them, Wang Ling's grand concealment technique came into play once more. Almost simultaneously, both of them stumbled upon a significant realization. Wait a moment. What was the name of this student again? Chapter 46. The melancholy of Zhuo Wang Ling was certainly not one to relish the role of a good Samaritan. The emergence of this situation was indeed a consequence of his own actions. He could have chosen to disregard it and leave with an air of indifference. However, the teachings of his parents instilled in him the importance of maintaining boundaries in all endeavors, to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. Although Feng was a troublemaker, he was not among the nefarious rogues of the shadow stream. Thus, Wang Ling's decision to leave behind his school uniform was ultimately a reflection of his consideration for the relationship between the two schools. It was common knowledge that the rapport between the 59th and 60th schools was far from cordial. Yet, when would the cycle of vengeance ever cease? Wang Ling was uncertain about the potential impact of a mere school uniform, yet he felt compelled to take a chance. After all, if even the notoriously difficult director Xie from the 59th school could be appeased by the old-timer, then anything was possible. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the 100 Schools Alliance, Zhuo Yi was engulfed in sorrow. Despite being a mere youth appointed as the deputy secretary of the alliance, he was the subject of much envy from outsiders. Yet, few understood the immense pressure he bore. One source of this pressure stemmed from his superiors. The 100 Schools Alliance governed all institutions of cultivation in Shanghai City, leaving no institution, not even kindergartens, untouched. The various district education bureaus were beholden to the directives of the alliance. Above the alliance was the 10,000 Schools Union, overseen directly by the esteemed secretary Sun Rong. The position of deputy secretary was neither trivial nor monumental, but to Zhuo Yi, it felt as though he was merely a servant, reaping little reward while the primary secretary enjoyed the benefits. His role had devolved into answering phone calls, with the weight of leadership pressure translating into a burdensome workload, rendering Zhuo Yi's life quite miserable. Moreover, the pressure was compounded by Zhuo Yi's own awareness of how he attained his position. He understood the precariousness of his status and dreaded the annual meetings where intoxicated leaders insisted he reenact his legendary feat of slaying the sky-devouring toad with his air sword technique. In summary, occupying the role of deputy secretary was a source of profound fatigue for Zhuo Yi. Due to concerns regarding student admissions, numerous parents sought his attention. Education was a matter of great significance, and Zhuo Yi could not turn them away. Naturally, several parents discreetly offered him bribes, all of which he declined. He prided himself on his integrity, believing himself to be relatively upright, although he contemplated exposing his superiors in a fit of frustration. However, without any evidence, such a notion remained a mere fantasy. Especially after the Central Anti-Corruption Bureau of Huaxiao Nation instituted 8 regulations and 6 prohibitions, leaders began to self-regulate, eschewing extravagance. At gatherings, not even a single dish was served. Leaders resorted to popping dietary supplements from their pockets while sipping tea and engaging in conversation. Consequently, finding evidence became increasingly elusive. Since the 60th school's resounding victory over the international assassin organization Shadowstream, public discourse had surged. The upcoming spirit sword exchange between the 59th and 60th schools drew the direct attention of the 10,000 Schools Union, which personally reached out to Zhuo Yi to express its earnest concern. The primary focus remained the safety of Sun Rong. Following the assassination attempt by Shadowstream, it was rumored that the head of the Huaguo Water Curtain Group had made a direct call. The specifics of their conversation eluded Zhuo Yi. However, since that incident, union leaders had been inquiring about Sun Rong's activities at school. This morning, Zhuo Yi had received a call from a superior. From the other end of the line, he could surmise the topic of conversation. It was likely yet another discussion about safety. With so many elite assassins from Shadowstream eliminated, they would undoubtedly seek retribution for the spirit sword exchange with numerous leaders in attendance. Any lapse in security could lead to dire consequences. Zhuo Yi had been on high alert, dispatching personnel to monitor the situation, fearing any misstep would reflect poorly on him as the task's coordinator. Being both a servant and a scapegoat, it was a rather disheartening sentiment. Yet it was the reality Zhuo Yi faced. This was not merely a job, it was his current predicament. That morning, after concluding a call with the 10,000 Schools Union, Zhuo Yi was unexpectedly visited by an unusual guest at his office. The individual was tall, clad in a perfectly tailored black trench coat, and donned a motorcycle helmet, initially not appearing to be of any significance. However, as the door swung open, Zhuo Yi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Secretary Dakong? Sun Dakong, the secretary of the 10,000 Schools Union, a figure of profound influence in Jinghua City. Zhuo Yi had never interacted directly with this legendary leader, having only glimpsed him from afar during previous annual meetings. To be honest, Zhuo Yi had a lasting impression of Secretary Dakong, and he recognized him immediately upon entry. It was said that Secretary Sun was quite low-key in his personal life, and upon seeing him today, Zhuo Yi found the rumors to be true. Clad in a black trench coat and a helmet, one might mistake him for a delivery person. Sun Dakong removed his helmet and unceremoniously took a seat, exhaling deeply. After all these years, this place truly hasn't changed at all. His voice exuded a magnetic quality, imbued with the gravitas of an elder statesman, each word resonating with a unique charm. Zhuo Yi, whose tea supplies were nearly depleted from accommodating visiting parents, awkwardly rummaged through his tea canister, unable to find anything of quality. Sun Dakong smiled at Zhuo Yi, deputy secretary. No need to fuss. Just plain tea will suffice. I hope you won't mind my unannounced visit. Zhuo Yi hastily poured a cup of cool tea for him. Secretary Dakong, you flatter me. Should any issues arise, a simple phone call would suffice. That line is reserved for the people. I lack the privilege, Sun Dakong chuckled. Thus, I came in person today. Regarding the safety of Sun Rong, I have already made arrangements. If you have any concerns. Today's discussion doesn't pertain to that. Sun Dakong waved his hand. We trust Deputy Secretary Zhuo's arrangements regarding Sun Rong's safety. Your contributions to the 100 Schools Alliance in Songhai City have not gone unnoticed by the higher-ups. If it weren't for your strategic planning and protection of the 60th school, the defeat of Shadow Stream would have resulted in what could have been the most catastrophic terror attack in the history of our educational sector. The consequences would have been unfathomable had it not been for your efforts. Zhuo Yi inquired, then, Secretary Dakong, what brings you here today? In just a couple of days, the Spirit Sword Exchange at the 60th school will commence. I will be representing the upper leadership as an observer. This notion struck me suddenly yesterday. I had not informed anyone beforehand. I trust it is not too late to notify you now? Of course, I would prefer that only you be aware of this, and that it be under the banner of the 100 Schools Alliance, granting me an identity to participate without attracting undue attention. Sun Dakong spoke candidly, his demeanor warm and affable. In summary, let us proceed discreetly. Such words from an esteemed leader. Zhuo Yi wiped away his cold sweat, already envisioning the implications. If this matter were to leak, all the leaders and officials from the 59th and 60th high schools would surely go mad. Moreover, it would not only disturb the school officials, but it might even directly alarm the higher authorities. The name Sun Dakong resonates with immense significance. Putting aside other matters, merely mentioning his identity sends shivers down one's spine. In the past, this esteemed secretary of the 10,000 School Alliance was a renowned figure in the founding of the Huaxiao nation. He was a valiant general who fought bravely on the ancient battlefield of cultivation, contributing greatly to the establishment of the scientific cultivation era. The mere thought of these memories made Zhuo Yi's expression involuntarily waver. How could such a distinguished figure possibly attend a mundane exchange meeting of spiritual swords between two ordinary high schools? Zhuo Yi found this utterly inconceivable. Aside from this, there was another matter. Sun Dakong sipped his tea. I wonder if Deputy Secretary Zhuo remembers the beast tide from 6 years ago? At the mention of 6 years past, Zhuo Yi felt an unsettling premonition. Chapter 47. Once, an opportunity presented itself before you. Every time Zhuo Yi encountered discussions regarding the beast tide that occurred 6 years ago, he could not help but shudder. During the annual meetings, those inebriated leaders would insist he perform the air sword technique, leaving Zhuo Yi with psychological scars deeper than the sea and higher than the sky. Therefore, upon hearing Sun Dakong revisit old tales, Zhuo Yi could almost predict the next words of Secretary Dakong. Sure enough, this eccentric elder leader cast a glance at Zhuo Yi. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. I have heard that Vice Director Zhuo's air sword technique is quite a remarkable skill. Why not showcase it during the spiritual sword exchange meeting? For a lengthy moment, Zhuo Yi remained silent. In past annual meetings, when those drunken leaders demanded he perform, he could easily concoct excuses to decline, for they were merely a gaggle of intoxicated fools. However, the individual before him now posed such a request, and Zhuo Yi found himself at a loss for a suitable rebuttal. Firstly, he was afraid. Secondly, he truly lacked the ability. Over the years, Zhuo Yi had researched the air sword technique extensively, yet he had produced no noteworthy results. Is there a difficulty? Sun Dakong, noticing Zhuo Yi's prolonged silence, wore a bemused expression. If it truly poses an inconvenience, consider my words unspoken. I merely thought, as a senior from the 60 middle school, now a role model in the eyes of most young people, showcasing your talents in such a public setting could serve as a great source of inspiration. Please, do not misunderstand, old leader. That is not my intention. Zhuo Yi began. Oh, as long as that is not the case. Sun Dakong swiftly interjected, effectively silencing Zhuo Yi's incomplete thought. Zhuo Yi had intended to inquire if he could perform a different act, anything but the air sword technique. Even the chest-smashing performance would suffice. Yet, Sun Dakong's resolute demeanor extinguished any notion of an alternative. At this point, there was no escaping. Zhuo Yi inwardly sighed, feeling a genuine pang of discomfort. His predicament was indeed challenging, akin to riding a tiger. If he succeeded, Secretary Dakong might be pleased, and Zhuo Yi could potentially ascend from his long-held position as the deputy director, embarking on a new chapter in life. Conversely, should he falter, he was acutely aware that he would have to bid farewell to that position. At such a young age, attaining this role was no small feat while speaking. Sun Dakong suddenly rose and solemnly patted Zhu Yi's shoulder, startling him nearly to the point of falling from his chair. I understand you may have your reservations. You probably feel too young, reluctant to showcase your skills, preferring to keep a low profile to avoid drawing attention. Am I right? Allow me to share a story with you, a tale from the ancient battlefield of cultivation, Sun Dakong began. Zhu Yi lifted his head, his expression brightening with renewed vigor. Once, during the last battle before our nation's founding, the Shermin battle. Regarding the ancient battlefield of cultivation, most young people today only hear legends. This long-buried history is not even touched upon in high school textbooks. It is only in university that one begins to grasp its essence. Although Zhu Yi was not a history major in college, he possessed a basic understanding of the Shermin battle. That battle was indeed renowned. Secretary Dakong recounted with fervor, tears glimmering in his eyes as he reminisced. During that battle, under the looming threat of the 7 demon gods from the other realm, I, alongside Minister Shi Yuliang from the current Ministry of Defense, stood our ground outside Shermin at Dagoling. He listened intently, captivated by the first-hand recounting of history. An opportunity afforded to few. Those were demon gods, their power formidable, their divine might overwhelming, conjuring countless laws that dimmed the heavens and earth, creating astonishing phenomena. Even the sun was pressed down, and the blazing flames of laws could be seen from hundreds of miles away above Shermin. The demon god leader was immensely powerful, radiating brilliance with every gesture, causing the very heavens and earth to resonate. Despite Minister Shi Yuliang's valiant efforts, he ultimately could not prevail. Yet this battle was the final one. Our orders were clear: hold the line, and even if we could not win, we must not retreat an inch. Zhu Yi was enraptured, his thoughts drifting alongside the elder's narrative. He could vividly envision the terrifying scenes of the ancient battlefield, engulfed in flames and divine energy. Before him stood this elder, appearing merely middle-aged, yet he was a living relic, having walked through that era, witnessing its evolution and scientific advancements to occupy his current position. This dialogue exuded a profound sense of nostalgia, evoking a feeling of time travel for Zhu Yi. In the end, we all exhausted our strength and collapsed at the gates of Shermin. Only Minister Yuliang remained standing. He burned his divine blood, sacrificing his supreme bone to summon the divine instrument, the Gao Shaoqin, playing a celestial melody that not only replenished everyone's strength but also pushed his own potential to the limit. Ultimately, he felled 7 gods and secured Shermin, laying the foundation for the establishment of Huaxiao Nation. But Minister Shi survived. Zhu Yi interjected. The elder leader smiled. Indeed, he survived. At one point, a tombstone was erected, and he was already interred. Who would have known that his pet bird, Xiao Hong, dropped a divine herb on his grave, rejuvenating his vitality, allowing him to rise from the dead? Quite amusing, isn't it? Zhu Yi remarked. In this world, the number of people who could bring such fortune to this old minister is indeed few and far between. After concluding the tale, Sun Dakong inquired, what insights have you gained from this story? The elder leader's narrative was not without purpose. The moral was paramount. Zhu Yi reflected deeply. The elder intended to convey the importance of perseverance and resolve, emphasizing the need to never surrender until the final moment. One must learn from Minister Shi Yuliang and pay homage to his indomitable spirit, correct? You are overthinking it. Sun Dakong rolled his eyes. What I meant to say is, showcase your talents without hesitation. Do not conceal them. Do not be like Minister Shi, who waited until the last moment to reveal his abilities, almost costing himself dearly. You are not Ultraman. When an opportunity to shine arises, seize it. Do not wait until it is lost to limit your choices. Zhu Yi could only respond with silence. Chapter 48. Miss Dong. Since the disbandment of the local extortion gang in the Peiyuan district, the venerable Elder Dong has led a group of elderly individuals to establish the Harmonious Bureau. Following this, the chaos of extortion and various disturbances to social order in the Peiyuan district seemingly vanished in an instant. No one wished to be accosted by a group of seniors while on their way to work. Consequently, instances of illegal parking on the streets ceased, and even those who ran red lights disappeared from sight. Within just a few days, the Harmonious Bureau had delivered over 1,000 habitual thieves to the local law enforcement agency, depleting the food supplies of the detention center. The officers of the law enforcement agency worked tirelessly to document these cases, transforming the once respected Peiyuan district's police station into a mere subsidiary of Elder Dong's Harmonious Bureau. Frustratingly, The police had little to say in response, for it was undeniable that the establishment of the Harmonious Bureau had significantly improved the overall quality of life in Piyuan District. Moreover, this group of seniors was astute, conducting their operations without leaving a trace of wrongdoing. Even when dealing with individuals in secluded corners, they strategically avoided surveillance cameras. In summary, Elder Dong had become a well-known figure. Now, as she walked through the Piyuan District, even traffic officers trembled at the sight of her, respectfully addressing her as Miss Dong. However, regarding the current state of the Harmonious Bureau, Miss Dong was far from satisfied. That morning, she strolled leisurely to the Bureau's clandestine headquarters, resembling an old leader long accustomed to the shadows. This headquarters, once a dilapidated factory available for lease, was acquired at a remarkably low rent. Elder Dong and several high-ranking officials pooled a portion of their retirement pensions to purchase the property. In a mere 2 days, the factories and used items had been cleared away, and the interior was divided into several designated areas. The first was the Harmonious Reporting Zone, where citizens could voluntarily report uncivil behaviors in society, with the Bureau ready to assist in all matters. The second was the Harmonious Entertainment Area, a space specifically allocated for the elderly to dance, ensuring they did not disturb nearby residents. Elder Dong even personally funded a soundproofing system and selected 2 regular dance songs, The Lively Star of the Turbulent Times and the closing piece Pure Land of Bliss, blending a bold theme with a hint of lightheartedness. The third area was the Harmonious Conference Room, intended for Elder Dong to convene high-level meetings and make urgent assignments. Beyond these 3 primary zones, there were 2 smaller areas designated as the Harmonious Fitness Room and Elder Dong's private office. As was her routine, upon entering the office, Elder Dong immediately fetched a bucket of water from the restroom and took a clean white cloth to meticulously wipe the stone placed on her desk. To outsiders, this stone appeared unremarkable, but it held profound significance for everyone at the Harmonious Bureau, as it was inscribed with the 24 true words left by Wang Ling. While she was engaged in this task, an elderly gentleman with a red armband knocked on the office door. "Miss Dong, are you busy?" He was Mr. Zhang, a capable assistant to Elder Dong, and the red armband symbolized a high-ranking official in the Harmonious Bureau. Elder Dong remained silent, focusing intently on the stone. After 5 minutes, she wrung out the cloth, discarded it into the bucket, adjusted the stone on her desk, and lit 3 incense sticks in front of it. Throughout this process, Mr. Zhang stood rigidly at the door, awaiting her completion. Only after she turned slowly to face him did she say, "Come in and speak. Is there new progress?" Elder Dong fixed her gaze on the stone, not looking away. "No, there has been no news from the Bureau Chief," Mr. Zhang replied. "Could it be that the Bureau Chief has abandoned us? This is impossible. The Bureau Chief entrusted this stone to us, symbolizing the confidence and hope for social order." Elder Dong exclaimed, her eyes igniting with realization. "I understand now. Our efforts for harmony must not have been sufficient to sway the Bureau Chief." "I think so too, Mr. Zhang concurred with a nod. Elder Dong furrowed her brow. "However, given our current financial situation, we lack the means to expand our team to other districts. Our personnel in Piyuan District are already stretched thin." Mr. Zhang sighed. The new arrivals seemed to spend their days playing cards and mahjong. "This is a blatant violation of the Harmonious Bureau's rules. The newcomers simply need guidance. We must be patient with them. Has the financial report arrived? I need to assess how much more we require." Mr. Zhang paused before responding. "The report will arrive shortly. I believe you need not worry about finances for now. Earlier today, a well-meaning citizen deposited a bank card into our reporting mailbox, and the funds within are sufficient for our initial operations." "Really?" Elder Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Could this possibly be a card from the Bureau Chief? Have we verified its origin?" "It likely does not originate from the Bureau Chief. We are still investigating its source." Along with the bank card, there was a letter indicating the purpose of the donation, to support our Harmonious Bureau's operations, Mr. Zhang recalled, suddenly wide-eyed as if struck by a thought. "Oh." The technician, Ms. Li, discovered a faint watermark on the envelope, resembling a series of numbers. "Perhaps a clue left for us." Elder Dong's eyes sparkled with determination as she pondered the significance of this development. This must be a test set by the sender. If we lack the ability to decipher such a clue, the Harmonious Bureau shall lose its credibility. We must uncover the source of this letter without delay. "Indeed, Miss Dong." Mr. Zhang nodded vigorously. "Oh, and what were those numbers?" Elder Dong inquired. "It seems to be 8,823? Mr. Zhang replied. Chapter 49, Mother Wan. From the dark culinary world on this day, an unusual atmosphere subtly permeated the air of number 59 middle school. The campus was rife with an unsettling breeze, as if foreboding tumultuous events. The esteemed senior He Buffin, who boasted an impressive total score of 8,823, had unexpectedly graced the classroom with his presence. Students fell silent, and tears welled in the eyes of the teachers. Little did anyone know what this wayward soul had endured in the past 24 hours. Tang Jingze found this occurrence quite extraordinary, suspecting that something sinister lurked beneath the surface. Far more shocking than the romantic entanglements of director Xia Huaichuan. Although Tang Jingze remained oblivious to the particulars of He Bufing's plight, he could surmise from He Bufing's demeanor that he had suffered a complete defeat in his confrontation with the melancholic young man from number 60 middle school. Otherwise, with He Bufing's academic disposition, he would never have descended into such despair as to attend class. Through this incident, Tang Jingze gleaned deeper insights. The students from No. 60 were indeed a formidable adversary to number 59. A truly toxic group. Since their arrival at number 60, the destruction wrought upon the campus facilities was notable. Even Director Xia Huaichuan and the notorious He Bufeng had succumbed one after the other. In Tang Jingze's eyes, these two figures were akin to towering citadels of greatness, now rendered obsolete by the emergence of number 60. Tang Jingze came to a clear realization. These were individuals one could not afford to provoke. As merely the president of the student council, it was unwise to engage in a reckless contest with such formidable foes. Tomorrow marked the final day of the student exchange event between number 59 and No. 60, a pivotal occasion for the spirit sword exchange. As the event approached, the students from number 60 found themselves restless. It was impossible to feign indifference. After all, this event was pivotal to the honor of both schools. The skill levels were relatively comparable, and it would all boil down to mental focus. Yet, such matters were unpredictable and heavily influenced by one's mindset. In their usual training sessions, they had operated in relatively sheltered environments. However, tomorrow, they would be under the scrutiny of thousands of eyes, representing their school as they showcased their mastery of the spirit sword. Even the slightest misstep could lead to a collapse of morale. Of course, the spirit sword exchange was not the most daunting aspect. The most alarming news came that afternoon when the ancient relic announced another piece of grim tidings. Mother One was coming. This revelation eclipsed the fears surrounding the spirit sword exchange. To speak of Mother Wan is to acknowledge her long-standing tenure at number 60, where she had devoted over a century to the cafeteria, even serving the first generation of teachers. A notable trait of Mother Wan was her unwavering steadiness when serving food, particularly when dishing out meat, generously filling each spoonful, eager for students to enjoy their meals. Thus, her era's communal dining remains a cherished memory for many. Numerous alumni returning to their alma mater have requested a taste of Mother Wan's cooking. In her prime, every dish she prepared was considered a classic. However, this was a sentiment confined to days gone by. Several years earlier, Mother Wan had unexpectedly sought Principal Chen's permission to take on 2 apprentices to succeed her in the kitchen while she retreated to explore new culinary realms. Principal Chen initially perceived this as a positive development, yet no one could have anticipated that this marked the beginning of her descent into the realm of dark cuisine. Mother One was a vigorous individual, her ferocity manifesting not only in her culinary experiments but in all facets of her life. During the Shadow Flow's assault on number 60, one assassin met their demise at her hands, struck down by her mighty ladle. By the time of Juyi's graduation, the era of Mother Wan's communal meals had been irrevocably concluded. Now, her 2 apprentices prepared meals of rather mediocre quality, barely reaching a fraction of Mother Wan's former glory. This assessment came from the ancient relic, a well-known food enthusiast at number 60. After personally experiencing the stark contrast in culinary standards. Naturally, while the apprentice's cooking left much to be desired, what truly instilled dread among the faculty and students was Mother Wan's heartfelt bento each Friday at noon. Mother Wan harbored a peculiar passion for encasing her invented dark dishes within these bento boxes, eagerly distributing them to the entire school community every Friday. As a result, both teachers and students alike endured considerable suffering. Throughout the tenure of 5 different principals at number 60, Mother Wan had remained, overseeing the cafeteria for centuries. She was a figure of seniority. Even Principal Chun and Director Xie treated her with utmost respect, as no one dared to lodge complaints. Indeed, this sealed box of dark cuisine had once been presented to Principal Chen, who, braving the cheerful demeanor of Mother Wan, consumed a dish of mooncake stir-fried with chili. After all, preparing these bentos required an immense investment of time and effort. Despite the culinary darkness, Mother Wan's intentions were undeniably bright. The journey of culinary exploration is inherently fraught with challenges. Hence, even though the faculty and students of number 60 carried their burdens in silence. They all hoped that Mother One would soon unveil a new dish that would banish the darkness from her cuisine. The spirit sword exchange coincided with a Friday, and on Thursday, Mother One diligently prepared her special bento menu. However, when tallying the numbers, she discovered that 6 fewer individuals would be present on Friday than usual. Suddenly recalling the student exchange event, she hastily prepared 6 special bentos and, wielding her donkey brand flying sword, set off to deliver them. And thus unfolded the current scene. In the hushed school building, Wang Ling, Sun Rong, Chen Xiao, Lin Xiaoyu, Gua Hao, and the ancient relics sat in a row. Before them lay a bento box, meticulously prepared by Mother Wan. The pink bento box unabashedly revealed Mother Wan's youthful spirit. Before them stood a middle-aged woman clad in a pristine white chef's uniform, adorned with a light yellow apron. Her curly hair gathered into a small bun beneath her chef's hat. This was Mother Wan. With hands on her hips and an imposing presence, she declared, "Everyone, eat while it's hot. These 6 bentos are specially customized and delivered in advance. They will replenish your nutrients for the spirit sword exchange tomorrow." Wang Ling took a deep breath. His senses were far more acute than the average person. Even before the dark seal of the bento was lifted, he detected a fragrance more peculiar than the vegetable juice Tangjingza had offered. If this were consumed, it was likely that the entire group would face calamity tomorrow. Let us dig in. Let us not disappoint Mother Wan's heartfelt intentions. The ancient relic, ever steadfast, maintained his composure despite the circumstances, leading the charge to open the bento box, only to astonish everyone. Today's dish appeared surprisingly normal. "Is this stir-fried potato shreds?" the ancient relic inquired, lifting a translucent strand of potato. Mother One shook her head, saying, "No, this is silkworm potato shreds." Sun Rong pointed to the tomato slices beside the potato shreds. "And what about this dish?" "Oh, this dish," Mother Wan smiled, "is called what the heck? Tomato." Everyone. Chapter 50, our signature song, essential side story. In the realm of education, music classes are as rare as antiquated history lectures. The esteemed Mr. Ding Yu, a venerable figure in the music industry, has mentored numerous students and composed a variety of pieces. However, aside from his once celebrated song Shu Xian Yao, he seems to have produced no noteworthy work since. Mr. Ding juggles multiple teaching positions across various schools, utilizing the scant hours allocated to him to nurture budding talents in music. Despite his struggles, Mr. Ding rarely expresses his hardships. Recently, he was invited as a guest on a variety show, where a group of individuals surrounded him, offering critiques. Some remarked that he was once a beacon of popular music, leading the charge in the industry. Yet, after all these years, he finds himself lingering at the back of the pack, unable to keep pace with the evolving landscape of contemporary music. While he understands these comments are merely light-hearted jests and reflects the spirit of entertainment that musicians should embrace, they nonetheless weigh heavily on his heart. This biting critique has compelled Mr. Ding to reevaluate his musical journey, prompting the question, has he truly aged? He has always resisted the notion of growing old, believing his mindset mirrors that of today's youth. However, each encounter with Principal Chen, who respectfully addresses him as Old Ding, deepens his sense of melancholy. Often, musical creation is a matter of themes and creativity. In Shu Xian Yao, Mr. Ding ingeniously blended traditional elements with R&B and operatic tones, infusing the song with a rhythmic vitality that culminated in a transcendent experience during the chorus. This piece remains his most renowned work, alongside others like Immortal Azura and Tales of the Great Wilderness, which particularly resonate with Wang Ling. As a composer, Mr. Ding strives to imbue each song with his unique perspective, hoping to convey his extensive musical knowledge to the aspiring musicians of today. Even in an era dominated by scientific pursuits, he believes that music's power to shape the soul remains indispensable. He contends that no musical form will ever fade into obscurity, as there will always be a devoted audience, provided that musicians are willing to labor tirelessly, pouring their heart and soul into their craft. Music cannot be merely a patchwork of borrowed ideas or mere mimicry. Mr. Ding delights in sharing his musical philosophy with his students, expressing his disdain for the rampant plagiarism in the industry. As an advocate for original composition, he feels an obligation to continue his work, as many responsibilities rest upon his shoulders. On a recent Friday, Mr. Ding entered the classroom for his final lesson, greeted by an unusual silence, a testament to the respect his elite class holds for him. However, today, Mr. Ding appeared particularly joyful. "Have I found new inspiration?" Sun Rong inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Mr. Ding affirmed. "Soon, I shall unveil a new song. I hope you will all enjoy it." This announcement ignited a wave of excitement among the students. Wow, Mr. Ding is releasing a new song. What genre will it be? Where does his inspiration come from? Everyone recalled that it had been quite a while since Mr. Ding last released new music. As one matures, caution often prevails, and Mr. Ding is no exception. His musical lexicon is devoid of mediocrity. Every song he creates is infused with unwavering dedication, reflecting the integrity of the older generation of artists. Seeing the students' eagerness, Mr. Ding smiled. This song is a campus pop piece, inspired by all of you. You have sparked my creativity. Why not sing it for us? The students urged. Certainly. But I have a couple of small requests, Mr. Ding replied with a gentle smile. First, I hope to see a volunteer to perform the guitar part. And I would like a female student to join me in a duet. Before he could finish, Master Erden exclaimed, "Oh my, is Mr. Ding aiming for a collaboration with Phoenix legend?" Wang Ling, Sun Rong, Chen Chao, and Lin Xiaoyu exchanged glances. "Gua, please maintain your composure." After a moment of silence, Sun Rong stepped forward. "Mr. Ding, I would like to sing, but my guitar skills are lacking." "Thank you, Sun Rong. Now, for the guitar part. I will select a male student at random. A duet is always more enjoyable." Mr. Ding scanned the roster and ultimately called out, "Wang Ling, please step forward." Wang Ling was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated being chosen. He preferred to remain low-key, avoiding the spotlight and showcasing his abilities. Yet, with Mr. Ding's request, he felt compelled to oblige, as he held deep respect for this teacher. With the newly developed sealing talisman created by Wang Ling was momentarily free from concerns regarding controlling his strength, as the talisman's binding effects were strongest in the initial 3 months. He retrieved a practice guitar issued by the school and approached the front of the class. "Now, I will impart the structure of the song to you," Mr. Ding said. Radiating warmth, a shimmering light emanated from his hands, gently entering the minds of Wang Ling and Sun Rong, encompassing lyrics, composition, arrangement, vocal techniques, and playing skills. After approximately 5 minutes, Mr. Ding inquired, "Are we all clear?" Both Wang Ling and Sun Rong nodded in affirmation. "Then, let us present the frustration of the Immortal King to you all." With that, Wang Ling strummed the guitar, and as the lively and refreshing melody filled the air, his magnetic voice flowed like poetry carried by the wind, resonating with a unique charm that captivated everyone. Last night, while cultivating, the clock struck 3 over trivial matters. I found myself distressed. Who can truly perceive the Immortal King's plight? A talisman for ascension, weighing a pound. Who listens to the tales of the past? My true wish is, in fact, world peace. The campus life floated like duckweed, drifting, uncertain in its gatherings and partings, chasing dreams, a journey forward. Recalling those childhood spirits caught in playful moments, reflecting on the awkward scenes of years gone by. Hand in hand, we raise our heads, witnessing the beauty of each passing year. With unwavering rhythm, we sing Shu Xianya with heads held high and chests out, as long as I have you. Fate will never lose control. The audience was entranced, captivated by the nostalgic essence woven into each lyric, akin to aged wine hidden in a cellar. Rich in flavor and depth, they heard the beautiful overture of youth from the exuberant, melodious singing. They beheld the ever-rolling wheels of youth, never ceasing. An ancient guitar, with its rustic charm, strummed a passage of verdant times, evoking memories long sealed within the recesses of their minds. That faded yet seemed to linger. The elites of Class 3 in their first year could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia. This is a song of youth, a quintessential anthem for all. The theme song of the daily life of Immortal King, titled The Immortal King's Helplessness, is brought to life by the creative team. Original work lyrics by Ku Xianjun, performed by Jioren Xu Xiaotu, produced by Su Zhao. Composed by Deep YS, arranged by Mill, guitar by Wang Ling, mixed by Mr. Xing Jing. Wishing everyone a joyful May Day. The creation of this song spanned a full 3 months, meticulously planned even before I began writing, encompassing lyrics, composition, arrangement, instrumental recordings, vocal recordings, harmonies, and post-production mixing, along with promotional video production. Heartfelt thanks to all the friends who participated in this creative endeavor. I also hope that all true fans of the daily life of Immortal King and Ku Xianjun will lend their utmost support to his creations. Currently, this song is available for download on NetEase Cloud Music. There may be a delay in search results if you cannot find the song by title. You can listen by searching for the artist, Ku Xianjun. Lastly, I kindly request your recommendations, collections, and generous support. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 51. Pretending to be a cultivator, whether it be shredded potatoes or tomatoes, they invariably carried the formidable and authoritative essence of Mama Wan's culinary prowess. However, upon observing the dishes prepared today, a sense of relief washed over everyone, as they appeared relatively normal. The old relic extended his chopsticks, poised to grasp a slice of tomato, when Mama Wan promptly sprinkled white sugar onto it from her ever-present seasoning pouch, beaming as she remarked, "Tomatoes are even better with sugar." The crowd collectively fell silent. After savoring the heartfelt lunchboxes crafted by Mama Wan, the group accompanied her to the school gate, waving goodbye as the gentle breeze tousled their hair. Despite the peculiar flavor of the lunch, the sentiment behind Mama Wan's gesture deeply touched everyone. Upon tallying the number of attendees, they realized 6 individuals were missing. Instantly, the matron recalled the 60 students attending the inter-school exchange and hurriedly made her way to deliver the beloved lunchboxes, which were only scheduled to be served on Friday. It is noteworthy that Mama Wan meticulously calculated the number of lunchboxes each time she prepared them, achieving an impeccable balance, neither too many nor too few. No one at the 60 school could replicate her precision. This venerable matron, who had presided over culinary affairs at the 60 for a century, genuinely held every student and teacher close to her heart. "Goodbye, classmates. I shall return for tomorrow's spirit sword exchange if given the chance." Mwah. With a wave, Mama Wan left behind a farewell that sent shivers down everyone's spine. She then departed astride her donkey-branded flying sword, swiftly vanishing from sight. As the eve of the spirit sword exchange approached, a flurry of events seemed to unfold. Just as Mama Wan departed, Wang Ling felt a peculiar twitch in his eyelids. The situation was dire, disaster level 2 stars. Wang Ling could foresee the impending turmoil. The sealing talisman bound to his arm was nearing its expiration. Given the timeline, it was evident that a certain individual was on the verge of arriving. The bothersome figure Mama Wang had previously contacted. Throughout his life, Wang Ming had consistently been a source of exasperation for Wang Ling. Despite the government's classification of Wang Ming's true identity as a state secret, adorned with praises likening his intellect to something more terrifying than sacred artifacts, Wang Ling's impression of his cousin remained limited to 99 instances of foolish challenges. Essentially, he was nothing short of a fool. Moreover, his foolishness manifested in various forms, particularly in his relentless endeavor to masquerade as a cultivator. On that day, Thursday at 4:30 in the afternoon, students from the 59th school streamed out of the classroom, chatting in small groups as they made their way to the gate. A man stood unassumingly at the entrance, clad in coarse hemp garments, his thick black hair neatly trimmed. He bore a long sword weighing nearly 100 pounds on his back, resembling a wandering ascetic. Unfortunately, his attire and demeanor were mismatched. Any cultivator of a higher realm could instantly discern that he was a complete mortal devoid of spiritual energy. The essence of a true cultivator emanates an innate vitality, sourced from the heavens and earth, cultivated from the dantian, circulating through the meridians. Over time, this process transforms one's aura, illuminating their features and rendering their steps as light as the wind. A genuine cultivator even exudes a faint, fragrant aroma. Standing at the gate of the 59th school, Wang Ming found himself inwardly lamenting. Despite his youthful potential, charm, and remarkable aptitude for cultivation, possessing talent alone did not equate to the ability to cultivate. Due to his physical constitution, he had realized early on that he was destined to be estranged from the path of cultivation. Thus, he devoted himself to scientific research with fervor. As he watched the foundation-building high school students pass by, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Were it not for his physical constraints, with his cultivation talent, a mere Wang Ling would scarcely be a worthy opponent. "Excuse me, sir, whom are you looking for?" The vigilant school security officer approached, eyeing him with suspicion. With the spirit sword exchange imminent, the 59th school had intensified its scrutiny of suspicious individuals, requiring even parents to register with teachers beforehand to gain entry. Yet, this man had been lingering at the gate for over 20 minutes, sighing to himself, prompting the officer's unease. Wang Ming snapped back to reality. "Greetings, fellow cultivator. I am here in search of someone." The term fellow cultivator evoked an archaic essence within the officer, who scrutinized Wang Ming from head to toe, wondering, "Are you a parent?" Although the officer's cultivation level was modest, he could still discern the aura of a genuine cultivator. The term fellow cultivator was typically exchanged among high-ranking individuals. After a prolonged examination of Wang Ming's face, the officer could find no signs of such an esteemed background, only growing more suspicious. "Indeed, I am a parent. I am here to find someone." Wang Ming calculated his title carefully, realizing that being an elder brother justified his claim. He was precisely 6 years older than Wang Ling, making the designation of parent seem plausible. "Whose parent are you, and which class?" the officer inquired. "I am here for Wang Ling from the 60 school. He is representing the school at the exchange." The officer's eyes widened in understanding, realizing the connection. However, as a student's parent, the officer still harbored doubts about Wang Ming's identity. A parent of a foundation-building student would typically possess at least the golden core level of cultivation, as most teachers at the school were of that caliber. The officer had encountered enough individuals to recognize such a presence. It was evident that this man bore no trace of spiritual energy. Considering the recent notorious assassination incident involving the shadow flow at the 60 school, the officer's thoughts began to wander. In light of recent directives emphasizing vigilance against potential retaliatory strikes during the spirit sword exchange, the officer felt it improbable that the shadow flow would dare infiltrate the school openly. Nonetheless, this young man pretending to be a cultivator had successfully piqued the officer's interest. Having retired from the Criminal Investigation Division of the Cultivator Police several years prior, the officer harbored justifiable suspicions that this individual might be an undercover agent dispatched by nefarious elements in an attempt to infiltrate the school. Chapter 52. Official Fabrication. Most lethal, however, the elderly gentleman had yet to obtain any evidence to substantiate the claim that Wang Ming was impersonating a cultivator. In this society governed by law, everything hinges on proof. Naturally, this veteran investigator, having dedicated many years to criminal investigation, comprehended this principle. After a brief moment of contemplation, he extended his hand towards Wang Ming, saying, "Sir, may I see your identification? We need to verify your identity if you're a guardian." Wang Ming, without hesitation, produced his identification card from his pocket. The elderly man took the card and turned to retrieve a portable card reader from the security room. In the past few days, in anticipation of the inter-school exchange meeting, number 59 middle school had been on high alert. This portable card reader was employed to screen for suspicious individuals, typically reserved for use during college entrance examinations. By inserting the identification card into the reader, one could instantly ascertain the authenticity of the identity. The seasoned investigator mused that if this individual were indeed a criminal, the identification would likely be counterfeit. It must be noted that his judgment in criminal matters was indeed profound. Wang Ming's identification was, in fact, fraudulent. Yet, the forger of this counterfeit identification was none other than the Huaxiao National Cultivation Academy. Official fabrication is indeed the most perilous. Wang Ming's identity had long been safeguarded as a state secret by Huaxiao National, rendering it impossible for anyone to uncover his true information. Take this counterfeit identification, for instance. Aside from his age, nearly all the details were fabricated. The place of origin, identification number, even the photograph had been altered to enhance his appearance. This could be seen as a special privilege granted to Wang Ming, the youngest academician in the history of Huaxiao National. Thus, not even a mere school security guard could pose a challenge, let alone a thorough investigation by the Cultivation Police Department. Ultimately, the identification verification proceeded as Wang Ming had anticipated, passing through the card reader without incident. The device, akin to a PS machine printing receipts, produced a lengthy slip that left the security guard momentarily stunned. Name, Wang Xiao. Gender, male. Age, 22. Place of origin, Huaxiao National, Tianba City, Yunding Tiangong. Xiangxia Water Pavilion. Personal history, Wang Xiao, born into poverty yet endowed with exceptional talent, is a rare gem across the cultivation continent. He has a younger sister named Wang Xiaohua, though regrettably, she is not his biological sibling. He frequently visits auction houses and underground trading markets, has a romantic interest, but is afflicted with a natural malevolent aura, rendering him incapable of self-care. At the age of 16, he unwittingly lost his virginity to the legendary demoness Medusa. This information has been verified by the Huaxiao National Cultivation Police Department. This absurd narrative left the elderly gentleman internally exclaiming in disbelief. Such a fantastical account. It was more bizarre than online fiction. What astonished him most was that this seemingly extraordinary and peculiar history had indeed passed the scrutiny of the Cultivation Police Department. There must be some hidden dealings behind this. This unreliable personal history was, in fact, authored by Wang Ming himself. The president of the Cultivation Academy had repeatedly urged him to revise it, but ultimately, Wang Ming's stubbornness prevailed. He had always lamented his inability to cultivate despite his prodigious talent, leading him to be meticulous about such details. Though not a cultivator himself, he insisted on masquerading as one. He sought to possess what other cultivators had. And this narrative on his identification was a culmination of insights drawn from the cultivation novels he had read, regardless of how implausible it appeared to outsiders. It brought him a sense of satisfaction. As for the 100-pound sword he carried on his back, it was indeed a genuine celestial sword. Wang Ling had named this heavy blade Xuanzhou. Although he lacked spiritual energy to wield it, he stubbornly brought it along wherever he went. In summary, he was a man overly concerned with appearances, enduring hardship for the sake of pride, which was one reason why Wang Ling found him somewhat irksome. Wang Ming's pretentiousness manifested in myriad ways, a sentiment not merely expressed by Wang Ling alone. With his impeccable identification, Wang Ling successfully entered number 59 middle school. However, instead of hastening to find Wang Ling, he veered into a small grove alongside a tree-lined path, seeking an unoccupied corner to set down his sword. The moment the celestial sword touched the ground, the turf yielded, creating a shallow depression. Heavens! This sword is excessively heavy. Sweat beaded on Wang Ming's forehead. 100 pounds in the hands of any foundational cultivator would feel like a mere toy, yet for an ordinary individual like him, carrying this sword for so long had nearly dislocated his shoulder. He needed to deliver the talisman to Wang Ling promptly. Despite his penchant for display, he had not forgotten his mission. Delivering the talisman was his foremost task, for it was the only means to suppress Wang Ling's power. He must arrive before the previous talisman's efficacy waned. Otherwise, humanity might face dire consequences. Just as he resolved to set forth, a striking girl clad in No. 59 middle school's uniform approached him from a distance. She was tall, her beauty evident even beneath the unflattering uniform. With her slightly unbuttoned jacket, Wang Ling could discern her alluring collarbone and the generous curves concealed beneath. Goodness! Long, flowing hair. And she, yes, a 30-60. Wang Ling gasped in excitement, effortlessly lifting the 100-pound Xuanzhou sword as if it were weightless, resting it behind him. Clearly, the adrenaline coursing through dulled his senses. Previously, he had to crouch to carry the sword. Now, he could wield it with one hand without the slightest effort. Hello, may I ask, could you assist me with something? The long-haired girl approached, shyly lowering her gaze. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of tinkling wind chimes, bringing a wave of tranquility to Wang Ming's heart. Having spent too long confined in the research institute, he had managed to secure a 2-day leave to deliver the talisman to Wang Ling, and he never expected to encounter such fortune. Wang Ling gazed at the girl, momentarily lost in thought, even forgetting the weight of the Xuanzhou sword. Of course, how may I assist you? As a gentleman, he felt he had no reason to decline a beautiful woman's request. Well, while training in the gymnasium, I accidentally lodged my sword in a rock and cannot extract it. Since most teachers have nearly finished for the day, could you help me? The girl extended her slender, fair hand towards him, introducing herself. I'm Zhang Luiying. Chapter 53, A Damsel's Plea. It is oft believed that few men could deny succor to a maiden fair. Her countenance pleasing and her form possessed of a statuesque grace, were she to extend a delicate hand in supplication. While the maiden's entreaty may, at first blush, seem innocuous, those versed in the arcane arts, particularly those educated within the hallowed halls of cultivation academies, would surely discern the manifold inconsistencies woven within her words. Firstly, a spirit sword is not wont to become embedded within a stone, save it be the mythical god-striking stone. Ordinary stone would, in the face of a spirit sword, offer naught but the resistance of the softest tofu. Secondly, the gymnasium of a senior high cultivation academy is not open at all hours, especially not during these days of heightened vigilance at the 59th high school. Access to the gymnasium requires advance application and is granted only during the specified hours. At all other times, the doors remain firmly shut. This is because the gymnasium's locker rooms are a blind spot for surveillance, potentially allowing malefactors to infiltrate undetected. The school's leadership has exerted every effort to anticipate and forestall such incursions. Yet, against adversaries of a supernatural bent, such precautions may prove inadequate. Wang Ling, initially believing that fortune had smiled upon him, followed the maiden's allure to the gymnasium, only to discover its doors firmly bolted, the hall long since closed. This sight served to temper Wang Ming's ardor, allowing the most formidable intellect in the Celestial Union to recognize the amiss air of the situation. At this juncture, the maiden, who had hitherto led the way, paused, turning to bestow upon Wang Ling a smile of enigmatic intent. The doors are locked. Perhaps you might inquire of your teacher on the morrow, dear Zhang? The smile, unsettling in its peculiarity, sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine. He was no fool. As the officially recognized foremost mind in the Celestial Union, Wang Ling possessed a keen sense of perception. even if his knowledge of cultivation was limited to the fantastical realms of cultivation novels. Intuition whispered that the maiden's smile boded ill. Wang Shower, or rather, should we address you as Wang Ming, the Celestial Union's designated grand intellect? The maiden narrowed her eyes, her smile unwavering. We have expended considerable effort to locate you. These words sent a jolt of alarm through Wang Ming. His identity was supposed to be shielded with the utmost secrecy. To the world, he was but Wang Shower, a resident of the Xiangxia Water Pavilion in Cloud Peak Celestial Palace, Sky Citadel City. A prickling sensation crept across Wang Ming's scalp. Who are you? His mind raced, piecing together fragments of information. Jiang Luying. The name stirred a sense of familiarity. Luying. Shadow Stream? Wang Ming froze. Was this maiden one of the Shadow Stream? It seems our grand intellect has begun to grasp the situation. The maiden, with a playful smile, shed her outer garment, revealing a golden ribbon affixed to her arm. This sight further discomposed Wang Ming. A Shadow Stream gold weave assassin. Not merely an assassin of skill, but one of the highest caliber. Moreover, the gold weave designation signified a high-ranking position within the Shadow Stream. Wang Ming recalled a confidential report from the Research Institute, noting that the Shadow Stream's gold weave assassins held the 2nd through 5th positions on the international assassin rankings. As for the legendary first-ranked assassin, codenamed Koro-sensei, his true identity remained elusive to even the most astute intelligence agencies. However, these matters were of secondary concern. The critical realization was that the Shadow Stream had once again commenced its machinations. With the inter-school spirit sword exchange imminent, Wang Ming surmised that these individuals were likely plotting some form of disruption, although he doubted their ability to cause significant upheaval given the presence of Wang Ling. In a fleeting moment, Wang Ming marshaled his thoughts and addressed the maiden. Your true objective is not I, is it? When the maiden remained silent, Wang Ming continued. Your aim is revenge. Am I correct? You intend to abduct the Celestial Union's foremost mind as leverage to seize control of the inter-school exchange tomorrow? Jiang Luying offered a faint smile. Well, let us say you are not incorrect. But have you considered that even if you have ascertained my true identity, it remains confidential to the outside world? To others, you have merely kidnapped an ordinary individual of little value. Wang Ming, confident that the maiden would not harm him in the immediate term, began to regain his composure. What if we were to reveal your true identity? This rejoinder gave Wang Ming pause. What benefit would that bring you? Any detriment to you is, by definition, a benefit to the Shadow Stream. The collective demise of our painstakingly trained red weave assassins at that unremarkable school remains a source of incredulity. The school leaders will be present at the Spirit Sword Exchange tomorrow. Meaning, all the experts will be gathered. Blast! You intend to eliminate them all in one fell swoop? Wang Ming exclaimed in astonishment. Why should that be so shocking? They are but 2 ordinary high schools. Intelligence indicates that the strongest expert present tomorrow will be no more than a peak golden core realm cultivator. I could crush one of those with a single hand. The maiden grinned, revealing her small canine teeth. Wang Ming was speechless, leaving aside the question of whether Wang Ling could be crushed. Wang Ming reflected that the Shadow Stream's leadership had evidently failed to learn from the debacle of their red weave assassins. They had no comprehension of the foe they faced. That was Wang Ling, a being whose power, when unleashed, inspired terror even in himself. Fair maiden, I implore you, abandon this notion and return home. Your mother calls you to supper. Wang Ming earnestly entreated. Could there truly be one more foolish than he in all the world? Wang Ming could not fathom why such a charming and lovely young woman would court her own doom. That is not an option. The maiden was resolute in her purpose. We have been preparing for this act of vengeance for a considerable time. As she spoke, the maiden waved her hand, causing a hexatic crystal to materialize and float in her palm. This artifact should be familiar to you, no? So it was you who stole the Void Stone from the Institute. Wang Ming's eyes widened. He was intimately acquainted with this object. It was a magical treasure still under development. Combining the essence of magic with modern spatial technology, it was a cutting-edge artifact in the testing phase. With its power, one could not only teleport limitlessly within a 200-meter radius but also isolate one's aura in another dimension, rendering oneself undetectable to spiritual perception. Yet this treasure, a fusion of modern black technology, had been brazenly stolen from the Institute not long ago. The Celestial Union Academy of Sciences had launched an urgent investigation. But Wang Ming had never imagined that the Void Stone would fall into the hands of the Shadow Stream. The power of the Void Stone in the hands of these ruthless assassins was a terrifying prospect. The maiden placed a hand on Wang Ming's shoulder, deftly manipulating the Void Stone with her other hand. Wang Ming felt a momentary disorientation and when he regained his senses, he realized that he was standing in the gymnasium's locker room. Heh, until the spirit sword exchange tomorrow, our grand intellect must make do with a night here. I would like to inquire, may I ask what time it is now? It is nearly 6 o'clock. What? It's already 6? Wang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. He had yet to deliver the new version of the talisman to Wang Ling. Wang Ming quickly calculated. It seemed that there was not much time left before the old version of the talisman would completely lose its efficacy. What? Did your mother send you home for dinner? Upon seeing Wang Ming's flustered expression, Jiang Luiying couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment of composure, Wang Ming earnestly replied, Sister, you may find this hard to believe, but if you do not let me go soon, the earth may face destruction. Chapter 54. The dull-witted kidnapper Jiang Luiying spent approximately half a minute assimilating the information provided by Wang Ming. Then she firmly grasped his chin, scrutinizing him closely. Only after confirming that this man had not undergone disguise or transformation, and was indeed the authentic Wang Ming, did she exhale in relief. As Wang Ling's cousin, Wang Ming bore a certain resemblance to him. If one were to disregard his appearance as an elderly cultivator, Wang Ling thought that he could still be considered somewhat fresh-faced. However, the distinction between them was stark. Wang Ling was never a narcissistic individual, while Wang Ming would spend hours mesmerized by his own reflection. To prevent Wang Ming from being distracted during his research, the institute had replaced all reflective surfaces. Wang Ming was foolish in many respects, with his narcissism being particularly pronounced. You know, it's the first time in my life that a girl has pinched my chin. Being scrutinized by a beautiful girl's delicate hand left Wang Ming feeling flustered. But dear sister, this is hardly the time for flirtation. I give you 3 minutes to release me, or else the entire planet will face annihilation. At that point, don't expect to find even your ashes. Who the hell is flirting with you? Jiang Luiying could not help but curse, her body trembling with indignation. For a long while, she remained silent, seriously doubting whether she had indeed kidnapped the right person. Instead of the strongest intellect, she had inadvertently captured the most bewildered fool. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Luiying suddenly had a revelation. Given Wang Ming's current predicament, coupled with the pressures of his work, perhaps his mind truly was a bit unbalanced. Individuals engaged in scientific research often possess a heightened capacity for divergent thinking, making them particularly susceptible to paranoid delusions. After a brief pause, Jiang Luiying crouched down and addressed Wang Ming. I apologize for my earlier tone. There is something I need to confirm with you. As a competent kidnapper, Jiang Luiying deemed it essential to consider the psychological well-being of her hostage. After all, it would be quite problematic if the hostage went mad before they could be of any use. Moreover, considering that her captive exhibited signs of paranoia, there was a heightened possibility of suicidal tendencies. What is it? Wang Ming shrank further into the small corner of the changing room. You have paranoid delusions, don't you? To put it simply, your mind is troubled. You're the one with the troubled mind. There's no need to pretend. I already know, Jiang Luiying stated, resting her chin in her hand, calmly observing Wang Ming. I've studied some basic psychology. Your level of paranoia, constantly imagining the Earth's destruction. This is clearly a serious condition. You should take it seriously. Doesn't the Cultivation Academy care? You need support. The destruction of the Earth is real. If you don't let me go, it will happen. See? You're having another episode. Jiang Luiying gently patted Wang Ming's head. Rest assured, our assassins at Shadow Stream are very dedicated. To ensure the hostage's value, we absolutely do not allow any harm to come to them, whether physically or psychologically. As she spoke, Jiang Luiying tightly grasped Wang Ming's hand. Trust me, I will help you. Wang Ming was utterly at a loss for words. How about this? To show my sincerity, I'll give you a loving hug. As soon as the girl finished speaking, Wang Ming felt a pair of arms encircle him from behind, pulling him tightly. A colossal shadow loomed over him, pressing down on his face like a mountain. Wang Ming. Damn. This is overwhelmingly huge. I can hardly breathe. After holding Wang Ming for a solid 2 minutes, the girl finally released him, only to be astonished to discover that Wang Ming had fainted, with blood streaming from his nose. In that moment, Jiang Luiying truly grasped the gravity of the situation. She immediately dialed a number on her wristwatch. Sister, I have captured the target. However, it seems this individual may have some mental issues. Upon my initial assessment, he exhibits severe paranoid delusions. I attempted emergency treatment, and unexpectedly, he started bleeding from his nose. A sweet yet cold voice emanated from the other end of the line. How did you treat him? Of course, I gave him a loving hug. Such a severe psychological disorder requires humanistic care. The woman on the other end of the line audibly gasped. I understand. Sister, what do you comprehend? It's not him with the problem. It's you. Wang Ling stood at the entrance of the number 59 school building, his gaze deep as he stared into the distance. His double eyelids twitching rhythmically for over 5 minutes. The disaster level had escalated from 2 stars to 3. Given the current situation, it appeared that this disaster warning showed no signs of abating. Wang Ling could roughly guess what this warning signified. The old CLS effective duration was nearing its end, with at most an hour remaining before it would be completely lifted. Yet, as of now, there was still no sign of Wang Ming. Closing his eyes, he extended his spiritual sense to capture Wang Ming's aura, but to no avail. He had clearly sensed Wang Ming's presence earlier and was aware that Wang Ming had entered the school grounds. Initially, Wang Ling had anticipated Wang Ming's arrival, which was why he was waiting at the entrance. However, strangely, when he attempted to sense the aura again, he discovered that Wang Ming's presence had abruptly vanished as if he had evaporated from existence. Naturally, if he were to fully unleash his powers, he would be able to detect Wang Ming's aura regardless of its location. But by then, it would be far too late. That infuriating fellow. Could he have truly encountered some misfortune? Wang Ling gazed into the void, his brow furrowing in agitation. It was evident that Wang Ming had met with an unfortunate event, likely being shielded by some artifact that masked his aura. Although he was unsure of Wang Ming's exact location, Wang Ling was certain that Wang Ming remained within the confines of number 59, having not exited this perimeter. Since he could not rely on his spiritual sense to capture the aura, Wang Ling was left with but one method to consider. He moved to a secluded spot beneath a small tree. Cat ears sprouted from his head, and his entire form shrank, transforming him into a black and white Persian cat. In this critical moment, Wang Ling recalled the group of stray cats in the cherry blossom grove at number 59. Now, in order to discreetly locate Wang Ming within a short time frame, he believed that enlisting the help of these particular creatures was his only option. Chapter 55, The Cat Sage at School. Whenever Wang Ling encountered difficulties, his first instinct was never to seek help from his classmates or teachers. This inclination stemmed not only from his inherent pride, but also from a profound discomfort with relying on others. Wang Ling had grown accustomed to solitude. Even in times of trouble, he preferred to resolve his issues quietly and independently. The notion of soliciting assistance from peers or educators was, for him, utterly inconceivable. However, in moments of acute urgency, Wang Ling would sometimes rally a unique set of allies. These allies might be the myriad bees flitting through the blossoms or the industrious ants scurrying about, or perhaps the stray cats that roamed the campus. In any case, the groups he mobilized would invariably consist of non-human companions. Indeed, both bees and ants possessed their own limitations, despite their vast numbers. Their low intelligence made them challenging for even Wang Ling to command. No matter how melodious the music, playing to an unresponsive audience yields no result. Therefore, the scattered strays within the campus had become, to Wang Ling, the most refined collective he had ever nurtured. Among the stray cats, aside from their daily pursuits of foraging, napping, basking in the sun, and playful antics, there lay a crucial mission: to find their own community and thrive under the benevolent guidance of a leader. After enduring long years of wandering and coming to terms with the harsh reality that no human would ever adopt them, these cats cast aside their last vestiges of pride and began to band together with others who shared their plight. It is worth noting that a stray cat without a community stands little chance of even securing a morsel of dried fish. This is the stark truth of the feline social order. Thus, while the strays may appear disorganized, they actually adhere to a strict code of conduct. They venture out at designated times and return to their secret hideouts promptly, ensuring that no unscrupulous elements lurking in the night can inflict harm upon them. In summary, these strays, devoid of human caretakers, are remarkably united. Take, for instance, the local strays in the Peiyuan district. Each group has its own teams, marked by both rivalry and alliances. The feline world may seem leisurely and languid, yet it is far more complex than human perception would suggest. Cats grapple with their own myriad issues, engage in quarrels, and stake territorial claims, and they possess their own beliefs. Foremost among these beliefs, for the thousands of strays, is their reverence for the cat sage. Numerous tales surround this enigmatic figure, yet amidst the exaggerated folklore, for truths resonate universally among the feline populace. Many witnesses, including numerous elder strays, can attest to these four tenets. The first legend pertains to the origins of the cat sage. The exact moment of the cat sage's emergence has faded from the memories of many cats, who recall only that the sage appeared abruptly, shrouded in mist, elusive as a dragon. Often, the sage materialized amidst a swirl of clouds, inspiring a profound sense of otherworldly grace among the felines. Over time, this mystique birthed the title of the cat sage. The second legend recounts the sage's arrival. The cat sage's debut was not solely remarkable for its theatricality, it was also characterized by an innate aura of authority and dignity. Almost every cat remembers the momentous events that accompanied the sage's entrance. The first of these was the sage's singular effort to eradicate all rodents lurking within a 5,000-kilometer radius of the Peiyuan district's sewer systems, thus creating a sustainable habitat for the beleaguered strays. Given that rodents reproduce at a prodigious rate, outpacing the solitary lives of most strays, the cat sage's intervention was instrumental in ensuring their survival and the establishment of a community within the sewers. The second landmark event involved the cat sage imparting the principles of teamwork and organization to the strays. It was this wisdom that enabled them to thrive even in the absence of human caretakers, transforming the sewers into their home. Thanks to the establishment of structured management, the strays now walk proudly, disregarding the disdainful glances of pampered house cats. The third pivotal action taken by the cat sage was the expulsion of a pack of menacing dogs, led by a particularly intimidating husky. The dogs, once a source of terror for the strays, fled in disarray, terrified by the sage's presence. The third legend speaks of the sage's retreat. After accomplishing these monumental tasks, the cat sage gradually vanished from the sight of all the cats in the Peiyuan district. The strays organized extensive search efforts, with some even perched in trees for 24 hours, hoping to catch a glimpse of the sage. Unfortunately, their endeavors proved futile. The cat sage disappeared completely, akin to a selfless hero aiding an elderly lady across the street without seeking recognition. Despite this absence, the cat sage's esteemed status among the strays remains unassailable, with the belief in the sage spreading beyond the Peiyuan district, influencing the cultural beliefs of strays from surrounding areas. Finally, the fourth legend concerns the sage's appearance. Descriptions of the cat sage are diverse among the strays. Some envision the sage as a formidable, muscular feline towering at nearly 6 feet, while others imagine a futuristic mechanical cat with a plump blue body and a distinguished red nose. The mist that accompanies the sage's arrival is thought to be the result of a steam engine at work. Of course, such portrayals are largely fanciful. The true visage of the cat sage has long been established by the elder strays. An elderly cat with a unique appearance once witnessed the sage emerging from the mist, revealing the true form of the cat sage to be a striking black and white Persian cat. Chapter 56. The search for Zhang Tan. Wang Ling nimbly leaped onto a spirit-gathering tree, squinting slightly as he gazed into the distance. The feline form he inhabited was surprisingly light, allowing him to land with minimal impact. In his human state, such reckless jumping would have been unthinkable. However, there were certain adjustments to be made. After transforming into a cat, Wang Ling's field of vision had significantly diminished. Nonetheless, he found himself adept at controlling this new body, far surpassing He Bufeng in skill. While He Bufeng employed an advanced transformation technique, Wang Ling wielded the grand transformation art from the 3,000 ways. Although both techniques yielded similar results, the experiences post-transformation were markedly different. Advanced transformation required extensive practice and adaptation, especially for smaller forms, whereas the grand transformation boasted prolonged effects unaffected by the size of the transformed entity, and it did not induce discomfort within the soul. In essence, one derived from advanced techniques, while the other stemmed from the essence of the 3,000 ways. Perched atop the spirit-gathering tree, Wang Ling extended his spiritual senses to detect the presence of the local cats. He had previously overheard a few felines mention that the leader of the strays in this region was named Zhang Tan. To command the strays effectively, one must first connect with their leader, Zhang Tan. The management of stray cats was quite strict, a system Wang Ling had introduced years ago to ensure their survival and resource allocation. Surprisingly, even after his prolonged absence from the feline realm, the cats still adhered to this management system. Though skirmishes over territory and food resources were common among the various factions, their unity in critical moments was commendable, demonstrating a strong collective spirit. Wang Ling had not closely monitored these developments, as he gleaned insights from the stray cats he encountered daily on his way to school. Little did he realize that his past, seemingly inconsequential actions had blossomed into a significant aspect of saving the world. With only 1 hour remaining until the planet's destruction, locating Zhang Tan and subsequently finding Wang Ming was paramount. Ironically, it was the very strays once abandoned by society that would play a pivotal role in the salvation of this world. Years ago, After introducing the concept of team management to the strays in the Peiyuan district, resolving their issues of living space and food resources, Wang Ling chose to retire. He still remembered many of the leaders from that era, mostly first-generation leaders. Among them, 3 particularly stood out, known as the Little Tiger Squad, the Thunder Tiger Tang Shi, the handsome Tiger Song Ci, and the well-behaved Tiger Yuan Chu. These 3 once ruled the streets, but they had since evolved into wise elders guiding the younger generation. Given the growth over the years, Wang Ling suspected that each of these former leaders now commanded their own cat legion. As for Zheng Tan, although still relatively minor, he held the title of leader among the strays in the 59th middle school area, a position of some authority among the feline community. As the saying goes, do not underestimate the village chief. Wang Ling held no disdain for village leaders, nor for a humble cat. Returning to the cherry blossom grove. It was now after school, and a few students lingered to admire the blossoms. Wang Ling caught a whiff of the unmistakable scent of young love in the air. Following the aroma, he soon spotted the very cats that had frolicked beneath the cherry blossom tree the previous day, a few hundred meters away. These cats were mixed breeds, abandoned at a young age, and Wang Ling, not being an expert in felines, could not immediately discern their lineage. However, such details were irrelevant to find Zheng Tan. He needed these cats to guide him. Having never encountered Zheng Tan before, he was unaware of how to identify his essence. Otherwise, he could have simply teleported directly to him. After a brief contemplation, Wang Ling approached the group of cats. As he drew nearer, he overheard their thoughts. The lead cat exclaimed, "Look, a lady is approaching." Another cat chimed in, "Wow, it's a black and white Persian." A third added, "Her fur is stunning. Surely she is a beauty among cats." The fourth speculated, "Could she be trying to flirt with the boss?" The lead cat smirked, "Is that even a question? A beautiful cat deserves a strong companion." Wang Ling sighed internally, "What the? I'm a male?" At that moment, Wang Ling regretted his choice to transform into such an exquisite Persian cat. As he approached, the lead cat, perhaps feeling a bit unrefined after rolling around, crouched down and began to groom itself, even attending to its rear. Seriously? This is decidedly less elegant. Fortunately, Wang Ling had no intention of engaging in feline disputes. Instead, he focused on the cats and projected his thoughts. "Where is Zheng Tan?" His deep voice echoed in the minds of the 4 cats, who suddenly froze in embarrassment, realizing their error in gender identification. "This cat is male." The lead cat's expression fell, akin to a young cat spurned. It drooped its head and lamented. "Why must it be a male? Must you be so disheartened?" Wang Ling thought, "This is hardly the crux of the matter. The important question is, where is Zheng Tan?" Wang Ling found it amusing that the cat seemed oblivious to his telepathic inquiry. The lead cat weakly raised a paw and sighed. What meaning is there in a cat's life without a beauty by its side? Wang Ling was at a loss for words. Thankfully, he had prepared for this moment. A glimmer appeared on the ground, revealing a few packets of salted fish-flavored instant noodles, his entire stash, originally intended for a late-night snack. Wow, limited edition salted fish instant noodles. The cat's eyes lit up. The lead cat sprang to its feet, playfully pawing at Wang Ling's head. "Haha, you're quite generous. Since you sincerely asked, I shall take you to find the boss." Wang Ling inwardly lamented the rapid change of heart among the strays. It was true what they said. Strays were indeed food enthusiasts. Watching the lead cat stash away the limited edition noodles in its little pouch, Wang Ling felt his heart bleed. At the same time, he began to question the current state of affairs among the feline community. He had only been away for a few years, yet the lower ranks were already openly accepting bribes. This issue needed immediate attention and strict regulation. About 5 minutes later, guided by the 4 cats, Wang Ling squeezed through a small, inconspicuous hole at the corner of the cherry blossom grove, well concealed by 2 sturdy cherry trees, making it nearly undetectable from a human perspective. Once through, he found himself in a narrow alley flanked by residential buildings. A signpost indicated it was Dehuang Road. Following the lead cat, Wang Ling arrived beneath an ancient willow tree, its trunk so wide that it would take 6 or 7 people to encircle it. This tree had been rooted here for centuries, rumored to have survived a lightning strike, yet it stood tall and unwavering. The cat skillfully climbed to the top of the tree, then turned to Wang Ling, gesturing towards a small tree hollow. Zheng Tan's base for the strays lay hidden within that very hollow. Chapter 57. Zheng Tan's independent core. Wang Ling effortlessly leaped to the treetop and peered into the small tree hollow for quite some time. Sensing that the interior space was unfathomably deep, he immediately discerned that this hollow had been expanded using spatial technology. This realization affirmed that the intellect of the cat leader, Zheng Tan, was undoubtedly exceptional. Otherwise, he would not have possessed the sagacity to create such a space. The large cat proudly informed Wang Ling that Zhang Tan had invested considerable effort to establish this space. Interestingly, the initial concept was not proposed by Zhang Tan himself, but rather by the ancient willow tree that had rooted itself in this alley for 3 centuries. According to the large cat, during a time when the spiritual essence of heaven and earth converged, the old willow tree awakened its own intelligence. During the tribulation, a bolt of lightning struck the tree, inadvertently igniting its life force. Now, the existence of this concealed hollow, utilized by Zhang Tan, was also the willow tree's own desire. After a century of solitude, it was only natural to wish for a few companions. Wang Ling inquired telepathically about how often the willow tree awakened. The large cat corrected him, saying, "You must address him as Mr. Tree. He has been asleep for a long time and only awakens at night. His surname is Zhou." Wang Ling responded, "Zhou. Tree. Person?" Accompanied by several cats, Wang Ling jumped into the tree hollow, as if traversing through a spatial tunnel. After a flurry of shifting lights and shadows, he beheld a vast interior space, resembling a secret base from a film. The space was meticulously divided and utilized to its fullest potential. He observed a few cats in white lab coats carrying books as they passed by. The large cat introduced them as the research team of Zhang Tan. Next, Wang Ling noticed dozens of sparrows wearing small goggles, harmoniously pecking at corn in a nearby corn pit. "This is our flight battalion," the large cat explained. Then it pointed to a few cats clad in black masks, saying, "These ninja cats belong to the espionage unit. The cavalry unit is training separately at another secret base outside the tree hollow." Wang Ling transmitted a question, inquiring about the name of their corps. The large cat gestured toward a small stone tablet nearby, upon which the words Independent Corps were awkwardly inscribed in human characters. Stunned by the revelation, Wang Ling continued to gaze at the stone tablet, while the large cat pointed out that there were inscriptions by Mr. Tree on the back. Curiously, Wang Ling glanced at the back of the tablet, where 2 lines of poetry were carved. With a cold glare, "I face the world. With bowed head, I willingly become a sprout." Wang Ling was utterly astonished. From the spatial arrangement and the organization of the team, it was evident that Zhang Tan was a remarkably astute cat. A cavalry unit, an espionage unit, and even an air force composed of sparrows. This was simply extraordinary. The space within the willow was vast, and the spatial expansion technology employed was quite rudimentary. Yet it had transformed a small hollow into a space comparable to a human living room, which was ample for the cats. Zhang Tan's office was located at the innermost part of the base. The large cat guided Wang Ling to the office door, instructing a few subordinate cats to keep him company while he went and notified Zhang Tan. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Tan emerged, his sleek black fur gleaming, with pointed ears and a decorative copper bell on his tail that jingled as he walked, exuding the imposing aura of the Independent Corps leader. Wang Ling was certain that Zhang Tan was a cat brought forth by the legendary Thunder Tiger, Tang Shi, for only cats from him would possess such a rogue charm. From the faint scent that wafted from Zhang Tan, Wang Ling discerned that he was enjoying a spicy seafood hot pot for dinner. Upon seeing Wang Ling transformed into a Persian cat, Zhang Tan's heterochromatic eyes narrowed slightly. Being in the position of a leader, his sensitivity to Persian cats was evidently far greater than that of the lecherous large cat. After all, the legendary cat sage was also a Persian cat. For such cats, be it Tang Shi, Song Ci, or Yuan Chu, they had all mandated their subordinates to exercise utmost vigilance and thorough verification. However, the cat sage had long since retreated from the world. Zhang Tan had searched the vicinity numerous times, but had returned empty-handed. Now, hearing the large cat say that a Persian cat had come to see him took Zhang Tan by surprise. Could it really be that coincidental? Without finishing his spicy fishball, Zhang Tan hurried out. He scrutinized the Persian cat before him, only to witness it sitting cross-legged and slowly levitating in midair. The cat sage had awakened the intelligence of stray cats long ago, imparting only basic foundational techniques, but had never personally taught any stray cat magical arts. A Persian cat capable of levitating, with a hint of mist enveloping the air as it performed the feat. It was clear to Zhang Tan the identity of this Persian cat. Zhang Tan exclaimed in astonishment. The large cat exclaimed, "Wow, brother, what magic!" Zhang Tan wished he could swat this foolish cat beside him. "You fool, this is the cat sage." Mew. The cat sage? The large cat's tongue stumbled in fear. Zhang Tan squinted, knowing without a doubt that this fool had likely caused trouble again. "Boss, I truly had no idea. I only took 3 packets of salty fish-flavored instant noodles." The large cat stammered, revealing the instant noodles hidden in his pouch. Zhang Tan swatted the large cat's head aside. exasperated at this incompetent creature. "You foolish glutton! Your bonus is gone. No fish treats for you at your end." How could his chief of staff be such a clueless simpleton? Ah, Siba. Zhang Tan slapped his face in frustration, speechless. Wang Ling picked up the instant noodles from the ground, feeling somewhat better. He refrained from further conversation with Zhang Tan and used his paw to sketch Wang Ming's figure in the dirt while sending a telepathic message to Zhang Tan, detailing his request. This spatial sketching technique had not been used by Wang Ling since he won a national art competition in his youth, as it attracted far too much attention. Zhang Tan nodded and turned to see his chief of staff, who was now crouched on the ground, confessing in regret. "Dabiao, you fool. Your time for atonement has come," Zhang Tan declared, kicking the large cat. "Notify the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, the cavalry unit, the espionage unit, and the Air Force to conduct a thorough search within the vicinity of number 59, utilizing advantageous terrain." Chapter 58. Fire the Cannons. It can be said that the Peiyuan district is the birthplace of the current management system and culture of all stray cat teams. After years of development, there are now over 1,000 stray cat groups of various sizes in Peiyuan district alone. The three leading figures in the cat world, Tang Shi, Song Ci, and Yuan Chu, each manage their own teams of feline warriors. From the perspective of scale, Zhang Tan's independent team undoubtedly merits the title of elite cat group. When this elite team receives orders and mobilizes en masse, the scene and scale are truly awe-inspiring. The ancient willow tree in the alley serves merely as Zhang Tan's core command center. Surrounding this central hub are numerous secret bases scattered throughout the campus of No. 59 Middle School, most of which are hidden within tree hollows. Now, as they swarm into action, the sheer number of sparrows alone has exceeded 1,000, filling the air like a locust swarm, exuding an overwhelming and majestic presence, coupled with the remaining cavalry, infantry, and regular units. Zhang Tan's independent team boasts a total strength exceeding 10,000, almost the size of an entire division. As night falls, gazing at the multitude of sparrows emerging from the campus of number 59 Middle School, stray cats appear in the grass, atop tree branches, and in every nook and cranny of the campus. Even Wang Ling cannot help but gasp in astonishment. Fortunately, it is already after school hours. Otherwise, such a grand mobilization would undoubtedly attract attention, likely making headlines the next day. The elderly patrolman, surveying various corners of the campus, furrows his brow, noticing an unusually high number of stray cats today. On just a few benches around the campus, an average of 3 to 4 cats recline lazily. Some kittens, in plain view, engage in rather indecorous activities that leave the patrolman's face flushed with embarrassment, considering that spring has arrived, ushering in the mating season for animals. The old man refrains from disturbing the felines. After a thorough inspection and finding no other suspicious individuals, he turns off his flashlight and walks away under the moonlight. In truth, these cats are merely extras summoned by Zhang Tan to divert the attention of the patrolling personnel, while the main forces remain well concealed. Just as the patrolman departs, pairs of glowing eyes within the grass spring to life. Cats possess exceptional night vision and move with remarkable speed and agility. As the hidden felines leap from the underbrush, they make not a sound. The operation is proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. The commander of this mission is Zhang Tan, with a black-spotted bobtail cat, affectionately nicknamed Monk, serving as the chief commander. Monk, the captain of the 1st Battalion, is the most satisfactory feline soldier Zhang Tan has led thus far. The cats under Monk's command regard him as exceptionally astute. Previously, Wang Ling had only granted intelligence to the 3 cats of the Little Tiger Squad. The progress of the other stray cats has been entirely the result of the training by Tang Shi, Song Ci, and Yuan Chu. Of course, granting intelligence to stray cats isn't unprecedented. Many cultivators have also bestowed intelligence upon their pets, hamsters, centipedes, turtles, rabbits, and even Pikachu. Anything conceivable is possible. Notably, Monk possesses a naturally high IQ. When Zhang Tan first brought Monk into the fold, it was remarkably effortless. He had an innate talent for catching mice without any teaching whatsoever. Now that he has awakened his intelligence, Monk utilizes his agility and cleverness to effortlessly toy with a dozen dogs. Monk stands resolutely on the platform where physical education teachers typically direct exercises. Moments later, the scouts dispatched by the 1st Battalion return. Any results? Monk inquires, his whiskers quivering slightly as the reconnaissance cats meow in response. We've searched all the classrooms, hallways, and offices on every floor. Haven't we? The outcome is becoming increasingly clear. Only the gymnasium remains. What on earth would a man be doing in the gym at such a late hour? Peeking at female students during practice? And now he has locked inside? Goodness, what a peculiar taste. As a cat who has seen the folly of the world, Monk feels a sense of exasperation. However, since this is the target of the cat immortal's quest, he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Wang Ling has always believed that the stray cat force is a potential goldmine. Although they often appear solitary and neglected, without caretakers, their collective strength is immensely powerful. In the past, uniting these scattered strays was merely an idea Wang Ling had, an accidental sowing of seeds. Who would have thought that it would now bear significant fruit? With less than half an hour remaining, Wang Ling senses that the power of the sealing talisman is waning. At this moment, he dares not make any large movements, fearing that his aura might surge uncontrollably. Fortunately, Zhang Tan soon relays the news. A sparrow swiftly delivers the results of the investigation to him. Zhang Tan nods, looking at Wang Ling. Cat Immortal, we have confirmed the location. It's in the gymnasium. The gymnasium? With his spiritual perception, it should be impossible for him to overlook even the gymnasium. Wang Ling suspects that the kidnappers of Wang Ming possess formidable magical artifacts. At the very least, the talisman they employed must contain materials equivalent to those in his sealing talisman, creating a blind spot in his perception. However, since the location has been confirmed, the remaining steps should be manageable. Wang Ling and Zhang Tan arrive at the gymnasium entrance, where the large doors stand firmly shut. A sparrow perches atop the gym skylight, finally pinpointing Wang Ming's exact location. He is in the girls' changing room. Wang Ling and Zhang Tan move to the rear of the gym, facing a thick wall. The entire gymnasium is constructed of an exceptionally sturdy material known as xianjing. It is far too strong to breach through conventional means. Of course, had the sealing talisman still been fully operational, Wang Ling could have easily broken through. However, given the current circumstances, with the talisman on the verge of expiration, he fears that a single punch could result in catastrophic repercussions for the entire gym and its vicinity. After some contemplation, Wang Ling ultimately refrains from taking action, instead turning his gaze to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan immediately stands at attention, filled with respect. He certainly does not doubt the cat immortal's prowess. How could a mere door pose a challenge to such a being? Zhang Tan perceives this as a clear opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. With great enthusiasm, Zhang Tan calls out loudly to the subordinate, 2nd Battalion leader. Where the devil is your heavy artillery? Bring it to me and blow this wall open. Wang Ling. Chapter 59. The Yadali Special Artifact Research Bureau. The Yadali Special Artifact Research Bureau is a renowned institution in the Huaxiu Kingdom, dedicated to the study of extraordinary artifacts. Its leader, known as King Billy, is an expert in magical weaponry hailing from the United States. In recent years, under his guidance, the team has made significant strides in both theoretical and technical research pertaining to special artifacts, surpassing other research departments in the field. Although the name of the Yadali Special Artifact Research Bureau has been registered for quite some time, it has only gained prominence in the past 2 years. The artifacts produced by King Billy's team exhibit 3 distinctive characteristics encapsulated in the 3 syllables of Yadali. Firstly, E signifies astonishment. The artifacts developed by King Billy's team invariably possess this striking feature, consistently evoking a sense of wonder. Secondly, Da not only denotes immense power but also indicates a high frequency of use. While typical special artifacts may only be utilized a limited number of times, no more than 3 before their unique magical auras dissipate, each artifact crafted by King Billy boasts a minimum of 10 uses. Lastly, Li carries a dual connotation. On one hand, it symbolizes convenience, suggesting that these artifacts are user-friendly and straightforward to operate. On the other hand, it also references King Billy's name, embodying a profound significance. In recent years, King Billy's team has introduced numerous user-friendly special artifacts, among which the Yadali Cannon has achieved remarkable sales success. Yadali Cannon. Usage count. 10 times applicability. This product is suitable for any assault scenario, capable of effortlessly shattering robust materials like Xian iron and Xian crystal. Instructions. The product employs a sound-based firing mechanism, effective solely against structures. Upon shouting the first command, the cannon automatically targets the object, confirming the trajectory. Upon the second command, the cannon's mouth heats up, entering charging mode. Upon the third command, the Cloud Dragon missile within the cannon is launched. When operated in conjunction with the battalion commander and the 2nd Battalion leader, the missile's power increases by 20, with an additional 10 for each female present within the structure, capping at 100. The instructions for the Yadali cannon quickly spread through the streets. Its remarkable passive effect of assessing identity and increasing power based on the number of women present is what renders this artifact truly extraordinary. Some have remarked that King Billy is the first to perfectly exemplify the uniqueness of special artifacts. However, despite its popularity, the Yadali cannon is not inexpensive. It is predominantly used by demolition teams. Ordinary practitioners of the mystical arts would find it illegal to wield such an artifact openly. As for Zheng Tan's Yadali cannon, it was certainly not purchased. King Ling gleaned from Zheng Tan's memories that it was acquired approximately 6 months prior from the former leader of the territory, Mountain Cannon. Mountain Cannon, a lustful teddy bear with a lineage of spirit dogs, possessed a degree of intelligence. During the territorial dispute with Mountain Cannon, Zheng Tan invested considerable effort, battling alongside several battalion leaders for an extended period before successfully conquering the area. The Yadali cannon was a trophy taken during this conquest. It remains unclear how Mountain Cannon came into possession of this formidable artifact. But King Ling sensed a certain complexity in the notion of such a destructive artifact falling into the hands of sentient creatures. The stray cats revered their cat sage. When King Ling initially lectured them, he not only imparted knowledge of team management but also provided psychological counseling. While he could not speak for strays elsewhere. In the Puan district, these cats lead their lives in harmony with humans. There are even numerous righteous individuals who escort women home late at night to protect them from potential harm. Thus, King Ling felt confident that the feline companions he had trained would not act against humans. Yet, the potential consequences of such powerful artifacts being wielded by other sentient beings with darker intentions remained a concern. When King Ling observed a black cat leading its followers as they slowly rolled out a cannon the size of a shopping basket from behind a hidden stack of grass, he found the scene rather peculiar. With the Yadali cannon at their disposal, they could easily blast open a hole in the solid Xian crystal wall without completely demolishing the structure. Of course, King Ling had considered Jing Ke's involvement. However, as a young sword spirit, Jing Ke lacked experience and might inadvertently cause substantial damage. Thus, all hope rested upon the Yadali cannon crafted by King Billy's team. At that moment, King Ling was unable to make any movements. Even his breathing had to be carefully regulated, fearful that any unexpected occurrence could lead to disaster. Even a simple sneeze could prove fatal. Nevertheless, he could still perform some basic auxiliary spells. With the school security guard yet to depart, the cannon's firing would undoubtedly attract attention, so King Ling cast a barrier to muffle the sound. Zhang Tan donned protective goggles, striking a confident pose beside the Yadali cannon. 2nd Battalion Leader, are you ready? All set, Commander. Zhang Tan nodded, placing her little paw on the cannon's sensory identification zone to confirm her identity. The cannon then aligned its aim with Zhang Tan's gaze towards a specific point on the wall. Fire! 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 The 3 commands echoed powerfully. With a resounding explosion, a beam of spiritual light shot forth from the cannon. In an instant, a hole approximately half a person high erupted in the wall. Inside the women's changing room, Wang Ming was jolted awake by the deafening blast. Meanwhile, Jiang Luiying stood frozen, her face a mask of shock as she peered through the shattered opening at the unfolding scene outside. On the other end of the communicator, a woman's voice inquired. I heard an explosion. What happened? Jiang Luiying's mouth twitched. Sister, I think I'm surrounded by a group of cats. Chapter 60. She harbors a massive secret gazing at the gaping hole. Not only Jiang Luiying and Wang Ming fell silent, but the woman on the other end of the phone was equally astounded. Clearly, mere words could not convey the impact and shock of the scene before them. What caught Jiang Luiying's eye was a black cat, one donning goggles, arms akimbo, pressing against a cannon, all while fixing its gaze on her. Surrounding this black feline, an astonishing array of cats was visible, on the ground, in the trees. Even the walls were adorned with ninja cats clad in black. Moreover, Jiang Luiying noticed that the majority of these cats were capable of standing upright on their hind legs. If they had wings, they would all be transcendent beings, right? Had they been possessed by some spirit? In this era, many pets had gained intelligence. But those with such intellect were strictly regulated by the quarantine department of Huaxiao Nation. The sheer number of sentient stray cats gathered here, wielding a frightful artillery, posed a sight that Jiang Luiying perceived as no less than a minor beast tide. The terror of the beasts from the Otherworld Gate lay not only in their devastating power, but also in their organization and discipline. In previous invasions, the beasts had always conspired from the other side before executing their plans of attack. The current situation greatly exceeded Jiang Luiying's expectations. It was evident that this was a premeditated, orchestrated rescue operation. and the subjects of this endeavor were a group of cats. The woman on the other end of the line was baffled. Are you still half asleep? Sister, I swear I'm not lying. You might find it hard to believe, but I'm surrounded by a legion of cats. Oh no, an entire battalion of cats. And they're staring at me, especially the lead black cat. Black Carbon, how dare you defame me? On the other end. The woman fell into silence once more. After an enigmatic pause, her voice returned. I think there might be something wrong with your mind. Are you in the right state? Perhaps we should cancel this mission. Sister, please let me explain. Jiang Luiying stammered, flustered by her words. Before she could continue, the woman interjected. For safety's sake, I expect a report from you within half an hour. With that, she hung up, leaving the girl perplexed as she faced a battalion of cats. After a brief moment of confusion, the girl rolled up her sleeves and puffed out her cheeks. You little creatures, do you really think I fear you? The girl possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond an ordinary golden core cultivator. Wang Ling's eyes were like radar, instantly discerning that Jiang Luiying was a rare dual golden core practitioner. With 2 golden cores residing in her dantian, her overall strength surpassed that of the typical pinnacle golden core cultivators by several dozen times. The pressure emanating from the enraged girl was palpable. Even the slightest emotional fluctuation sent Wang Ming's skin trembling like waves. Though Zheng Tan possessed intelligence, he was merely a foundation establishment cat. The slight pressure from Jiang Luiying caused his fur to stand on end. Following suit, the entire battalion of cats behind him bristled like hedgehogs. Suddenly, a bald cat emerged from the crowd, calling out, Captain, watch out. In an instant, a monk leaped forward and tackled Zheng Tan aside. The cats from the security squad rushed in, pinning Zheng Tan down. Truth be told, Zheng Tan felt quite touched. After all, this was all in the name of protection. However, being suddenly buried under a pile of cats nearly suffocated him. What on earth are you doing? Zheng Tan's head poked out from the feline mound, his expression one of deep despair. Protecting the boss. Watch out for her chest. Several cats chimed in unison. The monk nodded. This woman possesses a chest that no ordinary human female should have. Therefore, I have serious doubts that she harbors weapons of mass destruction. Zheng Tan, Wang Ling, even Wang Ming gasped in astonishment, both at the cats conversing in human language and the audacity of their remarks. As the strongest intellect in Huaxiao Nation, Wang Ming had his own assessment of these cats' intelligence. The leading black cat was undoubtedly the most astute, followed closely by the bald cat beside it. In terms of animal intellect, he surmised that these 2 cats might even surpass the average human. Of course, they could never exceed his own. Wang Ming glanced at the girl. I must say, Miss, haven't you realized yet? Jiang Luiying displayed a perplexed expression, prompting an unspoken resonance between Wang Ling and Wang Ming, 2 rivals. The saying big chest, no brain suddenly seemed to hold some truth. With your strength capable of crushing a golden core with one hand, have you not noticed that your oppressive aura is utterly ineffective now? These cats, despite their sentience, possess no real strength, yet under your pressure, they remain lively and frolicsome. At that moment, the girl experienced a moment of clarity, beads of sweat beginning to form on her fair face. She should have realized it sooner. This group of cats, including the man before her who lacked any spiritual energy, should have been immobilized by her oppressive aura, yet they continued to frolic in the distance. Considering all factors, the girl could only conclude one possibility. There existed a being even more formidable than her, someone capable of disrupting her pressure waves, preventing her aura from penetrating as it should. It was akin to a flood being suddenly blocked at the breach. Who could it be? Jiang Luiying's gaze darted among the multitude of cats, her spiritual awareness flaring as she sought to discern any unique presences among them. At that moment, her previously dulled intellect seemed to have recharged, prompting her to suspect that there might be some secret among the cats. Perhaps a powerful individual had blended in among them, utilizing transformation or illusion techniques. If that were indeed the case, careful scrutiny of their auras might allow her to identify the interloper. However, such aura discernment was only effective when the gap in cultivation levels was not too vast. To be honest, if time permitted, Wang Ling would have been inclined to linger and entertain the girl a bit longer. However, the present moment was not suitable for a game of hide and seek, with only 10 minutes remaining until the world faced annihilation. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Jiang Luiying, a striking black and white Persian cat gracefully emerged from the throng, stepping elegantly as all nearby cats instinctively parted to create a pathway. Was it? The girl instantly became alert, attempting to channel her spiritual energy, only to feel a force emanating from the Persian cat pressing down upon her. To her astonishment, her spiritual energy faltered midway, becoming trapped within her dantian. Moreover, she realized she was ensnared by a formidable pressure, unable to move. Holy moly! This Persian cat, it must be toxic. Chapter 61. The brother's true intent. A cat exuded such an overwhelming pressure? The young girl's eyes, filled with shock and fear, reflected her utter helplessness. She found herself completely immobilized. Even her tongue felt paralyzed, rendering her speechless. In this dire situation, she could not even utilize the void stone. At that moment, she regretted not heeding her sister's advice to leave earlier. Wang Ling sensed that the girl had misunderstood the situation, for he had not consciously released any aura or pressure to subdue her. The reasoning was simple. Releasing pressure is a broad area attack, and acting recklessly while in an uncontrolled state could turn the girl into a mere puddle of flesh. Not only would she be affected, but even his foolish brother and the cat outside would also suffer the consequences. Thus, the reason the girl could not move was actually a backlash effect from the dominance of his own aura, which Wang Ling had inadvertently activated. This effect could double the pressure exerted upon oneself and reflect it back. The principle was akin to the self-destructive effects of physical backlash, reminiscent of Su Ying, who had been reduced to nothing after experiencing a similar fate. Observing the girl's frantic yet powerless demeanor, Wang Ming found it somewhat amusing. He also realized that Wang Ming had seen through his identity. Although Wang Ling considered their relationship not particularly close, it was undeniable that they shared an extraordinary level of tacit understanding regarding peculiar matters. From the moment the wall was blasted open, Wang Ming had known it was Wang Ling's doing. Glancing at his watch, he noted that there were less than 10 minutes until the old seal would lose its effectiveness. Wang Ming carefully retrieved the talisman from his pocket and, akin to a skilled craftsman, delicately tied it to Wang Ling's arm. The seal had finally been reinforced. Wang Ling flexed his claws, feeling the potency of the new talisman, which was indeed far more formidable than its predecessor. He distinctly felt his power significantly curtailed. During the initial 3 months after donning the talisman, its binding force would be at its peak, allowing him to dine without the worry of breaking chopsticks and even partake in physical exercises with ease. For Wang Ling, this was splendid news, bringing him greater joy than savoring his favorite snack. The materials for this talisman had been refined over nearly 3 years. Incorporating a hint of new essence, its effectiveness would last for 5 years, ample time for his needs. Wang Ming did not voice this but conveyed it silently through their mental connection, knowing that the matter of the talisman was a secret that should remain undisclosed to others. In a sense, Wang Ming viewed Wang Ling's uncontrollable yet ever-growing power as a state secret more worthy of protection than the so-called greatest intellect of Huaxiao country. However, Wang Ming kept this matter to himself, having promised their parents never to divulge it to outsiders. Even his own parents were unaware of this secret. Should this secret be exposed, it could lead to an endless cycle of warfare, and Wang Ling might be perceived as a weapon of war by the state. Thus, Wang Ming remained deeply invested in Wang Ling's affairs, continually aiding him in developing more restrictive talismans while maintaining utmost secrecy. Wang Ling felt a sense of shared understanding with Wang Ming regarding this matter. His aspiration was world peace, and so too was the true intent of his brother Wang Ming. Seeing the immobilized girl, Wang Ming turned to Wang Ling and inquired, "What should we do with her?" Wang Ling raised an eyebrow, replying, "What else can we do? We must turn her over to the state." He had never intended to take action against such a minor assassin, as she held no value to him. However, handing her over to the spirit cultivation police could significantly advance the investigation into the Shadow Stream incident. Eliminating one assassin would not solve the multitude of others. Aiding the police in dismantling an international crime syndicate at its roots was a manifestation of the virtues of a good citizen committed to the core values of spirit cultivation. Naturally, Wang Ling did not intend to take credit for this endeavor. The final resolution of this mess would fall upon Huaxiao country's greatest intellect. Bending down, Wang Ming rummaged through the girl's pockets and retrieved the stolen void stone. He then suggested they incapacitate the girl, noting her stillness as if frozen in place. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Ling complied, feeling an odd sense of camaraderie with his brother in this mischief. At the entrance of the gymnasium, the other cats had dispersed, leaving only Zheng Tan, De Biao, and the monk. Nearby, Jiang Luiying had been tightly bound by Zheng Tan and the others, resembling a meat dumpling. Zheng Tan clutched Wang Ling's small white paw tightly, tears glistening in his eyes. "It's truly wonderful to fight alongside the cat Immortal. Rest assured, we will repair that hole overnight." Wang Ling recalled the sight of several cats in lab coats at Zheng Tan's base. Coupled with this engineering team, he surmised they would be capable of creating missiles within 2 to 3 years. Wang Ling remained silent, burying his astonishment deep within, and waved farewell to Zheng Tan and the other cats. They watched him leave, waving their small claws until he vanished at the end of the road, reluctant to part ways. Having fought alongside the cat Immortal was a glory Zheng Tan believed worthy of being recorded in the annals of cat history. Without Zheng Tan's assistance, Wang Ling felt the outcome could have been dire. Just as Wang Ling stepped out of Zheng Tan's sight, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. It belonged to the old antique. Extending his spiritual awareness, he discovered that not far away, the old antique and Director Xia were strolling hand in hand, gradually drawing nearer to him. Wang Ming was momentarily taken aback by their sudden appearance but quickly broke into a slight smile and approached them. "Ah, good day to you, esteemed teachers." Wang Ming understood. It was time to showcase his acting skills. Director Xia paused, puzzled as to why there was a parent at the school at this hour. She had issued directives to all homeroom teachers prohibiting after-school sessions to prevent nefarious individuals from infiltrating the school disguised as parents, ensuring the smooth conduct of the upcoming Spirit Sword Exchange Conference. Therefore, Wang Ming's appearance raised the vigilance of both the old antique and Director Xie. The situation grew even stranger with the presence of the bound and unconscious girl. Was this a cosplay or some form of bondage play? "Who are you?" "I am Wang Ling's brother, Wang Xiaoer. I came to find Wang Ling." Wang Ming presented his identification. "Oh, Wang Ling's brother." The old antique glanced at the ID and, confirming Wang Ming's identity, turned to Director Xie and said, "Yes. Wang Ling is my student and is also here for the Spirit Sword Exchange Conference." "Oh, I see." Upon hearing the old antique's explanation, Director Xie relaxed her guard slightly. "What brings you here at this hour?" "I intended to find Wang Ling, but before I could locate him, I encountered an assassin from the Shadow Stream scouting the school. I took care of the situation, which delayed me a bit." Wang Ming gestured toward the bound girl on the ground. "An assassin from the Shadow Stream." Director Xie was astonished. The presence of an assassin within the school was a grave matter. "What evidence do you have to prove that this is an assassin from the Shadow Stream?" Regarding the maiden's identity, Director Xie remained skeptical, a sentiment echoed by the antiquarian. They possessed no grounds to fully trust the assertions of a stranger. Should the esteemed instructors harbor disbelief, they might examine the ribbon adorning the young lady's arm, thereby verifying the veracity of her claims. During Zheng Tan's binding exercise, Wang Ming had directed him to expose a portion of Jiang Luiying's arm. The Shadow Stream assassin's ribbon possessed a singular composition, serving as irrefutable evidence of her homicidal profession. The antiquarian unearthed the ribbon upon the maiden's arm, experiencing an immediate jolt of recognition. It was indeed a gold-threaded assassin of the Shadow Stream. Concerning artifacts from the assassin world, the antiquarian possessed an almost preternatural sensitivity. Furthermore, judging from the substantial endowments that remained conspicuous even as the maiden was trussed up like a dumpling, the antiquarian surmised that this assassin's identity. Could it possibly be the legendary master of the Shadow Stream? Chapter 62. My foolish Ajuo. Subsequently, this individual, likely the legendary master of Shadow Flow, was swiftly taken away for interrogation by the Cultivation Police Bureau, along with Wang Ming. As a direct participant in this incident, Wang Ming was required to accompany them to provide a statement. The old antiquities and Director Xie escorted Wang Ming to the school gate, where Director Xie firmly grasped Wang Ming's hand, expressing gratitude. Thanks to Mr. Wang's timely intervention, these lawbreakers were thwarted in their tracks. Otherwise, the consequences would have been truly dire. Director Xie, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, upholding justice and aiding the righteous. Such principles are inherent to cultivators, are they not? Yet, I am quite curious. Why do I not sense the slightest trace of spiritual energy from Mr. Wang? Could it be that he possesses some magical artifact? Magical artifact? At my level, do I still require such tools? Wang Ming mystically shook his head and smiled faintly. Wang Ming's words remained incomplete, and at that moment, Director Xie and Old Antiquities suddenly realized, if it were not due to a magical artifact concealing his aura, the only remaining explanation was that Mr. Wang himself possessed an extraordinarily high level of cultivation. Otherwise, how could the Shadow Flow's golden forged assassin have been so easily subdued? Beside them, Old Antiquities couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that Mr. Wang, despite his youth, possesses such unfathomable prowess? It truly commands our admiration. Wang Ling. This is absurdly easy to deceive. Mr. Wang, is this your cat? It seems to have been following you closely, Director Xie remarked, noticing Wang Ling. Wang Ling had been concerned that the assassin maiden might awaken midway, hence his unwavering proximity to Wang Ming. Earlier, while on the road, He had deliberated whether to deliver another blow to ensure her unconsciousness. Now, upon witnessing the girl, swathed like a dumpling, being sealed with a restriction talisman by the police, Wang Ling finally felt a sense of relief. Wang Ming had come to deliver talismans to him, an act he had not solicited. Consequently, the official authorities of Huaxiao Nation had not dispatched anyone for Wang Ming's close protection. Should this formidable intellect encounter any misfortune here, the repercussions would be unimaginable, even for Wang Ling himself. A thorough investigation of the number 59 and number 60 schools was inevitable, which would be highly detrimental to his concealed identity, though reluctant to acknowledge it. Wang Ling could not deny that he and his foolish brother were bound by a common thread. Thus, after much contemplation, he decided to follow Wang Ming for the time being, at least until the police arrived, ensuring Wang Ming's safety first. At that moment, Director Xie suddenly turned her attention to him. Some individuals manifest their foolishness in both intelligence and emotional intelligence. Wang Ming's folly often surfaced in mundane details, such as being enamored by beauty or feigning the role of a cultivator. Nevertheless, Wang Ming's emergency responses were typically swift. This cat, perhaps it is drawn to something about me that compels it to follow, Director Xie mused. Wang Ling, what could possibly attract you, you fluffball? Upon hearing Director Xie mention Wang Ling, Wang Ming smirked. He bent down and lifted the transformed Wang Ling from the ground, exclaiming, "Up high, Wang Ling. Put me down, you imbecile." It was the first time Wang Ling realized he had been playfully teased by this foolish individual. Damn it, just you wait. Wang Ming boarded the police vehicle dispatched by the Cultivation Police Bureau, while the bound maiden was placed in a cage at the rear of the vehicle, guarded by 2 female officers. Wang Ming, in contrast, sat obediently in the back seat, flanked by 2 male officers. Given Wang Ming's nature, he would never allow such so-called glory to overshadow him. For appearances, he was ultimately operating under the guise of Wang Xiao, not Wang Ming. Hence, he found this entire affair devoid of any sense of achievement. The only solace came from having playfully teased his foolish ajuo during this visit to the number 59 school. Although he had missed the opportunity to issue his 100th challenge to Wang Ling, he felt this trip had not been in vain. During the journey, Wang Ming discerned from the expressions of the 2 officers, akin to those who had just consumed something distasteful, that they had likely been about to end their shifts when the emergency call came in. Capturing such a significant target would undoubtedly entail overtime, thus their moods were evidently sour. The 2 officers fixed their gazes on Wang Ming. If you would, please present your identification. To save time, let us commence the record now. Wang Ming obediently handed over his ID. And upon seeing the name and place of origin on it, the 2 officers were momentarily taken aback. Huaxiao Nation, Tianba City, Yunding Tiangong. Xiangxia Shuego. Tianba City exists, but what in the world is this Yunding Tiangong, Xiangxia Shuego? The officers stared at the address on the ID, bewildered for a prolonged moment. Then, with expressions of discomfort, they looked at Wang Ming. Mr. Wang, perhaps it would be best not to jest at this time? Wang Ming felt aggrieved. I ask you, dear officers, can you discern the authenticity of an ID with just your eyes? Mr. Wang, do you realize that using a counterfeit ID could land you in serious trouble? Oh, perhaps a Pu'er or Longjing. If only I had a sprite from 82, that would be even better. The officers were already in a foul mood due to the unexpected overtime, and now being subjected to such banter. One officer shot a furious glance at Wang Ming. Then let's verify it. If it's discovered to be false, I shall detain you for 15 days. Feel free. Wang Ming shrugged, unperturbed. Thus, 2 minutes later, the officers examined a verification list generated by the ID scanner. After meticulously reviewing the extensive and peculiar details of Wang Ming's identity, they simultaneously fixated on the line stating that the information had been verified by the National Cultivation Police Bureau of Huaxiao Nation, prompting them to ponder their existence. Approximately half an hour after Wang Ming began his statement at the police station, a globally limited edition black AO Guanhai vehicle came to a steady halt at the entrance of the Cultivation Police Bureau. 2 researchers clad in white lab coats hurriedly exited the car and rushed into the station. Within 5 minutes, they had escorted Wang Ming out. When the officers who had initially taken Wang Ming's statement arrived at the entrance, they were astonished to see the bureau chief himself personally bidding farewell to Wang Ming. Beaming with a mix of joy and apology, the 2 officers were left utterly perplexed. Who on earth was this individual? As they watched the globally limited edition AO Guanhai vehicle depart, the bureau chief heaved a sigh of relief and turned to the 2 officers, saying, "You 2 nearly caused a major incident." Chapter 63, Extraordinary Comrade. The arrest of a girl suspected to be the Shadow Stream's leader stirred quite a commotion. Not long ago, the red forging assassin dispatched by the Shadow Stream was completely annihilated at the 60 school. Now, with the 60 school sending 5 representatives to the exchange meeting, this gold forging assassin's plan to create chaos was thwarted before it even began, resulting in her capture. Most astonishingly, the person who apprehended her was none other than the brother of a student from the 60 school. As the crowd reflected on recent events involving the Shadow Stream, it became evident that the national-level spiritual cultivation police had issued a red investigation order. Yet there had been no progress over the years. Ironically, within less than a month of the new school year, a breakthrough emerged from an ordinary college, a place that seemed almost cursed. This incident ignited further discussions. How could a stunning girl with 36D measurements transform into a bloodthirsty killer? A meticulously planned operation was uncovered before it could even commence. Was it a distortion of morals or a degradation of humanity? A struggle between light and darkness? Or perhaps a contest of cunning and intellect? The multitude of questions arising from this incident left many bewildered. Currently, the apprehended assassin girl remained unconscious, while Wang Xiaoer, who had prevented this heinous event, was forcibly taken away less than half an hour after entering the police station. This entire sequence of events appeared premeditated, as if meticulously orchestrated, to protect Wang Ming's true identity. The Huaxiao National Spiritual Cultivation Academy directed the befuddled police officers towards a path leading to the Baishan General Office in Shanghai City. On that day, after Secretary Da Kong had spent hours chatting in his office, Shui returned home only to find his phone inundated with calls. A glance at the caller ID revealed numerous missed calls, with the latest being from Secretary Da Kong himself. Despite having conversed with the old leader for an entire afternoon, Shui felt a sense of agitation. However, he recognized he had no alternative. Over the years, sitting in this position had bestowed upon him considerable insights. He distilled 3 essential survival rules for government functional departments. First, do not speak recklessly. Second, rise earlier than the rooster and retire later than the dog. Third, labor more than a donkey, yet consume less than a pig. The fourth and most critical rule, however, was to never hang up on a call from a superior. Absolutely not. Uncertain of what topic could arise from this call with the secretary he had just spent the afternoon with, Zhuyi answered the landline. The current landline was a holographic projection, and upon answering, Secretary Da Kong's visage materialized in the air. Zhuyi resided in a government-assigned staff apartment, which adhered to anti-corruption principles, thus lacking any spatial expansion technology. This resulted in a somewhat cramped environment, rendering the holographic projection of Da Kong's face disproportionately large. As he picked up the phone, Zhuyi nearly burst into laughter. Under the holographic projection, Da Kong's nostrils appeared larger than his head. Hello, little Zhuo? Secretary Da Kong's voice resonated through the line. Startling Zhuyi. Little Zhuo? The term felt surprisingly intimate, leaving Zhuyi somewhat flabbergasted. What brings you to call at this late hour, Secretary Da Kong? Little Zhuo. I must admit, I underestimated you. This afternoon, during our office meeting, your calm demeanor suggested you were secretly plotting something and observing without revealing your intentions. Is that true? Zhuyi? Oh dear, please don't deny it. Just tell me. Was the capture of the girl suspected to be the Shadow Stream's leader part of your plan? Zhuyi. No. That is something I must criticize you for. After all, she is a gold forging assassin. Even if you were aware of her operational route, at the very least, you should have reported it in advance. The area was filled with students, and it was after school quite dangerous. Upon hearing this, Zhuyi realized what Secretary Da Kong was referring to. Earlier, he had received a text from the general office stating that the spiritual cultivation police in the Peiyuan district had apprehended a suspected gold forging assassin from the Shadow Stream at the 59th school. Zhuyi had planned to investigate the situation upon returning to the staff apartment, but unexpectedly, the secretary's call reached him first. However, Zhuyi sensed something awry. The unfolding events bore an uncanny resemblance to those from 6 years prior, evoking a feeling of effortless victory and predetermined outcomes. Secretary Da Kong, enough. No need for explanations. I understand you wish to avoid alarming the enemy, hence your secretive arrangement for experts to infiltrate the 59th school, intending to catch the enemy off guard, correct? I must inform you, you have accomplished a significant feat. Preliminary interrogations suggest that the arrested girl is likely the sister of the Shadow Stream's leader. Surprising. Isn't it? Unexpected, right? Thrilling, perhaps? Although the leader of the Shadow Stream has yet to reveal themselves, I am confident that with this crucial lead, our nation is not far from unraveling the Shadow Stream incident and dismantling their criminal enterprises. Comrade Zhuyi, you are remarkably young yet possess such intelligence and execution capabilities, which I find truly admirable. May I inquire, Secretary Kong, how this information was disseminated? This was communicated directly to me by Director Chi of the Huaxiao National Spiritual Cultivation Academy. There can be no error there. I understand, little Zhua, that you prefer to remain low-key, but sometimes it is unnecessary to conceal achievements. Zhuyi gasped in surprise. He had no idea when he had established contact with such a prominent institution. Little Zhua, I never expected you to be so profound on the other end of the line, Sun Rong smiled. Initially, the higher-ups were deliberating whether to promote you, concerned that you might be too young to handle the responsibilities and draw undue attention. However, we discovered through our inquiries that your reputation stands among the finest in the Songhai city government. Rest assured, with today's accomplishments as your foundation, you can anticipate a promotion. Zhuyi, and do remember to prepare well for the upcoming event. I look forward to witnessing your extraordinary swordplay at tomorrow's Lingjian Exchange Meeting. Chapter 64. The Spirit Sword Exchange Conference. The 4-day Student Exchange Conference has swiftly approached its conclusion. Throughout this brief period, a multitude of events transpired. The Spirit Gathering Array exploded, the Collision Gang disbanded, the Harmony Bureau was established, delinquent youths reformed, the world teetered on the brink of destruction. And just last night, a shadowy assassin from the Shadow Flow was detained. Yet, no one could have anticipated that these chaotic occurrences ultimately stemmed from Wang Ling. Before departing, Wang Ming requested the old antiquity and Director Xie to maintain secrecy regarding his identity. This was primarily to safeguard Wang Ling, ensuring he did not attract undue attention. As a result, despite the tumult caused by these events, only those within the police department knew that Wang Xiao was the brother of a student from the 60 high school. Outsiders remained largely unaware, only recognizing that the exemplary young comrades from the 100 Schools General Office had once again thwarted the incursion of the Shadow Flow, thus protecting the nation's blossoms. However, following these incidents, even Wang Ling began to question his own toxicity. This high school experience had been anything but tranquil. It felt as though he were a certain deathly little student, leaving a trail of calamity wherever he went. Wang's parents wished for nothing more than for him to successfully obtain his high school diploma and then, in a low-key manner, smoothly transition into university. Yet, given the current circumstances, Wang Ling felt that this path appeared far more fraught with obstacles than he had anticipated. Nevertheless, life must continue. As night fell, the campus of the 59th High School lay in tranquil silence. Previously, Chen Xiao and Gua Hao, two portly individuals clad in suits, complete with ties and wristwatches, sporting gleaming leather shoes, had been indulging in overpriced beverages while engaged in online gaming. Only recently had the old antiquity forcibly shut down their gaming session, and they had just settled down to sleep. Meanwhile, the young ladies, Sun Rong and Lin Xiaoyu, had long since retired for the sake of their skin health. The old antiquity sat vigil on a folding chair at the entrance. As the school day drew to a close, the Shadow Flow once again seized the opportunity to infiltrate, prompting the old antiquity to heighten his vigilance. The safety of the students was paramount. He was determined to ensure that tomorrow's Spirit Sword Exchange Conference proceeded smoothly, and that his students returned to the 60 high school without a scratch. Equally awake was Wang Ling. He gently caressed the small wooden sword lying quietly beside him, his emotions tangled in complexity. He could only hope that Jingke's performance would be somewhat more restrained tomorrow. Pray that there would be no outbursts. On the 4th day, which marked the 3rd Friday of the school term, the eagerly anticipated Spirit Sword Exchange Conference was finally set to commence. On that day, drums resounded, firecrackers erupted, and a sea of people gathered. The tradition of the Exchange Conference was established by General Yi, known as the Sword Saint. Following the conclusion of the Shermin battle, General Yi inscribed a timeless phrase upon a stone pillar at Shermin: "Your sword is my sword." This saying remains a crucial point highlighted annually by the old antiquity and history textbooks. This year's Spirit Sword Exchange Conference was particularly grand, coinciding with the 500th anniversary of both schools. The long-standing rivals, 59th and 60 high schools, chose to celebrate this milestone together through the Exchange Conference, effectively narrowing the gap between their relationship. Despite the mischief instigated by Tang Jingze and his cohorts during the 4 days, by the final day, they had relinquished their resistance. Yet this did not diminish Tang Jingze and his companions' confidence and cunning in winning the Spirit Sword Exchange Conference. Since victory could not be achieved through underhanded tactics, Tang Jingze deemed it only fitting to engage in a fair contest. However, Wang Ling remained oblivious to the source of this confidence. On the newly renovated expansive playground of the 59th High School, students from various classes arranged chairs in a circular formation, delineating areas by class. The central space was reserved for the representatives of both schools to engage in a fierce competition. For Wang Ling, the scale of the conference, involving over 1,000 participants, was truly overwhelming. He had never before showcased his talents before such a crowd. At the front of the stage, the leaders of both schools had gathered. Principal Chen and Director Shi from 60 High School, Principal Jean and Director Xie from 59th High School, as well as the excited Secretary Sun Rong and the beleaguered Shui. To be frank, the assembly of leaders was somewhat awkward. No one had expected the old secretary to appear. Of course, the students were entirely unaware of Secretary Sun's true identity and found him somewhat eccentric, as they had never seen a leader donning a motorcycle helmet while observing an event. Nevertheless, the students could discern that this helmeted gentleman held an extraordinary status, likely a figure of significant importance, and one that even Wang Ling had not anticipated. Among the students present, only Wang Ling possessed clarity of mind. He felt a twinge of fear that the old secretary might glean something from his demeanor. Unable to meet the secretary's gaze, Wang Ling sighed deeply, wishing only to appear as unremarkable as possible during the upcoming Spirit Sword Exchange Conference. It was decidedly unwise to attract the attention of such a formidable figure. In the stillness, the old secretary surveyed his surroundings, casting an odd glance at the leaders of both schools. Why has it not yet begun? Principal Chen and Principal Jean exchanged helpless glances. The highest authority here is you. If you do not speak, who would dare to commence? Upon hearing the old leader's call to action, Principal Jean, as the host of the Spirit Sword Exchange Conference, gathered his thoughts and smiled, his voice resonating clearly for all to hear. On behalf of the leaders from 59th and 60 high schools, I would like to express our gratitude to the 10 elite students participating in this Spirit Sword Exchange Conference. It is your excellence that will elevate our cultivation education to greater heights. The applause erupted, led by the old secretary, with resounding claps echoing throughout the venue. The other school leaders, observing the secretary's enthusiasm, ensured their applause was equally vigorous, fearing any lack of vigor might displease him. Everyone knew that the old secretary was a lover of lively gatherings and had a penchant for discreetly attending events like this one, having done so on numerous occasions. This time, the old secretary had uninvitedly graced the event with his presence, much to the honor of both school principals, albeit overshadowed by an underlying sense of trepidation. After the applause subsided, a brief moment of silence ensued before the female teacher at the podium took the microphone and began to announce the competition rules. This Spirit Sword Exchange event will not feature individual events. Instead, it will utilize holographic imaging to integrate cultivation spirit talismans into formations, simulating trial environments and realistic sensations for team-based competitions. Ultimately, the outcome will be determined by the points accrued by each team during the event, in addition to points awarded for striking vital areas during Spirit Sword duels. Participants can also earn a game currency to purchase magical artifacts, enhancing both the enjoyment and flexibility of the competition. The female host smiled gently. The competition rules have been announced. Now, I invite the 10 students participating in the exchange to enter the formation. Chapter 65. Welcome to the Valley of Cultivators this time. The competition format appears to differ significantly from those I have previously observed. Upon hearing the event rules articulated by the female host, the old secretary's eyes gleamed with interest. Previous spiritual sword exchange conferences primarily featured self-exhibitions by students, evaluated by judges based on the fluidity with which they wielded their swords. This process was rather formulaic and tedious, lacking in engagement. However, this time around, the competition adopts a team-oriented approach, abolishing the judging panel and entrusting the entire scoring process to a comprehensive system assessment. Such scoring devoid of human subjectivity promises a greater degree of fairness. Principal Jean smiled slightly, stating that this competition format was proposed by General E during a standing committee meeting and would be specifically implemented by our two schools. The female host's explanation seemed rather convoluted. Is there a simplified version of the competition rules? In simpler terms, this competition resembles a 5v5 MOBA game. The map is divided into 3 lanes, top, middle, and bottom, each containing an outer tower, an inner tower, and a high ground tower. Students may freely select their lanes to defend towers until they demolish the enemy's base crystal. Once the game commences, students can choose from a range of functional skills provided by the system, currently limited to teleportation, ignite, heal, and flash. Overall, the competition promises to be far more engaging and competitive than before. Principal Jean elaborated that upon formally entering the virtual space, students' data, including their wielded spiritual swords, would be converted into data records. The system would aggregate this data to quantify the student's overall strength and estimate the value based on the sword scoring. Students have two primary objectives. First, to steadily develop by absorbing experience from minions or monsters, with their overall combat power divided into 20 segments, equating to 20 levels. Each level up unlocks an additional 5% of their prowess. Once they reach the maximum level, they will possess their true strength. The second objective is to gather as many game coins as possible within a limited time frame to exchange for minor magical artifacts and ultimately forge their own spiritual swords. This is promising. Secretary Sun nodded in agreement. The leveling system presents an intriguing challenge. Moreover, synthesizing spiritual swords will enhance their synergy with the swords themselves. But how is the value assessed? To ensure fairness, the principle is straightforward. The stronger the spiritual sword, the higher its value. For instance, classmate Sun Rong's AO High sword has already nurtured a sword spirit, requiring a substantial number of components for synthesis. With an estimated total value of around 5,000 game coins, answered Director Xie. As the leaders conversed on stage, the female host announced, "Now, I declare the formation activated. The game officially begins." The current formation is highly advanced, employing intelligent voice control, and the host's voice had been recorded prior to the setup. Upon receiving the command, a brilliant green light suddenly illuminated the expansive playground. With a resonating hum, a green pillar of light linking heaven and earth manifested before the spectators. The students of Class 60 began stepping into the light, gradually disintegrating into particles before the pillar vanished. "Let us go." Tang Jingze and the others gritted their teeth, leading Feng Huaqing, Liang Wei, Liang Zheng, and Liang Fei into the light. As the students from both schools entered the virtual space, the ensuing events could only be witnessed through the grand screen situated on the playground. The map design strictly adhered to the conventional 5v5 MOBA game format. A stone tablet proudly proclaimed the name valley of cultivators beside the red and blue bases. The crystal towers, high ground towers, bases, and even the monsters in the wild areas were perfectly replicated. By defeating minions dispatched from the bases every 30 seconds and the continuously spawning wild monsters, players could earn corresponding game coins to forge the magical artifacts they desired. The ultimate path to victory lay in demolishing the enemy base. Though Wang Ling rarely indulged in games, he was somewhat familiar with the basic rules, acknowledging that such games not only emphasize competition but also necessitate teamwork. Swiftly synthesizing the most potent magical artifacts is crucial. However, as this is a spiritual sword exchange conference, the moment everyone entered, they discovered that apart from their own swords, which were transformed into data forms, there were scarcely any other offensive magical artifacts available in the shop. Moreover, while everyone's swords were displayed in the shop, they were bound. Players could only purchase their own swords. The remaining artifacts were primarily functional or defensive types, all personally designed by General E, with their attributes previously unknown to anyone. Participants relied solely on their in-the-moment application and ingenuity. Wow, so many items. Just reading the descriptions could take until tomorrow morning. Why is my dragon sword so cheap? Only 998? There must be an issue with the system's data analysis. The group from Class 59 spent a full 5 minutes deliberating on their paths and another 10 browsing the wares in the shop. In contrast, Class 60 exhibited a far more harmonious approach. Sometimes, having someone take charge indeed saves a considerable amount of time. Let us settle on this. I'll take the top lane. Classmate Sun Rong will handle the mid lane. Xiao Yu will farm the jungle. And Master Erdan and classmate Wang Ling will form the duo in the bottom lane. Each player started with 500 game coins. Chen Xiao, an avid gamer, unilaterally decided the group's paths and opted for the standard novice whiteboard sword, selecting the ignite skill before setting off. Name: Novice whiteboard sword. Type: Weapon. Quality: Ordinary. Attack power: 10. Sale price: 350. Description: A versatile transitional magical artifact for spiritual sword synthesis. An ideal choice for home or travel. Sun Rong discovered her AO High sword in the shop, astonished to find it priced at an astonishing 5,800 game coins. She hurriedly coordinated with Chen Xiao to select the same configuration before venturing out to farm for coins. This equipment, while significantly late game, required a lengthy synthesis period. Yet Sun Rong believed it would be pivotal in securing victory. Choosing the jungle route, Lin Xiaoyu opted for a novice hunting knife priced at 500 game coins. This knife offered slightly higher attack power than the whiteboard sword and included a minor healing effect, the only item in the game that could enhance attack power aside from the spiritual swords. Without it, defeating the wild monster Finner would take an inordinate amount of time wielding just the novice whiteboard sword. Let us all do our best. We must not bring shame to our school. After selecting their initial equipment, Lin Xiaoyu followed Sun Rong as they exited the base. Name: Novice Hunting Knife. Type: Weapon. Quality: Common. Attack Power: 30. Sale Price: 500. Description: Defeating large wild monsters grants a 10 damage bonus and 10 healing effect. A crucial artifact for synthesizing the Belgrail's blade. Successfully synthesizing the Belgrail's blade allows for instant execution of wild monsters, converting them into beef and sharing the protein with teammates for healing effects. Now, only Wang Ling and Guahao remained. The bottom lane typically consists of a support and an attacker, and without hesitation, Wang Ling chose the support role, as it drew the least attention. From the diverse shop offerings, he spotted Guahao's Ghost Tooth Sword, priced at 2,800. On paper, it appeared quite formidable. Subsequently, Guahao also selected the whiteboard sword before heading out. Hurry up, Wang Ling. I can't handle this alone. Wang Ling lingered before departing. As he was still in the shop searching for Jing Ke, initially he harbored concerns about revealing it in public, fearing that Jing Ke might go on a rampage midway. However, with the current competition format, which transformed Jing Ke into a mere game data, Wang Ling found himself irresistibly curious about its true worth. Among the myriad treasures within the shop, he eventually discovered Jing Ke in a rather unremarkable corner at the very bottom of the inventory. Name: Jing Ke Peachwood Sword. Type: Weapon. Quality: Ordinary. Attack Power: Unknown. Sale Price: 1 gold coin. Description: A seemingly useless peachwood sword. Perhaps it could ward off evil if worn around the neck. Wang Ling. Chapter 66. The Path to Wealth Through Assistance. Meanwhile, on the playground, numerous screens flickered, capturing every angle of the unfolding spectacle. Thousands of students gathered to witness this novel team competition, some observing in silence, others deep in thought, while a few engaged in hushed conversations. Typically, such team matches would feature professional commentary. However, this trial version of the realm of cultivation was not open to the public. Thus, there was no specialized commentary, and all explanations fell to the capable hands of a female teacher. At this initial phase, when skirmishes were unlikely to erupt, the hostess found herself rather bored as she gazed at the broadcast screen. The sheer number of items in the shop was overwhelming, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Just a brief camera shift had left her unable to grasp the situation fully. Even senior students like Tang Jingzhe were taking their time to decide. She felt that without at least an hour, they would struggle to leave their base. The starting game currency was woefully insufficient, and she had no idea where to begin her purchases. Below, students buzzed with chatter, and even the old secretary at the podium furrowed his brow slightly. The plethora of magical artifacts truly was perplexing. For students suffering from decision fatigue, it seemed they might squander a great deal of time in this shop. The brand new 5v5 competition utilized a trial system, and it was anticipated that in the upcoming standard version, the shop's offerings would be reduced by 60 to 70%. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. With so many items available, players would need to make swift decisions regarding suitable magical artifacts, requiring a keen adaptability. Speaking of which, was there a reward mechanism in this game? Indeed, there was. Destroying the first defensive tower would reward the entire team with 500 game coins. The first player to eliminate an opponent would also receive 500 game coins, with the bounty shared if assisted. Moreover, the first player to craft a major piece of equipment would receive an individual reward of 500 game coins. Gaining an advantage in any of these three reward mechanisms could significantly bolster the team's position. As she continued, a crisp electronic notification echoed through the speakers. First equipment. The system announcement prominently displayed the name Wang Ling. Wang Ling had synthesized the first piece of equipment and was awarded 500 game coins. The female host exclaimed in surprise. Wang Ling from the 6th High School has synthesized the first major piece of equipment, earning a reward of 500 coins. The audience gasped in astonishment. When the broadcast switched to the shop's inventory, a chorus of disbelief erupted. Why is there a major piece of equipment costing only 1 coin? How could someone who hasn't even left the base earn the first equipment reward? This has to be a bug. Simultaneously, the 5 members of the red team, led by Tang Jingzhe, exclaimed in unison. Their cheapest major piece of equipment, Liang Fei's Dragon Sword, required just 2 more waves of minions to afford the first equipment reward. Who knew this reward would go to someone who hadn't even left the base? They needed to contest this. Protest. Rematch. Is there a problem with the system? Should we pause the game to verify? Principal Jean inquired, observing the scene. It isn't a system error. Rather, Wang Ling's spirit sword is simply very inexpensive, remarked the antiquated teacher accompanying them, unable to suppress a sigh. Wang Ling comes from a humble background, and the spirit sword he brought for the competition is merely a peachwood sword. Principal Jin's lips twitched. So, this is your strategy? I cannot say. Perhaps Wang Ling has his own considerations, the old teacher replied, shaking his head. As this discussion unfolded, the live broadcast switched to showcase the item list. Pausing on Wang Ling's small wooden sword, the crowd stared in shock at the price tag. The peachwood sword, priced at a mere 1 game coin, was indeed classified as a major piece of equipment. Failing to receive the first equipment reward would have been absurd. Wang Ling could hardly believe that his surprise purchase had been categorized as a major piece of equipment. Initially, he had merely been driven by curiosity, but fate had led him to unexpectedly receive the synthesis reward. Now, feeling the weight of countless gazes directed at him through the broadcast, he found the attention quite unsettling. To divert the spotlight from himself, Wang Ling deemed it necessary to support his teammates, ensuring they received ample opportunity for growth and development. This was the true path of a supportive player. Thus, in that moment, Wang Ling resolved not to secure any last hits. With the additional 500 game coins already in hand, he would focus on acquiring a standard piece of gear, gaining experience steadily. The shop offered numerous standard items, and to avoid drawing attention, Wang Ling, despite possessing 999 game coins, chose the cheapest option available. Name: overalls practiced for 2.5 years. Type: functional artifact. Quality: comment, sale price, 300 coins. Description: overalls practiced for 2.5 years. Upon wearing, automatically generate a valuable lawyer's letter at a rate of 1 coin every 2 seconds, and while pursuing enemies, can launch a basketball attack that reduces the enemy's movement speed by 60 upon hit. Dressed in his overalls, Wang Ling returned to the bottom lane, only to be astonished to find that Guo had already reached level 3. He had wasted too much time at the base. Wang Ling sighed inwardly. He did not consider himself a slowpoke, yet his opportunities to engage with games were far fewer than those of his peers. His apprehension about losing control and damaging the equipment had kept him from playing as fluidly as Chun Xiao or Guo Hao, the 2 gaming enthusiasts. However, with the new sealing talismans in place, for the next 3 months, his worries could be set aside. During this period, he need not fret over breaking chopsticks or spoons, nor fear inadvertently damaging public facilities. He could, like any normal child of his age, spend weekends playing games at home or earning a little extra money through part-time work. Yet, once the 3 months elapsed and the power of the sealing talismans began to wane, the days of anxiety would return. The materials required for synthesizing talismans were exceedingly rare, and it would take an extensive amount of time for Wang Ling to refine them alone. Under normal circumstances, he could hasten the flow of time, but in this regard, he found himself helpless. Approaching those materials rendered him powerless, let alone utilizing any magical techniques. As Wang Ling pondered these thoughts, Sun Rong's voice echoed through from the mid lane. Wang Ling, be careful. The opposing mid laner is coming to ambush you. The voice communication between the red and blue teams allowed messages to be transmitted over great distances. The lower lane of the realm of cultivation was relatively open, with numerous reed patches providing excellent ambush opportunities. Hiding in a patch near his defensive tower, Wang Ling observed and quickly earned back the coins spent on his overalls. Wang Ling, don't overextend. Hurry back. We're playing defensively under the tower. They have 3 players. We can't win this. Deter, noticing the absence of the opposing duo in the bottom lane, warned that they might coordinate with the mid lane to launch an attack. But could they truly not win? Wang Ling pondered deeply, resting his chin in thought. Chapter 67. The Art of Movement. Without movement, the system quantifies everyone's prowess into a tiered structure of 20 levels, with each ascent unveiling a mere 5% of one's potential. However, Wang Ling soon realizes that this quantification bears no effect on him, for he is not a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. His academic journey thus far has been a mere fade in a school of foundation establishment students. The parameters of this trial version of the Cultivator's Canyon system are naturally confined to that stage. In essence, Wang Ling does not undergo true quantification like his peers. Although his level is also partitioned into 20 segments, requiring the accumulation of experience to advance, such progress holds no significance for him. Thus, even at level 1, he possesses an almost divine presence in this realm. He muses that not even a battalion could pose a threat. he could dispatch them with a single strike. Yet, as a dutiful support character, he refrains from engaging directly, allowing the resources and accolades to be claimed by the carry role. Glancing back at Guahao, who trembles beneath the tower, Wang Ling steps cautiously out of the reeds. At this moment, he resolves to temporarily inhabit the guise of his physical form to lure opponents, thereby granting others the opportunity. This is the most inconspicuous tactic he can conceive. Even if he fails to slay anyone, he may yet deceive them into revealing some skills. Tang Jingze, Liang Zheng, and Liang Fei lay in ambush within the red side S thicket of reeds. In this virtual space, every individual has transformed into mere data. Their presence and spiritual awareness sealed by the system, rendering them free from the fear of detection. Look, the pretty boy has emerged. He has only level 1. What audacity. One of them remarks, observing Wang Ling's shabby appearance, suggesting he is likely an inexperienced player. Should we engage? They ponder, their gaze settling on Tang Jingze. Senior. What do you say? Initially, Tang Jingze is reluctant, reflecting on his recent encounters with Wang Ling that have led him to recognize the latter's formidable nature. Shall we attack or refrain? This dilemma is common in MOBA games, where ambush tactics often yield a numerical advantage. With their superior numbers and levels, Wang Ling appears as a delectable target, akin to a succulent piece of meat drizzled with savory sauces, its aroma wafting over a great distance. Finally, gritting his teeth, Tang Jingze declares, "Let us proceed. We have the numbers, we fear nothing." Meanwhile, Guahao remains cowering beneath the tower, catching sight of 3 figures advancing with white swords drawn towards Wang Ling. "Be careful, Wang Ling," he warns, before the synthesis of their spiritual swords. Their swordsmanship is negligible and leads to unnecessary depletion of their energy. In this quantification, energy is synonymous with spiritual power. Hence, they resolve to rely on ordinary attacks, banking on their numbers to overwhelm Wang Ling. Tianma Meteor Sword, Embrace of the Maiden, Starburst Healing Slash. Although these are not true techniques, every strike is accompanied by a battle cry, for the essence of output lies in one's fervor and eternal truth. Charging forth, the trio, wielding their white swords with great zeal, resemble valiant horsemen. Wang Ling stands resolutely, fully aware of the impending consequences should they connect. Though this is merely a game, the backlash from his ascended physical form is still a factor. Should they land a blow, the repercussions would be catastrophic. This is far from what Wang Ling desires. Achieving a triple kill would draw unwarranted attention. Thus, the time has come to test his art of movement. Many of his skills have been self-taught, with few opportunities to wield those of great destructive potential. However, the art of movement is a skill he has often practiced in leisure. In the realm of cultivation, most techniques emphasize foresight and preemptive evasion. One anticipates attacks to avoid them. Yet, Wang Ling cannot employ such sophisticated maneuvers without drawing scrutiny. Over time, he has cultivated a style that suits him best. His ultimate conclusion is that the most flamboyant movement is the absence of movement itself. The most extraordinary technique is the art of not moving. It appears their ambush is destined for success. First blood is imminent. Principal Jin, with his usual stern demeanor, remarks, "Tang Jingze, Liang Zheng, and Liang Fei from the 59th School have launched an offensive against the defenseless Wang Ling. What will be the outcome?" All hold their breath as they watch the trio, swords raised, rushing towards Wang Ling with remarkable speed. The wind touzles Wang Ling's hair, and what should be a guaranteed hit unfolds in an unexpected manner. In the face of their onslaught, Wang Ling, previously motionless, suddenly sways slightly. The swords hover perilously close, a mere 0.01 centimeters away. Yet after a fleeting moment, Wang Ling sidesteps, evading their strikes entirely. By the heavens, what manner of movement is this? The female host, Principal Jin, and his companions are left astounded. Our 6th School S movement class has yet to commence, yet Wang Ling has evaded successfully. Perhaps it is merely luck. This boy must have self-taught his movement skills. To dodge 3 swords with a mere sidestep, how preposterous. Calm down, Principal Jin. Perhaps we should let the old secretary share his thoughts? At the head table, the leaders review the broadcast replay. The elder secretary scrutinizes the footage and, after a moment, shakes his head slightly. "I see no remarkable technique. It was merely a standard sidestep." With such a statement from the elder secretary, Principal Jin falls silent. His authority is undisputed. The female host glances at the economic disparity chart, sighing, the 59th School S attempt has failed, costing them economic advantage on the lane, allowing the 60th School to leap ahead by 2,000. Let us hope the 59th does not lose heart and continues to strive. Hearing the host's words, Principal Chen beams with satisfaction. In team games like this, my advice is to avoid seeking early glory. Steady growth is the path to victory. Don't get too cocky. Chen, I will undoubtedly make a comeback. Principal Jean retorts, puffing his cheeks defiantly and glaring at Principal Chen. At the head table, the leaders engage in spirited discussions, while only Zhuyi remains silent, fixated on the screen, for he alone comprehends the depths of this young man's prowess. 6 years prior, Wang Ling had vanquished a demon king in a single strike, a feat of terrifying strength that even the elder secretary may not replicate. What Zhuyi did not anticipate was that his prolonged pursuit of Wang Ling had not gone unnoticed. The latter had evaded him through various means. Their reunion, 6 years later, occurs within the confines of this spiritual sword exchange conference. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, chapter 68. In team battles, defeat is acceptable. But Wang Ling must perish. The most extraordinary agility is, in fact, the absence of any agility. In this realm, there exists no assault that Wang Ling cannot evade with a deft sidestep. Should such an attack arise, a mere shift to the side suffices. Wang Ling feels that the arduous training of these past years has not been in vain, as even the veteran secretary cannot discern the nature of his evasive maneuvers, indicating that his sidestep evasion has reached a remarkable level of proficiency. Yet, Wang Ling regards this achievement with modesty, considering it nothing extraordinary. He has merely integrated the most formidable techniques of evasion with his own insights, achieving an unparalleled simplification. The devilish footwork, the alluringly chaotic shadows, the dizzying speed of ascent. When all these flamboyant elements are distilled, true agility is revealed as nothing more than a simple sidestep. The essence of simplicity has always been Wang Ling's signature style, in contrast to the ostentatious and bizarre techniques available in the marketplace. He perceives that the majority of these methods have been corrupted by extravagance. With the more complex they appear, the higher their price tag. Terms like lateral leaps, thunderous strides, and serpent illusions are merely ornate embellishments built upon the foundation of a sidestep evasion. They are as convoluted as the garish undergarments worn outside by superheroes, offering no real enhancement. Wang Ling, you are incredibly impressive, exclaimed a voice. How did you evade the ambush of 3 opponents with just a sidestep? Master Erden was taken aback by Wang Ling's movements. Overwhelmed by astonishment, his cognitive faculties seemed to transcend human limits. For the first time, he felt his intelligence somewhat lacking. He could not comprehend how Wang Ling had escaped the trap, only noting that the angle of his sidestep was so astutely crafted that it appeared to harmonize with the timing, location, and a sprinkle of luck and coincidence, rendering it ineffably perfect. Of course, Wang Ling would never admit that this sidestep was, in fact, a form of agility. However, upon reflection, he mused that even if he were to divulge this truth, few would likely believe him. Thus, he habitually attributed all his successes to sheer fortune. Strangely enough, this explanation was readily accepted by his peers at 60. Wang Ling's presence was typically minimal, and most regarded him as an average student from a modest background. Yet, crucially, they acknowledged his extraordinary luck. At the beginning of the semester, he had secured an SSS grade with merely a glance, a testament to his fortune. Had it not been for a system glitch at that time, such a score would have been unattainable. Consequently, his companions from the mid-tier team sent forth their congratulations. Lin Xiaoyu, Wang Ling, splendid performance. That was quite a display. Chen Xiao, double tap 666. My friend is on point. Sun Rong, hee, Wang Ling, you truly embody our mascot at 60. Wang Ling. As the match progressed to the 22nd minute, the economic gap on the battlefield had widened to nearly 3,000. The team from 59 remained at a disadvantage, continuously snowballing. The primary issue stemmed from their prior failed ambush, which left Tang Jingze and his team dazed, failing to find a viable opportunity to turn the tide. Brother Tang, this situation is untenable. Shall we attempt another ambush? Liang Zheng and Liang Fei, responsible for the bottom lane duo, inquired. After their previous setback, the opposing team had consistently pressured them, gradually wearing down their tower's health. If this persisted, they would soon have nothing left. Tang Jingze glanced at his inventory. Since the earlier failed attempt, his economic standing had been dismal. Sun Rong from the opposing side had already crafted her 3rd basic sword, and with one more, she could forge a formidable blade. Meanwhile, he had barely managed to complete his 2nd. That woman is exceedingly formidable. The vast economic disparity left Tang Jingze feeling incredibly frustrated. If this continued, he feared that once Sun Rong crafted the oceanic blade, it would be too late. The oceanic blade, priced at 5,800. Boasted an attack power exceeding 900, coupled with a 200% critical strike effect. Just a few strikes could demolish a tower. Have you all used your teleports? Tang Jingza inquired. Yes, we have. There are wards in the bottom lane. We will collectively teleport down. Tang Jingza was a man of determination, ready to take a chance, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. When one falls, they must rise again from that very spot. Upon this decision, a momentous spectacle unfolded. From the reeds in the bottom lane, two radiant red pillars of light ascended. The female host exclaimed excitedly. The students from 59 have chosen to teleport for a surprise attack on the bottom lane. They are launching another offensive. They face the eager gazes and expectations of their entire class. After the previous defeat as captain, Tang Jingza understood the immense significance of this team battle for their squad. Could he still greet danger with a smile? The sudden emergence of the teleportation beam startled Wang Ling. Be cautious. They are coming again. Sun Rong warned. Hold your ground. We will arrive shortly. Chen Chao urged. But you didn't bring teleportation. How will you get there? Master Erden nearly wept, recalling that to maintain their lane advantage. Both Sun Rong and Chen Chao had opted for ignite skills instead. Lin Xiaoyu had chosen flash, observing the healing potions in his and Wang Ling's hands. Guo Hao felt despair. Their skill configuration utterly lacked support capabilities. The teleportation channeling time was brief. Tang Jingza, Fang Huaqing, and the three Liang brothers instantly appeared in the bottom lane, intending to tower dive Wang Ling and Guo Hao with lethal intent. Gentlemen, let us discuss this. Can we refrain from violence? Guo Hao could only think of ways to buy time under such circumstances. Apologies, brother. Our code is to act decisively and eschew needless chatter, Tang Jingza retorted, brandishing his basic sword toward Wang Ling, his thirst for vengeance palpable. First, eliminate this pretty boy. Then the one with the bird. Wang Ling. Guo Hao interpreted the slight and felt insulted. What the hell? Just because I have a parrot. I am dubbed the Birdman? In that moment, the five stood tall, their basic swords glimmering brightly, ready to unleash their pent-up frustration. A flurry of strikes ensued, aimed at boosting the morale of 59. In this game, all were in a digitized state, free from the fear of actual death. Even if injured, pain was non-existent. Nearly a reduction of health points. Once those points reached zero, they could respawn in their base. These days had been torturous for Tang Jingza, finally seizing an opportunity in game. He would not let Wang Ling escape so easily. Defeat in a team battle is acceptable, but Wang Ling must perish. Wang Ling felt the weight of this animosity, sighing inwardly, questioning why he was the target of such hostility. He was merely an innocent support. In the face of the five-man assault, Guo Hao lacked Wang Ling's calm composure and, in panic, began to scream. Help! Where is the support? Help me! His frantic cries brought some amusement to Tang Jingza. This was an experience only one could relish in a game, for in reality, one could face legal repercussions for such actions. Nevertheless, the murderous intent of the five remained undeterred. Their teleportation was explicitly aimed at securing kills, and both Guo Hao and Wang Ling were destined to fall. Just as the five leapt into the range of the tower's attack, three figures suddenly emerged from the reeds behind them. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Chapter 69. Years ago at Wuqing Peak, Malinshan. Tang Jingza was acutely aware that none among the 60 middle school students possessed the ability to teleport. To traverse from the central area to the lower path at a normal pace and successfully regroup would require at least 2 minutes. Such a speed of movement seemed utterly absurd. As he watched three figures suddenly spring forth from the bushes, the leaders on the podium were equally baffled. The speed of their support was simply terrifying. How did they all arrive at once? Standing at the edge of the defensive tower's attack range, Fang Huaqing trembled while holding a whiteboard sword. They had purchased shoes. Even with an increase in movement speed, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Tang Jingza quickly opened his equipment menu, and the sight before him nearly brought him to his knees. Name, Reporter S. Boots. Type, functional artifact. Quality, excellent. Sale price, 600 gold. Description, a pair of running shoes crafted by the Mofa family. Designed to commemorate the efforts of journalists. Wearing these shoes allows one to rush to the aid of teammates at a speed that breaks human limits. This shoe is a tribute to those journalists who have tirelessly sought significant news across the globe. As the broadcast switched scenes, the entire audience fell into a contemplative silence. The gentle breeze of the spirit cultivation valley rustled through the reeds, carrying an essence of coldness from deep within. Observing Sun Rong, Qin Chao and Lin Xiaoyu emerging from behind the tower, intent on a pincer attack. Tang Jingze felt an overwhelming urge to break his whiteboard sword. What is the point of even playing now? Meanwhile, a certain plump individual, who had been huddled beneath the tower, sauntered out. Acknowledging Tang Jingze with a casual greeting, "Yo, my brother. Long time no see. Who would have thought this fortune spins like a windmill?" Master Erden, his belly protruding, hopped out from beneath the tower. "Come at me, Tang Jingze. You can't bring yourself to do it." With that, Master Erden leaped back under the tower, only to emerge once more. "Why don't you insult me instead?" Tang Jingze gritted his teeth. "You can't even open your mouth." The students of 60 Middle School had long since grown accustomed to this. For this fellow had been insufferable for more than a day or two. It was infuriating that during his most irritating moments, there was little that could be done about him. "Brothers, let us discuss this amicably. Can we refrain from throwing punches?" Tang Jingze understood that if they were to be counterattacked and wiped out here, their chances of victory would dwindle to nothing. "My apologies, dear comrade. Our principle is to avoid unnecessary chatter whenever possible." Guo echoed Tang Jingze's earlier words back to him. At that moment, Qin Chao shouted, "Let us go." Coordinated. They expertly lured the 5 from 59 Middle School into the range of the defensive tower. Tang Jingze rubbed his rear, his cheeks trembling. Damn it. This insufferable bird brain truly is a Scorpio. He holds grudges. Then, there was nothing more to follow. The disparity in equipment, coupled with the tower's relentless assault, left the students from 59 Middle School utterly defenseless. First blood, double kill, triple kill, quadra-kill, pentakill. In an instant, accompanied by the crisp sound of system notifications, a massive Team Wipe banner loomed large in the center of the screen. The female host exclaimed excitedly, "Team Wipe." Qin Chao's kick was pivotal. Guo and Wang Ling's baiting was a resounding success. Sun Rong achieved a pin a kill. Pin a kill. In this moment, she raised her sword high, as if possessed by a spirit. At this instant, she embodied the illustrious tradition of 60 Middle School. She is not fighting alone. She is not alone. The students of 59 Middle School collectively buried their faces in their hands. Damn it, this is home ground. What a disgrace. Director CS sighed. They performed admirably, yet it is evident that the students of 60 Middle School possess superior skill in the flexible use of artifacts. This indicates their strong adaptability. Most critically, it is surprising that these students understand the advanced team combat strategy of a wave attack. Principal Qin remarked, "I didn't expect Director Xie to have such knowledge of team tactics." This phrase originates from the tactical master, Yushin's Guide to Glory. "I am merely learning and applying it as I go," Director Xie replied with a bashful smile, casting a soft gaze at the old fossil. Old fossil chuckled shyly. "You flatter me, dear friend. I am but a novice in this regard. Principal Qin, Principal Jean, and Director Shi. You two are quite the pair." As the match reached the 38-minute mark, the economic gap had widened to nearly 10,000. Each player from 60 Middle School had amassed 4 to 5 pieces of equipment, merely a breath away from synthesizing their mighty swords into spirit swords. Ultimately, considering the impact on both schools, Sun Rong, Guo, and Qin Chao took it upon themselves to graciously concede a few kills. Nevertheless, even with such concessions, the disparity in kills remained insurmountable. 12-3. The outcome of this encounter was glaringly evident. On the podium, Principal Jean wore a grave expression. This was a duel between elite students from both schools, and with such a significant economic disparity in a team battle, once an advantage was established, barring a miracle, a reversal was virtually impossible. Principal Jean sighed heavily. "Alas, we have lost." Chun and Jean, much like the long-standing rivalry between Director Shi and Director Xie, were old foes. Joy was well aware of the history between these two men, both alumni of the Seven-Star sect. Witnessing Principal Jean's lamentations, Chen's feelings were complex, torn between joy and discomfort. He promptly transmitted a message of consolation. "Brother, it's all right. It's the participation that matters. Friendship first, competition second. Brother, remember those days at Witching Peak in Malinshan? We debated swords there. And I lost. This time, it's a contest between our students. Who would have thought I would lose to you again? Ah. Fate truly plays tricks on us. This is merely a game. In team battles, there are always unpredictable variables. The students from 59 Middle School fought until the very last moment, their tenacity reminiscent of you. The students from 60 Middle School are commendable as well, exhibiting strong adaptability and cleverness, yet they mirror their master in cunning. Haha, you flatter me, dear brother. Brother, may I propose something? Speak. Could your students allow me a few more kills? Don't be ridiculous, dear brother. Do you wish for our spirit sword education to meet the same fate as the national football team? Then, brother, I have another question. Ask away. Why? Oh, why was the spirit sword exchange meeting held without utilizing the spirit sword? Chapter 70. The spiritual sword resembles its master this time. The decision to use the trial of the Cultivator's Valley as a pilot for reforming the Spiritual Sword Exchange Conference was a collaborative result of discussions between the lively duo, Qin Tianxiang and Jin Mian. Prior to this, the other instructors were completely in the dark, only receiving notice 2 hours before the commencement of the exchange conference. The two esteemed principals had not anticipated the remarkable success of this trial edition of the Spiritual Sword Trials. A plethora of diverse functional artifacts emerged, significantly enhancing the entertainment value of the exchange. The students were utterly captivated, their eyes glued to the screens, with not a single soul dozing off, a stark contrast to previous years where attendees often found themselves lost in deep contemplation halfway through the event. However, despite this unexpected success, certain unforeseen issues still arose. This iteration of the Spiritual Sword Trials was merely a trial version, lacking in many necessary checks and balances. Once one side gained an advantage, the other could easily be left defenseless. This could lead to a peculiar scenario where the competition might conclude before many had even successfully forged their spiritual swords, merely ending with the use of a plain sword or a hefty sword. Upon realizing this, the two lively brothers quickly acknowledged the seriousness of the situation. The students had come equipped with their spiritual swords. Denying them the chance to showcase their skills was simply unacceptable. Yet now, the competition had already concluded. After Wang Ling and his companions emerged from the virtual space, they overheard the two principals on the podium communicating in hushed tones. Brother, you need to think of a solution quickly. Principal Jean covered his face, exclaiming, if word gets out that the Spiritual Sword Exchange Conference didn't even utilize spiritual swords, we won't be able to show our faces again. Calm down. Qin Tianxiang understood that his younger brother's anxiety would unleash his hidden emotions. With the reputation of the Seven Stars sect and the dignity of both schools at stake, Qin's mind was racing at full speed. After a brief moment of contemplation, he stated solemnly, Vice Principal Zhua still has a demonstration segment for the spiritual sword. Why not let him select a student-s sword to demonstrate the 100 steps flying sword technique? Principal Jin's expression instantly brightened. Brother, you are indeed brilliant. Wang Ling could not help but twitch his lips in response. On the podium, Zhua Yi stared at the 10 spiritual swords laid before him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Truth be told, this outcome was far better than Zhua had anticipated. While he was utterly incapable of utilizing an air sword, he felt he could manage the 100 steps flying sword. The success of this demonstration hinged entirely on Zhua's compatibility with the 10 swords. It is important to note that each sword had an owner, and commanding a stranger's sword posed a significant challenge to Zhua's sword mastery and assertiveness. As the vice principal of the 100 Schools Alliance, a misstep in this segment would be a monumental embarrassment. Little did he anticipate that with the alteration of the competition format, he would miss the opportunity to showcase Wang Ling's swords, Wang Ming and Wang Ji. In the audience, Lin Xiaoyu sighed. It seems Xiaoyu has made great strides in her swordsmanship. Sun Rong smiled. Indeed. Ever since teacher Wang introduced me to Mo Dao Zhu Shi, I felt as though I had entered a realm of enlightenment, grasping the essence of the mother and child sword technique. What essence? Guo raised an eyebrow. When the two are combined, they are invincible. I wonder which sword Senior Zhuo will choose. Zhu Yi's gaze flitted over the 10 swords. Sun Rong's AO high sword had already birthed a sword spirit. Mastering it in such a short time was impossible. He had no desire to even touch Lin Xiaoyu's mother and child sword. Mastering a foreign spiritual sword was already a daunting task, and that particular sword could very well cost him his life. The remaining swords included Shen Xiao's Li Chao, Guohao's Ghost Tooth, Tang Jing's Blood Blade, Fang Huaqing's Soul Cutting Blade, and the Liang family's Dragon Ascending series. Wang Ling's gaze followed Zhua Yi's movements. The odds of selecting the shocking coup were slim, right? Then, Zhua Yi picked up the only small wooden sword on the podium. This will be the one. Wang Ling. Zhua Yi had his reasons for selecting Jing Ku. Firstly, the sword appeared the least threatening, seemingly easy to control. Secondly, its owner was Wang Ling. Zhua Yi believed this was a subtle hint. Clutching Jing Ku, Zhua Yi resolved to deliver an outstanding performance. If he could showcase his master's spiritual sword well, it might just please his master. Happy? Not at all. And who the hell is your master? Don't force a master-disciple relationship. Wang Ling massaged his temples, wishing only for Jing Ku to restrain its power in the hands of a stranger. It must not run amok. Otherwise, a single strike could result in the need for everyone present to relocate to another city. Although Wang Ling's words seemed exaggerated, they held an undeniable truth. Jingku was indeed a small wooden sword, yet its lethality was unquestionable. Previously, when entering the portal to save Old Li, Wang Ling had wielded Jingku to sever the head of a demon god. Having been nourished by the blood of the demon god, Jingku underwent an unprecedented enhancement. From that moment on, it, like Wang Ling, could no longer contain the primal power within. The saying that the spiritual sword resembles its master was certainly not without merit. Now, let us welcome Vice Principal Zhuai Yi from the 100 Schools Alliance to present an exhilarating demonstration of the 100 Steps Flying Sword. The female host announced loudly as Zhuai Yi selected his spiritual sword, prompting a thunderous applause from the audience. With Jingku in hand, Zhuai Yi walked slowly to the center of the field amidst the roaring applause. On the podium, Sun Dakong furrowed his brow. Is the owner of that sword the student Wang Ling? Principal Chen, although uncertain why the old secretary suddenly inquired, replied, yes. That is indeed Wang Ling. He comes from a humble background, and our school is preparing to organize home visits and fundraising efforts to assist him. The old secretary nodded appreciatively. Excellent work. No matter how poor we are, we must never let education suffer. We should ensure that every student feels the care of the school and society, fostering a healthy and nurturing spirit. Nearby, the principals, directors, and accompanying teachers nodded in agreement. What Secretary Sun says is absolutely correct. Yes, comrades, your efforts are commendable. We must also pay more attention to those underprivileged students in our school, the old secretary remarked, his gaze lingering on the peach with sword in Zhuai Yi's hand. Was it merely an illusion? He couldn't shake the feeling that this sword seemed somewhat special. Chapter 71. The latter part of the sentence regarding Jingku's assassination of King Qin reveals the undeniable prowess of the old secretary, who, as the most seasoned and profound elder present, has, through years of experience, subtly sensed the extraordinary nature of this small wooden sword. However, Wang Ling need not worry about the old secretary discerning anything significant. He has long since gleaned the old secretary's background through his extraordinary memory, understanding him to be a venerable figure from a bygone era, who once joined forces with other founding luminaries of the Huaxiao kingdom to vanquish demonic deities, possessing an unusual sensitivity to their blood. Thus, when Wang Ling presented Jingku, he had already cloaked it in a confusing aura, enveloping it like a protective membrane. He chose not to completely obscure the scent of the demonic blood, for such an act would appear unnatural. Rather, this semi-concealed protection would lead the old secretary to experience an almost illusory sensation, further aiding in masking the essence of Jingku itself. Ever since assuming the position of deputy director of the 100 Schools General Office, Zhuai Yi felt he had not publicly showcased any skills for quite some time. The outside world often characterized Zhuai Yi's unassuming nature as humility and modesty. Over time, his once impressive air sword technique had become mere legend. In truth, he simply lacked the ability. Thus, when invited to participate in the spiritual sword exchange meeting between his alma maters, the 63rd and 59th schools, Zhuai Yi's emotions were complex. He did not consider himself a genius, even during his ascension to the Golden Core stage in his second year. When he accidentally fell into a sinkhole and inadvertently consumed a spiritual fruit, his life had been a tapestry of serendipitous events and drama. For instance, the inexplicable beast tied 6 years ago, or the assassin girl apprehended just yesterday. Who could possibly attribute the merit of these occurrences to him? In any case, Zhuai always felt that since entering the 63rd school, he was either coasting along or merely riding on the coattails of fortune. The 63rd school, a place as wondrous as the village of longevity. Standing at the center of the playground, Zhuai found the entire arena hushed, granting the stage entirely to him, an alumnus long since graduated. It had been far too long since he had displayed any skills, and his heart raced with a hint of nervousness. Since embarking on his professional journey, opportunities to engage with spiritual swords had plummeted akin to a free-fall ride at an amusement park. Now, Zhuai realized he needed to find a connection with this unfamiliar spiritual sword, a crucial component for establishing rapport in such a brief time. Although, theoretically, the 100 Steps Flying Sword was simpler than the air sword technique for high school students who had yet to encounter advanced spiritual sword courses. It remained a challenging skill reserved for spectators. As a skill of considerable difficulty, failure remained a possibility. Before the gaze of countless spectators, Zhuai Yi raised Jingku, executing 23 consecutive backflips followed by 3 Thomas full rotations, captivating the audience as his figure danced through the void. The blade of Jingku sliced through the air, trailing long strands of spiritual light at breakneck speed, lending an unparalleled beauty to the entire spectacle. What an astonishing opening performance! Tang Jingze, and the others were left in awe. Applause erupted from all corners of the playground. Even the old fossils on the podium were effusive in their praise. This was the blinking sword technique passed down by the legendary Han Laoma. Many were familiar with this swordplay, yet few could execute it with such fluidity. Indeed, even the old secretary could not contain his admiration. The technique itself might not possess great might, but its aesthetic value is unparalleled among sword arts. Deserving of a top 10 ranking, Yang Zhuo has evidently devoted considerable effort to practice amid his busy work schedule. Yang Zhuo. Upon hearing this familiar appellation from the elder leader, the expressions of the various school leaders on the podium mirrored the astonishment Zhuo Yi felt upon first hearing it. Both Principal Qin and Principal Jin found themselves pondering. What sort of relationship could compel the old secretary to use such an endearing title? Senior Zhuo is truly remarkable. But why is this technique called the blinking sword technique? Lin Xiaoyu queried, a look of bewilderment adorning her face. Master Erdan, with an air of sagacity, interjected, have you not noticed that while Senior Zhuo demonstrated the swordplay, you did not even blink? The brilliance of the blinking sword technique lies in its elegance. The more refined it becomes, the harder it is for the eyes to look away. During the Shermin battle, skilled sword practitioners employ this fundamental technique to confound the enemy's vision, aiding their army's advance. Ah, it makes sense now. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of enlightenment. After briefly toying with Jing Ke, Zhuo Yi felt a sense of relief. Judging by the volume of applause, he deemed his opening performance a success. After all, the blinking sword technique was one he practiced daily since university, its proficiency surpassing even that of daily exercises. Even amidst his busy work life, Zhuo Yi would occasionally carve out time to engage with his sword. However, the opening act was merely a prelude. The true performance was yet to commence. Zhuo Yi took a deep breath. Next up was the 100 steps flying sword. At this moment, 200 meters away from the center of the playground, a target had been set up, but it was no larger than the mouth of a bowl. For many foundational students, this size exceeded their line of sight. They could only rely on their spiritual awareness to perceive its general outline. This target is far too small. The difficulty has significantly increased. Director Xie exclaimed from the podium. Principal Jin smiled faintly. Legend has it that General Yi's 100 steps flying sword can strike a grain of rice from 1,000 meters away. Unanimously, the leaders, teachers, and even the female host on the podium echoed the same shocked sentiment. Goodness, this is utterly preposterous. This technique, once employed by a legendary swordsman to assassinate an ancient tyrant, has been chronicled throughout history, its theoretical framework refined by General Yi based on historical precedents. To their surprise, this legendary skill was not as complex as imagined. Rated on a 10-star scale, the difficulty of the 100 steps flying sword stood at 6 stars, barely passing muster. Zhuo Yi had long since memorized the theoretical principles of the 100 steps flying sword during his university days, but after practical application, he recalled the success rate had only hovered around 60%. This was a technique that demanded precision, timing, and explosive power. Do not falter. Zhuo Yi mentally rallied himself, aligning his sword finger and slowly gliding it along the edge of Jing Ke, aiming at the target 200 meters away. A surge of azure spiritual energy enveloped Jing Ke's brownish-yellow blade. Then, from a distance, Wang Ling observed Jing Ke tremble violently, as if it were an uncontrollable hand. This is not good. Intuition warned Wang Ling that Jing Ke was rejecting this unfamiliar spiritual energy. On the brink of going berserk, there were two possible outcomes for Jing Ke's rampage. The first, a cataclysmic destructive force, would result in a powerful earthquake affecting an area of 10,000 miles. However, this possibility could almost be ruled out, for if such an event were imminent, Wang Ling's eyelids would have already triggered an alarm. Thus, having dismissed the first scenario, only the second remained. Wang Ling shielded his eyes, bracing for an impending spectacle that would be painfully glaring. Unexpectedly, Zhuo Yi discovered that Jing Ke harbored such a strong aversion to his spiritual energy. Typically, the most effective method for resolving a spiritual sword's rejection is to execute a phantom strike in the air, thereby dissipating the residual spiritual energy clinging to the blade. This is precisely what Zhuo Yi attempted. However, this action proved futile in curbing Jing Ke's rampage. The moment Zhuo Yi unleashed the strike, a resounding whoosh echoed through the air. From the dais, the venerable secretary, who had been peacefully seated, was inexplicably yanked forth by a potent gravitational force. A sharp, sword-like gust ensnared his trousers, rending them asunder, thus revealing two colossal, hirsute legs. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the peculiar gravitational anomaly subsided. Then, To everyone's utter horror, they beheld the secretary's 2 legs draped securely over Zhuyi's shoulders. The dense, luxuriant leg hair, reminiscent of thermal leggings, fluttered gently in the breeze. Wang Ling gazed upon the scene in silence. Legend has it that the second stage of Jing Ke's berserk mode is none other than the unequivocal hairy legs hoisted upon shoulders. Chapter 72. Bearing the weight of a great leader once again, Zhuyi rose to fame, becoming the first man in this world to shoulder the leg of Secretary Kong. All present witnesses will forever remember this momentous occasion, which is destined to be etched in history. The old secretary's leg is not something just anyone can bear. In his youth, he carried guns and sacks of rice, traversing mountains and rivers to ambush formidable foes. This venerable elder, who has made countless contributions to the nation and whose renown endures, was unexpectedly supported by a younger generation. In that instant, many began to ponder the implications of this remarkable event. Zhuyi's performance of the 100 steps flying sword had become insignificant in comparison. As they witnessed the old secretary being drawn away by an unseen force, the leaders from both schools, along with the security personnel present, rushed forward to safeguard his well-being. Wang Ling could never forget that scene. On the playground, amidst countless gazes and a gentle breeze, the old secretary brushed off the dust from his attire and slowly rose to his feet. His long leg hair fluttered conspicuously in the wind as he turned slightly to Zhuyi and remarked, "Little Zhuyi, come find me after the event concludes." The crowd gasped. He wasn't angry. Everyone knew the old secretary also held the position of secretary for the 10,000 Schools Alliance, a position of great authority. Coupled with Zhuyi's role as the deputy secretary of the alliance and his recent achievements reflected in public opinion, many speculated that this seemingly absurd scene was, in fact, a calculated move by the old secretary, hinting to all that he had found a suitable successor. The situation was now abundantly clear. This successor could very well be Zhuyi. Was the old secretary unharmed? The 2 principals were utterly terrified, having not anticipated such a blunder at the 11th hour of the exchange meeting. Harmed? What injury could I possibly sustain? The old secretary smiled faintly. I never expected little Zhuyi's sword wave to be so formidable that it could even rip my trousers. But that's all right. I can simply change into another pair. Controlling an unfamiliar spirit sword and preventing energy from spiraling out of control is a common occurrence. Fortunately, little Zhuyi was astute enough to channel all that gravitational force onto me. Otherwise, the students would have been in dire straits. This revelation left everyone enlightened. And do not worry that I might be upset. On the contrary, I believe you should express your gratitude to little Zhuyi. The old secretary continued. I am aware that since little Zhuyi commenced his duties, he has had little opportunity to engage with spirit swords. My initial plan was to have him perform a casual display of air swords, yet you insisted he performed the 100 steps flying sword. See, wasn't this a case of energy spiraling out of control? Thus, it was fortunate that I was present. The sword wave struck me, causing no harm, however. If it had injured the students, that would have been unfortunate. Let this incident serve as a lesson. Sometimes, it is wise to refrain from forcing someone beyond their limits. Do you understand? The old secretary's words resonated. We shall indeed take this lesson to heart and reflect earnestly. They were relieved that little Zhuyi's quick thinking had prevented greater harm. Zhuyi stood there, bewildered, as he listened to the old secretary's words. Was he winning by lying down again? Nearby, Wang Ling covered his face, astonished that such a bizarre incident had been smoothed over by the old secretary. Because of the peculiar rule that the one bearing the weight must attract the man with the most vigorous leg hair. The chaos of uncontrolled energy had indeed been managed with remarkable timing. The 4-day student exchange meeting finally concluded with this unconventional yet fitting resolution. There is a saying that one must engage in conflict to foster understanding, and Tang Jingzhe found this sentiment particularly relevant. Although there had been some unpleasantness during these days, it remained an unforgettable experience. This was an experience unlike any Wang Ling had ever encountered. He was not accustomed to crowds and had often found excuses to avoid outings during his elementary and middle school years. Yet, by a twist of fate, he had participated in this 4-day exchange at the 59th High School. Despite the numerous mishaps, he felt a sense of relief that they remained within manageable limits. At the entrance of the 59th High School, a group from the 60th High School quietly awaited their return bus. It was now Friday, and with school letting out, the school had arranged for the bus driver to plan a safe route, ensuring every student returned home securely. Wang Ling had always found these modes of transportation rather bothersome, as he could outpace them whether running or climbing. After much contemplation, Tang Jingzhe and his companions felt it appropriate to send off their peers. Although they had lost the competition, it was vital to maintain a sense of decorum as a candidate for a prestigious municipal school. At the school gate, Tang Jingze extended his hand to Sun Rong as a representative of the 59th High School. However, just as his hand was halfway extended, Gua Hao intercepted him. No physical contact between genders. To shake hands with Sun Rong, you need a handshake voucher, 30,000 for one, fair to all. Tang Jingze recoiled slightly. Is it really that expensive? It's just a farewell. Shaking hands with me is sufficient. I am the representative for our political class, embodying the will of our two schools. Gua Hao retorted. Nearby, a few faces twitched at this exchange. It seemed the plump fellow's knack for absurdity was growing stronger. Wang Ling had always believed that his penchant for rambling was one of the greatest traits of the two-egg master, surpassing even his penchant for gossip. Tang Jingze had merely intended to bid farewell, but Gua Hao's attitude irked him, prompting him to firmly grasp Gua Hao's hand and, taking a deep breath, declare, Our school's spirit gathering array has been repaired. You are welcome to visit us again. Two-egg master, we won. Tang Jingze, our spirit gathering array has been enhanced. Its efficacy is now 5 times greater than before. Two-egg master, we won. Tang Jingze, our school is also planning to expand its facilities. We will install elevators. Two-egg master, we won. Tang Jingze, can you refrain from bringing up the results of today's match? It is detrimental to the rapport between our two schools. Two-egg master, your disreputable senior has reformed, clearly influenced by our 60th high school's upright academic atmosphere. Tang Jingze, two-egg master, the esteemed vice secretary of the 10,000 Schools Alliance, Zhuo Yi, who spoke from the podium today, is an alumnus of our 60th high school. Tang Jingze, damn it. Chapter 73. Is Xiaoxian there? The return journey was meticulously calculated by the school, employing a bus service that conveniently passed by each student's doorstep. Wang Ling lived the farthest away, making him the last to arrive home. The school had generously compensated the bus driver for overtime, ensuring that every student reached home safely. Despite the lengthy distance, the seasoned driver accepted the payment without a hint of complaint. However, as he dropped Wang Ling off at the entrance of his modest villa, which resembled a deserted nightclub in a rural area, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly for the boy. How unfortunate he was. In this day and age, city housing prices were not exorbitant, yet he could not even afford a school district home, residing instead in such desolate suburbs. The driver mused that the commute to school must be quite taxing. Even with the fastest transport, it would take at least 2 hours to reach the 60 middle school, resulting in a total of 4 hours for a round trip. It was no wonder the boy appeared perpetually fatigued. Wang Ling indeed felt somewhat weary, primarily from the long bus ride. Otherwise, he would have been home much sooner. With a tired sigh, he stretched and prepared to alight from the vehicle. As he approached the front steps, the driver called out to him, "Student." Wang Ling turned back, looking bewildered. The driver fished into his pocket, retrieving his wallet, and then produced 500 yuan in crisp bills, thrusting them into Wang Ling's hands. "Student, I'm also just a worker, but seeing your living conditions, it must be quite difficult. This isn't much, but I hope you'll accept it as a token of goodwill." Standing by the roadside, Wang Ling watched as the bus drove away, clutching the 500 yuan, his expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. Upon returning home, Wang Ling found the entrance cloaked in darkness, with only the living room illuminated by a faint glow, the sound of the television faintly audible. Recognizing the familiar show, The Legend of Zhen Huan, he knew it was his mother's favorite. This renowned series was a sequel to My Fair Princess, depicting the inspiring journey of a girl named Zhen Huan as she navigated the treacherous world of competitive athletes, ultimately rising to prominence in the global realm of spiritual cultivation. Wang Ma had likely seen the episode being rebroadcast in the late-night slot and was waiting for her beloved son to return, though fatigue eventually took its toll. After all, she was merely an ordinary woman, a middle-aged lady with a strong physique but no comparison to true cultivators. Leaning against the sofa, her lips curled slightly as if lost in a pleasant dream, she was covered with a small blanket, presumably draped over her by Wang Ba upon noticing her slumber. Wang Ling glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 2 in the morning. Raising his hand, he summoned a flicker of spiritual energy, gently transporting Wang Ma to her bed. Following this, he ascended to the 2nd floor, having been apart from his small bedroom for 4 days. Evoking a surge of longing within him, Wang Ba and Wang Ma's master bedroom was on the 3rd floor. He had already ensured his mother was settled. At this hour, the study lights still burned brightly, indicating that Wang Ba was diligently engaged in his writing. Wang Ling surmised that his father was likely grappling with writer's block. For a professional online novelist, inspiration was the lifeblood of their craft. Though Wang Ba's educational background was humble, he had honed his writing skills through extensive reading and years of practice, having spent over a decade in this field. He had progressed beyond the initial stages and now faced the challenge of crafting engaging plots and captivating narratives. Though Wang Ling had never experienced writer's block himself, he could imagine it must feel akin to a hidden treasure trapped within a nesting doll, stifled and unable to escape. Writers sought inspiration through various means, with smoking and drinking being among the most common. However, Wang Ba had a rather unique approach. Whenever he faced a creative impasse, he would log on to a streaming platform, hoping to connect with female streamers on a spiritual level to glean inspiration for his writing. Wang Ba's full name was Wang Jiao, and in a bid to foster a closer rapport with these streamers, he had even adopted a rather flamboyant username, Wang Jiaomei. Of course, Wang Ma was blissfully unaware of these antics. Should she discover them, it was likely that Wang Ba would not see the light of day again. To prevent Wang Ling from spilling the beans, Wang Ba had even discreetly increased his son's allowance, demonstrating his foresight. Perhaps after 4 days of being away, experiencing so much, Wang Ling found this rare moment of tranquility in the late hours quite appealing. That night, inexplicably, his curiosity was piqued, and he lay in bed, restless, eager to discover what his father was discussing. He felt as though he had been infected by Guahao's curiosity previously. He would never have been so nosy. Sitting up, Wang Ling peered in the direction of the study, his pupils sparkling like a kaleidoscope as the wall before him transformed into transparency. His gaze penetrated through. Focusing on Wang Ba's computer screen, he noticed the title of the live stream his father had entered, Your Moon, My Heart, alongside the streamer SID, Xiaoxian. To his astonishment, Wang Ling recognized the name. Xiaoxian was a popular online personality known for her pure beauty, sweet voice, and clever responses, captivating audiences late at night as she addressed various emotional dilemmas faced by lonely viewers. Checking the leaderboard of her fans, he was shocked to see his father ranked in the top 10. Identified as her protector with a staggering 200,000 fan points, meaning he had likely donated around 20,000 yuan to her this month alone. Wang Ling contemplated the repercussions should he take a screenshot of this leaderboard and send it to Wang Ma. He suspected his father might not survive the fallout. Nevertheless, for the sake of familial harmony, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Clearly, Wang Ba had gained considerable notoriety within the streaming community as upon his entrance, the chatroom system boldly announced, Protector of Xiaoxian, Wang Jiaomei has entered the room. The live stream was currently devoid of viewers, as the host appeared to have stepped away for a moment. Protectors in the chat had the privilege of conversing directly with the streamer. Wang Ba surveyed the empty space of her room, raised an eyebrow, and donned his headset, clearing his throat. Then, to Wang Ling's astonishment, he heard an extraordinarily flirtatious voice emanate from the air. Is Xiaoxian there? Is Xiaoxian there? Yes, 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 I am Jiaomei. Wang Ling could only stare in disbelief. Chapter 74. Father Wang's quest for inspiration. After a thunderous and soul-stirring shout from Father Wang, the host, Xiaoxian, hurriedly rushed in from outside, her disheveled bangs in need of some adjustment. She obediently settled in front of the computer screen, her eyes blinking at the camera, and then, with a look of delight, waved at the lens, exclaiming, Hi, it appears Sister Jiao has arrived. Welcome, welcome. From Wang Ling's aesthetic perspective, Xiaoxian's appearance could be described as passable, not nearly as extraordinary as the rumors circulated by internet otaku suggested. With her straight eyebrows and oval face, she embodied the quintessential traits of an internet celebrity. In terms of features, Wang Ling even thought she paled in comparison to the unadorned Sun Rong. However, it must be acknowledged that, in contrast to the heavily stylized female streamers online, Xiaoxian could be considered a fairly pleasant-looking girl, her voice sweet, yet not overly seductive. Perfectly balanced, coupled with her maid-style lace dress and her long legs clad in black stockings. Perhaps this is why Xiaoxian has garnered such widespread affection from viewers. While Wang Ling pondered this, Father Wang had already extinguished his cigarette, gazing at Xiaoxian with a look of despair. This expression was clearly understood by Xiaoxian. It seemed that our sister Jiao was once again lacking inspiration. The old book was nearing completion, yet he had no ideas for a new one. In a word, it was disheartening. Father Wang rubbed his furrowed brow, distressed by the necessity for a seamless transition between concluding the old work and publishing the new one. Otherwise, his family might very well face dire straits, and it was quite possible that they wouldn't even be able to afford utensils, given the substantial monthly expenditure required to purchase such extravagant items. Just as Father Wang lamented his financial woes, the other fans in the live stream began to heckle. Sister Jiao is a master. Why are you complaining about money? We office workers have it much worse. Excuse me, I'm new here. Could someone enlighten me on Sister Jiao's pen name and her works? What? You don't know? Sister Jiao's pen name is Wang Situ. Well, she is actually the great Wang Situ. The live stream erupted into chaos. Wang Situ was indeed a name of great repute. As a newcomer in the world of online novels, she had published her work and reached 300,000 words in less than 2 months, achieving unprecedented success with her new title, Let Go of That Grandmother. The first chapter's subscriptions soared past 200,000, breaking the site's record for initial subscriptions and eclipsing the established giants who had been writing for years. Wang Situ's formidable debut was akin to a dark horse suddenly emerging from beneath a mountain, catching many contemporaries off guard. A legendary author named Zhuge, who had serialized on a cultivation reading site for nearly 2 decades, was so incensed by Wang Situ's rise that he left the platform altogether. Although Father Wang seldom spoke of his writing endeavors at home, Wang Ling had certainly heard tales of his father's online exploits. Over the years, Father Wang had accumulated quite a bit of fame, achieving considerable recognition. Yet, to the editors at the cultivation reading site, the name Wang Situ remained shrouded in mystery. With such accomplishments, a master author who had repeatedly won annual awards, the site would send Father Wang invitations to their yearly gatherings, yet he had never attended. He declined all online and offline promotional activities, dedicating himself entirely to his craft. As someone revealed Sister Zhao's true identity, the barrage of comments in Xiao Xian's live stream erupted once more, with the number of viewers skyrocketing from 300,000 to 500,000. This was a testament to Father Wang's renown online. Who would have thought that the esteemed Sister Jiao was actually the great Wang Situ? By the way, has Let Go of That Grandmother concluded yet? Not yet, but it's nearing completion. After all, our Wang Situ is currently troubled over her new book. It's finally coming to an end. Someone posted a tearful emoji. I remember when I was chasing after the great Wang Situ's book. I was still in elementary school. Now I'm about to graduate from university. Father Wang, upon seeing this comment, felt a bead of sweat form. This book has been serialized for a full 13 years. It should surely be vying for the title of the longest word count, right? Not quite yet. There's a book titled Rebirth of the Demonic Genius that is still ongoing. It is said that a certain cultivator, who had been in seclusion for 100 years, emerged to find that this book was still being serialized, nearly causing him to hasten his tribulation and almost getting struck by lightning. We plead for the great Wang Situ not to conclude. Strive to surpass the word count of that first-ranking book. Upon reading this comment, Father Wang couldn't help but chuckle. Even if he continued to serialize, he could never surpass that demonic life story in terms of word count, considering that it had seemingly been ongoing since the site was established. Let Go of That Grandmother narrates the tale of a protagonist reincarnated as a frail prince in the Qing palace, relying on the collection and nurturing of a grandmother figure to cultivate and develop his farming venture. Eventually, he also utilized a steel needle from a certain grandmother to pierce through his meridians, defeating the notorious killer, the Fire Cloud Evil God, with a single stroke from the sky, becoming an unrivaled master. Back then, this was merely a spark of inspiration that Father Wang had while perusing newspapers during his leisure time. Little did he expect that once transformed into a serialized novel, it would receive such acclaim from readers. Yet, after so many years of serialization, Father Wang felt he had said all that needed to be said. Prolonging it further would be lacking in integrity. Since it was a novel, he believed he should provide a fitting conclusion for the characters he had created. However, the thought of concluding it did bring a tinge of sadness, as it had been his first work, penned over more than a decade. Suddenly ending it and starting anew would inevitably evoke feelings of emptiness and solitude. Thus, Father Wang sought out Xiao Xian, feeling that this spirited young girl could perhaps fill the void within him. Moreover, he believed her youthful imagination might inspire him with fresh ideas. Less than half an hour after Father Wang went online, Xiao Xian glanced at the viewer count, which had skyrocketed to 60,000 since Father Wang's identity was revealed. Just the presence of Father Wang alone had attracted 30,000 new viewers. This significance was far more precious to a streamer than any monetary gifts or rewards. Consequently, Xiao Xian straightforwardly changed the room's title to Everyone Help the Great Wang Situ Brainstorm New Ideas. After making the change, the young girl fell into deep thought, clearly grappling with her creative block. Xiao Xian was always composed when addressing emotional queries. The audience had never witnessed her in such a state of distress. The live stream quickly erupted again. Distressed Xiao Xian, She is still quite lovely. Xiaoxian's new expression pack. Get. Father Wang watched the lively comments, unconsciously pulling out another cigarette. Now, with 60,000 people helping him brainstorm ideas, even if he didn't implement them, he was bound to discover a few brilliant concepts tonight. Just as he pressed the lighter, Xiaoxian's eyes suddenly sparkled. I don't know how to write a novel, but I think this theme might be worth a try. What about a live-streamed narrative? A live-streamed narrative? Father Wang smacked his forehead, realizing, of course, a live-streamed narrative could indeed work. How had he not thought of it before? Chapter 75. Weekends are certainly meant for learning. The phenomenon of live streaming has recently become a fervent topic of discussion. Some experts have vocally condemned internet celebrities who, relying on their looks and revealing attire, stimulate the fan economy, while secretly wishing they could effortlessly earn a monthly income of $1 million by lecturing on academic subjects. Yet, live streaming is not a pursuit that everyone can master. We currently reside in an era where appearance reigns supreme, and countless individuals have suffered public humiliation in blind dates. To garner a certain level of popularity on online platforms, one need not possess the visage of a celebrity, but at the very least, should not appear unappealing. Even with vivid crimson bodies, butterfly blue hair, and the looks reminiscent of Tang Jia San Xiao, one might still find success by singing in front of the screen. At the very least, such an appearance appears more festive. Xiaoxian provided Wang Ba with significant inspiration, suggesting that the topic of live streaming ought to be treated as a universal theme, imbued with strong relatability and amusement. However, how to develop this theme and render it more engaging is a matter that Wang Ba must contemplate next. After hearing Xiaoxian's opinion, Wang Ba promptly expressed his gratitude to the audience in the live stream before disconnecting in an instant. Upon noticing Wang Jiaomei's avatar turn gray, the online community instantly comprehended that this formidable figure in the realm of web novels was about to take action once more. What tempestuous events would unfold this time? Wang Ba is a person of remarkable efficiency, a trait that manifests in various aspects of his life. For instance, during the time it takes to boil water, he can simultaneously accomplish 3 tasks on the toilet: dining, reading the newspaper, and engaging in heated debates with critics in his review section under various pseudonyms. That night, he burned the midnight oil to outline the basic framework and outline for his new book. He even completed the opening chapter. The title, The Live Streaming Life of the Immortal King. Synopsis. This is a tale of a powerful figure in the cultivation world, unable to suppress the primordial force within, living a daily life of streaming and charming antics on Earth. Wang Ling observed his father's computer screen, feeling an ominous premonition. Given Wang Ba's current writing prowess, such an opening should flow effortlessly, having been meticulously checked for typos multiple times. Then, with a click of the mouse, Wang Ba sent the document to his editor via email. His editor, surname Song, name Song Zikai, holds the editorial alias Liema. Within the literary community, this esteemed chief editor is affectionately nicknamed Liema Meimeng. During a previous visit to their home, Wang Ling had used his ocular technique to scrutinize this person's business card. This was the only editor Wang Ba had encountered in person throughout his over a decade-long career in web literature. He is a rather handsome, slender young man, appearing somewhat fragile, with neatly trimmed bangs that impart a sense of cleanliness. With the computer aglow, Wang Ba brewed a cup of tea and waited quietly for a moment until he soon heard a delightful chime. Editor Song's reply had arrived. This industry-leading editor, renowned for promoting quality novels, averages a review time of just 30 seconds. This aspect particularly astonished Wang Ling. Glancing at the contents of the reply, Wang Ling noted that it praised the vibrancy of the theme and the fluidity of the writing. However, considering Wang Ba's previously remarkable achievements and his current standing on the platform, Liema Meimeng intended for Wang Ba to write a few more chapters, totaling 20,000 words, before submitting it to a trial website to gauge the audience's reaction. Wang Ling had heard of this website. It is an independent VIP novel platform established for long-standing readers who have registered for over 100 years and possess high purchasing power. On this site, readers can preview new works from literary giants and provide feedback to the authors. Staring at the reply, Wang Ba remained silent for a moment before eventually nodding in acceptance. After all, the pen name Wang Situ had taken him over a decade to cultivate and perfect. With the market reception of the second new book still unknown, Wang Ba was understandably hesitant to release it hastily. Otherwise, if it failed to meet expectations, his reputation would shatter, and he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock in the industry. Wang Ling felt quite exasperated. How could someone who, relying solely on a pen name, Attract 300,000 viewers on a platform entirely unrelated to web novels. Expect those lesser-known sites to survive? In the morning, Wang Ma prepared breakfast, consisting of youtiao, soy milk, and her signature rejuvenating noodles. She untied her apron and called upstairs, "You two come down for breakfast." Wang Ling looked at the table laden with food, nearly moved to tears. After enduring the culinary disasters from Wang Ma at the 59th Middle School, only Wang Ma's home-cooked meals could heal his wounded spirit. As they dined, Wang Ba adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, scrutinizing Wang Ling for a moment before sighing. You seem to have gained some weight in the past couple of days." Wang Ling touched his face, indeed sensing a bit of added flesh on his cheeks. This was likely a consequence of the fermentation from Wang Ma's cooking in his stomach. However, it wasn't a concern. Dieting had never posed a challenge for Wang Ling. He simply used both hands to rub his cheeks, and the excess flesh melted away like clay. Is this really possible? Wang Ba and Wang Ma were witnessing this unique ability of Wang Ling for the first time. Wang Ba took a bite of rejuvenating noodles and inquired, "How has your communal living situation been these past few days?" Wang Ling paused, ultimately shaking his head. "I heard that you were supposed to receive the sealing talisman. But quite a bit occurred?" Wang Ling nodded. Wang Ba sighed, "Honestly, I think you were just too tense. Perhaps if you relaxed a bit, nothing would go awry. You should interact more with people your age, you know?" Wang Ling continued to nod. "All right. Why are we discussing this at the dining table?" Wang Ma interrupted Wang Ba's thoughts. "But Ling, remember to review your studies over the next couple of days. While you don't have to excel, at least don't fall to the bottom. You still need to study. I've gathered the materials for the classes you missed and even made a trip to your school to pick them up. You just need to glance through them for a few minutes later." "Okay." Wang Ling succinctly articulated his first response since returning home. In truth, for courses like talismans and spellcraft, Wang Ling did not require any review. However, he did need to allocate time to memorize subjects like history and political theory. Having missed a week of classes, even top students like Lin Xiaoyu and Sun Rong in the elite class would need a full day to digest the knowledge. In contrast, Wang Ling found himself at an advantage, employing speed reading and memorization techniques. "Mom will no longer worry about my studies." Yet, before embarking on this splendid weekend of learning, Wang Ling hoped to avoid any disturbances, particularly during his application of speed memorization techniques. Disruptions during this period could significantly increase the risk of memory confusion. Therefore, to prevent such occurrences, Wang Ling opened his pencil case. The previously summoned pen monster and eraser spirit could serve as his guardians. Chapter 76. Learning brings me joy. Wang Ling sat at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of exercise books. Although he had spent 4 days attending the Lingjin Exchange Conference on behalf of his school, Teacher Pan's policy on homework submission remained unchanged. Assignments must be submitted, regardless of how many were missed. The fountain pen and eraser, both peculiar creatures, were linked to Wang Ling's consciousness. He could command them to complete his assignments automatically, provided he had already grasped the knowledge contained within those tasks. Having missed an entire 4 days of classes, Wang Ling's immediate challenge was to catch up on the knowledge he had overlooked. As for the writing itself, he would leave that to the fountain pen and eraser later. In just 2 minutes, Wang Ling compiled a list of the week's study materials for better organization. He discovered that there were indeed numerous gaps in his understanding, particularly in the realms of cultivation physics and advanced cultivation mathematics, which were alarmingly extensive. Over the course of a single weekend, each of these 2 instructors had assigned 5 sets of exam papers. To describe it in one word, appalling. To use another, utterly insane. However, in stark contrast to the majority of students, Wang Ling was quite the avid learner. From a young age, he had self-taught himself various cultivation techniques, including the 3,000 avenues. Much like the innate features of a newborn, the knowledge had been ingrained in his mind from the moment of his birth. Conversely, his mastery of language and culture was a result of diligent effort. Wang Ling relished this process of striving for knowledge, for it was learning that truly brought him joy. At his desk, he opened his textbooks, donned his earplugs, and activated his complete self-study mode. Previously, he had overheard some lamenting why these earplugs could sever the incessant mental transmissions brought on by his heart's connection. The explanation was simple. The earplugs contained materials equivalent to those used in crafting sealing talismans and were personally invented by Wang Ming. It was a peaceful and serene weekend, as Wang Ling's eyelids did not emit any warning signals. Around midday, a gray business van parked a short distance from the Wang family's villa. "Miss, we have arrived. This is the place," said an impeccably dressed old butler, turning to a young girl. The girl, seemingly around 12 years of age, had a petite stature. Clad in cropped jeans and a loose-fitting hip-hop top, topped with a cap adorned with small wings that drew attention. She possessed a delicate face, reminiscent of a child star. And were it not for the sparse population surrounding the villa, she would surely have been recognized. In the past, she had relished the glamorous sensation of being instantly recognized. Yet now, in such a remote area, she had little expectation of being acknowledged. With a slight sigh, she gazed through the window at the villa not far away. The man her sister had taken a liking to resided within those walls? Indeed, the investigation is thorough, miss, came the reply. Could it be that your investigation is mistaken? How could my future brother-in-law possibly live in such a desolate suburb? There is no error, Mississippi. This is the address I obtained from Mrs. Personal Driver, Lu Zhao, the old butler replied earnestly. However, I must advise you that it is premature to refer to him as your brother-in-law. While free love is now advocated, the complexities surrounding Miss's marriage are substantial. Back when Miss was born. Enough. Spare me the details, the girl interjected, rolling her eyes. Isn't it just a matter of life and death? I've known about it for ages. I even heard that fortune teller mention a way to resolve this life and death crisis. The old butler broke into a cold sweat. Miss, please be cautious. That was from a celestial being from the Immortal fortress. The girl shrugged in exasperation. We are in an era of scientific cultivation. I wonder where your superstitions come from. I find the old fortune teller's solution utterly unreliable. When life and death are in turmoil, let my blood stain the heavens. It sounds completely absurd. The old butler shook his head, smiling wryly. Better to believe than to doubt. Especially when it is said by a celestial being from the Immortal fortress. Miss must seek out this extraordinary person who can stain the heavens with their blood to lift the curse. Feeling disinclined to engage further with the stoic old butler, the girl adjusted her attire and prepared to exit the vehicle. She glanced at the butler. Have the gifts been prepared? Though it was their first meeting. One must always come bearing gifts, upholding the prestige of the Huagua Water Curtain Group. This was a lesson instilled in her since childhood. The old butler handed her a storage bag. Miss, the bag contains 2 longevity peaches that prolong life and promote digestion, 2 skin-nourishing pills that enhance complexion and aid digestion, 2 detoxification pills that eliminate toxins and promote digestion, and 2 Immortal's health pills that nourish the stomach and promote digestion. Additionally, that's enough. The girl interrupted, exasperated as she snatched the bag and hurriedly exited the vehicle. Standing at the entrance of the Wang family villa, she remained unaware that a diligent man was absorbed in his studies on the 2nd floor. After lingering at the villa entrance for a while, Sun Yu summoned all her mental faculties to devise an opening line. It was the weekend, and the person opening the door might not be the male classmate her sister fancied. It could very well be the boy's parents. Should she introduce herself by her real name or her stage name? Her stage name was Shui Tao, which she believed was quite prominent. Yet she could not guarantee that her reputation would reach such an outlying area. What if no one recognized her stage name? That would be quite awkward. Just as Sun Yu gathered her courage to knock on the door, 2 imposing figures, each towering 10 feet tall, suddenly leapt down from the rafters. Who are you? Sun Yu gasped in astonishment. Apologies, miss, one of the towering figures replied solemnly, but no one is permitted to disturb our master during his studies. Chapter 77. Do you understand the reason for your defeat? Sun Yu's gaze was firmly fixed on the 2 imposing figures before her. Although she had yet to reach the foundational stage, she had already learned to utilize her spiritual perception. To her astonishment, while lingering at the entrance of the Wang family's villa, she had completely failed to sense the presence of these 2 muscular men. This was ample proof that their superficial strength far surpassed her own. Furthermore, the sight of the 2 bald giants standing before her exuded an overwhelming pressure. However, upon closer inspection, they appeared rather simple-minded and honest. Sun Yu could hardly be bothered to inquire whether they recognized her, as she sensed that these 2 were definitely not ordinary individuals. One was clad in an outfit reminiscent of Iron Man, while the other donned a straw hat and a red vest. If they were indeed her fans, their taste would not be so peculiar. Dear sirs, I have merely come to deliver something and shall take my leave shortly. What are you delivering? Surely it isn't a constipation pill? The 2 burly men scrutinized the storage bag in Sun Yu's hand, resembling security inspectors. The one dressed like Iron Man said, previously, someone sent blades, missiles, and even an APTX 4869 capsule to the villa to urge for quicker updates, nearly causing a disaster. Therefore, young lady, please cooperate with our duties. You cannot enter. If there is something to be delivered here, we must inspect it first to determine whether it can be kept. What on earth is this? Why are there missiles involved? What could possibly be in this villa to incur such animosity? Sun Yu helplessly gestured towards her storage bag, Are you familiar with the flower and fruit water curtain group? This bag contains supplements developed by our group. Moisturizing beauty pills, Shin Huang detox pills, 8 Immortals health pills. Upon hearing this, the two men suddenly realized, so it is indeed a constipation pill. How absurd. Sun Yu inhaled deeply. What must I do to gain entry? Only when our master has completed his studies can you enter. Sun Yu bit her small canine teeth. What if I insist on intruding? Then we will have no choice but to prevent you from entering the residence without causing you harm. The elderly butler, witnessing Sun Yu being blocked by the two giants, hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. However, Sun Yu was, after all, Sun Yu, spoiled since childhood and burdened with the weight of her idol image. Did she really think two mere servants could keep her at bay? How ridiculous. Why be afraid? Aren't you here? Sun Yu scoffed dismissively. The old butler felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Though he himself was a practitioner with considerable skill, even he felt intimidated by the aura of the two giants, his legs trembling with unease. His instincts told him these two were not to be trifled with. Their presence was otherworldly, their essence strange and unhuman. I will see what means you possess to stop me. The adorable girl, donning a hat reminiscent of Valera, attempted to raise her voice to assert dominance, hoping to appear more intimidating. However, her somewhat childish tone only rendered her efforts somewhat laughable. The faint fluctuations of her aura elicited a slight smile from the two bald men, who dismissed her entirely. Do you dare to underestimate me? Enraged, the girl swiftly retrieved a small blue pill from her waist bag and swallowed it whole. The elderly butler gasped, Miss. No. But before he could finish, the girl had already swallowed the pill with a decisive gulp. This blue pill, known as the beast transformation pill, was concocted from the genes of spirit beasts. Upon ingestion, it would induce a state of beastification, significantly enhancing physical attributes and capabilities while preserving intelligence. However, it often came with side effects. The enhanced abilities were a prelude to a subsequent period of weakness once the effects wore off. The old butler sighed softly, knowing Sun Yu was genuinely angered. The beast transformation pill she consumed contained the genes of a six-winged thunder leopard, and as soon as it took effect, faint leopard spots appeared on her previously flawless skin, her ears transforming into rounded leopard ears. In a matter of moments, her strength surged to the foundational stage, and the thunder attribute of the six-winged thunder leopard became a formidable weapon. With her transformed claws, even a golden core practitioner would feel a paralyzing pain upon being struck. Humph! With a cold snort, the now beastified girl spread her fingers wide, her neatly manicured nails morphing into razor-sharp claws. With a light leap, she effortlessly scaled the exterior wall of the Wang family villa. It appeared that the pill had indeed enhanced her limb strength, significantly improving her agility and speed. The thunder attribute of the thunder leopard posed yet another headache. However, the two giants quickly conferred and vanished from sight in an instant. Damn it! The girl barely had time to react before the two men reappeared above her, one of them wearing a straw hat firmly grasping her limbs. Sun Yu was astonished to discover that the thunderous power of the six-winged thunder leopard had no effect on him whatsoever. Before she could reach the second-floor windowsill, the two giants effortlessly pulled her down from the wall. Give it up, the bald man resembling Iron Man said to the girl, based on my observations. Your maximum vertical jump speed is merely V116 ms. Therefore, with my initial speed of V218 ms, I can easily surpass you, and while descending at a speed of V38, 25 ms, I can launch an attack. However, since our master is fond of peace, we have refrained from truly engaging and have merely employed a method of prevention. As previously stated, we will not harm you, so please do not attempt to force your way in. Remember to read more and learn. Ignorance is likely the reason for your defeat. Oh, and by the way, this gentleman beside me, the one in the straw hat, is made of rubber. Therefore, he is impervious to the thunderous power you have acquired post-transformation. It would be best for you to leave and revert your beast form. The longer you maintain this state, the longer your subsequent weakness will last. The rubber-clad man nodded in agreement. If you wish to leave those constipation pills, it is perfectly fine. We will relay your kind intentions to our master. Thank you. Sun Yu, the elderly butler. Author's note, on May 19th. The daily life of the Immortal King has finally been released. This book has finally reached publication. Aiku Shinjun. Still remember my first writing endeavor, the pinnacle of the spirit realm, which took until 900,000 words to be published. At that time, there were only a handful of subscriptions. Time flies, and I have now completed my fourth work. After so many years of twists and turns, I have encountered numerous experiences and grown immensely. I am profoundly grateful for this public online platform that has given me the opportunity to share the stories within my heart. It is worth mentioning that the theme song The Inevitability of the Immortal King has already surpassed 999 comments on NetEase Cloud Music. I am deeply thankful for everyone's support throughout the serialization of the daily life of the Immortal King. This is my fourth work, and it has achieved the best results during its new book phase thus far. The theme of Daily Musings represents Ku Xuanjuan's inaugural foray into this genre. Throughout the writing process, numerous challenges have come to light, such as minor structural imperfections and the considerable difficulty of creation. Each day demands a burst of creativity to generate anecdotes, and during moments of writer's block, it can be arduous to produce even 2,000 words in a day. I would like to share 4 important updates. Firstly, the specific launch time is set for May 19th around noon, though there may be delays. Upon the release, Ku Xianjun will promptly update with 3 consecutive chapters. Secondly, due to the inherent challenges of crafting this work and to ensure its smooth progression, the schedule for updates post-launch will be as follows: single updates on Sundays, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, double updates on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. Thirdly, here are the conditions for additional updates. On the launch day, every 300 subscriptions will trigger an extra chapter, with no upper limit. Additionally, for every 200 instances of support received within a week, an extra chapter will be added. Lastly, for every 300 monthly votes received, there will be an additional chapter as well. Perhaps the condition regarding monthly votes is a bit excessive. Typically, authors aim to surge up the monthly vote rankings at the beginning of the month. Personally, I regard such rankings with a light heart. Thus, I do not intend to engage in fierce competition with the more established authors. However, should the enthusiasm of the readers be sufficiently strong, I will undoubtedly unleash my own creative potential. Fourthly, regarding the lottery event for the daily life of the Immortal King, the first 60,000 words in a softcover UV edition signed physical book on the day of launch. I will be giving away 3 signed copies, a total of 6, which will be mailed to the homes of my dear readers. Lastly, I sincerely seek your support for the initial subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 78, The Super High School Level Vice President in the End. Sun Yu is forcibly taken away by the old butler. The butlers of the Huagua Water Curtain Group are not ordinary individuals, and Butler Lin, an esteemed figure, is no exception. He has watched over this young lady, the second daughter of the family, as she grew. Years ago, when the cultivation world was still rife with turmoil, the Huagua Water Curtain Group had yet to achieve the global renown it enjoys today. Lin San, being a veteran within the organization, has witnessed the ebb and flow of many affairs. His extensive experience in the world, despite his limited prowess, is the foundation that allows him to remain in the Huagua Water Curtain Group. Uncle Lin, let me go. I must duel those 2 brutes. This was the last statement made by the young lady before she unleashed her ultimate technique, the Mo Punch, against the 2 bald giants. Lin San sighed inwardly. His young mistress was still too naive, lacking worldly wisdom. With his years of experience, he sensed that there was someone remarkable residing within this secluded villa. On the roadside, the 2 bald men in aprons respectfully watched as Lin San drove away in the gray business van until he vanished from sight. Have we overstepped? The master prefers to keep a low profile. What if they investigate him? The rubber man was interrupted mid-sentence. Have you forgotten about the master's grand concealment technique? Oh, I see. The rubber man exclaimed, enlightened. Now, our task is done. The master has nearly completed his review. We can assist him with his assignments now. Wang Ling dedicated a full half-hour to self-studying the knowledge he had missed for a week, while also previewing the material for the upcoming 2 months. He relished the process of learning but lamented the brevity of his study time. For him, mastering these concepts was not a formidable challenge. In contrast, the true difficulty lay in grasping the overall learning dynamics of the class, finding his own position, and striving earnestly to achieve a balanced score, thus adhering to the moderate educational philosophy instilled by his parents throughout his life. Seated at his desk, Wang Ling cradled his head in his hands, exhaling leisurely. The remaining pen and paper assignments could be left to his quirky companions, the pen monster and the eraser spirit. During Wang Ling's study session, his father was equally industrious. After finishing a call with Lai Ming, he promptly resumed penning the opening of his novel. Wang Dad was a man of action, particularly when inspiration struck. His fingers danced across the keyboard with such fervor that he resembled a living creature of tentacles. Just as he was immersed in his writing, his watch suddenly beeped. Frowning slightly, he despised having his thoughts interrupted, but upon glancing at the caller ID, He saw it was Lai Ming and quickly adjusted his mood before answering the call. Hello, Big Shot. What's up? I was in the middle of writing. Other authors preferred to call her Lai Shou Lai Ming, but Wang Dad had his own nickname for her, favoring the title Big Shot Ming. Wang Ling reclined on his bed, removing his earplugs as the ambient sounds flooded his ears. With his eyes still closed, he overheard the conversation between his father and Lai Ming, their voices clear in his mind. Brother Situ, your book is going to be a hit, came Lai Ming's excited voice from the other end of the line. I only uploaded your first chapter to the VIP website, and guess what? In less than 2 hours, the clicks exceeded 300,000. The approval rate for the first chapter is 87. Lai Ming exclaimed, nearly losing control. Though this data might seem inconsequential to others, it's worth noting that the independent VIP trial website of the Cultivation Reading Network had a total of only 700,000 registered users, and the registration mechanism had ceased years ago. To have half of that number reading Wang Dad's new novel, with an astonishing approval rate, had left the entire editorial department in awe. Upon hearing this news, Wang Dad felt elated, yet, true to his nature, he would not display his joy overtly. What good is the number of clicks? Making sales is what truly matters. Brother Situ, don't be modest honestly. Are you from the future? Lai Ming asked, her tone curious and mystical. Wang Dad paused in surprise. First, with your previous work. Let go of that old woman, and now this one, The Live Life of the Immortal King, it seems destined to be a massive hit. Perhaps even breaking the website's records. I've read several novels where the protagonist traveled from the future to the past. You're not one of those, are you? Lai Ming inquired, astonished. If Big Shot makes such jokes again, I might just quit writing. Don't be like that. It's just a jest. After already losing one author, the website could hardly bear another loss. On the other end of the line, Lai Ming smiled mysteriously. I have one more good news to share with you. As Wang Dad listened to the editor-in-chief's words from the other end, his expression gradually became peculiar. What? A fan sent me a reward? They recognized my pseudonym in the trial review section? The decision to start a new book and post it on the VIP trial site was made just this morning with you. No one else knows. Not even my old readers. That's curious. We investigated this ID on our website and found that this long-standing VIP reader hadn't logged in for quite some time. However, at around 2 or 3 this morning, they suddenly logged into the VIP trial site and changed their ID. We suspect that this account is either an heirloom or purchased through other channels, the editor reported. Wang Dad frowned. He remembered that at that time, he had been gathering the wisdom of the crowd in Xiaoxian's livestream to select material. Could this person possibly be one of the viewers in the livestream? Wang Dad found it perplexing how his initial chapter draft had circulated, unbeknownst even to his old readers. Goodness. In this day and age, even web novelists have fans like this. Meanwhile, Lai Ming collected her thoughts and said, Brother Situ, do you know how much this reader tipped you today? A full 100 million cultivation reading coins. Such a sum during the latter stages of writing Let Go of That Old Woman. Wang Dad had not encountered a reader so generous. 100 million cultivation reading coins equated to 1 million Huawei dollars. After splitting with the website, that meant a revenue of 500,000. Upon hearing that someone had tipped him such an amount, Wang Dad couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. What was this reader's ID? It's called Super High School Level Vice President, Lai Ming replied. Upon hearing this ID, Wang Dad's expression darkened, and he cast a penetrating glance towards Wang Ling's room. I may have deduced a possibility. I'll call you back shortly. With that, Wang Dad ended the call on his watch. Wang Ling, come here. Wang Ling, Chapter 79. The Exceptional Heirloom in the Cadre Apartment. Joy stared vacantly at the open box on his desk. At this moment, he felt an uncanny empathy for the sentiments of those who indulged in bribery, as his own emotions mirrored theirs. The box before him, crafted from sturdy kunmu wood, possessed remarkable dust-resistant and waterproof qualities, along with shock resistance. It was the ancestral heirloom of the Zhou family, older than Zhou Yi by several centuries, passed down through generations until it finally reached his hands. Within the heirloom lay 5 items: a land deed for the capital city, a bank card containing a substantial sum, a USB flash drive, a hard drive, and a phone card. The land deed represented the Zhou family's ancestral land, which, according to the regulations, could never be sold. This was originally Zhou Yi's legitimate property. Yet in the wake of the anti-corruption movement, he had refrained from returning home to avoid misunderstandings and potential framing by scheming individuals. For 2 years, he had resided quietly in the Cadre apartment, even shunning the use of his inherited black supercar. daring not to put it in his name. The Zhua ancestors were rather enigmatic, though initially of modest talent. One generation abruptly amassed great wealth. Records of this sudden fortune had become elusive, with only whispers of a distant ancestor who, after dreaming of a journey to Mars and witnessing a mythical procession, woke to win an unprecedented lottery. Now, after generations of lavish spending, what remained for Zhua Yi, though scant, was sufficient for a comfortable and unremarkable life. Truthfully, the first two items were entirely within Zhua Yi's comprehension. However, the latter two left him astounded for 3 days and nights. Firstly, the dubious USB drive contained merely a TXT document listing tens of thousands of permanent VIP accounts and passwords for various websites, including a cherished account for a cultivation reading site. Among this treasure trove, the 5-digit QQ number passed down through the Zhua family held the most value. As for the hard drive, it bore a laser-etched label for language learning, encompassing a vast collection of cultural seeds from around the globe. Yet, it was the phone card that Zhua Yi deemed the most practical. On the other side of the card was the guardian of the family treasure, appointed by the Zhua patriarch, not only to oversee ancestral duties, but also to assist each heir with 3 minor tasks within their capacity during times of crisis. This guardian, lacking a name, was affectionately dubbed Little Black by Zhua Yi's father, a moniker that had evolved from the more cumbersome guardian ambassador. Previously, Zhua Yi had enlisted the help of Little Black to uncover the true identity of Wang Ling from 6 years prior. Now, seeking an apology, he called upon the Guardian's powers once more to investigate Wang Ling's family background. Upon discovering that Wang Ling's father was the renowned internet deity Wang Situ, Zhua Yi felt he had stumbled upon a serendipitous path to connect with Wang Ling. After the previous day's performance, Zhua Yi felt he had utterly embarrassed his young master. He was acutely aware that openly bribing Wang Ling was out of the question, as this extraordinary youth had been evading him for years. Therefore, after careful consideration, he concluded that the most subtle and indirect approach would be to have Little Black use the account to reward Wang Ling's father, thus designating the 100 million cultivation reading coins merely as an apology fee. With his master's prowess, such a sum was hardly sufficient. Moreover, by utilizing Little Black for the transaction, Zhua Yi could rest easy, knowing that the government's anti-corruption task force would not trace it back to him. Gazing at the treasure box, Zhua Yi couldn't help but smile, reveling in his cleverness. Just then, his watch buzzed with an incoming call, and he instantly recognized it to be from Little Black. As was customary, this call signified feedback following a request. Should the objective remain unmet, Little Black would persist until the task was accomplished. Hello, Little Black? On the other end, a deep, magnetic voice sighed. Are you managing well? Little Black's prowess was truly remarkable. Zhua Yi marveled, yet sensed an unusual urgency in the Guardian's tone. After a brief silence, Little Black continued. You must understand that your ancestors bestowed this phone card upon you for a purpose. It was not intended for frivolous use. Rather, it serves to provide you with a lifeline in moments of mortal peril. Yet, you have squandered 2 opportunities while investigating the same individual. At this juncture, Zhua Yi sensed a shift in Little Black's demeanor, as if the Guardian were genuinely displeased. He recalled that during the investigation of Wang Ling, Little Black had faced formidable resistance, leading him to believe he was afflicted with a form of amnesia. Ultimately, this prompted Little Black to adopt a habit of meticulous note-taking and recording. Regardless of your connection to this person, I implore you to maintain your distance. It would be best if you ceased any further engagement. Otherwise, I fear my next task may very well involve retrieving your remains. Do you understand? Little Black's voice trembled ominously. Zhua Yi's brow furrowed. Little Black, you are being overly dramatic. Indeed, my master is truly formidable. Even Little Black fears him. He is certainly no ordinary figure. Not at all. This is no exaggeration, Little Black emphasized, underscoring the gravity of the situation. The Zhua family has never ventured into the political arena. In this game of power, when the storm approaches, it is far more perilous than you can imagine. Understood, Little Black. I will heed your warning. Zhua Yi replied, though internally he mused. The new storm had already arisen. There was no way to remain stagnant. I hope you will contemplate my words with utmost seriousness. I shall no longer investigate any matters pertaining to this family. Little Black's speech trailed off before the call abruptly ended. At that moment, in a clandestine laboratory along the border of Huaxiao Nation, a mysterious figure clad in a tight black suit trembled as he hung up the phone. Simultaneously, Wang Ling, standing behind the enigmatic man, retracted the energy ball he had been poised to unleash. Chapter 80. The frightened programmer Xiaohe Wang Ling was acutely aware that someone was clandestinely investigating him. Otherwise, with merely Zhuyi's tricks, it would have been impossible for anyone to trace him back to 6 years ago after that incident. However, to ascertain the identity of the person conducting this inquiry, he would need to patiently wait for his adversary to reveal a clue. Since the last encounter when Zhuyi cornered him at the entrance of 60 High, Wang Ling had already fortified his mental defenses. He had an inkling that the individual lurking behind Zhuyi was about to show themselves once more. Wang Ling seldom sought assistance from Wang Ming. But this time, he summarized the events in a text message and sent it to him. In less than 5 minutes, Wang Ming replied with a series of numbers. These coordinates were derived from a user on the Xiozhen Reading Network, known as the Super High School Level Vice Director. Although the mysterious programmer behind Zhuyi was undoubtedly a top-notch computer expert, who routinely altered coordinates to obscure his location, he unfortunately encountered the most formidable intellect of Huaxiao Nation this time. Subsequently, using the coordinates provided by Wang Ming, Wang Ling executed a remarkable instant teleportation technique, arriving at a clandestine underground laboratory located on the border of Huaxiao Nation. And then, the scene before him unfolded. In the vast laboratory, Wang Ling appeared dramatically, raising his hands. Above him hovered a colossal orb of energy, poised to unleash its power. The man clad in a black bodysuit was so terrified that he dared not turn his head, following Wang Ling's initial command upon his arrival. He trembled as he reprimanded Zhuyi. It was uncertain whether that fool absorbed any of the lesson. What a shocking revelation. The man had always believed he was investigating an ordinary student. Little did he know he was facing a living nuclear weapon. If that orb were to be thrown here, not only would his laboratory be annihilated, but even the border would be obliterated. With his back turned to Wang Ling, the man raised his hands, pleading. Immortal, I have divulged everything I know. This time, Wang Ling's father had issued a stern directive, demanding that Wang Ling clean up his own mess, lest he never enjoy his beloved crispy snacks again. Wang Ling silently nodded and retracted the energy orb. Having been reprimanded by his father earlier, he felt quite disgruntled. As the oppressive light and wind dissipated behind him, the man finally exhaled in relief. At least his painstakingly cultivated research over decades had been preserved. However, without Wang Ling's command, he dared not turn around. Wang Ling issued a second command, instructing the man to erase all records of his investigations. The man, not daring to breathe, immediately began operating the screen. 2 minutes later, the expansive display, reminiscent of a satellite launch facility, flashed the words "deletion successful" in bold letters. The man raised his hands once more, saying, "Rest assured, Immortal. I have erased all your records without leaving any backup." Wang Ling remained silent for a moment, ultimately not believing the man's words. He took a step forward, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiated from him, reverberating through the vicinity with a series of explosive sounds. Now, Wang Ling felt considerably reassured. He could at least confirm that the chips capable of storing data had been obliterated. The man cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. As Wang Ling surveyed the surroundings, he discovered that programmer Xiaohe had an array of peculiar inventions. Among them, the most conspicuous was a massive cannon, with a barrel diameter of nearly 1 meter. Standing upright in the center of the laboratory, flanked by 2 steel spheres resembling oversized projectiles, Wang Ling pointed at the cannon and telepathically inquired, "What is this?" Xiaohe, clutching his head, dared not meet Wang Ling's gaze and timidly replied, "This is the Armstrong Accelerated Rotational Jet Armstrong Cannon." What an absurd name. The more Wang Ling looked, the more suspicious he found the cannon. Thus, he raised his hand. A dazzling light erupted, followed by a tremendous explosion. The cannon was instantly reduced to ashes. The resulting shockwave triggered the laboratory's fire suppression system, showering the area in a thick mist of water. When Xiaohe finally looked up, he found that Wang Ling had vanished. In the devastated laboratory, Xiaohe sat weakly on the ground, drenched, his black bodysuit clinging to him like a swimsuit as he shakily retrieved a cigarette and lit it. Everything was destroyed. Xiaohe lamented, clutching his head. His painstaking inventions, decades of research, and that Armstrong Accelerated Rotational Jet Armstrong Cannon had all been obliterated in an instant. What was more critical was that in the presence of Wang Ling, Xiaohe felt not only incapable of stopping him but utterly powerless to resist. Despite his own level of expertise, which he believed was formidable, facing Wang Ling filled him with a suffocating dread. The overwhelming pressure constricted his throat, nearly suffocating him. This disparity in realms, accompanied by an authentic sense of oppression, was something Xiaohe had not experienced in a long time. This individual, was truly terrifyingly powerful. As he inhaled his cigarette, trembling, he pondered who this person he had been investigating all these years truly was. After finishing the cigarette, Xiaohei steadied his thoughts and attempted to call someone to report the situation, only to discover that even his wristwatch had been damaged. Now, there were no operational electronic devices left in the laboratory. This was not just a mobile nuclear weapon, it was also an EMP on the move. With no means to make a call and all devices malfunctioning, Xiaohei could only hastily draft a written report and seek an opportunity to convey the extent of the laboratory's damages. May 16th, clear. The laboratory has suffered unprecedented destruction. Currently, it has been established that 3 satellite computers, 1 Armstrong accelerated rotational jet Armstrong cannon, and 10 communication devices have been destroyed. All data has been lost, with initial estimates suggesting a recovery probability of less than 0.1. Additionally, those experimental subjects that had crossed into other world lines with the laboratory's black technology systems may no longer be controllable. I hope this incident will draw the organization's attention. Furthermore, regarding the identity of the perpetrator behind this laboratory destruction, as Xiaohei wrote this report, his pen hesitated. Wait a moment. What was the name of that terrifyingly powerful youth? Chapter 81. Online shopping for cultivators. The distance from the urban-rural fringe of Songhai City to the border of Huaxiao country spans at least 1 billion kilometers. Wang Ling seldom utilized the great instantaneous movement technique for such extensive distances. Nevertheless, judging by the outcome, at least his beloved crispy noodles were preserved. Returning to his desk, Wang Ling gazed thoughtfully at the sun shining through the bedroom skylight. He had been deliberately avoiding the gaze of the black uncle. As long as the uncle could not see his face, Wang Ling could ensure the effectiveness of the great shielding technique. Fortunately, that coward dared not look at him, nearly frightened into submission by the overwhelming force. Now, Wang Ling could ascertain that the enigmatic black uncle would likely refrain from causing him trouble again. However, the situation with Zhua Yi remained a significant concern. Wang Ling sighed. He truly needed to ponder a solution to this predicament, lest it eventually escalate into a major issue. Recent events had provided him with some insights. It was time to prepare a mask for himself. Only by ensuring that those with ulterior motives could not see his face could the great shielding technique be successfully activated. Otherwise, even if he altered his appearance using the great transformation technique, it would be futile. Wearing a mask presented an excellent means of protection. Wang Ling had considered this before, but he hesitated to make a purchase, as his allowance was limited. His father, akin to a tyrannical steward, dispensed only a meager sum each month, often finding ways to deduct even that. A broken spoon would cost him 100, and a snapped pair of chopsticks 50. In his elite class of 15 students, if Wang Ling ranked in the top 8 on exams, 500 would be deducted immediately. Given his history of accidentally breaking bowls and chopsticks, and the occasional furniture mishap, his allowance was often reclaimed before he could even warm it in his hands. Even the money for crispy noodles was saved through considerable effort. However, during the 3 months since the new sealing talisman was implemented, its formidable sealing power had strengthened Wang Ling's constraints, rendering his father unable to find excuses to withhold his allowance. Thus, these past 3 months had been the most financially favorable for him. Wang Ling thought that a mask could be casually purchased as long as it covered his face. However, the online selection of masks was vast and diverse, leaving him feeling quite overwhelmed due to his indecisiveness. Although he intended to choose casually, he was wary of subpar quality masks that might crack upon a simple breath. After much deliberation, Wang Ling finally employed the labels provided by other buyers to narrow down his options. He selected the criteria of cost-effectiveness and top-selling items, resulting in a significant reduction in the number of available masks in the cultivation online marketplace. Next, Wang Ling needed to utilize his 24K pure gold titanium alloy laser vision to sift through the myriad of masks. The masks displayed in the cultivation online marketplace came with physical images, allowing Wang Ling to inspect the materials through his celestial eye. Ding! Just as his gaze scanned through the array of masks in the marketplace, a private chat window suddenly popped up. Upon opening it, he saw the nickname at the top, New Century Cultivator Mask Shop. It was evident that this shop had installed software that automatically sent private messages to potential customers browsing their products, akin to certain private clinics that employ paid search rankings to bombard visitors with unsolicited messages, boasting about their medical prowess, only to end up causing harm. Wang Ling found such behavior highly distasteful. He was about to close the window when the shop's customer service representative quickly sent a smiling face holding a rose along with a string of text. Dear Daoist, please wait. Wang Ling instinctively typed a series of ellipses. Seeing Wang Ling's response, the customer service representative appeared enthusiastic, immediately replying, "I see you are looking for masks. I assure you, the masks in our shop are the lowest prices online, with guaranteed quality. May I ask what style of mask you desire? We have an abundance of options." Wang Ling felt a bit speechless. Before he could respond, the customer service representative sent another message. "I know you might still be undecided, so let me briefly introduce a few recently skyrocketing mask sales." Soon, the representative sent the first image. It depicted a peculiar green mask, with sharply defined facial contours, not unattractive, and seemingly possessing a fluorescent effect. Wang Ling inquired, "What is this? Are you feeling ashamed for flirting around while in love? Are you unsure how to locate your first love? Are you seeking to rekindle your partner's affection? Our latest green light forgiveness mask helps restore your confidence and mend relationships from the root." Wang Ling, if this doesn't satisfy you, we have another option." The representative then sent another image. This mask was entirely silver, with a rather ordinary design, except for an exceptionally sharp chin. "Are you anxious about walking alone at night? Do you often find yourself working late into the dawn?" This Lou Baby brand Snake Essence male mask employs cutting-edge hyaluronic acid synthetic metal integration technology, providing hydration and beauty while the chin portion is embedded with a mysterious diamond alloy, serving as a weapon in critical moments. Wang Ling remained silent for a long time. The representative sent a question mark. "Dear Taoist, is there a mask of reliable quality simply for covering the face?" Finally, it was the representative's turn to send ellipses. Currently, the vast majority of masks are developed by combining cultivation techniques with scientific advancements, often featuring various functions. Unfortunately, masks that serve solely to conceal the face are quite rare in the entire cultivation online marketplace. Of course, they do exist, but non-functional masks are typically highly ornamental and tend to be quite pricey. Yet, your requirements demand something both affordable and of good quality. This presented a considerable challenge for the customer service representative. Approximately 10 minutes later, they finally sent another mask image. This one appeared somewhat rough, resembling a ghost mask, with the eye areas seemingly embellished with resin or similar materials, giving it an aged appearance, but the overall shape was acceptable. Dear Taoist, inexpensive face-covering masks are, to be frank, exceedingly hard to find, especially in the cultivation online marketplace. Our stock is limited, but based on your requirements, we have located this mask that is both quality and price efficient, and not too unappealing." Wang Ling scrutinized the image sent by the representative, finding that it largely matched his criteria. Most importantly, using his celestial eye, he discerned the material of the ghost mask. Although he had not physically interacted with it, he could distinctly see a piece of primordial mystic crystal embedded within the mask, currently the hardest material known to the World Cultivation Bureau derived from the cosmos. Chapter 82. Remember to enjoy free shipping. Thus, have I truly stumbled upon a treasure? The primordial Xianjing often descends from the cosmos alongside falling meteors, possessing a unique texture that eludes conventional quality inspection methods. Many material merchants easily confuse primordial Xianjing with ordinary Xianjing. For instance, regarding this stone ghost mask, Wang Ling observed the quality inspection report sent by customer service, which clearly stated that the mask was composed of 75% high-grade Xianjing and 25% elastic resin. Despite being an utterly mundane mask devoid of any special utility, and without the seller's knowledge of its primordial Xianjing content, it was still priced at 600 Huagua coins. Although Wang Ling recognized that acquiring a stone ghost mask made from primordial Xianjing for 600 coins was not a loss, given his monthly allowance of 1,000 coins, it still felt somewhat extravagant. Noticing Wang Ling's hesitation, customer service sent a prompt message. "Are you still there, friend?" Wang Ling replied with a question mark. "If you find the price unsatisfactory, we can negotiate. We are more than willing to sell at a lower price." Of course. I wouldn't tell you that this mask brings misfortune." Wang Ling. "Oh, I made a mistake. My apologies. What I meant to say is that it brings good luck." Who are you trying to fool? Can't your performance be a bit more subtle? Ultimately, after threatening with a negative review, Wang Ling finally extracted the truth from customer service. Initially, this stone ghost mask was purchased from a wholesale vendor. Its unique design captivated our boss. However, ever since this mask was displayed in our shop, our sales have plummeted. Our boss believes that the store's decline must be due to the curse of this stone ghost mask. Wang Ling scrutinized the mask for a while. Aside from its peculiar shape, he found nothing else amiss. Nevertheless, the true nature of the mask would only reveal itself once it was in his possession. In truth, Wang Ling possessed a penchant for seeking amusement. After all, invincibility is such a lonely state. As Wang Ling remained silent, customer service grew anxious. Dear friend, the price is negotiable. Please make an offer. While Wang Ling was somewhat skeptical about the curse associated with the mask, the urgency in customer service's tone led him to believe that there might be some truth to their claims. At the very least, it was certain that trouble had arisen after the seller acquired the mask from the wholesaler. After careful consideration, Wang Ling sent a single digit to customer service. The customer service representative was taken aback when she saw the solitary number 5 appear in the chat window. Dear friend, are you certain? You didn't miss a zero? If it were 50, I could understand, considering it is a cursed mask, but 5 coins. Do you think this is instant noodles? She waited 5 minutes at the chat window, only to find that this stubbornly frugal customer remained resolute in his decision, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Of course, Wang Ling did not leave. He merely sat calmly with his arms crossed, awaiting the response from customer service. This tactic was one he had learned from his mother, who often employed it during her shopping trips, catching vendors off guard. At such moments, patience and mental fortitude are paramount. After nearly 10 minutes of standoff, customer service finally conceded. All right, 5 coins it is. Please confirm your shipping address. To her surprise, Wang Ling fell silent again. The customer service representative sent a crying emoji. Friend, you're not having second thoughts, are you? Wang Ling paused before typing 4 words in the chat. Remember to include free shipping. Free shipping. To buy it for 5 coins and still demand free shipping. The customer service representative felt as though her worldview was being shattered. What kind of customer was this? Although the customer is king, encountering such a miserly king was a first for her. Goodness, what a scam, the representative thought, filled with indignation. On the 3rd Saturday of the semester, as evening approached around 5 o'clock, Wang Ling felt he had accomplished much that day. He had filled in gaps in his knowledge, completed overdue assignments, and even dismantled an underground laboratory that had nefarious intentions towards him. Having just purchased the mask online, he felt relieved to have checked one more task off his list, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the peculiar stone ghost mask via express shipping. Such days were indeed fulfilling. However, they left Wang Ling with an underlying sense of fatigue. Meanwhile, his father and Lai Mingming were still engaged in a meeting to finalize the details of a new book's plot. On the other side, his mother ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on Wang Ling's door. Son, get ready. Change into something handsome. We're going out for dinner tonight. Wang Ling. Out for dinner? In Wang Ling's understanding, given the family's ethos, dining out was a rare occurrence. More often than not, it was due to his presence that his parents refrained from such outings, fearing that Wang Ling's behavior might disrupt the restaurant's atmosphere. Consequently, the Wang family only ventured out to dine a few times a year, comparable to school outings. Typically, they would splurge on a nice meal only during the New Year or Wang Ling's birthday. When an unexpected dinner invitation arose, Wang Ling instinctively knew that a relative must be visiting. As it turned out, Wang Ling's intuition was correct. About half an hour later, he sensed with his spiritual awareness that an elderly man was approaching the Wang family's little villa, pedaling a tricycle. The elderly gentleman appeared slightly plump, struggling somewhat as he rode the tricycle, wearing an old-fashioned black cloth cap and a black cloth gown with a deep green cotton robe. When he dismounted, he walked unsteadily, and Wang Ling feared he might fall at any moment. The old man half squatted, resting his hands on his knees, catching his breath, and stretching his shoulders. He then slowly approached the back of the tricycle, untied the rope, and lifted the white cloth that covered the load. To his astonishment, the tricycle was filled to the brim with apples. Wang Ling's mother, who had been collecting laundry at the villa's entrance, spotted the portly figure and hurried over. Oh, Dad, why did you ride the tricycle here by yourself? You should have called. I would have sent Wang Jiao to pick you up. The old man scratched his head. Wang Jiao? Who is Wang Jiao? Wang Jiao is your son. Wang Ling's mother sighed internally. The onset of dementia in the elderly was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Oh, right. My son. The old man exclaimed, slapping his head. He pointed at the apples in the tricycle. Don't I have a grandson named Jingku? These oranges are for my grandson. Remember to take them. Wang Ling. Chapter 83. The trouble caused by flotation. Upon entering the villa, old Master Wang hurried to the restroom. Having traveled a considerable distance on a tricycle, his bladder in urgent need of relief. Approaching his 70s, his health remained relatively robust, with all medical evaluations from the spiritual medicine hospital indicating normalcy, save for the increasingly severe onset of dementia. Despite this affliction, Wang's parents were unconcerned about him getting lost, for the tricycle had been enchanted by Wang Ling, allowing it to navigate autonomously. Most importantly, riding it required little effort from Old Master Wang. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for him to make the journey from the outskirts of the neighboring city alone. Upon learning of his father's arrival, Wang's father promptly concluded his tasks. In the Wang household, the only individuals who instilled a sense of reverence in him, aside from his wife and the often unpredictable Wang Ling, were the old master. Wang Ling recalled that during his grandmother's lifetime, his father had harbored a deeper fear of her, yet sadly, his grandmother had passed away before Wang Ling was born, reportedly succumbing to a terminal illness. Wang's father mourned her loss for an extended period, often imagining that had Wang Ling been born a few years earlier, perhaps she would have survived. Alas, life offers no alternatives, each day unfolding in its own inescapable reality. Old Master Wang's dementia had manifested following his wife's demise. In his youth, he was quite the dashing figure, having accrued numerous romantic entanglements, with his first wife holding a special place in his heart. Consequently, her passing dealt him a significant blow. In the living room, Wang's father lit a cigarette. "Have we made reservations for dinner tonight?" Wang's mother nodded. "Yes, it's booked at Juxialu. Initially, we intended to go to Chef's little shop, but the owner has been rather busy lately. Moreover, I've heard the price for fried rice has skyrocketed. It used to be 288, but now it's an astonishing 988. It's nothing short of highway robbery." Wang Ling was aware that Chef's little shop had gained considerable fame recently, drawing in a myriad of distinguished patrons solely due to a bowl of fried rice. With food enthusiasts from various regions clamoring to promote it, he found the owner's identity suspicious, either a venerable figure from the cultivation world or a notable individual from another realm. If neither were the case, it was quite plausible that they possessed some form of system, augmented by its powers. The concept of portable systems was not new, and Wang Ling knew that Wang Ming had been researching this topic extensively over the past few years, achieving numerous clandestine experiments at various locations. Well, Juxialu will suffice, he concluded. Wang's father glanced at the tricycle parked in the backyard. "Why are there so many apples?" "Those are from Dad. He remembers that Ling liked oranges when he was young, but unfortunately, he brought the wrong fruit." Wang's father sighed, covering his face. "Father's dementia is truly worsening, and it seems constipation may also be a concern. He has been in the restroom for ages." Wang Ling felt equally helpless. With his current abilities, he could easily eradicate cancer cells within the body, yet ailments like dementia, especially in Old Master Wang's complex case, which was largely psychosomatic, eluded his healing. If it were merely a physical dysfunction, Wang Ling could manage it effortlessly, particularly in orthopedics, where his skills had surpassed even the finest German practitioners. Before long, the sound of the toilet flushing echoed from the restroom, and Old Master Wang emerged, ambling into the living room. He grasped Wang Ling's hand and regarded him curiously. "My boy, it's only been a few months since we last met, yet you seem to have aged remarkably well. Have you been secretly consuming longevity elixirs? Those contain preservatives." Wang's father interjected. "Dad, I am your son." Old Master Wang blinked, momentarily dazed, before slapping his forehead. "Ah, yes, you are my son. So this young man must be Jing Ke. Where is our Ling Ling?" Old Master Wang had a penchant for mischief, and it was true that his dementia had flared up upon entering. However, Wang Ling could easily discern that his grandfather was feigning it. Such tricks might fool Wang's parents, but they would not deceive him. Upon noticing the glint in Wang Ling's eyes, Wang's parents immediately understood. "Dad, at your age, still joking around." Seeing his ruse uncovered, Old Master Wang chuckled heartily. "It seems our Ling Ling is indeed sharp. By the way, what are we having for dinner?" "We're planning to eat out. The reservations are all made. We were just waiting for you." Wait. Why dine out? That seems extravagant. Don't we have ingredients at home?" Old Master Wang inquired. "Yes. Then that is settled." He removed the black cloth cap from his head, revealing his bald pate, and rolled up his sleeves. "Tonight, none of you need to lift a finger. Let me showcase my culinary skills." "Dad, I think it's best if you don't exert yourself. What if your dementia flares up while cooking?" "Dementia won't affect my cooking skills, even if I forget all of you. I want to forget how to prepare a meal," Old Master Wang retorted. In the realm of cooking, Old Master Wang held an unusual tenacity. Prior to his retirement, he had been the head chef at a prestigious spiritual hotel for over 40 years. Even if tasked with preparing 3 meals a day, he could concoct a myriad of dishes without ever repeating a single one, provided the ingredients were sufficient. An extraordinary individual. Old Master Wang had trained numerous apprentices during his illustrious culinary career, adhering to a philosophy of joyous cooking imparted by his own master. However, Wang Ling remained oblivious to the identity of that master, as old Master Wang's dementia had blurred many of his past memories. And even memory retrieval might yield little useful insight. Furthermore, probing too deeply could exacerbate his grandfather's condition. After all, it was still his grandfather. Despite his intense curiosity, Wang Ling refrained from prying into such matters. None of you move. Although I'm aging and my mind is sharp, my body remains sturdy. My dear grandson has been busy for 4 days. Look at how thin he has gotten. Old Master Wang smiled at Wang Ling, expertly tying an apron that Wang's mother had hung on the kitchen door around his waist. Dad, do you need my help? Just let me know if you need oil, salt, or any seasonings, and I'll check what vegetables we have. There's spinach, radishes, and some pork in the fridge. Oh, I see bananas on the coffee table. We could prepare a fruit platter. My famous angry bananas were quite the sensation back in the day. As old Master Wang opened the fridge, his eyes lit up. Pork ears. Ah, splendid. We shall make braised ear roots. Wang Ling couldn't shake the feeling that this culinary style felt eerily familiar. Chapter 84. A familiar recipe after retiring. Old Master Wang took on a piece of farmland, vowing to dedicate himself to the welfare of the populace by diligently researching new vegetable varieties. Unfortunately, due to dementia, his research findings were repeatedly forgotten. Eventually, old Master Wang faced reality, relinquishing his dreams and opting to cultivate simpler fruits and vegetables. He would send a selection to the Wang family's villa almost every month. Upon hearing that his beloved grandson was participating in an event at a neighboring school, old Master Wang hurriedly picked some oranges, Wang Ling's favorite from his childhood. However, in the process of loading the oranges onto his small tricycle, he became rather muddled. During dinner, old Master Wang showcased his culinary skills honed over years as a 5-star chef. The appetizers included cold mixed tomatoes and Elizabeth potatoes, while the main dishes featured pure black fighting chicken, braised pig's ear roots, and winter melon soup. For dessert, there was an angry banana. When old Master Wang earnestly announced this array of dishes, Wang Ling could be fairly certain of who his grandfather's culinary mentor was. Even if it wasn't Aunt Wan, it was undoubtedly someone closely associated with her. In the past, old Master Wang usually left the Wang residence early the next morning. But this time, Wang Dad insisted that he stay a few more days during dinner. The reason was simple. Old Master Wang's dementia had escalated to an unmanageable level. He had forgotten to add salt to the dishes. This realization left him thoroughly frustrated, as he had previously claimed that even if he forgot everyone, he would never forget how to cook. Yet, here he was, having contradicted himself. It was evident that old Master Wang's dementia had reached a critical stage. Last month, Wang Dad had taken him to the hospital, where the doctor explained that his condition was quite unique. Mere medication would not suffice. The ailment of the heart requires the remedy of the heart. Therefore, Wang Dad decided to keep old Master Wang at home, intending to find a skilled psychologist for thorough psychological counseling. Then, the following Sunday morning, another visitor arrived at the Wang family's villa, Lai Ming, facing old Master Wang. She took a deep breath, her fragile frame trembling slightly, and glanced deeply at Wang Dad. Is this what you referred to as a significant life event? You studied psychology in college, didn't you? Under Professor Jiang? Wang Dad inquired. But I haven't practiced for a long time, Lai Ming replied innocently. While there were many psychologists available, most worked part-time, as this profession was not only financially unstable in the cultivation era, but also perilous. Numerous psychologists had been killed by patients who vehemently insisted they were not ill. Thus, after graduating, Lai Ming transitioned to editing, a job that allowed her to earn a living without frequently exposing herself to danger. Wang Mom attempted to mediate. Perhaps we should reconsider? This might be too much for Xiao Song. Wang Dad, unabashed, turned away. I don't care. Whether you want to or not, today you must proceed. Otherwise, I will stop updating. Withdraw. Please don't. Lai Ming was nearly in tears, her eyes brimming. I will do it. Is that enough? In this era, many authors clung to editors for support, yet this was the first time she had seen someone threaten an editor with updates and withdrawals. Lai Ming felt helpless. If she upset this esteemed Wang Situ, her own career would be jeopardized. Although she had long since left the field of psychology, Lai Ming still understood the concept of dementia. However, old Master Wang's condition, stemming from psychological issues, was rather unique. She decided to begin with a few questions to assess the extent of his dementia. My name is Song Zikai. You can call me Xiao Song, Wang Grandpa, she said. Looking at old Master Wang, unfamiliar with who Lai Ming was, old Master Wang realized she was the psychologist his son had arranged for him. He felt a twinge of nervousness, his hands trembling as he heard this gentle, soft-spoken individual address him. Wang Grandpa, please don't be anxious. Let me ask you a simple question. Old Master Wang paused. Xiaosong, may I ask you a question first? Of course, Wang Grandpa, Lai Mingming nodded. Old Master Wang inquired, they all say my dementia is quite serious. Is that true? Lai Mingming replied, we will need to ask some questions to determine that. Old Master Wang continued, I have another question. Wang Grandpa, please go ahead, she encouraged. They all say my dementia is very serious. Is that true? Lai Mingming. Wang Dad and Wang Mom exchanged glances, realizing the situation. Enough. No need to ask further. It is not merely serious. It has reached a critical point. Upstairs. Wang Ling couldn't help but cover his face, sighing deeply within. He felt that if old Master Wang remained untreated, it was likely Lai Mingming would lose her sanity first. Eventually, Lai Mingming was only able to leave after being kept for lunch, where old Master Wang once again forgot to add salt. At the door, he grasped her hand tightly. Thank you for your trouble, Dr. Song. Please, old master, don't mention it. During the meal, he persistently repeated the same question, leaving Lai Mingming bewildered even after her departure. How's my father doing? Wang Dad pulled Lai Mingming aside to inquire. I have just made some preliminary notes. Wang Grandpa's dementia is quite complex, and I will need to confirm certain details with my professor, she spoke rather vaguely. Since graduating, she had only sent group messages to Professor Jiang during holidays, and she hadn't seen him in ages. Who knew if he even remembered her as a student? That truly puts you in a difficult position, Wang Dad remarked. If you wish to thank me, then update me more frequently. Lai Mingming rolled her eyes, responding rather irritably. Today, the Wang family's villa seemed particularly busy. Just as Lai Mingming departed, a man in a black suit arrived at the villa door, holding a small box. His expression grave. The delivery man from Shunfeng had arrived. Wang Ling sensed the presence of the courier from afar and had come to the door in anticipation. Upon seeing the recipient, the man promptly presented the package with both hands and bowed respectfully. Shunfeng delivery. Mission accomplished. Please ensure you provide a 5-star review. Wang Ling lowered his head, remaining silent as he signed for the package. The man then produced a rating device from his suit pocket. Based on your purchasing preferences, a 5-star review will immediately grant you 10 bags of Little Raccoon Crispy Noodles. Wang Ling's eyes lit up. Chapter 85. The Cursed Stone Demon masked shortly after the courier departed. A black sedan glided past the entrance of the Wang family's villa. Within the vehicle, a man seated in the front passenger seat held a DSLR camera, swiftly capturing photographs of the villa from various angles. He then activated his wristwatch and dialed a number. Lord, based on our tracking of the Shunfeng courier today, we have finally located the delivery address for the Stone Demon mask. Why did it take so long? A deep voice on the other end inquired, tinged with dissatisfaction. The main issue is that the residence is quite remote, located on the outskirts of Songhai City, with only this family in the vicinity. Only this family nearby? Yes, my lord. I believe that even if we were to send someone to take it by force, this is a society governed by law, you know? The world is so beautiful, why be so violent? The voice chuckled lightly. In this day and age, anyone still purchasing property in the suburbs likely does not have a favorable background. Have we gathered any information on this family's background? Not yet. But our technician has secretly infiltrated the local cultivation police station to investigate the household registry. We should uncover clues shortly, the man replied. Very well. Send someone to negotiate tomorrow. If money can resolve the issue, let us avoid violence, understood? Your kindness is truly commendable, my lord. I never anticipated we are ultimately a step behind. Had we secured the Stone Demon mask from that shop sooner, we could have avoided this trouble. The voice on the other end sighed. Additionally, remember, we must keep a close watch on them. The Stone Demon mask is of great importance to us, and it absolutely must not fall into the hands of outsiders. It should remain under our control. My lord, if I may be so bold, I have a question. Are you so fearful of the Stone Demon mask's potential leakage because of its cursed power? That is merely one aspect. The voice grew somber. While the curse of the Stone Demon mask indeed brings misfortune, the truly terrifying aspect lies in the power of the dark deity, the Guapi demon lord, that it harbors. Should an ordinary person don this mask, they may very well be forced into a contract in a short time, ultimately transforming into a super demon, gaining uncontrollable immense power. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the process of contract signing with the Stone Demon mask is quite crude. Once someone wears the mask, the hooks on either side will pierce their cheeks, thus completing the contract. Then this family is in grave danger? The stone demon mask has its selection criteria. It shows little interest in the old, weak, ill, or disabled, preferring youthful bodies. Upon hearing this response, the man was taken of Chapter 86, the curse of the first 2 weeks of school on the morning of May 18th, the dawn of the 4th week of school. Wang Ling donned his school uniform. After completing his morning routine and tidying up his appearance, he prepared to step outside. As he reached the entrance and opened the door, he discovered the elderly patriarch of the Wang family sitting quietly at the gate, like a young sapling eagerly absorbing the gentle rays of the dawn sun. In the twilight of life, the hours of sleep inevitably diminish. Last night, Wang Ling had cast a calming spell for his grandfather. Yet the relentless ticking of his grandfather's aged biological clock remained unyielding. Upon seeing Wang Ling emerge, the grandfather paused momentarily, then handed him 2 containers filled with dishes, sweet and sour ribs, and stir-fried squid. Wang Ling was taken aback. So it's actually a normal home-cooked meal. He held the warm containers, feeling a surge of emotion, unsure if his grandfather had remembered to add salt this time. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the grandfather pressed his lips together and continued, "I've been waiting at the door for ages without seeing my grandson. You must have been startled. Hurry and deliver this food to him." After 3 weeks of adjustment since the start of school, the atmosphere in the class had improved significantly compared to the first days. The class monitor, Xiao Huasheng, began to collect homework from each student. Xiao Huasheng's real name was Su Xiao. There were mischievous students who would deliberately misspell Su Xiao's name as Su Xiao on the blackboard's duty list. This was the first nickname given to Su Xiao since joining the elite class of the 60 high school. True to his name, Su Xiao was quite diminutive, standing at only 1.64 meters. Being a boy, this was rather unfortunate. However, it must be noted that Su Xiao had a delightful personality and an adorable appearance, endearing himself to both teachers and classmates alike. As the classmates grew closer to him, they affectionately nicknamed him Little Peanut. Collecting homework was an art. The assignments from the first 2 weeks of school were always the most complete and promptly submitted, with the atmosphere in class being particularly quiet and focused. Yet, after 2 weeks, various issues began to surface. This was what one might call the curse of the first 2 weeks of school. Moreover, even the elite students of the 60 high school were seldom able to escape its grip. Wang Ling categorized the morning session of the first-year class into 4 distinct factions. First, the composed and scholarly elite, represented by Sun Rong, Lin Xiaoyu, and Xiao Huasheng, who completed their assignments ahead of time and studied diligently without a hint of panic. Second, the average, rule-abiding students, a category Wang Ling felt he belonged to. Third, the doers without the dullards faction, commonly found in regular and effort-driven classes, though such occurrences were rare in the elite class. Lastly, the urgent copyists, prominently featuring Qin Chao and Guo Hao, the quintessential gaming enthusiasts. Xiao Huasheng found this last faction particularly exasperating. You have at most 5 more minutes, he said, standing before Qin Chao and Guo Hao with a hint of resignation. According to the usual timeline, in no more than 5 minutes, Teacher Pan would arrive punctually to supervise the morning study session. Xiao Huasheng glanced at his watch and calculated their progress, letting out a sigh. Collecting homework was a skill, and copying assignments was an even greater art. Qin Chao, realizing the time, decided to accelerate his pace, pulling out another pen from his pencil case and astonishing everyone by writing with both hands. It was the legendary dual pen technique. The entire class was left in awe. This skill, rumored to have been developed by a mysterious senior inspired by the dual-wielding General Yi, allowed for a significant increase in copying speed. However, the dual pen method had its flaws. The handwriting from the non-dominant hand was often crooked, and it required intense concentration. Xiao Huasheng leaned closer, curiosity piqued, and peered at Qin Chao's notebook, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wow, his handwriting is remarkably neat and beautiful. This is not merely copying, it's practically printing. He had not anticipated encountering a master of the dual pen technique in his class. Wang Ling felt a sense of admiration as well, clearly noticing that Qin Chao had mastered this skill. Achieving such proficiency was impossible without over a decade of dedicated practice. Amazingly, there is someone who has mastered Chapter 87 as the bell for morning study rang. Teacher Pan arrived punctually at the classroom, living up to everyone's expectations. Xiaohua had already collected the assignments, neatly arranged by subject and placed on the podium, awaiting Teacher Pan's review. Having served as a homeroom teacher for many years, Teacher Pan's keen eye resembled that of a scanner. He could instantly discern the number of assignments collected just by glancing at the thickness of the stack. even if it was merely 15 exam papers. After a brief survey of the assignments on the podium, Teacher Pan nodded in satisfaction, expressing, "Excellent. I have repeatedly told my colleagues in the office that our class leaders are responsible students. Entrusting Su Xiao with the task of supervising learning gives me great confidence. Since the beginning of the term, the assignments have been collected promptly and accurately. I hope the representatives of each subject can maintain this exemplary standard." Upon hearing Teacher Pan's praise, Xiaohua felt a pang of shame and lowered his head. As the study committee member, it was indeed inappropriate to condone classmates who failed to complete their assignments on time. Yet, Xiaohua was acutely aware that society has its own survival rules, just as schools do. Just as a student who reports to the teacher is often disliked, Xiaohua found himself caught in a dilemma, deeply conflicted within. Similarly, how could he remind his classmates to complete their assignments on time without incurring their disdain? This was a path Xiaohua diligently navigated throughout his tenure as a class leader. It can only be said that on this broad road leading to society, the bricks on the path symbolize one's audacity, and compared to Master Erden and Qin Xiao, Xiaohua still lacked a bit of finesse. Unbeknownst to Teacher Pan, just a minute before stepping into the classroom, the two gentlemen within had been fervently engaged in a battle of copying assignments. Yet now, upon turning around, they all sat obediently as if nothing had happened. However, the perceptive Teacher Pan seemed to sense something amiss and cast a peculiar glance at Master Erden, inquiring, "Guahao, what happened to your nose?" The class turned to look, only to see two streams of crimson blood flowing from Master Erden's nostrils. Everyone was well aware of the situation. It was clearly a consequence of employing the advanced technique known as four-pin flow. The difficulty of this skill was quite high, and a slight excess of force could easily rupture the nasal mucosa, resulting in such an outcome. Master Erden calmly took out a tissue to dab at his nosebleed. Looking at Teacher Pan with a pitiful expression, "Teacher, I fell behind on my assignments after attending the Lingjin Exchange Conference. This is likely an injury from several nights of intensive review." The class collectively sighed, having never witnessed such shamelessness. Astonishingly, Teacher Pan believed him. Everyone should learn from Guahao. He is a commendable role model for our class. Wang Ling, seated at the back, couldn't help but lament the adage that a tree that loses its bark will surely die, while a person without shame is invincible. The official textbook for the Talisman class comprises 12 lectures. Yet, they had already reached the 6th lecture, and with only 4 weeks into the semester, Teacher Pan had nearly completed half the curriculum. This was characteristic of Teacher Pan's rapid teaching style. At this rate, he would finish the entire textbook by the 8th week. The remaining time would be devoted to a barrage of practice problems to reinforce the student's foundational knowledge. Over the past 4 weeks, Teacher Pan had primarily covered the classification, basic application, foundational drawing, and combinatorial use of talismans. Among these, the 4th week's lesson on combinatorial application posed a significant challenge, involving the rational disassembly and assembly of runes within a multivariable scope. In Wang Ling's understanding, this was akin to factorization in mathematics. The most vexing aspect was the application and derivation of talismans, which required memorizing numerous formulas, making dictation a central focus. However, to everyone's surprise, Teacher Pan did not conduct a dictation session during today's morning study. Instead, he took this opportunity to address 2 matters. As you all know, the recent student exchange conference was a resounding success. Our 5 representatives set a commendable example at the 59th school, ultimately leading to our 60th school's hard-won victory at the final Lingjin exchange. As he spoke, whispers of discussion rippled through the classroom. The illustrious achievements of Wang Ling and others at the 59th school had long circulated through the 60th school, especially the final live-streamed event, which everyone had witnessed. It was hardly a hard-won victory, but rather a complete rout. Teacher Pan's remarks were merely an exercise in humility. For 100 years, our 60th school has strived towards becoming a key high school in the city. Now, we finally have the opportunity to be considered a candidate school for this year's Key High School. Next week, Secretary Dakong from the Wanshao Alliance will send a working group to visit our school. I hope all students will maintain their diligent study habits and uphold a proper learning atmosphere in the coming weeks. As Teacher Pan spoke, the majority of the class understood the underlying message clearly. Challenging times lay ahead. Such working groups dispatched directly from higher education authorities wielded power comparable to that of the Central Inspection Department against corruption. Recently, teachers in other classes had discovered that a few students were arriving early to school to copy assignments. At this point, Qin Xiao and Guahao instinctively shrank back, feeling an unexplainable chill. However, Teacher Pan continued, I believe our elite class, especially under the leadership of our class leaders, would never engage in such morally questionable behavior. Wang Ling remained silent. Xiaohua covered his face with both hands, feeling a renewed sense of shame. Then, apart from the aforementioned matters, there was another important issue to address. Teacher Pan stated, "It has come to my attention that one of the leaders from the working group had a dog bite him during childhood and now harbors a deep fear of dogs." Wang Ling could almost predict what Teacher Pan would say next. Thus, after discussions with Principal Chen and Director Shi, they approached me regarding a volunteer student who would be willing to take Era home for a period of care during the working group's visit. The entire class fell silent. Stunned. What? So, is this a ban on keeping dogs? Wang Ling's gaze involuntarily drifted towards Era, who was excitedly wagging his tail at the back of the classroom. Chapter 88. Your son bears a striking resemblance to you. Wang Ling didn't deem this a particularly auspicious circumstance. If Air were merely an ordinary canine, it wouldn't be an issue, but in essence, Air was a demon king. Despite its diminished strength, it still possessed inherent peril. Wang Ling could discern that over the past 4 weeks of the school term, Air's aura had thickened, indicating that it hadn't forsaken its current existence and was diligently acclimating to its new form, attempting to resume cultivation. During the spirit sword exchange, the 60th high school remained tranquil and Air didn't seize Wang Ling's absence to cause mischief. It spent its days immersed in its reincarnated life, encompassing the art of being a dog, enduring the playful pinches of students' cheeks, and being teased by the parrot, Airdan. Air enjoyed considerable popularity at the 60th high school. Averted Akita Inu was quite the captivating sight. Its reputation extended beyond Class 3 of the first year, with students from other classes and even upperclassmen bringing it treats such as dog biscuits, meaty ribs, and beef. Throughout this period, Air acquired a diverse set of skills. Its barking became more proficient, and its technique for gnawing on ribs reached new levels of refinement. From all perspectives, Air was striving to shed its former identity, integrate into the collective life of the 60th high school, and endeavor to become a reborn dog deity. However, earning the trust of others didn't necessarily translate to earning Wang Ling's trust. In Wang Ling's estimation, Air still lacked some discipline as a loyal canine. Wang Ling was apprehensive about entrusting Air to anyone. The class discussion was lively, with the exception of 4 students whose families couldn't accommodate a dog. The remaining 11 members of Class 3 expressed a fervent desire to adopt Air. According to Grandmaster Airdan, dog rearing should be left to professionals. Wang Ling didn't doubt the parrot's expertise in this area. He would be more at ease if Air were entrusted to Airdan's care. As the parrot was no ordinary bird, it was even capable of training its own master. Wang Ling surmised that Air would likely revel in Guohao's home. As the moment of decision approached, Teacher Pan Shengtsong realized he had underestimated Air's influence on the students. Witnessing the spirited discussion, Teacher Pan cleared his throat and proposed, "Let Air choose for itself." Air wasn't an ordinary dog, and its intelligence would be a valuable asset. Upon hearing Teacher Pan's words, Air ecstatically rose to its feet. After being cooped up at school for so long, it finally had the chance to venture out. A vibrant world, alluring maidens, and even more succulent, flies. The flies in the 60th high school district were scrawny and diminutive. Air yearned to explore other territories. However, Wang Ling's gaze swiftly extinguished Air's excitement. Air had encountered this look before. It evoked a profound, soul-stirring dread, reminiscent of Wang Ling's legendary, soul-crushing glare from the opening assessment. In the end, Air dejectedly approached Wang Ling's feet, lowered its ears, and obediently laid down, refraining from any resistance or transgression. Good. Very sensible, Wang Ling thought with a nod of satisfaction. After school, Wang Ling located a secluded corner and instantly teleported Air back to the Wang family's villa in the suburbs. Air was taken aback. What was that? Instantaneous movement? The great teleportation art from the 3,000 Great Daos? As a reincarnated demon king, Air possessed a fundamental understanding of these concepts. It was said that there were 3,000 Great Daos, and the path to enlightenment was immeasurable. Each of the 3,000 Great Daos led to the heavenly Tao. Ancient texts stated that it took a century to comprehend one of the 3,000 Daos, a millennium to master it, and 10,000 years to perfect it. A 16-year-old youth was proficient in the 3,000 Great Daos. Air felt that its millennia of cultivation as a demon king had been squandered. As a demon king who had personally experienced Wang Ling's abilities 6 years prior, Air knew better than anyone how formidable Wang Ling was. At the tender age of 10, Wang Ling had annihilated the Millennium Demon King with a single punch within the gate to another world. 6 years later, Wang Ling was undoubtedly even more powerful. Heir couldn't help but feel dejected. Despite the Demon King's pride repeatedly urging it to strive for improvement and seize any opportunity for redemption, Heir felt enervated in Wang Ling's presence. Even more alarming, Heir discovered that while being held in Wang Ling's arms, the thought of succumbing to its fate crossed its mind. Heir covered its face, lamenting the utter demise of its integrity as a Demon King. Upon opening the door, Wang Ling noticed two unfamiliar men inside. They were clad in suits and sunglasses and carrying a leather briefcase. Wang Ling glanced inside with his clairvoyance and discovered that it was filled with stacks of cash, totaling at least $1 million. Wang's father stood at the entrance, formally bidding farewell to the two suited men without a trace of a smile. Goodbye. And don't bother coming back. One of the suited men glanced at Wang Ling and inquired, and who is this? This is my son, Wang's father replied. Your son bears a striking resemblance to you. Wang Ling was speechless. Upon hearing this, Wang's father's lips twitched. Damn it, who else would he look like if not me? Wang Ling knew that the suited man was trying to feign familiarity. Sure enough, the other suited man extended his hand to Wang Ling and said, Hello, handsome. I'm from Shanshui Manor. Shanshui Manor? Wang Ling pondered for a moment and recalled hearing the name somewhere. It frequently appeared in television commercials and seemed to be a wine cellar. Wang Ling was occupied holding air and couldn't free his hand. The suited man awkwardly retracted his hand and explained, The thing is, Shanshui Manor is highly interested in the antique mask that Mr. Wang recently acquired and would like to repurchase it at a premium price. Today's negotiations are nearly complete. We've come with utmost sincerity. As he mentioned sincerity, the suited man gestured toward the briefcase. We hope that Mr. Wang and your esteemed father will give it careful consideration. We'll pay another visit in a few days. Then, both men removed the shoe covers from their leather shoes, bowed respectfully to the Wang father and son, and departed from the Wang family's villa. Wang Ling glanced at their shoes. Good heavens! The price of just one pair of those leather shoes could buy me 10 years' worth of crispy noodles.